No splicing, no repackaging, no length, high-quality production. Watch with confidence. In this road trip survival game, you don't start with cars, supercars, or bicycles. The only thing the system tells you is to keep moving forward, because at 1,061 meters away is a lone object approaching you at 1 meter per second. At a normal running speed, until you find a vehicle, you can only keep running as fast as you can. Fortunately, a treasure chest refreshes every 100 kilometers, and you gain survival points for every hour you survive or kill a monster. These points can be used for purchases and trades. However, simply running like this isn't a long-term solution. You need to find a means of transportation. As you run, you constantly look around, and all you see is a barren road and desert, not a single thing in sight. To get the latest information about the area, you open the area chat while running. My luck is off the charts, guys. Ha ha ha. I just found a bicycle in a small village by the roadside. It's a bit broken, but it's still rideable. As soon as this message went off, the entire area chat exploded. Holy crap, a bicycle. Really? Bro, what village is it? Give me directions. I'm so envious. My legs are about to break from running. Please, someone help me, I don't want to die. Su Chen's eyes reddened as he looked at the boastful message. Damn it, that yellow dog. He couldn't help but curse. We both started on highways, why does he find a village right away? I can't even see a telephone pole around here. Is he the favorite son of the survival world? It's only been half an hour since the game started. He looked up at the desolate, almost hopeless Gobi Desert landscape and felt a wave of helplessness. But despite his complaints, there was still some useful information. Villages or towns did exist along the highway. If he could find them, he could get a vehicle. Once he had a car, the threat of poison would be greatly reduced, and his safety would improve significantly. He continued reading. Is anyone there to help me? I'm being chased by a pack of wild dogs in the woods by the roadside. Their eyes are red. Hang in there, bro. It's the beginner phase, there shouldn't be any really strong monsters, right? Dog meat is a big catch. Brothers, you kill them. Get lost. If you're so good, you go first. Those dogs' eyes are all red. Seeing this message, Su Chen's heart jumped again. Wild dogs. This means the newbie protection isn't absolutely safe. At least there are aggressive animals, maybe even mutated beasts. And everyone's starting environment is different. If I encounter wild dogs. Su Chen licked his lips, a sharp glint in his eyes. Perfect for a snack. Let's taste what dog meat is like in this world, he thought, while becoming even more vigilant in observing his surroundings. The bushes on both sides of the road weren't tall, but they were enough to hide something. Being empty-handed was ultimately unsafe. His gaze swept across the area and quickly spotted a bare sapling by the roadside. He picked a suitable part and broke it off. The handle of the large mop bag was over a meter thick. Su Chen held it in his hand, weighed it, it was decent, at least it could be used for self-defense. With a weapon, he felt much more at ease. He continued to check his bracelet interface and opened the transaction account. It was completely empty clearly, at this stage, there was nothing to trade. He then opened the shop interface, which was very simple, with only 2 items. 500 milliliters bottled water for 5 survival points and 300 g bread for 5 survival points. Current level. 1. Level up experience. 0%. Level up requirement. 100 survival points spent in the shop. As for the monster encyclopedia, it was completely blank. The message indicated that information about the unknown creature would only be automatically entered after 10 seconds of direct visual observation. Su Chen closed the interface, lost in thought. He only gained 1 survival point per hour of survival, making these survival points an extremely valuable form of currency. Just as he was pondering this, he caught a glimpse of something in the roadside bushes not far ahead. He stopped and squinted, looking closely. It seemed to be a figure lying motionless there. Could it be another survivor like himself? The thought made Su Chen's heart race. He himself had just woken up in the bushes. Perhaps the other person was in the same situation. She retrieved the wooden stick she had just picked up from the storage space and carefully approached. As she drew closer, she could see more clearly. It was a woman with a shapely figure. Even lying on the ground, her allure was undeniable. She wore a standard business suit, a short skirt, black stockings encasing her long, slender legs, and high heels. Her long, flowing black hair was spread out, obscuring her face. "Hey, Star!" Su Chen called tentatively from inside the machine. The woman didn't respond. "Beautiful Star, the poison is catching up." She called again, raising her voice. The woman remained motionless, fast asleep. Su Chen frowned. "She's so careless. The poison behind us won't wait. If he kept sleeping like this, he'd be buried here forever." Su Chen frowned. He tentatively reached out with the wooden stick in his hand and gently poked the woman's back a few times. "Does the beauty need help? If she doesn't get up, the poison gas will catch up with her." The touch was strange. It didn't have the soft elasticity of poking a living person, but rather a bit stiff. Just then, a cold system notification sounded in his mind without warning. Unknown creature detected. Information being entered. Monster encyclopedia updated. Entered monster. Level 1 mutated zombie. 3 huge question marks instantly appeared above Su Chen's head. He suddenly looked around. The desolate Gobi Desert stretched as far as the eye could see. Apart from the sound of the wind, there wasn't a soul in sight. Where were the monsters? Was the system bugged? Could it be this thing on the ground? A terrifying thought exploded in his mind, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Just then, the beautiful woman on the ground stirred. She pulled her fingers out slightly and then struggled to get up from the ground in an extremely bizarre, reverse joint position. Su Chen subconsciously looked down. Holy crap! Holy crap! With the woman's movement, her face, which had been hidden by her black hair, was finally revealed. Although the zombie Li Jia's face wasn't as rotting and grotesque as in the movies, his deathly pale skin, empty, lifeless, cloudy eyes, and the salty saliva at the corner of his mouth all screamed that he was inhuman. There was no time to think. His adrenaline surged to its peak. "Damn it!" Su Chen roared, using all his strength to kick the female zombie who had just managed to prop herself up in the buttocks. Thud! The zombie was sent sprawling back to the ground. Without a second thought, Su Chen turned and ran. After running a few dozen meters, he heard a hoarse, inhuman roar behind him, which startled him. He turned around and saw the female zombie had staggered to her feet and was walking stiffly towards him. She wasn't moving very fast, maybe a little faster than a normal person's walking speed. Seeing this, Su Chen's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed a little. He breathed a sigh of relief. At this pace, he could easily shake her off completely. Based on his years of experience watching zombie movies, as long as the distance was far enough, the zombie would quickly lose sight of him and continue wandering around in place. Su Chen didn't look back and resumed his previous running rhythm. Soon, the female zombie was far behind him, becoming a blurry black dot before finally disappearing completely on the horizon. After shaking off the female zombie, Su Chen maintained a steady, unhurried pace. This rhythm was meticulously calculated to ensure both speed and maximum energy conservation. However, even so, as time passed, a familiar feeling of fatigue washed over him like a tide. His lungs began to burn, and his legs felt like they were being pulled, each step incredibly heavy. Sweat soaked through his t-shirt, clinging damply to his body. The wind carried away the heat, taking with it his already dwindling strength. Was this the true experience of having only 4 points of endurance? Su Chen thought bitterly, trying to find humor in it compared to his 8 points of mental strength. His physical fitness was a major weakness, a clear disadvantage. Mentally, he could probably stand for another 300 rounds, but his body was already protesting. Just as he felt he was about to give up and was about to slow down, a crisp notification sound rang in his mind, and a line of green text popped up in the lower left corner of his vision. Survived for 1 hour, gain 1 survival point. Su Chen paused, realizing it had been an hour. He subconsciously turned around and looked at the distant horizon. That grey wall of poisonous creatures remained a constant, oppressive presence, like a tireless grim reaper wielding his scythe, relentlessly following behind, ready to reap any stragglers. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, forcing himself to look away. At least 1 survival point was now his first income since arriving in this hellish place, a significant achievement, akin to receiving his first paycheck. This small achievement gave him a jolt of energy, and the fatigue in his body seemed to dissipate considerably. He slowed his pace, quickening his walk, and opened his bracelet's interface. The top data for today's travel alert had been updated. 5 point for kilometers. Looking at this number, Su Chen quickly calculated in his mind that the object was 1 kilometer away at the start, and its current speed was 1 meter per second, or 3.6 kilometers per hour. He was now 5 point for kilometers from the poisonous fog. Subtracting the initial 1 kilometer and the 3.6 kilometers advanced by the fog, that meant he had run a full 8 kilometers in the first hour. Su Chen was shocked by this result. Running 8 kilometers in an hour, in the past, he would have been out of breath after running just 1 kilometer. This peak condition was truly remarkable. But before he could even rejoice, a worry welled up in his heart. The first hour. Even at his peak, he only ran 8 kilometers, but now he's exhausted like a dog. How much further can he run in the next few hours, 7 or 6 kilometers? He won't get tired, he'll relentlessly chase after them at 3.6 kilometers per hour. Once his speed slows down, being caught is only a matter of time. Endurance. Oh, endurance. My pain. He sighed and opened the character interface. Sure enough, the data on the panel had changed significantly. Energy 185%, stamina 185%, moisture 86 to 100%. After only 1 hour of running, all his stats had dropped considerably. His gaze shifted downwards. The treasure chest was 92 kilometers away. 92 kilometers. Su Chen's lips twitched slightly. Running 92 kilometers on foot to open a treasure chest whose contents are unknown? What a joke! Forget about treasure chests, he seriously doubted whether he could survive the day. He absolutely had to get a means of transportation. This damned survival game never intended for anyone to live comfortably from the start. He walked while panting heavily, trying to recover his strength. After a short rest of 5 or 6 minutes, feeling his breathing become a little smoother, Su Chen dared not delay any longer and started walking again. He started running, this time slowing down to try and conserve his energy. As he mechanically strode across the desolate Gobi Desert, his eyes aimlessly scanning for corpses, some blurry black dots appeared on the distant horizon. They weren't trees or strange rocks, the dots had regular outlines, like buildings. Su Chen abruptly stopped, squinting and staring intently in that direction. Yes, buildings. Although they were too far away to see clearly, their well-defined outlines were undoubtedly creations of human civilization. Upon seeing the village, he felt his fatigue vanish instantly. A village meant supplies and resupply, and most importantly, a chance to find transportation. Even a broken bicycle would be 100 times better than running on foot. Heaven never closes all doors. Su Chen felt his strength return, and his pace quickened as he ran towards the outline of hope. However, he truly experienced firsthand what it meant to see a mountain but run to your death. Those buildings, seemingly within reach, appeared like a mirage. No matter how fast he ran, the distance didn't seem to close in the slightest. After more than 10 minutes, the village's outline became clearer, but it remained distant. Su Chen was breathless, cursing this damn Gobi Desert countless times in his mind. This place was too prosperous, so prosperous it was despairing. But he dared not stop, could not stop. Hope was right before him. He could only grit his teeth and keep running. Nearly half an hour later, he felt his lungs were about to explode. The scenery before him began to appear. Finally, he reached the edge of the village, a small one. Su Chen, supporting himself on his knees, was panting heavily. He greedily inhaled the air, his gaze warily sweeping over the desolate village. A faint, strange odor lingered in the air, like something rotting. Su Chen's heart tightened instantly, and he immediately became alert. He retrieved the meter-long wooden stick from his storage space and gripped it tightly in his hand. The image of the female zombie, OU, flashed through his mind. Could it be that this village had also fallen? He swallowed hard. He had to mentally prepare himself. It was a post-apocalyptic survival event. The presence of zombies was reasonable. He absolutely couldn't vomit if he saw anything disgusting. If he did, his survival rate would plummet, and that would be a huge loss. He gave himself a pep talk. Like a thief, the cat demon cautiously crept towards the nearest house. This was a typical farmhouse courtyard with a large gate. Inside, some farm tools were piled up haphazardly. Su Chen didn't rush in but instead went around to a window on the side of the house to observe the situation inside. The window was covered with a thick layer of dust. He leaned closer and could barely see the inside. There were tables, chairs, and benches, and some simple decorations hanging on the walls. It looked like ordinary farmhouse furnishings, and he didn't find anything unusual. However, the stench of decay seemed to have intensified. He frowned, held his breath, and quietly moved to another window next to him. This window faced. He stood on tiptoe, his eyes close to the stained glass window, when a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out in the silence. Su Chen froze, looking down to see himself standing on a shard of glass. Damn it! The thought flashed through his mind, but before he could even react, a rotting, distorted face abruptly appeared on the other side of the window. Separated only by a pane of glass covering the room, their eyes met. Half of the face was rotten, yellowish-green rottenness running down the cheek. One eyeball was cloudy, the other missing, leaving only a dark, empty socket. His mouth was wide open, revealing jagged, blackened teeth. Li Jiwu cursed, damn it! A distorted version of a national curse. Su Chen felt his mind go blank, his body driven entirely by instinct. He stumbled backward, but tripped over a stone, losing his balance and falling heavily to the ground. The zombies inside the room were startled and began to scavenge. He frantically pounded on the glass window frame with his head and hands. The banging was particularly jarring in the silent village. The fragile, unyielding glass couldn't withstand such destruction and shattered with a crash. The upper body of the zombie leaned out of the window, waving its withered arms, trying to crawl out. Su Chen was terrified. He scrambled to his feet and crawled away. He didn't even bother to cut the wooden sticks off the ground. He turned and ran wildly towards the edge of the village. He didn't dare look back, running for his life for hundreds of meters. The terrifying roars and crashing sounds behind him seemed to disappear before he dared to slow down slightly and glance back. The zombie hadn't climbed out of the window to chase him, and the whole village returned to its deathly atmosphere. Su Chen, hands on his knees, gasped for breath. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, as if it would leap out of his throat. The terrifying scene just now, that face so close yet so terrifying, still made his legs tremble. He gasped for air while staring intently at the distant village, terrified that something else might suddenly rush out. After a while, he gradually calmed down. He recalled what had happened and was fairly certain that it was the sound of him stepping on broken glass that had alerted the zombie inside the house. This meant that at least some of the zombies in the village were in a dormant state. As long as they don't make a loud noise, they won't be activated, but this also means that this seemingly peaceful village is actually a huge minefield. Each house may hide one or even several such surprises. Su Chen opened the panel to check his personal status. His sanity was 1% and 93%. The face-to-face kill earlier had directly cost him 5 points of sanity. In addition, he lost 2 points of sanity due to the loss of OU's beauty. In less than 2 hours since the start of the game, his sanity had dropped by 7 points. He finally understood why seeing such grotesque scenes that pushed the boundaries of human aesthetics could cause him to drop his pen, mainly because the visual impact of that face was simply too strong. The decay and distortion up close was like something straight out of a horror game, and it wasn't even a wiggle. Who could withstand that? Thinking back, the beautiful female zombie he'd encountered before actually seemed quite pretty. Su Chen shook his head, banishing the absurd thought from his mind. Now wasn't the time to think about such things. He glanced back at the desolate village, then at the endless highway ahead, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. Should he just give up? If he missed this village, who knew how far the next supply point was? Running on foot would be certain death sooner or later. Those damn poisonous creatures wouldn't give him a chance to breathe. No, he had to go in. Fortune favors the bold. He took a deep breath and opened the chat on his bracelet again, wanting to see if there was any new useful information. The regional channel had 10,000 users, 996 out of 1,000. Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply. 996 people, he remembered them clearly. When he first entered, the regional channel was full with 1,000 people. Only a little over an hour had passed, and 4 people had already disappeared from this world forever. This survival game was far more cruel than he had imagined. Death was so close. He suppressed the tremor in his heart and looked down at the channel. The messages were still scrolling rapidly. I'm exhausted. I feel like my legs aren't even mine anymore. Can anyone tell me when this hellhole will end? Hey bro upstairs, hang in there. I'm watching you. Haha, I think it's pretty exciting, more realistic than any survival game I've ever played. I just don't know if I can get a chicken dinner in the end. Anyone want to team up? I have a sweet female voice and can shout 666, a Chinese internet slang for awesome. Besides these daily complaints and bragging, here's some Vesai-style commentary. Brothers, I think I found another village. This time I need to find a car to drive. Riding a bicycle is too tiring. I envy the lucky person upstairs. I just found a pickup truck, but I don't have the key. I'm so angry. This message immediately got a long string of replies. Smash the car window. Isn't that how it's always done in movies? There are 2 wires under the steering wheel, one red and one blue. Sparking them will start the engine. Trust me, I've been repairing cars online for 30 years. I found a Harley-Davidson motorcycle, it's so cool. But unfortunately, it doesn't have a drop of gas, so I had to give up with tears in my eyes. Does anyone know where to find gas? Su Chen scrolled through the chat history expressionlessly. There were all kinds of messages. Boasting, asking for help, complaining. He even saw a few messages saying that they encountered wild boars, foxes, or other wild animals on the roadside and had a hard time escaping. But after scrolling through the entire chat history, he didn't find a single person mentioning the word zombie. Su Chen couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. So, he was the only one starting on a lower difficulty level? Everyone else might encounter ordinary wild animals, but he was facing a Resident Evil crisis from the very beginning. His luck was truly unbelievable. Despite his complaints, after reading this information, Su Chen became even more determined to get into the village. If he didn't fight now, and everyone else was driving while he was still on foot, the gap would only widen. One step behind meant falling further and further behind. Based on his years of experience failing miserably in this indifferent environment, quickly improving his strength to gain a leading advantage was the key. As for cooperating with other human players, Su Chen had no such idea for the time being. In an environment of scarce resources and widespread fear, humanity is easily tested. When 2 strangers meet, is it more likely that they will draw their swords against each other or cooperate to survive? Even a fool could tell that he had to become stronger as soon as possible. With this in mind, Su Chen no longer hesitated. He mustered his courage, readjusted his breathing, and once again made his way towards the village he had memorized. He had been too panicked during his escape, even losing the wooden stick he had painstakingly retrieved. He couldn't go empty-handed, that would be suicide. He cautiously advanced, rummaging through the roadside weeds and debris, hoping to find a suitable weapon. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. In a dried-up ditch by the roadside, he found a steel bar over half a meter long, its surface heavily weathered. This steel bar, salvaged from some building, still had some solidified cement clinging to one end. It was quite heavy. Here you are, he thought, gripping it tightly. A small light screen automatically popped up in front of him. Item. Discarded steel bar type. Construction waste length. 73 centimeters. Note. One section of discarded Luwen steel sleeve, extremely mottled but strong enough. Warning. Beware of tetanus. Su Chen struggled to pull the steel bar out of the ground. He swung it around, the heavy sound of it cutting through the air immediately putting him at ease. This thing is far more reliable than that flimsy wooden stick from before. The stick was at best a beginner's wooden sword, but this steel bar is definitely at least an iron sword. Although the design is a bit worn, its lethality is absolutely sufficient. One hit won't necessarily crack open a zombie's head, but it can at least break its legs. With a weapon, he felt more confident. He lowered his body and used the bushes and debris along the roadside as cover, slowly approaching the village. Soon, Su Chen once again reached a spot 200 meters away from the village and his mother-in-law. He crouched low, using a clump of waist-high withered weeds by the roadside as cover, his eyes fixed on the distant village. The faint stench of decay still lingered in the wind, silently testifying to the danger of the place. The broken window stood out starkly. The zombie that had just been face-to-face with him was now stuck in the window frame, half its body protruding out, its head drooping and its arms flailing unconsciously. Every now and then, it would slap against the crumbling wall with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its movements were slow and clumsy, appearing utterly foolish. Su Chen could clearly see that the zombie wasn't even trying to climb out of the window, it was just mindlessly repeating the slapping motion in place. Meanwhile, in the open space not far from the house, another figure was wandering. It was an old-looking zombie dressed in coarse cloth, limping and dragging one leg, wandering around. Its aggression and mobility seemed very weak. Su Chen silently assessed the situation in his mind. This is far better than those zombies in movies who can run, climb, and do parkour. At least during the day, that's how it is. Some zombie movies and games are set up so that zombies are more aggressive at night. If this is all there is to it, then this village isn't some life or death situation, but rather a beginner's village full of amazing babies and mobile supply packs. Risk and reward are always proportional. He scanned his surroundings again, his eyes carefully searching the environment. Near the village entrance, there were a few crooked, withered trees, their bare trunks looking like they had been dead for many years. This was an excellent hiding place, in case he really encountered an enemy or was attacked by zombies. As long as he was fast enough to climb the tree, he could at least temporarily save his life. This plan, which allowed him to attack or retreat at will, seemed feasible. His gaze continued to move, and soon, in a rather dilapidated farmhouse with walls only half a person's height, his eyes suddenly lit up. In the corner, a hoe leaned quietly. The long wooden disc and the hoe blade, gleaming with a cold metallic light, were more endearing to Su Chen than any peerless weapon. The steel bar in his hand was heavy enough, but it was too short. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger, and against zombies, maintaining distance is key. The length of the steel bar perfectly met his needs. He didn't act immediately but patiently lay prone in the grass, carefully observing the courtyard from the perspective of the most experienced hunter. The courtyard gate was ajar, and it was quiet inside apart from the sound of the wind, there was no other movement. After observing for a full minute to confirm there was no potential danger, Su Chen crouched low and stealthily made his way over. He didn't go through the main entrance but instead circled around to the low earthen wall. Using his hands to brace himself against the rough top, he nimbly flipped over. His peak physical condition made this movement incredibly fluid. He carefully moved along the narrow wall to the top of the hoe, leaned over, and picked it up. It was an ordinary iron hoe, a type of hoe, 150 millimeters long. A well-made iron hoe is Ning's good helper for loosening soil and weeding. Of course, in certain special situations, it can also be used to break some hard things, such as shells. Su Chen looked at the sparse question mark next to the sword in the notes and couldn't help but twitch his lips. This system prompt is quite cheeky. He tried swinging it a few times, and the wooden handle cut through the air with a whooshing sound. The feel was much better than that broken steel bar. He was very satisfied. He stood on the top of the wall and looked down at the yard again. The yard was very empty except for some miscellaneous items and a ladder in the corner. The most conspicuous thing was the well in the center of the courtyard, made of lightly gathered air. Next to the well was a bucket tied with a thick hemp rope. Su Chen's breathing quickened. In this world, clean water was as essential for survival as food. A 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water in the store cost 5 survival points, which was practically robbery. It would take him 5 hours to exchange for a bottle of water. Running for 5 hours would probably produce more than 500 milliliters of sweat. If there was water in this well, his early survival pressure would be greatly reduced. A surge of joy welled up in his heart, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time to be happy. The old farmer zombie roaming outside and Nak stuck in the window were both potential threats. If a villager suddenly rushed up and gave him a warm hug while he was drawing water from the well, Nak would be done for. He had to eliminate the nearby threats first. With a thought, he put the hoe into his storage space, then returned the way he came and hid in the bushes again. His target was the old farmer zombie wandering in the open space. He held his breath and slowly approached his target. At 100 meters, the zombie didn't react, still sleepwalking in place. At 80 meters, 60 meters, 40 meters, still no reaction. Su Chen's heart was in his throat and beads of sweat were forming on his palms. He moved with the utmost slowness, like an archer defusing a bomb, afraid of making the slightest sound. When he was about 20 meters away from the zombie, the old farmer zombie, who had been wandering aimlessly with his head down, suddenly stopped abruptly. Its stiff head turned with a creaking sound, like a rusty gear, and its empty eye socket stared straight at his location. He had been discovered. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The only possibility is that the zombie smelled the scent of a living person on it at this distance. The one inside the house must have had its scent blocked by the walls and windows until it broke the glass and made a sound, thus alerting the zombie. The zombie let out a meaningless growl and began to walk towards it step by step with stiff legs. Its pace was slow, even slower than a normal person's. A scent perception range of 20 meters, combined with sound perception, constituted the current perception mechanism of this rudimentary zombie. Su Chen quickly concluded. Seeing the zombie getting closer, it no longer hid. He abruptly stood up from the bushes. With a thought, the long-handled hoe instantly appeared in his hand. Its heavy weight gave him immense courage. He gripped the handle tightly, his legs slightly apart, assuming what he considered a perfect attack stance. Stay calm, he told himself. Based on his extensive combat experience from writing millions of words of novels, covering his head was the only option against this thing. He didn't retreat instead, he took the initiative and charged forward. When the zombie was still 2 or 3 steps away, Su Chen let out a shout, channeling all his strength into his arm, and swung the hoe down hard on the zombie's shriveled head. A dull thud echoed as the hoe struck its target precisely, but the expected scene of brain shattering didn't materialize. The zombie's skull was far larger than he had imagined. The hoe blade only left a deep, bone-revealing wound, from which dark red blood gushed. A tremendous force of recoil shot through the handle, numbing his hands and nearly causing him to drop the hoe. The roar seemed to provoke the zombie, which let out a furious howl, and its claw-like hand lunged at Su Chen's face. Its long, black nails carried a menacing gust of wind. Su Chen's pupils contracted, his body's instincts reacted faster than his brain could process. He swiftly sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the deadly claw. He quickly retreated a few steps to create distance and adjusted his grip on the hoe. The zombie, having missed its first attack, staggered towards him again. This time, Su Chen was prepared. He didn't choose to meet the attack head-on. Instead, he aimed for the zombie's knee and swept the side of the hoe horizontally. A crisp, resounding crack echoed as the old farmer's left knee twisted at a bizarre angle, instantly losing its balance and collapsing to the ground. He tried to struggle to his feet, but how could Su Chen give him another chance? He roared inwardly, charged forward, raised the hoe high, and with all his might, smashed it down on the zombie's head, bang, 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 until the head was completely reduced to a puddle of indescribable mud. The zombie stopped moving. Killing a level 1 zombie grants 5 survival points and 5 experience points. 2 rows of green mosquitoes slowly appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. Whoosh, 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 Su Chen leaned on the hoe. Gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, those few thrusts had almost exhausted all his strength. Looking at the completely cold corpse on the ground, a complex mix of nausea, tension, and excitement welled up inside him, but he didn't vomit. He forced himself to adjust to the bloody scene. His expression froze instantly. He stood frozen in place. No way. I've already overcome my psychological barrier and actively adapted to the environment, and they're still deducting points from my rationality. Su Chen felt absurd and couldn't help but mutter, how does this system detect things? Even my efforts to become stronger are deducting points. This scene isn't disgusting at all, okay? The more Su Chen thought about it, the more irritated he became. He lowered his voice and started yelling at the air, is there something wrong with your judgment mechanism? I suggest you re-release it and fix it. Despite his complaints, he still carefully poked at the corpses on the ground with his hoe. Okay, no equipment dropped, but the 5 survival points reward is alright. It seems that as long as I can kill monsters, I don't have to worry about food and water. He glanced at his character's level again. 11.5% experience points to level up. Killing 1 monster gives 5 points, which means he needs to kill 20 to level up. Su Chen quickly calculated. He raised his head, his gaze fixed on the poisonous creature in the distance. Then hurry, he thought, I need to gather as many useful supplies as possible before it gets too close. Su Chen gripped his hoe, climbed over the low earthen wall again, and tiptoed into the courtyard. His eyes immediately locked onto the small well in the center of the yard. He quickly walked over and peered inside. The bottom was dark, but in the daylight, he could vaguely see water shimmering. He picked up a small stone and threw it in. A clear splash echoed from the bottom of the well, reverberating in the quiet courtyard. There was water, and judging from the sound, the water level wasn't low. A surge of joy instantly rushed to Su Chen's head. He almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Clean water was life in this godforsaken place. The mineral water that cost 5 survival points a bottle in the mall was practically a lifeline. Now, he had an inexhaustible gold mine right in front of him. He suppressed his excitement and didn't immediately start drawing water. He knew he couldn't let his guard down at any time. He hadn't checked the rooms in this courtyard yet. Carrying a hoe, he cautiously approached the front door of the brick house. The door was wooden. A rusty padlock hung on the door, but it wasn't locked. Instead of pushing the door open, he raised his hand and gently knocked 3 times on the door with his knuckles. The sound wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the deathly silence. If there were any zombies inside, this level of noise would be enough to alert them. He held his breath, standing 2 or 3 meters from the door, his hoe poised to strike at any moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed. The house was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No shouts, no banging on the door, nothing. Su Chen thought to himself, but he didn't let his guard down. He knocked harder, this time louder, almost echoing throughout the courtyard. Yet, there was still no response from inside. It seemed no one was home. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it wasn't wet. He gently pushed the creaky wooden door open, and a strong musty smell wafted out. Su Chen fanned his nose with his hand and peered inside. The furnishings were simple. An 8-immortal table and several long benches, all covered with a thick layer of grey dust. A lacquered wooden cabinet stood in the corner, its doors wide open. After confirming there was no danger, he strode inside and began searching the house. The old ladles and basins were all there, though covered in dust, but still mostly usable. Su Chen unceremoniously picked out some intact ceramic bowls and plates, as well as the large iron pot on the stove, and stuffed them all into the storage space. His biggest find was a large ceramic water vat, about half a person's height, in a corner of the main room. The vat's opening was covered with a wooden board. It was empty inside, but after cleaning, it would be a perfect water container. Then, he found some blackened and moldy rice in the rice bag in the kitchen. In the corner cupboard were several potatoes that had completely dried out and turned black. He picked one up to check, and a system notification popped up. Detected spoiled and rotten food containing a large amount of harmful bacteria and toxins inedible. Su Chen curled his lip and tossed the items aside. Then, on the bedboard in the bedroom, he found a grain mat and a folded quilt. Item: ordinary grain mat type. Daily necessities note. Bamboo programming, sleeping on it in the summer is very cool, and it's cleaner than sleeping directly on the floor. Item: clean quilt type. Household item remarks. Although the style is old-fashioned, it's very clean and might bring you a warm and cozy dream. Not bad, not bad. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, putting the mat and quilt into the warehouse. Although it's summer now, who knows how the weather will change in the future. It's always good to be prepared. The most important part of looting the king's house had arrived. He excitedly ran to the yard, retrieved the large ceramic water vat from the storage space, and placed it steadily beside the well. The bucket and rope next to the well were still there. He picked up the bucket and the rope, which was quite sturdy, and began to work. He threw the bucket into the well, feeling the weight at the end of the rope, and started pulling it up, circle by circle. Soon, a bucket of clear, cool well water was drawn up. He poured the water into the large water vat beside him with a splash, then threw the bucket in again, repeating this primitive labor over and over. This felt somewhat novel to him. Sweat streamed down his forehead, but his heart was filled with energy. What he was drawing wasn't just water, but the hope of survival. It took him over 10 minutes to fill the entire vat before Su Chen finally stopped, panting heavily. Looking at the full vat of crystal clear well water, a broad, harvest-like smile spread across his face. He placed his hand on the edge of the vat. The item contained a jar of clean well water, approximately 500 milliliters in volume. It was safe to drink directly. Note: it was sweet and refreshing, effectively replenishing your fluids. Friendly reminder: drinking untreated water carries the risk of diarrhea. Of course, in this world, you might be more concerned about giving it to others. With a thought, Su Chen stored the jar and its contents into his storage space. Looking at the large jar of water that had suddenly appeared in his storage space, his sense of security instantly surged. With these 500 right-hand water, he wouldn't have to worry about thirst for at least a while. Suddenly, he thought of something and immediately opened the trading post. After doing all this, he seemed to remember something and immediately opened the trading post interface. The trading post was no longer as empty as it had been at the beginning. It was now densely packed with all kinds of goods, a dazzling array. He glanced at the items and almost burst out laughing. One item. A brick priced at 1 survival point, sold by the seller with salt. Excellent feel, substantial weight. Perfect for home, travel, murder, robbery, self-defense. You deserve it. Another item. An unidentified wild fruit priced at 1 survival point, sold by the seller with salt. A red, fist-sized fruit too dangerous to eat. A rusty kitchen knife priced at 8 survival points, sold by the seller with salt. A family heirloom, reluctantly parting with it. A pair of black stockings worn by a beautiful woman, 90% original quality, sold by the seller with salt. Those who know the long night remains unsolved. These bizarre and wonderful products are practically a real-life showcase of human bewilderment. However, against the backdrop of these ridiculous sellers, some truly valuable items stand out. These are all geniuses. Su Chen shook his head, wondering what this was all about. Less than 2 hours into the game, a junkyard had appeared. He used the filter function, setting the product category to water, and refreshed the interface. Product: 800 milliliters of murky river water, priced at 1 point. Seller's comment: found in a roadside river, slightly yellow. Best to boil before drinking. I'm not responsible for any diarrhea after drinking it. Product: 500 milliliters of clean lake water, priced at 2 points. Seller's comment: tested by the shop owner, tastes okay, no discomfort so far. Product: about half a bottle of yellow liquid, about 300 milliliters, priced at 1 point. Seller's comment: it's drinkable, at least it replenishes some water. Nothing is more important than survival. Damn, he couldn't help but curse out loud. He felt terrible. Is this something a human would do? And a werewolf actually dares to sell this? Although the seller's comment, nothing is more important than survival, left Su Chen speechless for a moment, it was only been a little over an hour since the game started. It couldn't be that bad. After understanding the general market situation, he didn't waste any more time, took out the bowls he had collected, filled them with water, and put them up for sale. The product name was automatically assigned by the system and couldn't be changed. 1 bowl of well water, approximately 400 milliliters, priced at 2. Survival shop seller's message. Buyers must provide containers of equal volume for exchange. He had listed a total of 8 orders. He had already used up all the water containers. After finishing all this, Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He seemed to remember something, his gaze sweeping around the courtyard before finally settling on the wooden ladder leaning against the wall. The ladder looked quite old, but its main structure was still relatively intact. Standing on top of it, Su Chen considered his options. This village wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either. Wandering around on foot would be like a headless fly, too inefficient and too dangerous. What if a horde of zombies suddenly appeared around any corner and trapped him in an alley? He'd be left with no one to turn to for help. Climbing onto the roof, he had a clear view of the entire village's layout, pinpointing where supplies, dangers, and transportation were located. He walked over, straightened the ladder, and carefully placed it on the eaves, testing its stability. He put the hoe back in the warehouse, gripped both sides of the ladder, and began to climb. After only 2 or 3 steps, a series of system notifications appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. Transaction completed. You have gained 2 survival points. 8 notifications in a row, like a screen being flooded with messages. Holy crap! After finishing in seconds, Su Chen, clinging to the ladder, paused, his face full of surprise. He'd only been online for a short time, less than a minute. These people were incredibly fast. It seemed there were far more people lacking water than he'd imagined. Of course, not everyone had his luck, finding a safe spot with a well right at the start. Most people were probably still on the road, exhausted from searching for water, without even a chance to stop and catch their breath. It seems the water-selling business has great potential. A smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. He'd go down and restock the shelves later. Suppressing his joy, he continued climbing, quickly and successfully scaling the roof. The roof was tiled, with moss growing in some places. He carefully stepped onto the corresponding beams to steady himself and stand upright. The view suddenly opened up, revealing the entire village. It was a typical northern village, with dozens of households scattered along both sides of the road. Red bricks, blue tiles, and mud brick walls, everything exuded a simple and peaceful atmosphere. A gust of wind blew, stirring up dust from the ground, and several torn plastic bags swirled in the air. The village was eerily quiet. Apart from a few zombie figures wandering aimlessly in the open spaces, there was no other living creature in sight. Su Chen carefully searched every corner of the village. There were no cars, no tractors, and the village was even poorer than he had imagined. However, he did find quite a few handcarts and carts. But this thing still relies on manpower at most. It can carry more supplies, but it doesn't help much with escaping the poison gas. Just as he was feeling somewhat disappointed, his gaze swept over a rather impressive-looking brick house in the distance. His eyes suddenly lit up. It was a tricycle. Not an electric one, nor a motorcycle tricycle, but the oldest and most classic human-powered tricycle. It had a bicycle handlebar in the front and a cargo bed in the back. Although the design was a bit rustic, this thing was definitely the most practical means of transportation right now. With it, it would be 100 times easier and more comfortable than running on 2 legs. Su Chen's breathing became rapid, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He forced himself to calm down and carefully observed the surroundings of the tricycle. The tricycle was parked in front of a house, the gate tightly closed, obscuring the view inside. However, from his current location to the tricycle's location, along this straight village road, at least 4 or 5 zombies were wandering about. They were spaced close together, moving slowly, like mobile sentinels, firmly sealing off the area. It seemed this vehicle wouldn't be so easy to take. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. A clear route and battle plan quickly took shape in his mind. He had no choice but to charge forward. Without hesitation, he carefully returned from the rooftop, climbed down the ladder, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, he eagerly opened the trading post interface. Sure enough, all 8 transactions were completed. He not only gained 16 survival points, but his warehouse also contained a bunch of miscellaneous containers. Half-empty water bottles, glass beer bottles, and even a red ceramic bowl with auspicious marriage printed on it. These people's containers were truly a mixed bag. Su Chen grumbled. He refilled the containers with well water and put them back on the shelves. After doing all this, he took out the long-handled hoe and gripped it tightly in his hand. He didn't rush out immediately, but first picked up a few medium-sized stones in the yard and put them in his pocket. Then he took a deep breath, pushed open the yard gate, crouched down, and silently slipped out. His first target was the nearest zombie, about 50 meters away. Su Chen hid behind a dilapidated yard wall, peeking out half his head to observe it. He took out a stone from his pocket, estimated the distance and force, and threw it at an open space about 10 meters away from the zombie. Thud, the pebble landed on the ground with a crisp sound. Though not loud, the sound was clear enough in the deathly silent village. The zombie, which had been spinning in place, paused, its stiff head slowly turning towards the direction of the sound. A gurgling sound came from its throat as it staggered towards the spot where the pebble had landed. It had taken the bait. Su Chen was overjoyed. He waited patiently until the zombie had moved a safe distance away, its back to him, and created enough distance between itself and the other zombies. Then, he suddenly burst out from behind the wall. His steps were light, but his speed was extremely fast. His peak physical condition gave him exceptional explosive power. In almost a few breaths, he rushed behind the zombie. The zombie seemed to sense something and tried to turn around, but it was too late. Su Chen gripped the cabinet handle tightly with both hands, his body sinking slightly as he exerted force, channeling all his strength into his arms. The hoe in his hand whistled through the air and slashed fiercely at the zombie's knee joint from a tricky angle. The crisp cracking sound of bones breaking was sickening. The zombie's leg was instantly smashed, its body losing balance and howling as it fell forward. Before it could struggle to its feet, Su Chen had already leaped high into the air, swinging the hoe in a wide arc and smashing the heavy metal head of the hoe down hard on the back of the zombie's head. A single blow, and it was dead. Killing a level 1 zombie earned 5 survival points and 5 experience points. Su Chen didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground, quickly hiding behind the wall. The entire process was quiet and efficient. The plan worked perfectly. He repeated the process, using stones to create noise and lure the wandering zombies one by one to secluded corners. Then, using his speed advantage, he ambushed them from behind, precisely striking and eliminating them one by one. Soon, the last wandering zombie on the road leading to the tricycle was also cleanly and efficiently dealt with. Finished work and looking out at the empty street, Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Although the process had been somewhat tense, everything had gone according to plan. Just as he was about to head to collect his spoils from the tricycle, a familiar yet slightly different horse roar suddenly came from not far behind him. Su Chen froze and turned around sharply, only to see a familiar figure staggering towards him from around the corner of a house 50 or 60 meters away. That shapely figure, that standard business suit, those long legs encased in black stockings, who else could it be but the female zombie he first encountered? Su Chen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He was completely dumbfounded. Beautiful lady, you actually caught up with me? How did she follow me? At least an hour has passed since I shook her off. She's run so far, even circling around the village for ages, yet she still managed to find me. This is illogical. Could she track me? Or was she different from other zombies? A series of questions arose in her mind. She stared intently at the approaching figure, her shock beyond words. Ordinary zombies only have a perception range of about 20 meters and rely mainly on sound and nearby scent. But this female zombie clearly exceeded that range. A sudden inspiration struck Su Chen. He quickly exited the system interface and locked onto the Monster Encyclopedia option. Then, with a thought, he used the detection function in the direction of the all-female zombie. The next second, a message appeared on the screen. Species: mutated zombie level. 1 status. Hunger ability. Tracking evolution direction. Sense of smell. Basic encyclopedia description. This is a zombie that has just undergone a special mutation. During the mutation, its sense of smell was unexpectedly enhanced, allowing it to detect the scent of living people from a great distance and possessing rudimentary tracking abilities. Friendly reminder. If he targets you, only one of you can survive. His sense of smell. Looking at the description in the encyclopedia, Su Chen's face turned green. No wonder he could keep chasing him. He had a dog's nose. This wasn't an ordinary zombie, it was an elite monster with tracking abilities. Looking at the words mutated zombie in the encyclopedia and the star. Only one of you can survive, Su Chen felt not fear, but rather a surge of excitement. Elite monsters would surely offer more rewards. He tossed the hoe in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the female zombie. Although his office lady suit was a little dusty, it still clung tightly to his body, outlining a breathtaking silhouette. Even as a zombie, his movements were much more coordinated than those of the old, weak, and disabled from before, though still somewhat stiff and slow. He looked no different from an ordinary zombie. His only advantage was that damn dog nose. If I got close, it would be a one-hit kill with a hoe. Su Chen calculated in his mind. He had even devised a battle plan, using his speed advantage to flank him from behind and attack his lower body, first crippling his mobility, and then. However, just as he was about to make his move and claim this walking experience pack, snap, the dilapidated wooden door of the mobile house not far away was suddenly smashed open from the inside. A emaciated zombie wearing a blue cloth robe staggered out and locked his target on Su Chen, the only living being. Then, as if a chain reaction had begun, bang! A window of another house was smashed from the inside, and a zombie resembling a middle-aged woman poked half its body out, letting out a hoarse roar. 3 staggering figures also emerged from the alley next door. The commotion he had made while clearing away the wandering zombies had finally awakened these old foxes hiding in the shadows. Su Chen's pupils contracted sharply. The battle that had just begun was instantly extinguished. He was confident in taking on an elite monster alone, but now he had a formidable lineup of an elite monster plus for ordinary zombies. He was confident in a one-on-one fight, and could barely hold his own against 2. But now he had to face at least 4-limbed zombies. If he got caught, he'd be dead in an instant. Without hesitation, Su Chen turned and ran towards the tricycle. He'd get it first, and if he attracted more zombies, it wouldn't matter. The most important thing was having a means of transportation. He could just run away. Soon, Su Chen took a step forward and rushed to the front of the tricycle. He gracefully placed his right leg firmly on the dusty seat. He gripped the handlebars with both hands and pushed off with his feet. The rusty chain groaned under the strain, and the wheels began to turn. He rode his tricycle onto the highway. The office lady zombie and several other ordinary zombies had regrouped and were chasing after her in the direction she had left, but she quickly pulled away. Su Chen dared not be careless and pedaled desperately. However, she did not choose to flee the village directly. Instead, after pedaling for a distance, she circled back towards the direction she had come from, which was the courtyard where the well was located. Fortune favors the bold, she thought. There was a low wall there, based on her previous observations. This level of initial loss of mobility was far from enough to overcome obstacles. The courtyard was temporarily safe as long as he didn't go outside. The other zombies couldn't do anything to him. Even if the wooden gate of their courtyard was broken open, he could immediately jump over the adjacent wall, get on his tricycle, and escape. Perfect! Su Chen quickly planned everything in his mind, and his speed increased. Soon, he rode the tricycle back to the familiar courtyard gate. He parked the tricycle just outside the gate, within easy reach, then quickly jumped off, slipped into the courtyard, and slammed the dilapidated wooden gate shut behind him, using a thick wooden stick to brace it from the inside. Only after doing all this did she feel a little relieved. She quickly ran to the courtyard wall and cautiously observed the situation outside. Sure enough, not long after, the office lady zombie, along with several other ordinary zombies, staggered over, following her scent. They surrounded the courtyard wall, making guttural growls, their empty eyes fixed on Su Chen in the courtyard, but they did not attempt to climb over the low wall, which was only half a person's height. One of the zombies walked to the gate and slapped the wooden door a few times with its claws, making a banging sound. The door shook slightly, but it seemed sturdy enough that it hadn't been damaged. Su Chen was completely relieved the courtyard was safe for the time being. Looking at the few zombies outside the wall, who were frantically pacing around in circles but seemed helpless, a wicked smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. He even gave the all-like female zombie the middle finger from afar. Come on in. The female zombie, of course, didn't understand the meaning of the jewelry, but just screamed even louder. Su Chen ignored them and turned to walk to the well. Since it was temporarily safe, he naturally couldn't waste time. His water-selling business had to continue. He took out all sorts of containers from the warehouse and began to draw and fill them with water. Then he opened the trading post and listed items one by one. Well, water, 1 bottle, approximately 500 milliliters, priced at 2 survival points. The seller's message stated that the buyer must provide a container of equal volume for the exchange. He could only sell once. Almost immediately after listing the item, a successful transaction notification appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. Transaction complete. You have gained 2 survival points. Looking at the system notifications, Su Chen's smile grew even brighter. Earning money was too easy. It was practically a miracle. As Bai Jian hummed a little tune, repeatedly filling the water dispenser, the survival points displayed on the interface increased rapidly at a visible pace. The banging and howling of the zombies outside the door now sounded like celebratory music. Time passed slowly in this eerie yet harmonious atmosphere. Su Chen was completely immersed in the joy of making money, almost forgetting that an even greater threat was closing in behind him, until... Beep beep beep. Warning. Warning. The lone object is only 500 meters away from you. Please evacuate immediately. Repeat lone object distance. A piercing alarm suddenly rang in his mind, jolting him awake from his dream of being a swindler. Holy crap, 500 meters. Su Chen's expression changed instantly. He turned sharply back to look in the direction he had come from, only to see the grey wall connecting heaven and earth already within reach. The hazy, grey mist churned like a colossal beast, its jaws gaping wide in a desperate attempt to devour everything, bringing an unparalleled sense of oppression. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, I got carried away selling water. Without time to think, he filled the last bucket, and with a thought, he shoved the full bucket and any extra containers into the warehouse. Then, he rushed to the wall, leaping over it on all fours. The moment he landed, several zombies outside the courtyard roared and chased after him like sharks smelling blood. Su Chen didn't even bother to glance at them, leaped onto the tricycle, and sped off. The zombies gave chase, but their clumsy steps couldn't keep up with the speeding tricycle, and they were quickly left far behind. Su Chen sped along the deserted highway on his tricycle for several hundred meters before glancing back with some unease. The few ordinary zombies in the village had stopped and were wandering aimlessly, seemingly having completely lost their target. However, a solitary, curvaceous figure was still relentlessly pursuing him. Was it that office lady zombie? No way, big sister? Su Chen was speechless at the persistent figure. Was he really that dedicated? He'd only poked him a few times with a stick. Did he really have to chase him all the way? He even had a fleeting impulse to stop the car, turn back, and settle things with him. But when he caught a glimpse of the approaching venomous creature out of the corner of his eye, the thought vanished. Selling water had wasted too much time. Now the venomous creature was right in front of him, and every second was precious. Killing this elite monster was tempting, but it would definitely take time. If something went wrong and the venomous creature caught up, it would be a huge loss. Don't cause any trouble. I can definitely shake you off on my tricycle. You're walking. Su Chen ignored the infatuated follower and refocused his attention on the road ahead. He sped along the empty highway on his tricycle. The rusty chain creaked and groaned in protest, as if it might break at any moment, but Su Chen found the sound more pleasant than any symphony. The wind whistled past his ears, ruffling his short hair and bringing the unique dryness of the Gobi Desert. Having a vehicle felt damn good. Compared to the previous miserable experience of running for his life on 2 legs, this was like going from hell to heaven. Although riding a tricycle required strength, the ease and control over speed were unmatched by running. He even had the leisure to glance back. The persistent all-female zombie was now far behind, a tiny black dot almost invisible. Su Chen had no doubt that as long as he maintained this speed, it wouldn't be long before he completely shook off this infatuated follower. Goodbye. In high spirits, he whistled and pedaled even harder. Only after he was completely safe did he have time to open the interface and tally his gains in the village. First, there's the experience point. He cleanly and efficiently dealt with 6 zombies in the village. His current experience bar is at 100,030,000%. 6 zombies give him 30 experience points, so he only needs 70 more to level up. Su Chen calculated that after leveling up, he would gain attribute points that could make up for his shortcomings in strength and stamina. Then, whether it's running away or fighting, he would be much more adept. His gaze slowly lowered and finally settled on the number in the survival point column. Survival points. 461. Aisha was already prepared, but the moment he saw this number, Su Chen's breathing involuntarily quickened, his heart pounding wildly. He couldn't help but reach out his right hand and lightly tap the number, as if to confirm if it was a hallucination. 461 points. This wasn't some game's happy strike, this was hard currency that could buy water, food, and even save lives. An unprecedented sense of security instantly enveloped him. The anxiety he had felt constantly worrying about survival was completely dispelled by this string of numbers. He was now rich. Ha ha ha, Su Chen couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Only his own laughter echoed across the empty highway. With this seed money, his future was undoubtedly brighter than most people's. After laughing his fill, he finally opened the chat interface, satisfied to see what kind of situation the poor guys in the regional channel were in now. As soon as he opened the app, he noticed the change in player numbers. The current number in Area 10,000 was 9,821,000, a decrease of 18 people. Su Chen's smile faded slightly. In just 5 or 6 hours since the start of the game, 18 people had already been eliminated. They might have been killed by wild beasts, zombies, or other monsters, or perhaps they had been consumed by poison due to exhaustion. In any case, they had disappeared from this world forever. This game was far more cruel than he had imagined. He scrolled down through the chat history. The channel was filled with lamentations. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. I feel like my lungs are about to explode. I've been running non-stop from morning till noon. Who wouldn't try? I've survived for 5 hours and only got 5 survival points. 1 bottle of water and it's gone. I've sweated more than 500 milliliters. This is a huge loss. I'm so thirsty and hungry. Can anyone give me some food? I'd give anything for it. Hey bro, give me a break. Who has the energy to care about others right now? Just surviving is good enough. Anyone want to team up? It's too hard going solo. I'm about to break down. I want to go home. I want my mom. The despair, exhaustion, and panic are almost overflowing from the screen. Most people are still racing against time, their physical and mental strength nearing its limit. Of course, there are a few lucky ones showing off. Ha ha, brothers, I got a 28-inch bicycle. The chain is always messed up, but it's better than running away. I feel like I've reached the pinnacle of life. This message was immediately followed by a string of envious and extremely hateful replies. Then, an even more impressive person appeared. Bicycles are nothing. I'm already on an electric scooter, going 30 kilometers per hour and feeling free and unrestrained. Friends, you can catch up slowly, I'm going first. This message caused an uproar in the entire channel. Holy crap, an electric scooter? Really? Where did you get it, bro? Location please. Damn, I've reported it. I've reported it. Of course, some people also express sour doubts. What's the use of an electric scooter? Where do you charge it when the power runs out? You still have to get off and push it, which is even more tiring. The electric scooter owner immediately retorted, even if it can only travel a few dozen kilometers, so what? How far can a few dozen kilometers leave the toxic creatures behind? How much supplies can I find? How much of a lead can I have over you all? Open your mind, my friend. His words left everyone speechless. Su Chen shook his head. Compared to these people, his old, but purely human-powered tricycle was practically a miracle. No need to worry about energy, and it could haul goods. It was the perfect choice for home, travel, escaping the poison gas, and surviving. Indeed, comparison is the thief of joy. He thought to himself, with a smug satisfaction, if only there were no poison gas, I could sell water in that courtyard forever, monopolizing the water market in the newly opened survival world and becoming a true water king. Unfortunately, this was ultimately just a fantasy. He closed the chat channel and opened the trading post. With a fortune of 461 survival points, his browsing mindset had shifted from a simple one to a more comprehensive inspection, reminiscent of a domineering CEO surveying his own empire. The trading post still contained a variety of bizarre items. Rusty iron rods, unprocessed black stockings, unknown plant-based semen, everything imaginable, fully demonstrating the bewildering behavior of humanity in dire straits. Of course, there were also some genuinely useful items. That hammer blow would flatten your head. Su Chen's lips twitched as he looked at these outrageous prices. Were these people crazy for money? At this stage, who could afford so many survival points? Even if they could, who would be foolish enough to buy them? This was practically ripping off the sea. He shook his head and exited the trading platform. Since there was nothing suitable to buy, he decided to upgrade his storage space first. He opened the shop and purchased a warehouse space expansion card. The card would permanently expand his warehouse space by 1 cubic meter. He selected to use it, and sure enough, the warehouse space doubled. The warehouse, which was almost full, instantly became less crowded. Ding! The shop's upgrade requirements were met. A crisp notification sound rang in his mind. Su Chen reopened the shop. Current level 1. Upgrade experience 100%. Upgrade requirement. Spend 100 survival points in the shop to upgrade. The shop's upgrade requirements were met. Upgrade now? Without hesitation, Su Chen selected Confirm. A soft white light flashed across the shop icon on the bracelet interface before returning to normal, raising the shop level to level 2 and unlocking new items. Before Su Chen could even check what the new items were, a cold, grand mechanical voice suddenly resounded in the minds of every survivor. World announcement. Survivor Su Chen from Area 10,000 has successfully upgraded the shop to level 2. As the first survivor in the survival world to complete the shop upgrade, he is awarded a special prize of 3 blind boxes. Survivors, please keep up the good work. World announcement. Survivor Su Chen from Area 10,000 has successfully upgraded the shop to level 2. World announcement. Survivor Su Chen from Area 10,000 has successfully upgraded the shop to level 2. The system announcement was repeated 3 times in a row. Su Chen, riding his tricycle, suddenly forgot to pedal, causing the tricycle to wobble and nearly tip over into the ditch beside the road. He was completely stunned. The expression on his face went from initial malice to shock, and finally turned ashen. It's not me. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. He was exposed. He was exposed just like that, and in such a high-profile way, with a server-wide announcement. System, you son of a bitch. Su Chen came to his senses and almost spat blood onto the handlebars. Shouldn't this kind of announcement have an option for anonymity? Which brain-dead planner designed this? Do you even want to live anymore? He was still thinking of making a fortune quietly by selling water and developing stealthily. Less than half a day into the game, the system announcement exposed him by name, as if afraid no one would know he'd paid a fortune. First rule of survival in the apocalypse. The first rule is to be discerning and avoid confrontation. How could an author who'd written millions of words of online fiction not understand this principle? But now, the system had forcefully pushed him into the eye of the storm. The announcement not only mentioned his name but also thoroughly exposed his region, number 10,000. Why don't you just give me my ID number? Su Chen trembled with anger, feeling his blood pressure skyrocketing. Now the whole world knows that in zone 10,000 there's a rich guy named Su Chen who's rolling in money. He's no longer just an ordinary survivor, but a walking treasure chest, the kind that reports gold coins like crazy. He barely suppressed the urge to curse and opened the zone chat. Sure enough, the zone chat, which was just moments before filled with despair and wails, was now completely exploding with activity. The information refreshed so fast it was almost blurry. Holy crap! Holy crap! Did you guys hear that world announcement? The boss is Su Chen from our faction. Which hero from our faction is standing here? Let's pay our respects. This boss is awesome. Leveled up Wounded City in less than 6 hours. How many monsters did he kill, or did he find some treasure? Does Su Chen need any accessories in jail? The kind that shouts 666 and warms the bed. Upstairs, get lost, don't disgust us, Su Chen. Su Chen, look at me. I'm your true fan. Su Chen, brother, do you need someone to take care of you? I'll do anything for you. Oh, I have some freshly taken off original black stockings here, do you want them? Black stockings again. Are they hard currency now? Don't bother with that green tea upstairs in jail. I swear to God, I'm older than him. As long as you take me with you, you can do whatever you want. Don't believe me? DM me for video verification. Get lost. You mediocre fans. Su Chen is a man of great things, how could he be tempted by your good looks? Hey upstairs, could you please DM me? My roommate wants to see these comments before he dies. Su Chen's scalp tingled, he felt completely overwhelmed. He had no doubt that if he managed to say a single word in the channel, he would be drowned in a flood of messages. He felt like a piece of fat meat thrown into a pack of wolves. Countless eyes were greedily watching him through the screen. Out of sight, out of mind. Su Chen's face turned ashen. He shut down the chat channel, not even bothering to look at the world channel. All he wanted now was to dig a hole and bury himself. He pedaled his tricycle like a madman, as if the pursuers behind him weren't poisonous creatures but countless vicious wolves eager to skin him alive. The rusty chain creaked and groaned in protest, but Su Chen seemed not to hear it. He just wanted to get as far away from this trouble as possible. He had to calm down. He gasped for breath, forcing his chaotic thoughts to clear. He'd already been exposed, there was no point in dwelling on it now. At least no one knew what he looked like or his exact location. According to the information from the chat channel, no one had encountered him yet. These people were scattered across different roads. Finding him would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. As long as he was careful and didn't easily contact strangers, he was safe for now. Having come to terms with the issue of security, his mood calmed down somewhat. Since the bad things had already happened, he decided to look at the good things. He shifted his attention to the system rewards. With a thought, he opened his inventory space. In the corner, 3 exquisite little boxes radiating iridescent light lay quietly. Item lottery, blind box type, special props, the quality is unknown. Upon opening, you will randomly receive an item. It could be a useful tool or a brick. Good luck, lucky blind box. Su Chen looked at the ambiguous note and curled his lip. He was all too familiar with this thing in his past life. He had been dominated by gacha pulls and box openings in various games. Sometimes he got it on his first try, sometimes he could only rely on the pity system. It was a complete test of luck. Whether he's a lucky winner or a whiz, he'll find out after opening 3 boxes. Su Chen licked his slightly dry lips, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He glanced around. The loot was already far enough away, the surroundings were bare and there was no danger. Now was the perfect time to open a box and try his luck. Su Chen parked his tricycle by the roadside, rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of hope on his face, and muttered incantations. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Buddha, Jade Emperor, Jesus, the Virgin Mary, the 3 pure ones, the Taoist ancestors above. Believer Su Chen has done good deeds all his life, helping old ladies cross the street and feeding stray cats ham. He took a deep breath and focused his attention on the first blind box in the warehouse space, which was emitting a rainbow of colors. The box opened with a click, but instead of the dazzling golden effects he had imagined, there was only a simple white light. A familiar plastic package appeared in the warehouse space. Su Chen stared at it and was completely stunned. It was a pack of napkins, the kind of 10-pack family pack commonly found in supermarkets. The screen in front of him also displayed the item information. Item. Pack of napkins type. Household leather quantity. Top 10 packs notes. Made with high-quality virgin wood pulp, 4-layer thickened, soft, skin-friendly, and highly absorbent. Your best companion for wiping your mouth and bottom at home and on trips. Not that it. He was speechless, even wanting to laugh. World announcement. Entire Palace Guard reward. Triple strike. This napkin. Admittedly, this thing has many uses, wiping hands, face, and toileting. Maintaining personal hygiene in the apocalypse is indeed a luxury. But the problem is, this thing came from a blind box that carried all his hopes. He fantasized about finding a legendary sword that could cut through iron like mud, or a bulletproof vest that was impenetrable to blades, or even a desert eagle with unlimited ammo. But this was a huge loss. Su Chen felt his heart bleeding. In the apocalypse, there were too many substitutes for this thing. If leaves weren't good enough, someone with a slightly more refined taste could tear out a few pages from a book. Trading a priceless blind box for a pack of insignificant napkins, this deal was a complete rip-off. Could he really be that kind of unlucky guy, the kind who can't even pull a single SSR even after spending 80,000 coins and has to use every last drop to get one? Su Chen refused to believe he was that unlucky. He pinned his hopes on the second blind box. This time, he wanted something substantial, a firefighter's uniform or even a machete would do. He took another deep breath and silently opened the second blind box. Another white light flashed, and a long, grayish-white object appeared in the warehouse space. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked closely and saw it was a thick, long plastic water pipe, about 3 meters long, the kind of ordinary plastic pipe used in rural areas to draw water from wells. Item. Plastic water pipe type. Miscellaneous length. 3 meters. Remarks. A plain, unremarkable plastic pipe. Perhaps you could use it to water plants? What kind of water system? Are you kidding me? My amount, %. Su Chen looked at the plastic pipe and felt completely disgusted. He'd rather have gotten a pair of black stockings worn by a beautiful woman. At least he could trade them for supplies with some guys in the trading post with their particular fetishes. Both blind boxes were worse than the last. Su Chen felt his mentality crumbling. He seriously suspected that the lucky one title in the world announcement was a sarcastic reference to him. I'm just asking for death, he sighed, utterly despondent. His gaze fell on the last blind box in the warehouse. Give up, I'm tired. Destroy it. Whatever comes out, I'll accept it. Even if it's a pile of crap, I'll accept it. Muttering this, he opened the third and final blind box with a what the hell attitude. A flash of white light appeared, and a card emitting a soft white glow materialized in the warehouse. The card was adorned with intricate and mysterious golden patterns, seemingly containing some kind of mystical power. Item. Pet contract card, special type, rare quality, effect. When used on a non-human species, there is a certain probability of taming the target creature into your pet. The target's level cannot be higher than the user's level. Once the contract is formed, the pet can never betray you. Note. All things have a spirit. Perhaps you can try to befriend them. Of course, if you fail, you only consume one card. There's not much loss. Pet contract card. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This thing sounded amazing. If he could tame a powerful beast as a pet, it would be a huge help in both map exploration and combat. However, when his gaze fell on the certain probability, his face darkened. He felt that those words were specifically directed at him, filled with the system's malicious mockery. This certain probability was probably infinitesimally close to zero for him. Su Chen sighed, his feelings a mix of emotions. He held the card in his hand, finding it tasteless yet too precious to discard. This thing was simply the greatest torment for a flying ball like him. Oh well, at least it's better than napkins and water pipes. He could only console himself with that thought. Putting the card away, he began to ponder. What if, by some sliver of a chance, he succeeded? What kind of pet should he choose? Tigers and lions were too dangerous. What if the contract failed? His small frame wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. Birds would be good as aerial scouts, but where could one find one in this desolate wilderness? After much thought, he felt that dogs were the most suitable. They were loyal, obedient, and their sense of smell and hearing far surpassed those of humans, making them excellent sentinels. Most importantly, dogs weren't too outrageous in combat. Even if the contract failed, with his current strength, dealing with an ordinary dog shouldn't be a problem. He could even have a dog meat hot pot to replenish his protein, albeit with some tears in his eyes. The more Su Chen thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. He had even planned out various cooking methods in his mind, such as braising, stewing, and grilling. However, when he looked up and around, all he saw was an endless, desolate, and deathly desert. There wasn't even a dog, not even a rabbit or a mouse to be seen. The whole world seemed to consist only of him and the poisonous creature relentlessly chasing him. He shook his head self-deprecatingly, dismissing these unrealistic thoughts. His priority was to keep moving. He hopped back onto the dilapidated tricycle, gripped the handlebars tightly, and pushed off with all his might. The rusty chain creaked and groaned as he continued onward into the unknown distance. After riding for about 10 minutes, the familiar green text popped up in the lower left corner of his vision. Survived for 1 hour, gain 1 survival point. Another hour passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen slowed down the speed of the light vehicle and turned on the today's travel notice, day 1 of survival. Time. 1 p.m. The weather was sunny with temperatures ranging from 13 to 28 degrees Celsius. The surrounding environment was barren Gobi Desert. The reading distance was 13,000 meters. The reading speed was 1 meter per second. The beginner's period was 13,000 meters. Upon seeing this number, Su Chen's eyes lit up. For an hour, he rode this dilapidated tricycle and managed to increase the distance between himself and the reading material by more than 10,000 meters. He did a quick calculation. The lone animal could travel 3.6 kilometers in an hour, while he himself, due to the time spent running and delaying, had traveled at least 16 kilometers. This efficiency was simply terrifying. With this tricycle, he completely escaped the predicament of being forced to run too much and took control of his survival. The next time he encountered a village or other place where he could collect supplies, he had ample time to carefully search for supplies. Su Chen then opened the character interface. Experience 76 to 100. Experience below 50 reduces fatigue, below 10 reduces fainting, timekeeping 78 to 100. Timekeeping below 50 increases hunger, below 20 affects various attributes, hydration 72%. Experience below 50 increases thirst, below 20 affects various attributes. This morning had taken a considerable toll on his stamina. Both his timekeeping and hydration had decreased significantly. Without hesitation, he parked the tricycle steadily by the roadside, took out the large water bucket filled with water from his storage space, and then took out a large ceramic bowl. He took a big gulp of water and drank it all in one go. The cool, clear well water, carrying a faint sweetness, instantly dispelled the heat and fatigue in his body. So refreshing! Su Chen couldn't help but shout. Then he opened them all. After upgrading to the second level, he hadn't even properly checked the new items in the store. Food items. 500 milliliters bottled water, 5 survival points, 300 g bread, 5 survival points, 1 pack of instant noodles, 10 survival points, 600 milliliters thunder coins, 10 survival points. Tools. Crowbar, 10 survival points, hammer, 10 survival points. Special items. Warehouse expansion card, 100 survival points. Current level 2, level up experience 5%. The upgrade requirement was to spend 500 survival points in the store. Su Chen's gaze swept across the product list and finally stopped on the words instant noodles. Braised beef noodles, spicy beef noodles, pickled cabbage noodles. Familiar names rolled around in his mind, and his mouth even began to salivate uncontrollably. In his mind, if he could have a bowl of steaming hot instant noodles with a sausage, the taste was simply unimaginable. Unfortunately, he didn't have a fire and couldn't boil water. He couldn't just buy a pack of instant noodles to chew. What's the difference between that and eating dried noodles? Plus, they're ridiculously expensive. Su Chen could only regretfully shift his gaze from the instant noodles, silently vowing that when he had more money in the future, he would definitely buy 10 or 8 packs, eating one bowl and throwing the rest away. He then looked at the tools he had unlocked. A crowbar and a hammer. 10 survival points each wasn't expensive, but he didn't need these items for the time being, so he'd have to fill his stomach first. Su Chen stopped thinking about it and spent 5 survival points to buy a loaf of bread. A flash of light, and a large, soft-looking loaf of bread in a plastic bag appeared in his hand. The item was ordinary bread, weighing 300 grams. The note said it tasted pretty good and could quickly replenish his energy, but it was a bit dry, so he suggested eating it with water. He tore open the packaging, and a familiar wheat aroma wafted out. He broke off a large piece and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it heartily. The bread was soft, but just as the note said, it was indeed a bit dry. He then drank a bowl of water and quickly finished the entire bread. A warm feeling rose from his stomach and spread rapidly throughout his body. He reopened his character interface. His energy was 182% and his retention rate was 188%. With his water content at 93%, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, feeling his strength returning. After eating and drinking his fill, he put everything back in the warehouse, hopped back on his tricycle, and continued on his way. With ample food and water, and having maintained a safe distance from the poisonous creatures, his mindset had relaxed considerably. He was no longer as tense as before, and even began to leisurely observe the surrounding scenery. The desolate Gobi Desert landscape on both sides of the road remained monotonous and lifeless. Looking at it for too long could even evoke a sense of loneliness, as if abandoned by the world. Wandering aimlessly in this environment was a tremendous test of one's spirit. If it weren't for the occasional glimpse of others chatting and joking in the chat channel, he truly doubted whether he would be driven mad by this endless solitude. He rode for another half hour or so. The monotonous scenery finally began to change. The landscape on both sides of the road started to transform visibly. The once maddeningly monotonous yellowish-brown Gobi Desert was gradually replaced by patches of tenacious green. At first, there were only scattered low shrubs growing close to the ground, but as the tricycle moved forward, the greenery increased, eventually becoming a vast, silvery grassland. The wind no longer carried only the smell of dry sand but also a faint, refreshing scent of grass. Where there is grassland, there must be animals, right? Su Chen slowed the speed of the light vehicle, his gaze warily scanning the distant rabbits, gazelles, wild horses, and even a pack of wolves. He subconsciously touched the pet contract card in his pocket. This thing was practically tailor-made for the current environment. If he could contract a wolf here, his combat power would experience a qualitative leap. A wolf's tracking, surveillance, and cooperative combat abilities far surpassed those of humans. Or perhaps contracting a horse, the thought alone made Su Chen's eyes light up. Yes, this grassland stretches as far as the eye can see, and it has no shortage of grass. It only consumes a tiny bit of hay every 100 kilometers, it's practically overflowing. This thing is so much better than that rattling, dilapidated tricycle. A tricycle is hard to pedal, and you have to worry about the chain breaking. Riding a horse is completely different. Galloping on one side, graceful and elegant, just imagining that scene is exhilarating. More importantly, the speed and endurance of a horse far surpass that of a human-powered tricycle. With a horse, his mobility would be significantly enhanced, greatly increasing his efficiency in both escaping the poison gas and exploring. The more Su Chen thought about it, the more brilliant the idea seemed. The frustration he felt from opening the Mang box vanished completely. He even began to imagine himself riding a tall horse, galloping dashingly in the sunset. However, after riding his bike a little further, his field of vision remained empty. He didn't see a horse, not even a rabbit's fur. The entire grassland was eerily quiet, with no sound except for the wind. Could it be that the smile on Su Chen's face gradually disappeared? Was this grassland just a texture? Just grass with no animals? Just when he thought this grassland was just another empty shell like the Gobi Desert before, the outline of a building suddenly caught his eye at the edge of his vision. It was a gas station, its red and white roof standing out conspicuously against the vast grassland. Su Chen immediately stopped the tricycle and hid behind a slightly higher embankment, only peeking out half his head to carefully observe the situation in the distance. The gas station stood alone by the roadside, with no cover whatsoever. From his vantage point, it was eerily quiet. There were no zombies roaming or signs of wild animals. But he didn't act rashly. Having experienced the zombie horde of Old Six in the village, his vigilance was now at its peak. Who knew what surprises might be hidden in that seemingly peaceful place? He patiently observed for several minutes, confirming that there was no danger outside, before parking his tricycle at a safe distance. Then, gripping his hoe, he crouched low and cautiously approached the gas station step by step. His footsteps were light, almost silent, his gaze fixed on the dark entrance of the gas station convenience store. His body tensed slightly, ready to turn and run at any moment. As he drew closer, the gas station became clearer. The convenience store's glass door was shattered, dark brown bloodstains still lingered on the frame, and the shelves inside were overturned, goods scattered everywhere. It looked like a scene of utter chaos, as if a tornado had swept through. Sure enough, it had been looted. Su Chen felt reassured. It seemed that others in the same trade had already patronized the place before him. He tiptoed over the shards of glass and entered the convenience store. The air was thick with a strange smell of rotting food and dust. The shelves were completely empty, not even a single bag of expired spicy snacks remained. On the floor, however, were many empty packaging bags, torn open and their contents looted. They were a swarm of locusts, even more ruthless than him. Su Chen couldn't help but mutter a complaint under his breath. Undeterred, he searched the cash register, the warehouse, and the restrooms again, but to no avail. Aside from a lone green empty oil drum and 5 empty mineral water bottles, he couldn't even find a roll of toilet paper. He tried turning on the restroom faucet, but only heard a dry, clicking sound. Not a drop of water came out. He was truly penniless. Just as he was about to give up and turn to leave, a familiar line of small green text quietly popped up in the lower left corner of his vision. Survived for 1 hour, gain 1 survival point. Another hour passed without him realizing it. He shook his head, intending to leave this shabby place, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the gas pumps and other fuel dispensers outside the gas station. His extensive knowledge of online novels played a crucial role at this moment. For safety reasons, gasoline and diesel at gas stations are usually stored in giant underground tanks. As long as the gas station wasn't completely destroyed, the oil in the underground tanks would most likely still be intact. In this world, gasoline is definitely a strategic resource more precious than food and water. If he could find a car, motorcycle, or even a generator in the future, this oil would be his advantage over everyone else. He immediately started searching around the gas station. According to the information he had read, the maintenance opening of the underground tanks was usually near the fuel dispensers, not too far away. Sure enough, he soon found a square metal cover on a patch of concrete on the side of the gas station. Right here, he gripped the edge of the cover with both hands and tried to lift it up, but the cover wouldn't budge. It was clearly stuck. But that didn't stop him. He took out a hoe, inserted the sharp end into the gap in the cover, and with a sudden burst of strength, pried it off with a clang, revealing a dark, downward passage. He didn't go down immediately, but first peered around to make sure there was no danger before climbing down the maintenance ladder. The space below wasn't large, but it was enough for one person to move around in. A strong, pungent smell of gasoline hit him, making him frown. By the light coming in from above, he saw 2 huge metal oil tanks and the pipes and valves connected to them. He found the drain valve of one of the tanks, a manual red rotary valve. He grasped the valve and tried to turn it. It was tight, but he could still turn it. Using both hands and putting all his strength into it, he finally managed to slowly turn the valve open. A rushing sound of liquid flowing rang out, followed by a clear liquid gushing from the drain pipe. Su Chen brought the liquid close to his nose. The smell was pungent, pure gasoline, not kerosene. There was oil, and quite a lot of it. Suppressing his inner elation, he quickly climbed out of the maintenance hatch. The problem now was how to get this oil away. How much could the small oil drum he had just found hold? He immediately opened the trading post, filtered the goods category to containers, and the interface refreshed with all sorts of strange and wonderful containers. He quickly browsed through them, and soon an item caught his attention. Used plastic chemical drum, 200L, priced at price missing. Seller's message. Friends, want to use it? Bright and durable, perfect for water and oil, ideal for home and travel. First come, first served. Su Chen raised an eyebrow at this item. He scrolled down and found dozens of chemical drums of the same size, all from the same seller. Had this guy gotten himself into a chemical drum hoarding business? He couldn't help but wonder what kind of incredible luck it was to find so many large containers at the start of the game. But now wasn't the time to think about that. He didn't know how much oil was left in the 2 tanks below. Being cautious, he spent 2 survival points to buy one. With a flash of light, a blue plastic chemical drum, about half a person's height, appeared out of thin air in front of him. The space below the access panel was too small to fit such a large thing. He could only place the chemical drum on the ground, then pick up the small tin can he had found earlier and climb back down into the access hatch. He placed the tin can under the drain pipe, filled it to the brim, and then laboriously lifted it up to pour it into the blue chemical drum outside. This process was tedious, exhausting, and filled with the pungent smell of gasoline. The fumes made him dizzy and his back was soaked with sweat, but his heart was filled with energy. What he was lifting wasn't just oil, but the hope for the future, a huge advantage over everyone else. Time ticked by, and more than an hour later, when he had filled the 10th chemical drum, the drain pipe of one of the tanks finally stopped flowing. He moved to another tank, opened the valve, and the liquid that flowed out was noticeably darker in color and smelled different. It was diesel. Without the slightest disgust, he accepted it all. Another half hour passed until he had filled 6 chemical drums, and then the diesel had completely drained away. In the end, he harvested a total of 16 200L chemical drums, 10 of which were gasoline and 6 were diesel. Looking at the neatly arranged blue chemical drums in front of him, Su Chen, exhausted, plopped down on the ground, but a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He placed his hand on one of the drums filled with gasoline. A 200L drum of pure 92-octane gasoline, ready for immediate use. Note: the lifeblood of industry, the fuel of civilization. With it, you might be able to make those sleeping steel beasts roar again. Friendly reminder: this stuff is extremely dangerous, keep it away from the fire. This time, it's a real windfall. Su Chen grinned like a 200-pound child. With these 16 barrels of oil, 10 barrels of gasoline and 6 barrels of diesel, whether he finds cars, motorcycles, or generators, these are the assets that will allow him to gain a significant advantage over everyone else. After the joy, a practical problem arose. His current warehouse space is a paltry 1 cubic meter, and each upgrade only adds 1 cubic meter. A single 200L chemical drum takes up more than 0.2 cubic meters, and 16 drums together require at least 3.2 cubic meters of space. This means he needs to expand the warehouse at least 3 more times. Without hesitation, Su Chen realized that these survival points were insignificant compared to the strategic materials before him. He opened the shop and his eyes locked onto the warehouse space expansion card, priced at 100 survival points. He had already spent 100 points when upgrading the shop, and now he was going to spend another 300. In just one day, less than 400 survival points were gone just like that. The speed at which he spent money was faster than a money printing machine. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. He gritted his teeth and directly bought 3 expansion cards. You have purchased Warehouse Space Expansion Card X3, consuming 300 survival points. Watching his survival point balance plummet to 27, Su Chen's heart clenched. He forced himself not to look at that number and used 3 expansion cards in a row. With 3 soft white lights flashing in his vision, he could clearly feel a dramatic change in his warehouse space. The warehouse space had expanded to 5 cubic meters. He stood up, walked to the row of chemical cylinders, and with a thought, stored them one by one into the warehouse. Looking at the warehouse full of gasoline and diesel, Su Chen's slight heartache instantly vanished. He casually clicked on today's travel advisory. Day 1 of survival. 3:30 p.m. Sunny, temperature 13 to 28 degrees Celsius, surroundings. Grassland, road, poisonous animals, distance 18,000 meters, poisonous animal speed 1 meter per second. A newbie has spent so much time at the gas station, and the poisonous animals have caught up considerably. Only 18,000 meters remain, which translates to about 4 hours of safe distance. Su Chen needs to hurry. He must increase the distance between himself and the poisonous animals as much as possible before nightfall. This way, he would have enough time to rest and recover his strength and energy at night. He got on his tricycle and pedaled furiously. The tricycle creaked and groaned on the empty grassland road. Riding alone was too boring, so he habitually opened the regional channel to see what his fellow sufferers were talking about. Because of his previous world announcement, there were still quite a few people tagging him in the regional channel. Is Su Chen still there? Say hi and let us admire your style. You bunch of mortals. Su Chen, the great boss, is too busy to be bothered with you. Boss, is my posture perfect? Kneel down. Image of a kneeling figure. Su Chen shook his head, ignoring these messages. However, besides these messages, the channel was mostly filled with discussions about their current situation and showing off their vehicles. Brothers, I have good news. I found a shared bike in the village. Although I can't use it to ride a horse, I smashed the lock with a stone. Ha ha ha, ask me for advice later. This message immediately attracted a wave of envy and jealousy. Holy crap, bro, your luck is off the charts. Aren't shared bikes supposed to be in the city? I'm reporting this guy for cheating. Why is it that while we're all on foot, you get to ride a shared bike? I'm so envious I'm drooling. My legs are about to give out. I feel like I'm going to collapse any second now. The owner of the shared bike was clearly enjoying the attention and posted another message. Keep it low key, keep it low key. It's mainly because I'm handsome and my luck is unstoppable. I feel like I've reached the pinnacle of life. You guys can just eat my dust. Su Chen almost burst out laughing. A broken shared bike and you're acting all high and mighty? He thought. Just then, an even more impressive person appeared in the chat. Bicycles are nothing. I'm riding top-of-the-line equipment. Double row four-wheeled Hanbing shoes. Back in the day, I was the ice skating prince. Now I'm back to it, feeling incredibly cool. Su Chen almost spat out his saliva. Ice skates? You can even use that to escape the poison gas? Dude, you're awesome. But I just want to ask, what do you do when you encounter potholes? Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I can just imagine the scene. A cool drift, then face first to the ground, teeth tumbling everywhere. Ice skating prince, I think, is more like rolling king. The channel was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Of course, the most enviable person was the lucky guy who found the electric scooter earlier, although many people questioned that an electric scooter without power is just a pile of scrap metal. But that guy insisted that even if he could only ride a few dozen kilometers, it would be enough for him to leave the main group behind and gain a huge advantage. Just then, he suddenly noticed a different message in the channel. We've been traveling for so long, and all we've seen is roads and Gobi Desert. We haven't seen a single ghost. But what if we encounter other survivors in the future? Have you thought about what to do? This question made the originally cheerful channel instantly quiet for a moment. Su Chen's eyes also narrowed slightly. He had thought about this question before, but hadn't thought about it deeply. Soon, someone broke the silence and said, "Encounter." Ha ha, the rules of this game are clearly stated. Only a group of people can survive in the end. Can you guarantee you won't encounter a backstabber? This news is like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples everywhere. Don't be so pessimistic. More people, more strength. What if you encounter a horde of zombies? 2 people are always better than 1, right? How do you know he won't use you as bait to escape? Don't forget, people can die. What if you find supplies and someone has malicious intentions? These days, even a bottle of water is like life itself. Is it so hard to kill someone after feeding them a bite of food? Why think so badly of others? Maybe we can team up, more people, more strength. Heh, I advise you not to be so naive. The most terrifying thing in the apocalypse is never the monsters, but the human heart. Would you dare entrust your descendants to a stranger you've only known for less than a day? The channel was instantly divided into Team Up and Lone Wolf factions, arguing endlessly. Su Chen watched silently, not participating in the discussion. He leaned towards the latter. One shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must be wary of others, especially after he had been publicly exposed as a target in the world's announcement. He dared not easily trust anyone. However, the discussion made him feel a sense of urgency. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible, otherwise his situation would be very dangerous when he encountered other survivors. Just then, a unique comment popped up. Any ladies who want to team up? I'm strong and can fight and tank, definitely the most reliable support in the apocalypse. Immediately, someone replied. Get lost. Still thinking about picking up girls at a time like this? I'm different. I just want a girl who can provide me with food. I'm willing to be her slave. Upstairs, are you trying to be a gigolo? Su Chen looked at these nonsensical comments, somewhat amused and exasperated. He was in dire straits, yet these people still had the mind to act silly. He closed the chat channel and refocused on getting on the road. The wind whistled in his ears, the grassland scenery rushed past, and the monotonous ride was the best way to wear down one's will. The creaking of the tricycle became the only background music. The grassland scenery on both sides of the road, which had initially been fresh, had turned into a monotonous green canvas. After a while, it could even make one feel sleepy. In this environment, one's loneliness was amplified infinitely. If it weren't for the occasional ability to open the chat channel to see what kind of passion those eagle-slaying survivors had gotten up to, he would really wonder if he was going insane. He didn't know how long he had been riding when the scenery on both sides of the road finally began to change. It was no longer a monotonous green and yellow, but a continuous, colorful outline of mountains. As they drew closer, the mountain's outline became clearer, and at its foot, a cluster of well-arranged buildings was quietly bathed in the orange-red glow of the sunset. Another village appeared. Su Chen's spirits lifted, and his movements became lighter. He didn't rush straight in, but stopped his tricycle 200 or 300 meters from the village. Nearby stood a large, leafy tree with a thick, aged trunk. He climbed up it, using both hands and feet, and found a branch with a clear view. He began to carefully observe the village. It was considerably larger than the one he had encountered before, with at least 100 households. The houses stretched along the gentle slope at the foot of the mountain. The village was quiet, exuding an air of deathly stillness, extending all the way to the other side of the mountain. His gaze followed the road, and suddenly he noticed a paved road extending diagonally from the other side of the mountain. This road converged with his own at the village entrance, forming an outer road that then merged with the main road, passing through the entire village and leading into the unknown distance. Two paths meant other survivors might come from one of them, or even someone might have already arrived before him. Even if they hadn't, they would eventually meet here. It was just a matter of time. He recalled the heated debate in the chat channel. The most terrifying thing in the apocalypse was never the monsters, but the human heart. Su Chen's eyes flickered, his mind rapidly weighing the pros and cons. He wanted to bypass the village and run. It was already late, and he was unlikely to find another place to stay before dark. Spending the night in the wild was far more dangerous than in the village, not to mention, even if he escaped tonight, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? This world is so big, survivors will inevitably meet sooner or later. Does he have to just hide forever, abandoning his supplies and running away at the slightest sign of trouble? What's the point of playing then? He might as well just hang from a tree. At worst, he'll just fight. Su Chen's eyes hardened, a surge of determination rising in his chest. Who's afraid of who? He had to get into this village. With that thought, he stopped hesitating and focused all his attention on the situation inside the village. While it was still light, he needed to quickly clear a safe zone and find a sturdy house to use as their base for the night. He carefully scanned the village streets and houses, and soon he spotted some swaying figures in the alleyways between several houses. They were zombies, few in number, moving slowly, and the most common, low-level zombies. Su Chen was confident that as long as it wasn't a new type of monster, there wouldn't be much of a problem. He was already quite experienced in dealing with these mindless, attacking creatures. The village was quiet. He didn't see any cars or any signs of human activity. He continued to observe, trying to find a suitable place to settle down. Most of the houses in the village were quite dilapidated, many with broken doors and windows, clearly offering little in terms of defense. Of course, there were also some well-built 2- or even 3-story buildings, presumably belonging to the wealthier families in the village. Suddenly, one building caught his eye. The second row of houses beside the main road in the village has a 3-story building. In front of the building is a spacious courtyard surrounded by a nearly 2-meter-high wall that looks incredibly sturdy. The courtyard gate is a heavy double iron gate. Although somewhat delicate, it appears intact and is tightly closed. It was a perfect post-apocalyptic shelter. The area around the building was spacious, a flat area paved with concrete with excellent visibility. No active zombies were found around the building for the time being. Having made up his mind, Su Chen no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath of the cool evening air. The fresh scent of the mountains and fields eased some of the fatigue from his journey. He nimbly slid down from the tree. He first cautiously looked around to make sure there was no danger before quickly walking to his tricycle. He activated his survival bracelet and checked the distance to the lone creature and today's travel tips. Day 1 of survival. Time: 6 p.m. Weather: sunny. Temperature: 13 to 28 degrees Celsius. Surroundings: grassland. Road reading distance: 49,000 meters. Reading speed: 1 meter per second. Beginner level: 49 kilometers per hour. At a reading speed of 3.6 kilometers per hour, he now has over 13 hours of safe time. This means he could even sleep soundly, and when he wakes up, the reading might not even catch up to his current location. This finally gave his nerves, which had been tense all day, a moment of relief. He looked back and saw that the grey fog wall that had once brought endless oppression had now become a blurry horizon, posing no threat whatsoever. Having confirmed that he had enough time, he no longer hesitated. With a thought, the dilapidated tricycle that had served Hanma so well vanished from its spot and was stored in his warehouse space. The warehouse space was even more magical than he had imagined. It wasn't a fixed cube, but a multidimensional space that could adjust itself according to the shape of the items it contained. As long as the total volume does not exceed the upper limit, even a 10-meter-long utility pole could theoretically fit inside easily. Having carefully stored his treasure, Su Chen gripped the hoe tightly, lowered his body, and cautiously made his way towards the chosen 3-story building, using the roadside weeds and buildings as cover. His footsteps were very light, almost inaudible, with only the rustling of the wind through the grass. The village in the twilight summer was eerily quiet. The setting sun cast long, thin shadows of the houses, like monsters crawling on the ground, ready to pounce at any moment. Just as he passed a bungalow, a swaying. It was a male zombie dressed in a blue palace robe, half of his face rotting away, revealing stark white bone. His empty eye socket stared straight ahead. He didn't seem to have noticed Su Chen's presence. He was hiding behind the house. No wonder he hadn't seen Su Chen in the tree. He stopped, quickly scanned his surroundings, and after confirming there was no other danger, his eyes turned cold. Now was the time. Without any fancy movements, he suddenly lunged forward. The zombie seemed to hear the commotion and slowly turned its head, only to be met with a whistling hoe hurtling through the air. The sharp hoe precisely pierced the zombie's skull, embedding itself within. The zombie's body stiffened abruptly, then slumped to the ground like a rag doll, completely still. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and clean. A line of green text popped up precisely in the lower left corner of his vision. Killed a level 1 zombie. Gained 5 survival points and 5 experience points. Su Chen pulled out the hoe, wiped it on the zombie's filthy clothes, and cleaned off the drawings. Done. Su Chen pulled out his hoe and wiped it clean from the zombie's filthy clothes. Without pausing, he continued towards his target. Along the way, he heard low growls from several houses, but the zombie seemed trapped inside and unaware of what was happening outside. Su Chen didn't want to cause any more trouble. His priority was to take down the 3-story building. Soon, he successfully reached the outer wall of the building. Upon closer inspection, the building appeared even more imposing than it had from a distance. The walls were covered in pristine white tiles, and the windows were fitted with bright glass that reflected the setting sun. What pleased him most was the 2-meter-high, solid brick wall that firmly enclosed the entire courtyard, exuding an air of unparalleled sturdiness. The courtyard gate was a traditional double-iron gate, painted blue. Although some parts were worn and faded, the main structure remained intact and perfect. Su Chen inwardly praised it. This place was practically a fortress tailor-made for post-apocalyptic survival. He walked to the iron gate and tentatively pushed it, but it wouldn't budge. It was locked tight. He wasn't surprised. In fact, it reassured him. The tighter the lock, the safer the interior. Since he couldn't go through the main entrance, he was left with only one option. As Su Chen climbed the wall, he looked up at the 2-meter-high wall in front of him. The wall was made of blue bricks, weathered and mottled with age, and looked very sturdy. Why is the wall so high? He wondered to himself. Is it to keep thieves out or to keep me out? With his current physique, he might be able to touch the top of the wall with a running start, but to cleanly and neatly climb over it was basically a pipe dream. If he made too much noise and attracted all the nearby zombies, it would be a huge loss. He couldn't force it. He had to outsmart them. His eyes began to dart around, trying to find tools that could help him. A ladder was the best option. Su Chen's gaze swept over the neighbor's house, a single-story house with a yard. The gate was wide open, and something caught his eye. A long bench quietly leaning against the wall. Under the eaves of the neighbor's house, a long wooden bench, the kind commonly seen in rural areas, made of several planks of wood pieced together, looked long and sturdy. Su Chen cautiously observed that the house's doors and windows were all tightly closed. There were no signs of any missing survivors nearby, so it seemed safe. He crouched low and slipped past silently. The bench he picked up was better than he expected. The medicinal dust was quite substantial. A thought struck him, and the bench vanished instantly, stored in his storage space. With a stepping stone, the problem of climbing over the wall was solved, but a new problem arose. Other survivors would inevitably arrive at that intersecting road. If he used the bench and left it under the wall, wouldn't that be warning those who came later? Hey buddy, I'm in here. There's someone inside. We have to erase all traces. He started searching the surrounding area. Many courtyards in the village had piles of junk along their walls. Soon, under the eaves of a house, he found a neatly coiled roll of nylon rope. The rope was thick, grass green, and at least 7 or 8 meters long. Perfect! Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. All the props were extremely. He returned to the wall of the target building, first securing one end of the nylon rope tightly to one leg of the bench, making a tight knot to ensure it was secure. Then, grabbing the other end of the rope, he estimated the distance and force, and hurled it towards the courtyard wall. The rope, whistling through the air, drew a graceful arc before landing precisely in the courtyard. He placed the bench in the most suitable spot against the wall and stood on it. Then he took a deep breath, bent his knees slightly, and leaped upwards. His hands gripped the edge of the wall perfectly. His arm muscles tensed, and with a powerful effort, he easily flipped over. The whole process was clean and efficient, much simpler than he had imagined. He didn't jump down immediately, but instead sat steadily on the more than 2-meter-high wall, looking down over the entire courtyard. The courtyard was large, the ground paved entirely with smooth cement, and a few half-dead flowers and plants growing in the corners. There was nothing missing and no bloodstains, but something against the wall in the yard instantly caught its attention. A bicycle. Its black frame had sleek lines, and its wide tires were covered in intricate treads, clearly a professional vehicle designed for challenging terrain. The bike was very well maintained and looked almost brand new. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly at the mountain bike, and his breathing quickened. The tricycle was also good, but the creaking sound it made him nervous, afraid it might break at any moment. But this mountain bike was different. It was faster, lighter, and quieter. Its own mobility would elevate him to a whole new level. However, just as he was about to jump off and start driving, a suppressed, hoarse growl suddenly echoed from the open doorway of the first-floor hall. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and the joy on his face instantly froze. He turned his head and saw two swaying figures slowly emerging from the dimly lit doorway. They were two zombies, a man and a woman, presumably the original owners of the house. They had been attracted by the noise Su Chen had made climbing over the wall and were now walking stiffly toward the base of the wall. Su Chen quickly calmed down. He calmly pulled his foot, which had already stretched into the yard, back up. Sitting on the wall, he was at a height that the zombies couldn't reach. These ordinary, low-level zombies couldn't jump or fall, they could only stand below, filled with impotent rage. Sure enough, two zombies walked to the wall, their rotting heads exposed, their withered claws futilely scratching upwards, emitting meaningless roars from their throats. "Sorry, gentlemen, the house is nice. I'm requisitioning it." With a thought, Su Chen produced a hoe stained with a lot of blood. He adjusted his posture, leaned forward, and swung the hoe at the male zombie. Bang! The sharp blade missed its mark, not hitting the top of the head, but instead slamming into the male zombie's shoulder. The zombie's body was thrown to the side by the force of the blow, but he didn't fall. Damn, he even missed. It's true what they say, slashing down from a wall while sitting is completely different from slashing from a standing position. This damn wall is too narrow, he can't get a proper grip. Alas! The wounded male zombie seemed enraged, letting out an even more frenzied roar than before. Another female zombie also became agitated, frantically scratching at the wall with her withered fingers, making a hissing sound. This commotion was much louder than before. Su Chen's heart tightened. If this attracted other zombies from the village, things would get really messy. He adjusted his position and swung his hoe again. This time the sharp blade cleaved through the skull without any resistance, and red and white matter flew everywhere. The male zombie's body jerked violently, falling straight backward. The female zombie beside him seemed oblivious, continuing to scratch his head. Su Chen pulled out his hoe and did the same. Thud, another crisp sound of flesh hitting flesh. The world quieted down. Two lines of green text popped up in the lower left corner of his vision. Killing a level 1 zombie grants 5 survival points and 5 experience points. After finishing, he bent down, grabbed the nylon rope hanging on the wall, and slowly lifted the bench outside the wall. Once the bench was on top of the wall, he mentally stored it into his storage space. Having done all this, he clapped his hands and glanced with satisfaction at the empty space outside the wall. Now, even if someone came here, they would never notice that someone had gone inside. Su Chen leaped from the 2-meter-high wall, landing on his feet with his knees bent to absorb most of the impact, and stood steadily on the concrete ground of the yard. A faint smell of blood and dampness filled the air. He didn't look at the two corpses, but gripped his hoe tightly and walked motionless to the door of the 3-story building. Although only 2 zombies had come out, no one could guarantee that there might be more surprises hidden inside. It wasn't the number of zombies that was the problem, but Lao Liu's presence. The yard was spacious, offering ample room to maneuver, but once inside the narrow interior. Danger! He stood at the doorway, raising his hoe and pounding on the heavy stone and wood gate. The sound echoed in the silent courtyard. He was deliberately provoking the monster, wanting to see if there were any survivors inside. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and there was only deathly silence inside. Apart from his own heartbeat, there was no other sound. It's gone. Unconvinced, he raised the hoe and banged on the door a few more times, the sound even louder than before. He waited a full half-minute, but there was still no movement from inside. It's really gone. Su Chen frowned slightly, his mind still uneasy. He dared not be careless, gripping the hoe tightly, holding the weapon horizontally in front of his chest, before cautiously stepping into the room. The first-floor lobby was fully furnished with furniture and appliances, but covered in a thick layer of dust. Several cushions were scattered on the sofa, and a fruit bowl sat on the coffee table. Everything looked as if the owner had left in a hurry. He didn't miss a single corner. He carefully checked every room, the living room, kitchen, bathroom, to ensure the first floor was safe. He went to the stairwell leading to the second floor, picked up a metal scimitar from the ground. He didn't know what it was, and threw it forcefully upwards. The scimitar clattered against the wall at the corner of the stairs with a crisp sound before tumbling down the stairs. Seeing no reaction, it seemed there was truly no one there. Su Chen felt reassured, but he still walked very lightly. Holding the hoe, he climbed the stairs step by step along the handrail. With each step, he gently tapped the handrail with the wooden handle of the hoe, making a dull thud. This was an experience he had learned from horror games, deliberately creating noise to lure the snake out. It's better than turning a corner and finding love only to have something smeared in your face. He was always ready to turn around and rush back to the yard at the slightest sound. However, until he reached the second floor, the entire building was silent except for the sounds he made. There were 3 bedrooms on the second floor. A master bedroom, 2 secondary bedrooms, and a separate study. Su Chen continued up to the 3rd floor. The layout of the 3rd floor was similar to the 2nd floor, except for a small door leading to the rooftop. He didn't go up immediately but carefully checked the rooms on the 3rd floor to make sure it was safe before pushing open the door to the rooftop. A cool evening breeze swept away the stuffy air in the building. He took a deep breath and felt much better. The rooftop was spacious, paved with grey tiles. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a long shadow of him, and the distant mountains were tinged with a warm orange-red. The scenery was as beautiful as an oil painting. However, Su Chen's gaze was quickly drawn to a large object in the corner of the rooftop. It was a huge stainless steel water tower. Its round body reflected a dazzling light in the setting sun, looking brand new and full of exquisite beauty. Holy crap, a water tower! Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This thing looked like a giant treasure that could hold a ton of water. The water tower was very well made, with several thick pipes connected to the bottom. One of the pipes had a red valve switch, which was probably the drain outlet. He couldn't wait to lift the cover on top of the water tower. A cool, refreshing steam rushed out. He peered inside and saw that the clear water reflected the orange-red sunset. There was still some distance between the water surface and the top, but judging from the appearance, there was at least half a ton of water left. He'd really struck it rich. Su Chen was overjoyed. This was a fortune. He quickly retrieved an empty mineral water bottle from the warehouse, unscrewed the drain valve at the bottom of the water tower, and filled the bottle to the brim. The water inside was exceptionally clear in the setting sun, almost without any impurities. He excitedly held the bottle up to his eyes, and the screen immediately displayed the item information. Item: bottle of groundwater type. Consumable. The water quality is drinkable, but the water comes from a deep well and has a slight odor. It may contain unknown microorganisms. It is recommended to boil it before drinking. Upon seeing this note, Su Chen's smile froze slightly. He unscrewed the cap, brought it to his nose, and smelled it. He could indeed smell a rusty, eggy odor. Although he was slightly disappointed, this feeling quickly dissipated. Being able to drink it after boiling was already quite good. It was much better than the river and lake water sold by those guys in the trading post. Many of the water bottles in the trading house were marked as containing a large amount of impurities and microorganisms. They were required to be filtered and thoroughly boiled before use. There was no rush. There was plenty of time overnight to prepare them. He put the bottle of water away in the warehouse, feeling quite pleased with himself. He walked down from the rooftop and back into the yard. Su Chen walked steadily towards the mountain bike he had been longing for. He stepped forward and carefully inspected it. The matte black frame had sleek, powerful lines. The wide tires were covered with complex anti-slip treads, clearly professional off-road tires. The handlebars were also equipped with derailleurs and a multi-clutch system, quite a good configuration. He tried squeezing the brakes and turning the pedals. The chain ran smoothly without a sound. The bike, except for a little dust, looked almost brand new. Excellent, excellent, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He immediately stored the mountain bike in his storage space. With this mountain bike, tomorrow's journey would be much easier. That old tricycle, though rideable, creaked and groaned the whole way. He was afraid the chain would suddenly break down halfway. This mountain bike was not only faster and less strenuous, but more importantly, it was quiet. In this perilous apocalypse, quietness meant safety. Su Chen didn't rush into the house to search the widow, but instead continued. Soon, he made a new discovery in another corner of the yard. This household had 2 water supply systems. One was connected to the tap water, but the tap was long since shut off. The other was an underground water system supplying the large water tower on the roof. Following the water pipes extending from underground, he quickly found a machine covered by a canvas in an inconspicuous corner. Lifting the canvas, he saw a blue centrifugal water pump lying there quietly. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly went forward to examine it. The pump's pipes were connected to a deep well, and the other end went directly to the water tower on the roof. As long as there was electricity, this pump could continuously pump groundwater into the water tower. Unfortunately, there's no electricity. In this world, electricity is probably one of the scarcest resources. He sighed, shaking his head self-deprecatingly. However, this discovery wasn't entirely useless, at least it pointed him in a direction for future development. Getting electricity, whether it's generators or solar panels, would be incredibly useful if he could get his hands on it. Su Chen stood in front of the blue centrifugal water pump, his brow furrowed. There was a well, a pump, a water tower, but no electricity. It felt like guarding a gold mine without the tools to mine it, frustrating enough to make one want to curse and give up. What a joke! His extensive online knowledge told him that the suction power of such household centrifugal water pumps was generally limited, usually not exceeding 9 meters. This meant that the groundwater level in this well was definitely not very deep. Giving up like this would make him want to slap himself in the face even in his sleep. He had to think of a solution. Su Chen's eyes flashed, and his brain raced. To find out the specifics, he first had to disassemble the water pump and see how long the water pipe was and how deep the well was. Without further ado, he turned and went back into the house to look for tools. The owners of these self-built 3-story houses usually carried some commonly used tools for emergencies. He focused his search on the first-floor storage room and the clutter pile under the stairs. Sure enough, in a dusty corner, he found a red tin toolbox. With a crisp click, the lid opened, and a faint smell of machine oil mixed with rust wafted out. Inside, various tools were neatly arranged, categorized by type. Wrenches, hammers, screwdrivers of various sizes, hacksaws, and even a roll of insulating tape. Su Chen couldn't help but admire the man of the house, remarking that he was definitely a hands-on enthusiast. With these treasures, his confidence soared. He carried his heavy toolbox back to the water pump in the yard, squatted down, and began disassembling the large blade pump. The screws connecting the pump to the water pump had become somewhat stale due to prolonged exposure to the air. Su Chen picked out a wrench of the right size, gripped the nut, and exerted all his strength. After a teeth-grinding metallic scraping sound, the nut finally loosened slightly. There was hope. Su Chen's spirits lifted, he adjusted his posture, and continued to exert force, one by one. He worked up a sweat, his clean clothes getting filthy, but he didn't care, his eyes focused. Finally, as the last anchor bolt was unscrewed, he successfully removed the entire water pump from its base. A thick, white, rigid plastic hose, about the thickness of an arm, connected to the bottom of the pump, led directly to the dark neck of the pump. He gripped the water pipe with both hands and pulled hard upwards. The pipe rose with a soft thud, lighter than he had expected. He pulled it up section by section, drawing 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters from the wellhead. When he had pulled it to about 7 or 8 meters, he finally saw the end of the pipe. At the end of the pipe was a filter to prevent debris from being sucked in, and it was wet. Just as I expected, Su Chen was overjoyed. The damp bottom of the pipe was the best proof that the groundwater level was very shallow. He peered into the small well opening. The well opening was very small, only about 10 centimeters in diameter, and the inner wall was made of smooth PVC plastic. This was a common type of modern borehole well. With such a small diameter, not even a bowl could fit inside, let alone a pipe. As for sucking up water from a depth of 7 or 8 meters with his mouth, Su Chen immediately dismissed the foolish idea after imagining the scene. Leaving aside whether he had that kind of lung capacity, what if he sucked up a mouthful of well water mixed with silt and microorganisms? He'd probably be instantly suffocated. It seemed there was no way to do it for the time being. He sighed regretfully he'd better sell the water from the rooftop water tower first. He then quickly stored the dismantled water pump and the long water pipe into his storage space. After finishing all this, he rushed into the kitchen without stopping. He swept away every pot, pan, and dishware in the kitchen, both ceramic and stainless steel, even the huge sink, leaving nothing behind and storing them all in the warehouse. With everything ready, he climbed back up to the 3rd floor, pushed open the small door leading to the rooftop, and the evening breeze, carrying a hint of coolness, dispelled the heat radiating from his body. He walked to the huge stainless steel water tower and opened the trading platform. Instead of immediately listing items, he first typed water into the search bar and pressed the filter. Instantly, rows of product information popped up. Product: 500 milliliters of murky river water. Price: 1. Survival point. Seller's message: brothers, just caught it from the river, a little dirty but definitely drinkable. Just boil it. Life-saving water. Product: pure lake water, 500 milliliters. Price: 2. Survival points. Seller's message: personally tested, unpolluted lake water in a scenic area, just needs a little filtering to be drinkable. Please, kind folks, give me some food. Product: sweet well water, 500 milliliters. Price: 3. Survival points. The seller wrote, "Brothers, we finally found a well. The water quality is absolutely guaranteed. A fair price, buy quickly. The poisonous creatures are on their way." Indeed, many people have already found water sources and started selling them on the trading market. River and lake water, being surface water, are generally cheaper due to their high uncertainty, while well water, being of relatively better quality, commands the highest price, typically around 500 milliliters for 3 survival points. This price isn't low for 3 survival points. He needs to convert all the water in this water tower into the numbers on his survival bracelet in the shortest possible time. In the early game, time is everything. Whoever accumulates initial capital the fastest will gain a significant advantage in the subsequent survival game. He glanced at the clear water in the water tower, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes. "Sorry, fellow players," he said without hesitation, directly listing the item. Clean groundwater. Price: 1 survival point. Seller's message: brothers, stop drinking dirty water. Sourced from a deep underground well, quality guaranteed. Although it has a bit of rust on the bottom, it's drinkable after boiling. 1 serving. A fire sale to clear out inventory. Hands open, hands fast. No need for buyers to bring their own containers of equal volume for exchange. A 500 milliliter serving of water sells for only 1 survival point. This price is 1/3 of the market price for well water. This is a blatant price war. He wants to sell all the water quickly. He doesn't believe those thirsty survivors can resist such a huge price advantage. After setting the price and notes, Su Chen clicked confirm listing without hesitation. A dozen or so orders had already been placed. A green message suddenly popped up in the lower left corner of his vision. Transaction successful. You sold 500 milliliters of groundwater X1. Received. Survival point +1. Almost simultaneously, the message appeared. Transaction successful. You sold 500 milliliters of groundwater X1. Received. Survival point +1. Transaction successful. In an instant, the lower left corner of Su Chen's vision was flooded with identical green notifications. Holy crap! Su Chen was completely stunned. Sold out! Su Chen's breathing became rapid. He finally understood why the price of water in the trading house was so high, and not because the sellers were greedy, but because the demand was simply terrifying. He'd really struck gold this time. Su Chen suppressed his elation, but his hands dared not stop for a moment, restocking the water until it sold out instantly, then restocking again. As this process repeated itself, he was like an emotionless assembly line worker mechanically repeating the operation, while the number on his survival bracelet soared at an alarming rate. 157,289,432,688. Time ticked by, and darkness fell completely. A bright moon hung in the night sky, its cool light casting a long shadow of him on the rooftop. The surrounding village was quiet, save for the sounds of wind and water. About an hour later, Su Chen finished the last batch of water and let out a long sigh of relief. He straightened up, rubbed his slightly sore back, and then opened his personal interface. Survival points. 1,276. Looking at the 4-digit balance, a satisfied smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He had bought about 600 liters of water and earned over 1,200 survival points in just over an hour. This was faster than stealing from a bank. He turned off the valve, put all the pots and pans back in the warehouse, and prepared to go back inside to rest and plan how to use the 1,000+ survival points. However, just as he turned to go downstairs, a violent and frenzied roar, completely different from the daytime screams, suddenly came from the main road in the center of the village. A series of chaotic and rapid footsteps followed, shattering the village's silence. What was going on? Su Chen's movements froze, his nerves instantly tensing. He immediately lowered his body and silently moved to the edge of the rooftop. He lay crouching behind the cold brick railing, only half his head peeking out. In the bright moonlight, he looked down. The next second, his pupils contracted sharply. On the wide asphalt road in the middle of the village, a figure was frantically scrambling and crawling, while several zombies were chasing after him in an extremely bizarre manner. The zombies were actually running. Su Chen felt his brain freeze. The zombies' movements, though still stiff and strange, their limbs swinging uncoordinated, made them look like marionettes. It was all so comical. The speed was only slightly slower than that of a normal adult. Holy crap! Su Chen cursed inwardly, completely bewildered. What was going on? Why was the zombie suddenly running? Was this the same slow, leisurely strolling zombie it was during the day? Did zombies go berserk at night? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind, sending chills down his spine. The one desperately fleeing ahead seemed to be a man. Several times, he nearly fell due to exhaustion, but with a strong will to survive, he managed to steady himself and continue charging forward. What horrified Su Chen even more was that as the man ran past. Soon, frantic commotion erupted from the houses on either side. A wooden door was smashed open by a zombie inside, blood splattering everywhere. A zombie tumbled out of a second-floor window, crashing heavily to the ground but quickly getting up as if nothing had happened and joining the pursuit. Their roars were sharper and more frenzied than those heard during the day, filled with a bloodthirsty hunger. The entire village seemed to awaken from its slumber in an instant, transforming into a hunting ground. The man was the only prey. He seemed to be frantically searching for a hiding place. His eyes darted rapidly between the houses on both sides of the road, scanning for corpses. Suddenly, he seemed to spot something. A horde of zombies suddenly appeared in the direction he was heading, rushing straight towards the three-story building where Su Chen was. Damn it! Don't come any closer! Su Chen roared internally, almost jumping up and cursing. You bastard! You're a real piece of trash. You're asking for death, and you even tried to lure this bunch of mad dog-like zombies here. Su Chen instantly cursed the man's ancestors for 18 generations. If this man dared to climb his wall, he would definitely send him on his way without hesitation, letting him have a close encounter with the zombies behind him. The man had obviously also noticed that the small building Su Chen was in was the most sturdy building in the vicinity. He rushed to the outside of the courtyard wall and forcefully pushed open the heavy iron gate frame. The iron gate remained unmoved. A flicker of despair crossed the man's face, but he had no time to hesitate. The zombies behind him were closing in. He glanced at the 2-meter-high wall, decisively abandoned his attempt to climb, and ran towards the adjacent courtyard, the very house where Su Chen had found the bench. The gate was open. Sure enough, the man pushed open the flimsy wooden door, rushed into the courtyard, and then slammed it shut with all his might, bracing it against the wall with his back. Almost the instant he closed the door, bang, bang, bang. The pursuing zombies slammed against the thin wooden door, making a sickeningly loud noise. Attracted by the commotion, more and more zombies gathered from all directions, forming a small horde that completely blocked the gate of the house. The wooden door creaked under the relentless pounding of more than a dozen zombies. The man behind the door let out a desperate roar, his legs digging into the ground, his muscles trembling, but his strength seemed so insignificant in the face of the frenzied horde. With a sharp crack, the door panel broke open, followed by a deafening crash as the entire wooden door collapsed. The man behind the door was sent flying by the force of the impact, landing heavily in the yard. He didn't even have time to scream before scrambling to his feet and scrambling into the house, slamming the door shut behind him. But it was all in vain. The zombies roared and surged into the yard like a tidal wave, surrounding the bungalow. Bang! 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 They rammed the door with their bodies, slapped it with their claws, and frantically attacked the last line of defense. Several zombies even lunged at the windows. With a crash, the glass shattered, and several zombies scrambled through the broken window. A piercing, distorted scream erupted from inside, filled with boundless terror and agony. Then, more zombies burst through the door, and the scream abruptly ceased. Instead, a chilling sound of chewing and bones cracking filled the air. Su Chen, lying expressionless behind the rooftop railing, watched everything unfolding in the neighboring yard. His face was pale in the moonlight. The entire process, from the man being chased to his eventual separation, took only 2 or 3 minutes. A living person was gone just like that. A chill ran through him. This world was far more cruel than he had imagined. He subconsciously checked his survival bracelet. The time was 8:13 p.m. This timing coincided with the start of the man's pursuit. A terrifying deduction formed in Su Chen's mind. Zombies would enter a berserk state around 8 p.m. During the day, all the zombies he encountered were slow-moving, harmless experience points, but now, after 8 p.m., these things were like they were on drugs. Not only could they run, but their aggression and strength had also increased by more than one level. This means that 8 p.m. is the critical point for zombies to go berserk. Any nighttime operations after that point must be extremely cautious. Just then, the zombies in the neighboring yard, after dismembering the poor, unfortunate creature, began to stir again. They no longer huddled together but, like well-fed wild beasts, wandered out of the dilapidated bungalow in twos and threes, scattering back into the yard. Su Chen's heart leaped into his throat. He could only hope that these things, having eaten their fill, would settle down and not notice him nearby. He even considered staying on the third-floor rooftop until dawn. Although it was windy and a bit cold at night, it was safer than being downstairs too close to those lunatics. However, things didn't go as planned. Just as he was thinking this, the zombies that had just come out from the center of the courtyard suddenly stopped. They seemed to have been paused, stopping abruptly in place. Then, their rotting heads slowly turned towards Su Chen's direction at an extremely eerie angle. Their murky eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness and brick walls, locking precisely onto him. A sharp, piercing roar tore through the night sky. The next second, the zombies seemed to be injected with stimulants, their legs suddenly buckling as they charged wildly towards the courtyard wall where Su Chen was standing. Holy crap! Su Chen's pupils contracted sharply, his mind went blank, and he could sense them from this far away. Is this some kind of radar? He asked himself why he hadn't made a sound the entire time. The only explanation was that these zombies, after their rampage, had gained a greater sense of distance. Bang! 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 The zombies frantically rammed their bodies against the courtyard wall, but the 2-meter-high stone brick wall was incredibly sturdy, and they couldn't get over it at all. However, their roars and crashes sounded like a rallying cry. The remaining dozen or so zombies in the neighboring courtyard were instantly activated, roaring and rushing out of their courtyards, bypassing the walls and heading straight for the large iron gate on Su Chen's side. Su Chen cursed under his breath, no longer caring about hiding. Without time to think, he flipped over, leaped to his feet, and headed down the stairs from the rooftop. He had to get down. He had to stop those things from getting in. With so many ferocious zombies, even the seemingly sturdy iron door on the inner side was losing its appeal. He rushed down the stairs to the third and second floors as fast as he could. When he reached the lobby on the first floor, he heard a loud crashing sound coming from outside the courtyard. The heavy iron door was trembling violently under the repeated attacks of more than a dozen zombies. The bolt was even slightly dented inward. He needed to find something to block it. Su Chen's gaze swept quickly across the entire lobby. His brain worked calmly, and he quickly came up with an idea. On a whim, he first took everything out of the storage space and piled it in a corner of the living room. After the warehouse was emptied and space was cleared, he immediately aimed at the heavy mahogany sofa in the hall. A flash of white light, and the heavy 3-seater sofa vanished from its spot. The next second, he grabbed the sofa from the warehouse and slammed it heavily behind the iron door with all his might. The sofa collided with the iron door with a dull thud, firmly holding the door in place as it pounded against it. Su Chen's spirits lifted without even catching his breath. He turned his attention back to the heavy stone and wood coffee table, TV cabinet, dining table, and chairs. He moved them back and forth like a tireless ant, frantically carrying these heavy bricks, running back and forth countless times, piling them one by one behind the iron door. Sweat soaked his clothes, streaming down his face, but he paid no heed to wipe it away. The pounding sounds outside grew increasingly terrifying. Hurry, faster! Su Chen, his eyes bloodshot, threw the last chair onto the small mountain of furniture. Finally, all the heavy, movable objects in the hall were piled behind the door, forming a nearly 2-meter-high, incredibly sturdy furniture wall. Looking at his masterpiece, he finally took a few heavy breaths, his chest heaving violently. After doing all this, he put the things he had previously taken out of the warehouse back in. The banging outside continued, but with this sturdy barrier, the iron gate finally stabilized and was no longer as shaky as before, temporarily safe. Su Chen wiped the sweat from his face and, stepping on the uneven pile of furniture, climbed up using both hands and feet. The courtyard gate of this small building was quite interestingly designed, with a small concrete platform above the large iron gate. He laboriously climbed to the top of the furniture mountain, then pushed himself up and stood on the cold concrete platform. From there, the scene outside the courtyard was completely visible. Under the bright moonlight, a dense swarm of zombies had completely surrounded the large iron gate of his house. There were at least 20 or 30 of them, huddled together, those behind pushing those in front, like a swarm of disturbed wasps, frantically ramming the iron gate with their bodies and heads, blocking their meal. Some zombies even formed human pyramids, trying to climb the more than 2-meter-high wall. One zombie was pushed up by its companion, its withered claws already gripping the top of the wall. Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and without thinking, a hoe instantly appeared in his hand, and he slammed it down hard on the zombie's head. With a muffled thud, the zombie's head exploded like a rotten watermelon, its body went limp, and it crashed off the wall, knocking down several other zombies below. However, this bloody scene was like pouring a spoonful of cold water into boiling oil, completely igniting their ferocity. Even more frenzied roars rose and fell. What made Su Chen's scalp tingle was that more roars and chaotic footsteps were rapidly converging on him from the darkness of the distant village. The huge commotion here was like a bright light in the night, attracting all the zombies in the village. Su Chen stood on the gate tower platform, his heart pounding. The hoe in his hand seemed utterly ridiculous and powerless at this moment. He could kill one or two, but there were dozens below, and even more were pouring in from the darkness of the village. His killing speed couldn't even keep up with the rate at which the zombies were gathering. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before these monsters piled up into a disgusting mountain of corpses, just like in the movies, and would be able to overcome any obstacle. At that point, let alone this 2-meter-high wall. Even if you flatten a 10-meter-high city wall, what do you do? Sweat streamed down his chin, seeping into his eyes and causing a stinging sensation. His brain, under extreme danger, became unusually calm. A hoe wouldn't work, it was too slow. He needed a weapon capable of widespread destruction. Explosives were unavailable. A crazy idea flashed through his mind like lightning, shattering all the fog. He still had 10 barrels of gasoline in his warehouse. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Damn it, let's do it! Su Chen's eyes hardened, and he hesitated no longer. With a thought, a green military-grade metal gasoline drum appeared out of thin air on the concrete platform beneath his feet. He had casually collected it from a gas station while looting supplies. It was filled with 20 liters of gasoline, much more convenient than the 200-liter chemical drum. Without a moment's delay, he unscrewed the lid and tilted the drum. A torrent of gasoline, carrying a pungent odor, cascaded down from the sky like a waterfall, landing on the crammed horde of corpses below. The frenzied zombies above remained unmoved, continuing their frenzied ramming of their heads against the iron gate, letting the cold liquid soak into their rotting bodies. Soon, a large area in front of the gate was covered in gasoline. The acrid smell instantly overwhelmed the stench of the corpses. Su Chen retrieved the gasoline drum. Half a drum remained. He took it back to the warehouse, turned, and leaped from the 2-meter-high mountain of furniture, landing gracefully in the living room. He clearly remembered seeing a gas stove and a connected gas cylinder in the kitchen during the previous search. He rushed into the kitchen, reached out and turned on the gas cylinder valve, then pressed hard on the gas stove's ignition switch. The click-click sound of the electronic ignition was particularly crisp in the quiet room. After a couple of clicks, there was no response. Su Chen's heart sank. Could it be failing at such a crucial moment? Undeterred, he pressed hard again. Click-bang! A blue flame suddenly shot out from the fire-starting eye, filling Su Chen with elation. He turned and scanned the living room, his gaze settling on a magazine under the coffee table. Whatever it was the perfect source of fireflies. He grabbed the magazine and brought it close to the fire-starting eye. The edges of the pages instantly curled up, turned black, and then ignited into an orange-red flame. He charged again toward the furniture mountain by the door, torch in hand. Adrenaline surged through his veins. He felt no fatigue, only a thrilling sense of impending dominance. When he climbed back onto the gatehouse platform, the sight outside sent chills down his spine. In the mere minute he'd gone to light the torch, the number of zombies gathered outside had more than doubled, at least 40 or 50. The zombies behind were pushing those in front, creating a noticeable pile-up. The first few were practically half-crowded against the wall. We can't wait any longer. A fierce glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he hurled the half-burnt liquid in his hand towards the gasoline-soaked area below. The burning liquid traced an orange-red arc in the air before gracefully falling. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. The next second, a massive fireball exploded, sending scorching flames soaring into the sky with a pungent odor. The raging flames instantly engulfed everything in front of the door, turning that area into a sea of fire. Oh! The zombies, engulfed in flames, let out even sharper and more frenzied roars. They struggled and writhed in the fire, the burning grease on their bodies sizzling. Instantly, a stench of glue mixed with gasoline and rotting flesh filled the air, making one want to vomit. Su Chen was forced to retreat by the oncoming heat, hiding behind the cover of the gatehouse, only peeking out half his head to observe the situation outside. The flames soared into the sky, illuminating the entire courtyard as if it were daytime. He saw that the zombies, their bodies ablaze, didn't collapse from the pain. Instead, they charged even more frantically at the iron gate, like wild beasts enraged. What chilled him to the bone even more was what happened next. The zombies from the distance, drawn by the commotion, rushed into the burning inferno like moths to a flame. One by one, they were set ablaze and joined the frenzied revelry, making the fire grow ever stronger. The more the merrier. Su Chen's eyes gleamed. His fear had long been replaced by excitement. He pulled out a stainless steel vegetable washer he had previously scavenged from his storage space. He added some more fuel to the fire, forcefully pouring the gasoline from the basin onto the weaker areas. The flames surged again, and soon, a message popped up in the lower left corner of his vision. Killer level 1 zombie, gain 5 survival points and 5 experience points. Then came another message. Killer level 1 zombie, gain 5 survival points and 5 experience points. A swarm of identical green mosquitoes began to flood his vision like a waterfall. Su Chen's mood instantly soared to its peak. He watched as zombies were burned to charred remains in the sea of fire below, collapsing and turning into numbers on his survival bracelet. At that moment, he even imagined setting up a stereo system to play Good Days on a loop over the fire, attracting all the zombies in the village and burning them all down. That way, all the village's supplies would be his for the next day. The fire burned for a good 10 minutes, and only when the last bit of gasoline was exhausted did the towering flames gradually subside. The roars and crashing sounds outside the door had long since disappeared, and a deathly silence enveloped the surroundings. Su Chen cautiously peered out, observing the scene outside. In front of the large iron gate lay a charred mess. Several unrecognizable, charred corpses were piled on top of each other, emitting a stench of protein mixed with burnt plastic, a smell so strong it almost brought tears to his eyes. A line of blood-red mosquitoes suddenly jumped out from the lower left corner of his vision. A warning. Witnessing such a horrific scene will instantly reduce your sanity by 3. The moment the mosquitoes appeared, a strong feeling of nausea surged from his stomach to his throat. Su Chen, supporting himself on his knees, gagged twice. His face appeared even paler in the moonlight. Damn, I'm still not used to it, he cursed inwardly. Looking up, he saw no more swaying figures on the village streets, nor any zombie howls. It seemed his fire had completely wiped out the zombies in the area. He forced himself to remain calm and observed for a few more moments, confirming there were no more active zombies before carefully climbing down from the pile of furniture. The entire village was silent, a stark contrast to the earlier frenzy. He checked his survival bracelet. It was 9:30 p.m. It was already 9:30 p.m. He opened the character interface and his eyes immediately fell on the experience points. He had 391 experience points. The fire he'd just set off had burned over 70 zombies, far exceeding his maximum experience gain. Without hesitation, he focused his attention on the golden upgrade button. Experience points full. Consume 100 experience points to upgrade. A soft white light enveloped it, and a warm current instantly spread throughout its body. The soreness caused by overwork seemed to be soothed by an invisible hand, and even the mental fatigue dissipated. Level up successful. Current level LV2. You have gained 1 free attribute point and 294 experience points. Su Chen's joy froze when he saw the attribute point reward. Only 1 point. He couldn't help but mentally rant, what kind of nonsense is this? In most games, you get 5 or 10 free attribute points per episode. If that were the case, I'd be a superhuman, able to stand and fight any monster in just a few episodes. Instead, I get a tiny, stingy one. Despite his complaints, something was better than nothing. Looking at his remaining attributes, he didn't hesitate and immediately added the random attribute point to his stamina. After adding 4 or 5 points to his stamina attribute, he didn't feel any obvious changes in his body. He glanced at the experience points for the next level up. 294, jumping from 100 to 400 points, a 4-fold increase. However, having witnessed the power of gasoline fire attacks, Su Chen felt this was nothing. Another wave like this would be enough to level up again. He returned to the hall, looking at the barrier made of various furniture at the entrance, and didn't plan to touch it for the time being. In case some unsuspecting zombies sneak up in the middle of the night, this is a precaution. As for dinner, he had no appetite to cook instant noodles. It was too much of a waste of time. He took a piece of bread and a bottle of water from the warehouse and wolfed them down, solving his hunger problem. After eating, he immediately began preparing for the next plan. Digging a well. The water in the rooftop water tower had sold out, but this well was the real sustainable source of wealth. He didn't have the right tools and materials right now. Building a manual piston was unrealistic. He could only use the most primitive and rudimentary method to make a simple bucket. He started rummaging through the storage room on the first floor. He quickly found suitable materials. He cut off the top half of a large, empty plastic Coke bottle with a knife, turning it into a simple plastic bucket. Then, he cut a section from the roll of nylon rope he had found earlier and punched 2 symmetrical holes on the edge of the bucket to thread the rope through. The problem of a tight handle was solved, but there was still one problem. The plastic bucket was too light to sink. He thought for a moment, then rummaged through the house, finally finding a palm-sized brass kylin on a shelf. It was quite heavy, weighing at least 3 or 4 pounds. He tied the kylin securely to the bottom of a plastic bucket with a rope to act as a counterweight. A simple bucket, somewhat comical in appearance but absolutely practical, was born. Su Chen carried his masterpiece to the well in the yard, aimed the bucket at the well opening, which was only about the size of a bowl, and slowly lowered it in. Sure enough, the bucket with the Kylin attached fell vertically into the water with a splash. He started pulling the rope up in circles, and soon a bucket of clear well water was lifted up. This freshly drawn water was even better than the water that had been stored in the water tower. He smelled it closely. It had no strong odor, only a clean, pungent aroma. He immediately opened the trading post and listed the item. Groundwater 500 milliliters, priced at 2. The seller's message read, "Just drawn from the well. The water is sweet and tasteless. First come, first served. 2 points per serving, still a fair price." As expected, the transaction was successful. Your groundwater 500 milliliters x1 sold. You gained 2 survival points. The transaction was successful. Almost as soon as it's listed, it snapped up instantly. People in the chat channel are even starting to discuss the water it sells. Holy crap, guys, hurry up and check the line. A pro is selling water. It's 2 for 1, but the note says no meaning. I got it. Ha ha ha, my 20 years of single life speed is no joke. This water is amazing, sweeter than the mineral water I drank before I time traveled. Hey upstairs, stop smug. Damn it, I just saw it and it's gone. Big ball, please restock. I'll kowtow to you. Bang bang bang, are you kidding me? It's only the first day and the wealth gap is already this big? We're still worrying about a mouthful of muddy water while they're already selling water in bulk. Su Chen didn't have time to look at any of that. His mind was completely occupied with that constantly fluctuating number. He tirelessly repeated the process of carrying water, pouring it into basins, dispensing it, and putting it on the shelves, only to have it sold out in seconds. He watched as his survival point soared. 2588, 2974, 3210. When it reached 11 p.m., Su Chen finally felt he couldn't take it anymore. He put down the rope. His entire arm was so sore and numb he could barely lift it. He glanced at his survival points. 3460, a number that made his heart race. Today felt like a dream to him. From a penniless transmigrator to a tycoon with over 3,000 in assets, he knew it was time to rest. He understood that health was the foundation of everything and he couldn't risk his life for money. A good rest was essential to facing tomorrow's challenges. He activated his survival bracelet, preparing for bed. Suddenly, he noticed an inconspicuous feature in a corner of the game interface. A forced wake-up service. He clicked on it and discovered that forced wake-up could be set based on time or distance from poisonous substances. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This function was practically tailor-made for him. He pondered for a moment. He was currently in the beginner phase, and time was his biggest advantage. He had to seize every second and make the most of every available moment to further expand his advantage. Sleeping a little less wouldn't be a big deal. He quickly made a decision. He set an alarm for 5:30 the next morning. Half an hour was enough for him to ransack the 3-story building for everything of value. By 6 o'clock, it would be daytime, and the zombies should have returned to their sluggish state, greatly increasing his safety when exploring the village. Su Chen didn't sleep on the first floor directly. Instead, he first closed the door to the first floor hall, then, with a thought, took 4 cans of gasoline from the warehouse and tightly blocked the door. After doing this, he went up to the second floor and chose the largest master bedroom. After closing the door using the same method, and then using the remaining gasoline cans to firmly prop it open, Su Chen felt a sense of security as he looked at the gasoline cans behind the door. He should be safe now. He walked to the bed and collapsed onto the soft mattress. An unprecedented feeling of drowsiness washed over him like a tide. He didn't even have time to take off his dirty clothes before his eyelids drooped and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. The moonlight outside the window shone like water, illuminating the scorched earth in the yard in a pale white light. His consciousness gradually cleared in a hazy, confused state. She found herself in a penthouse suite at a luxury hotel. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows offered a dazzling view of the city at night, and the air was filled with a faint scent of champagne and rose. In her arms lay a woman with a captivating figure. The woman's face was exquisitely beautiful, as if painted, with a pair of expressive, captivating eyes that radiated natural beauty. She wore only a silk robe, the collar slightly open, revealing her fair collarbone and a breathtaking curve. "Hey, where are you looking?" the woman said sweetly, extending a delicate, jade-like finger to lightly tap Su Chen's chest. Su Chen felt his mouth go dry. The woman rolled over, and he grabbed her mischievous hand, pulling her tightly into his arms. The fragrance of her hair filled his nose as he chuckled softly. "What are you looking at?" "Of course, I'm looking at you." The woman's body temperature, the touch of her skin, and even her breath were clearly enough to make his heart flutter. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached this point, with a man and a woman alone in such a beautiful setting, what would happen next was self-evident. Su Chen lowered his head, preparing to kiss those alluring red lips and complete the great feat of moving from theory to practice. A sudden knock on the door startled the two people on the bed. The woman in Su Chen's arms turned deathly pale and grabbed his arm nervously. "Who is it?" "How should I know?" Su Chen was equally bewildered. Before she could react, a woman's shrill scream, filled with sobs and anger, rang out from outside. "You bastard! I know you're in there. You dare to mess with women? Open the door! Open the door!" Su Chen was shocked to discover a scene of infidelity at the table. The problem was, who was that outside the door? The beautiful woman in his arms was terrified, her face pale, frantically adjusting her bathrobe. What to do? What to do? Was that your girlfriend outside? I don't have a girlfriend. Su Chen blurted out, his voice brimming with confidence and self-righteousness. Bang! The knocking on the door grew increasingly violent, almost like being kicked. The heavy door trembled violently, as if it were about to be smashed open at any moment. Su Chen, you dare to do it but not admit it. You scumbag, you just wait. Hearing the private rants outside, the beautiful woman in Su Chen's arms was almost crying with anxiety. Su Chen panicked too. What kind of mess is this? He's been single for 26 years, with a clean record. How did he get caught up in this melodramatic situation? Seeing the lock on the door starting to warp and about to fail, boundless anger and frustration surged from the depths of Su Chen's heart. He shoved the beautiful woman in his arms away, and with all his might, he roared at the rickety door, a roar that came from the depths of his soul. Get out! I don't have a girlfriend. His shout was so loud it shook the entire room, and Su Chen woke up abruptly. He sat bolt upright, gasping for breath, his heart still pounding. There was no luxurious suite, no floor-to-ceiling windows, no alluring women, only an unfamiliar bedroom and the faint morning light streaming in. A faint, acrid smell of burning permeated the air, a reminder of the raging fire of the previous night. It was just a dream. Su Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling utterly exhausted. He slumped onto the bed, savoring the dream, and couldn't help but sigh bitterly. What a pity, what a damn pity. He was so close to ending his life as a bachelor. I knew it. How could someone who'd been single for over 20 years have a girlfriend, let alone be caught cheating on his girlfriend? Just then, a faint but rhythmic banging came from downstairs. Su Chen's expression froze instantly. He listened intently. The sound was indeed coming from the direction of the large iron gate in the courtyard below, one bang after another, unhurried yet incredibly persistent. Su Chen cursed under his breath, and instantly all his thoughts vanished. It turned out it wasn't just his daydreaming, something was actually knocking on his door and carrying the sound into his dream. No wonder the dream felt so real. Frustrated, Su Chen scratched his hair and opened his survival bracelet. Today's travel alert. Survival Day 2. Time. 4:50 a.m. Weather. Sunny. Temperature. 15 to 29 degrees Celsius. Surrounding environment. The abandoned village was 10,000 meters away. The reading speed was 1 meter per second. For beginners, the reading speed remained unchanged at 1 meter per second, or 3.6 kilometers per hour. It was only 4:50. He had set his forced wake-up time to 5:30, meaning that the inconsiderate zombie downstairs had not only disturbed his slumber but also woken him 40 minutes early. Unbelievable. Su Chen grumbled as he got out of bed. However, seeing the distance to the reading site, he felt much more at ease. There were still 10,000 meters left. He could leisurely loot until 7 o'clock before setting off. I have plenty of time, can't I sleep for another half hour? Su Chen stretched his body while putting the gasoline cans he had been blocking the bedroom door into the storage room. He was going downstairs to see which fool dared to disturb his rest. He'd use that fool to start his wonderful new day. As he walked down the stairs, the pounding outside the courtyard gate seemed to have become more urgent, even mixed with a few suppressed growls. Judging from the sound, it seemed to be a female zombie. Su Chen stopped in the lobby on the first floor. Instead of removing the furniture blocking the door, he scrambled up on all fours and landed on the cold cement platform above the door. Outside, the sky was no longer pure darkness. A faint light of dawn broke on the eastern horizon, dispelling some of the night and making the outside scenery indistinct. Su Chen, lying on the edge of the platform, peered towards the source of the sound. He expected to see an ordinary, unsuspecting person who had slipped through the net, but when he saw the figure outside the door, he was struck dumb, frozen in place. Holy crap! Su Chen was numb. Outside the door was a familiar figure. The office lady's suit, though covered in dust and stains, still accentuated her curves. The black stockings, torn in several places, still covered her long, shapely legs. It was her. It was her mutated female zombie with tracking abilities. How could she be here? She'd shaken her off in the last village, and it must have been at least dozens of kilometers to get here. She'd run all this way. How could she have tracked her so precisely to this village, even finding her building? This tracking ability was a bit too strong. Just as Su Chen was heading towards the bandits, the female zombie outside the door seemed to sense the presence of a living person so close above. She instantly went berserk, letting out a sharp roar and slamming her entire body against the heavy iron door frame. The enormous impact was particularly jarring in the quiet morning, and the entire iron door trembled violently. What made Su Chen's eyelids twitch even more was that she could actually jump. She slightly bent her legs, then suddenly exerted force, leaping upwards. Although she didn't jump very high, only about half a meter, her sharp claws were already able to grip the iron. If it were an ordinary wooden door, he probably would have torn it down long ago. Su Chen was speechless. This beauty only stabbed him a few times back then. Why was she so vengeful? She'd chased him all the way to this village, covering dozens of kilometers. Her perseverance was unmatched. She'd be wasting her talent if she didn't participate in a marathon. It seemed there was no way to resolve this peacefully. This mutated zombie's tracking ability was too abnormal. If he didn't deal with it today, it would probably haunt him wherever he went, making it impossible to sleep peacefully. He had to kill it. Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and he began to plan how to use the terrain and tools to completely eliminate this perverted woman. However, just as he was about to make his move, a strange phenomenon occurred. The female zombie's movement suddenly became less ferocious. She stopped jumping and frantically ramming the door, instead reverting to her previous slow, mechanical movements, weakly pounding on the iron door again and again. The roars in her throat also turned into feeble growls, as if her battery had run out. Su Chen keenly noticed this change. He subconsciously tapped his survival bracelet and glanced at the time. It was exactly 5 o'clock. So that's how it is. The zombie's berserk state has a time limit, starting at 8 p.m. and ending at 5 a.m. the next morning, a full 9 hours. This is extremely important information. During the day, zombies are mobile, amazing creatures. At night, they are deadly berserk hunters. Su Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to face a jumping, berserk elite monster right now. However, the terrifying scene of the lost city gates from last night still lingered in his mind. The rampaging zombies at night were indeed too dangerous. Once surrounded, death was the only outcome. He had to plan ahead and find a safe haven before nightfall. Su Chen looked at the female zombie outside the door, his killing intent resolute. Just as he was about to take out his hoe to finish her off, a thought stopped him. He remembered the special card in his warehouse that he had never used before. The pet contract card. Special type, rare quality, effect. When used on a non-human species, there is a certain probability of taming the target creature into your pet. The target's level cannot be higher than the user's level. Once the contract is formed, the pet can never betray you. Note: all things have a spirit. Perhaps you can try to befriend them. Of course, if you fail, you'll only lose one card. It's not a huge loss. Zombies should be considered non-human species, right? Su Chen's heart started racing uncontrollably. This idea was just too tempting. Judging from the current situation, zombies are a common sight in this world. If he could contract a zombie as a pet, wouldn't that make it much easier for him to scavenge for supplies in towns or villages overrun with zombies? Zombies generally don't attack their own kind. At least he'd never seen a zombie fight so far. Besides, this wasn't an ordinary zombie. It was a mutated zombie with super tracking abilities. If used to track enemies or find supplies, this ability would be invaluable. More importantly, it could go berserk from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. He was a bodyguard with super combat skills, acting as a scout by day and a thug by night. He was practically the perfect tool. No, not perfect. The success rate of the pet contract was low, but this female zombie couldn't attack him right now. Even if the contract failed, he could finish her off with a hoe. He was in no danger. Without further hesitation, Su Chen conjured a card with a faint golden glow in his hand. He then aimed it at the female zombie below, who was still banging on the door, and used the pet contract card. As he silently chanted, the card in his hand instantly transformed into a stream of light, like a serpent precisely coiling around the female zombie's body. The female zombie's body suddenly stiffened, her movements halting. The light grew brighter, enveloping her entirely. Su Chen nervously stared down, his palms sweating. Success or failure? At that moment, a ding sounded. Contract successful. You have obtained a level 1 mutated zombie pet, unnamed. Because you are the first survivor in this world to successfully contract a pet, the system will issue a world announcement. Congratulations! You have become the first survivor in this world to successfully contract a pet. This entry will be recorded in the Survival World Chronicle. The system will issue a world announcement. Holy crap, no way! Su Chen's face turned green when he saw this notification. This damned familiarity again. Last time, selling water made him a celebrity because it was announced worldwide. If another world announcement comes, how will he ever develop in a low-key manner again? World announcement. Survivor Su Chen from Area 10,000 has successfully contracted a pet. As the first survivor in the world to contract a pet, he receives a special reward of 3 blind boxes. Survivors, keep up the good work. World announcement. Survivor Su Chen from Area 10,000 has successfully contracted a pet. World announcement. Survivor Su Chen from Area 10,000. He kept repeating 3 changes. Damn it. In the minds of all survivors worldwide, as if afraid someone hadn't heard. Su Chen helplessly covered his face, feeling like the sky was about to fall. He could already imagine how much attention he had become. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse, and opened the regional channel. Sure enough, there were 10,000 people in the current region, and 945 out of 1,000 were watching. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Did I hear that right? The big shot in our region is on TV again. Su Chen! It's Su Chen again. That big shot who sold water yesterday. Damn it, I was still sleeping when this announcement woke me up. I thought it was a book on my face. It scared me to death. Pets. This survival game even has pets. My God, how did this guy do that? I want a pet too. I've only been playing for 2 days and everyone else is already having pets while I'm still struggling for water. The difference between people is even greater than the difference between a person and a dog. What did this guy contract with? Does anyone know? Immediately, people started guessing. I think it must be a dog. Dogs are man's best friend, so it's normal to contract one as a pet. Yes, I think so too. I want to find a dog and see if I can become the second person to own a pet. I'm so envious. Having a dog around gives me so much peace of mind. Su Chen is awesome. His voice cracked as the entire channel was flooded with messages of envy, jealousy, shock, and requests for advice. Almost every topic revolved around Su Chen and his pet. Su Chen sighed and shut down the noisy chat channel. He turned his attention back to the door. Just moments before, when the contract was successfully formed, a strange feeling welled up inside him. It was an invisible connection, as if an unseen thread tightly bound his consciousness to the female zombie outside the door. He could clearly feel her presence and even vaguely sense the only clear emotion amidst his chaotic thoughts. Hunger, an extreme craving for flesh and blood stemming from biological instinct. Was this the power of the contract? Su Chen's heart stirred. He focused his mind and gave a simple command to the female zombie outside the door. Take 3 steps to the left. The next second, the female zombie stiffly took 3 steps to the left, exactly 3, then stopped and returned to her unconscious posture. Damn, that works. He thought. He tried giving a few more commands. Turn around, jump in place. The female zombie was like a perfectly obedient puppet, flawlessly executing every command she received. Although her movements were still stiff, there was no hesitation or resistance. This was even more effective than the most advanced drones. Suppressing her overwhelming joy, she eagerly opened her bracelet interface. Sure enough, after the familiar options like today's travel reminder and character interface, a new section, Pets, appeared. She immediately clicked on it, and a screen of light unfolded before her, displaying detailed information about the female zombie. Name. Su Chen's pet, can be renamed, species. Mutant zombie level. 100 million, 0%, Constitution 10, Strength 48, Speed 12, Endurance nearly unlimited, unaffected by fatigue, pain, lack of oxygen, blood loss, etc. Unless completely destroyed. Perception 50, Spirit 0, Reason 0, Energy nearly unlimited. Timekeeping 15 to 100, timekeeping below 50 will cause hunger, below 20 will affect various attributes. Water 178, water below 50 will cause thirst, below 20 will affect various attributes. Status. Extreme hunger ability, olfactory perception, basic information. This is a newly contracted, special mutated zombie. He won't infect his master. He's currently extremely hungry, and all his abilities are greatly reduced. Friendly reminder. Quickly feed your little pet. Although he will never betray you, excessive hunger will put him into a dormant state. Su Chen read the information on the screen word by word, his eyes widening. Good heavens, these attributes are simply insane. His constitution is a whopping 10 points, even higher than his own. His strength and perception are also at 8 and 10 points respectively, completely overwhelming him. His only weakness is speed, which is only 2 points in normal condition, significantly lower than his own. He's definitely a top contender. Plus, he has an experience bar and can level up. But what shocked him the most were his stamina and energy, which are practically limitless. Unaffected by fatigue, pain, lack of oxygen, or blood loss. What does that mean? It means it's a tireless, painless killing machine. The only limitation is its reliability. Ah, so that's it. The parentheses after strength and perception represent normal values. Now, due to extreme hunger, its attributes have been halved. No wonder he was so weak when he knocked on the door earlier. He was too hungry to do anything. Su Chen made a decision, descending from the gatehouse platform to clear the furniture blocking the entrance. With the help of the warehouse space, he quickly cleared a path. She slowly pulled open the heavy iron gate. On a whim, she stepped inside. The female zombie outside, seemingly receiving a command, slowly entered the courtyard with somewhat unsteady steps. Su Chen immediately closed the gate again and bolted it. Then, turning around, she observed the female zombie closely for the first time, using the already bright morning light. The soft morning light gently shone on her. Beautiful, was Su Chen's first thought. Even as a zombie, he retained the stunning beauty he possessed in life. His oval face, high nose, and flawless features were exquisite. However, his face was devoid of color, his skin a sickly pale white. His once bright and sparkling eyes were now empty and lifeless, like two dull black keys, unfocused. He seemed to sense Su Chen's gaze, a suppressed, hoarse growl emanating from deep within his throat. Beneath his slightly parted lips, two unusually sharp canine teeth were revealed. It added to her almost superhuman waistline. Her long, smooth, black hair was slightly disheveled from her long journey, yet still reached her waist. She had a fantastic figure, curvaceous and well-proportioned, and her height was estimated to be around 1.7 meters. The office lady suit she wore was now dirty and tattered, and her tight white shirt was covered in dust and unknown stains. A small metal name tag on her chest was engraved with 3 delicate characters. Shen Wanqing. The name sounded quite nice. Su Chen's gaze moved down to her lower body. The side of her pencil skirt was completely ripped open, reaching all the way to her upper thigh. With her slight sway, the area covered by the torn black stockings was faintly visible. The foot injury and the pair of high heels were nowhere to be seen, probably lost during his frantic run last night. Now, standing barefoot on the cold ground, Su Chen let out a long breath. Thank goodness, although it was a zombie, at least its appearance was within the realm of human aesthetics, even quite pleasing to the eye. If he had actually contracted one of those grotesque creatures from movies, covered in pus and missing limbs, he'd probably have nightmares every night and his sanity would plummet. This one was perfect, pleasing to the eye, and could even be used as a henchman and a radar. It was almost unbelievable. Seeing his hunger, Su Chen faced a new problem. What to feed him? The hints hadn't said anything. He couldn't just grab a live person and feed him like in the movies, could he? He wasn't that depraved. He wondered if the trading post had any animal meat. Just as he was pondering this, the female zombie emitted that same gurgling, guttural sound again. The empty eyes stared intently at Su Chen, and Su Chen's feet involuntarily took a small step forward. Su Chen understood immediately this was evil to the extreme, and the creature was beginning to follow its instincts. Although the contract stated that he would not betray or infect his master, the feeling of being stared at by a hungry predator still made him nervous. He subconsciously took a step back to create distance. Don't worry, I'll find you something to eat, he reassured him, not knowing whether the creature understood. Su Chen withdrew her gaze and refocused her attention on the bracelet interface. In the pet section, the female zombie's name was clearly displayed as Su Chen's pet. She frowned. The name looked awkward and had a certain wicked charm. She remembered the 3 words on her name tag. Shen Wanqing. I should call her back to her original name, Su Chen thought. With that thought, she changed the name to Shen Wanqing. That settled. Next, she needed to deal with her nearly depleted gems. Zombies are probably carnivorous, right? Su Chen opened the trading post and directly entered meat in the filter. The light refreshed the screen, revealing a dazzling array of goods. Fresh wolf meat, 1 pound, 10 survival points, wild rabbit meat, 1 pound, 15 survival points, wild dog meat with bones, 1 pound, 13 survival points, and field mouse meat, 1 pound, 15 survival points. There was a wide variety of meats available, including wolf, dog, rabbit, and field mouse meat. It seemed quite a few ruthless individuals had already begun actively hunting wild beasts that night. Su Chen glanced around and found that wolf meat was the cheapest, probably because it was from the most common wild animal. Overwhelmed by the variety and too lazy to choose, he directly selected the cheapest wolf meat, ordering 2 jin, approximately 1 kilogram, for 20 survival points. The next second, 2 large, bloody, steaming chunks of raw meat appeared out of thin air in his hands. A strong, pungent smell of blood wafted over him. He walked up to Shen Wanqing, handed her the meat, and mentally instructed her to eat it. Shen Wanqing's empty eyes instantly locked onto the piece of meat in his hand, a suppressed growl escaping her throat as she lunged forward with unexpected speed. Su Chen only felt a sudden force on his hand. He hadn't even managed to hold onto the meat, which slipped from his grasp and fell to the dusty ground with a thud. Startled by the unexpected turn of events, he instinctively took a step back. Without any hesitation, Shen Wanqing lay down and opened his mouth, tearing at the raw meat on the ground with his 2 sharp canine teeth. The wolf meat, sharp as fangs, was easily ripped apart by him. He lowered his head and swallowed large mouthfuls of meat, letting out satisfied, indistinct growls. Holy crap, don't do this! Su Chen was utterly speechless. The visual impact of this scene was simply too strong. A stunningly beautiful woman, with a top-tier figure and appearance, was currently lying on the ground, gnawing on raw meat covered in dust. Dark red blood stained her lips and face. The contradiction between beauty and bloodshed was perfectly blended in her, creating a bewitching beauty. Stop! Stop eating! Su Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer and quickly issued a command to stop her in his mind. Shen Wanqing suddenly stopped biting and slowly raised her head, her blood-stained face facing Su Chen. A low growl came from her throat, seemingly expressing her dissatisfaction. Don't growl. Su Chen frowned and gave the command again. The growl stopped abruptly. He walked over and picked up the piece of meat that had been gnawed beyond recognition. Looking at the dust and dirt covering it, he felt a headache coming on. He sighed helplessly, took the meat into the kitchen, rinsed it briefly with water, and then used the kitchen knife and cutting board to cut the wolf meat into pieces. After doing all this, he found a stainless steel bowl, put all the chopped meat pieces into it, and then carried the bowl back to the yard. He opened his mouth, picked up a piece of meat with 2 fingers, and held it to Shen Wanqing's lips. This time, Shen Wanqing didn't resist. Instead, she bit down directly and began to chew mechanically. Her chewing speed was very fast. She swallowed it after a few swallows and a few gulps. The whole process was completely smooth. Fortunately, as his satiety level increased, his extreme hunger disappeared, and the parentheses following all his attributes vanished, restoring them to their normal values. Strength 8, Perception 10. This was his true strength. Su Chen looked at the 35 points of survival points and sighed helplessly. This state probably wouldn't last long. She'd be hungry again. He had no choice but to continue feeding her. He opened the trading house again, enduring the pain, and placed another order, buying 5 jin of wolf meat. Another 50 survival points gone. After all that work, Shen Wanqing's survival points finally recovered to 85. Seeing her survival point balance decrease by 70, Su Chen felt a pang of heartache. It seemed he'd have to find a way to hunt for himself in the future, otherwise, feeding her would bankrupt him sooner or later. Looking at Shen Wanqing in front of him, his curiosity piqued. He couldn't help but reach out and touch her lower abdomen. It was cool, smooth, and extremely flat, not at all like someone who had just swallowed 7 pounds of meat. Where did all this go? Is the zombie's location a one-dimensional space? He muttered to himself, withdrawing his hand. Su Chen began opening blind boxes. The first blind box opened, a flash of white light appeared, and a brand new set of toiletries appeared in the warehouse space. Shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, toothbrush, towel, and even a bottle of men's cologne. Looking at these things, Su Chen's lips twitched. Even something useful would be nice. He ignored everything else. Who cared about this? Then, full of anticipation, he opened the second blind box. Another white light flashed, a bottle of Wusheng's Wang brand mineral water. Su Chen's face immediately fell. No way, more water? He thought. Water was the last thing he needed right now. Well, something's better than nothing. At least I don't have to bother boiling water myself, he sighed, putting away the bottled water and pinning his last hope on the third blind box. Give me a shot, bro. He rubbed his hands together, silently chanting, then took a deep breath and opened the last blind box. A card radiating a soft golden light quietly appeared in his inventory. The card was semi-transparent, engraved with intricate golden patterns, and in the center was a constantly rotating life rune, exuding a mysterious aura. Status recovery card type. Consumable effect. Upon use, it can instantly remove all negative statuses from the user, including but not limited to injuries, diseases, poisoning, and curses, restoring them to their perfect state of health. Note: with this card in hand, even the King of Hell would shake his head. Su Chen's breathing quickened instantly, his heart pounding uncontrollably. This is a true divine artifact. The value of this thing cannot be measured in survival points. In the apocalypse, injuries and illnesses are common. With this card, even if he suffers a serious injury in an accident, as long as he has a breath left, he can instantly revive with full health. This card is like giving him an extra life. The frustration of getting only mineral water before the blind box reversal instantly vanished. He stretched contentedly, glanced at the time, and it was already 5:30. His alarm had been set, and he had to hurry and try to leave by 7 o'clock. Stand here and don't move. Su Chen gave the order, then went up to the second floor and began a thorough search of the 3-story house. The owner of this house seemed to have mutated a long time ago. Many things were covered with a thin layer of dust, but there were still quite a few useful items. Pots and pans in the kitchen, unopened condiments, a lighter under the coffee table in the living room, a mattress, bedding, and changes of clothes in the bedroom wardrobe. Su Chen, adhering to the principle of pick what you can get, put everything he felt might be useful in the future into his storage space. When he searched the master bedroom wardrobe, he saw. Although Shen Wanqing's office lady outfit accentuated her figure, it was dirty and tattered, and her high heels had long been lost, making it extremely unsuitable for the upcoming run from the poison gas and battle. The thought of changing her clothes made Su Chen's heart inexplicably quicken. Changing a woman's clothes, even though she had mutated into a zombie, was a rather thrilling experience. She composed herself, put all the women's clothing in the closet into storage, and then picked out a relatively loose-fitting black tracksuit and a pair of sneakers. Holding the clothes, she walked to Shen Wanqing, who stood motionless, and took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. Don't move, he commanded in his mind. Then, with trembling hands, he unbuttoned the shirt. His hand touched a patch of cold, smooth skin, a stark contrast to the warmth of a living person. This instantly extinguished most of his initial curiosity, leaving only an indescribable sense of unease. He tried to make his movements look like he was changing clothes for a mannequin, keeping his eyes fixed straight ahead as he removed the stained shirt from the mannequin. Even so, when those breathtaking curves were exposed to the morning light without any concealment, Su Chen still felt his mouth go dry and his breathing became erratic. He forced himself to open his eyes and quickly put the sports t-shirt and jacket on him. Next was the lower body, the bodycon skirt with its sides completely ripped and the black stockings with several large holes. Dealing with them was even simpler and more brutal. Su Chen directly used his hands to tear the already tattered fabric completely open, and then peeled them off his long, straight legs like peeling a banana. Throughout the whole process, his face was burning hot. He swore he had absolutely no other intentions, it was purely for convenience. And so, he hurriedly began helping him change into sweatpants and sneakers. The whole process lasted a full 5 minutes. When Su Chen finally finished and stepped back to look at his masterpiece, he was drenched in sweat. Changing clothes was more tiring than killing dozens of zombies, but the results were remarkable. At this moment, Shen Wanqing's long, black hair was simply tied into a neat ponytail with a hair tie he had found. She was wearing a well-fitting black tracksuit and white sneakers. Su Chen was increasingly satisfied with what he saw. Wait, something's missing. Su Chen stroked his chin and quickly pulled out a mask and a pair of sunglasses from his backpack. She stepped forward and put the mask on her, concealing her bloodless lips and sharp fangs. She then placed sunglasses on her high nose, hiding her lifeless eyes. Instantly, the inhuman aura of a zombie vanished without a trace. A tall, aloof, athletic beauty appeared before her. Aside from her excessively pale skin, the zombie Shen Wanqing looked almost identical to a normal human woman. A brilliant plan instantly formed in Su Chen's mind. In this apocalyptic world, a tall, beautiful single woman meant they were prey, resources, objects that could satisfy their primal desires. When they lowered their guard and approached with ill intentions, at his command, Shen Wanqing instantly picked them up and, with his 8-point strength, snapped their necks. The image was simply. The more Su Chen thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. The awkwardness and embarrassment in his heart had long been replaced by excitement. This was no mere tool. This is simply the perfect tool for entrapment. I'm a genius. Su Chen couldn't help but give himself a mental thumbs up. He suppressed his excitement and glanced out the window. The sky was already bright, the morning light dispelling the darkness and illuminating the entire village. All right, Su Chen clapped his hands, looking at his perfect creation beside him, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. We should set off. Time is of the essence. He must finish looting this village before 7 o'clock and then continue running from the poison gas. Go check that house, Su Chen instructed Shen Wanqing in his mind, pointing to a 2-story building with its doors and windows tightly shut. Go inside and tell me if there are any of your kind inside. He was curious about just how complex the information this mental link could transmit. Shen Wanqing received the instruction without hesitation and strode towards the building. Her movements were still somewhat stiff, but much more coordinated than before. Reaching the door, she didn't try to open it but instead rammed into the wooden door. With a loud bang, wood chips flew everywhere. The lock on the seemingly sturdy wooden door was smashed open, cracking and flying inwards. Su Chen's eyes twitched. So violent. But he liked it. Shen Wanqing stepped into the dimly lit room, her figure quickly disappearing behind the door. Su Chen stood still, holding his breath and focusing intently on the strange mental link. Almost the instant Shen Wanqing entered the room, a faint but clear thought traveled along the invisible thread into his mind. It wasn't language or images, but a direct informational threat. As Su Chen's spirits lifted, and he understood. He gripped the long-handled hoe tightly and quickly followed. As soon as he entered, a strong stench of decay assaulted his nostrils. In the living room, a bloated male zombie in pajamas was swaying as he stood up from the sofa, seemingly startled by the sound of the door being kicked open. He had just turned around and hadn't even seen who it was when Shen Wanqing moved. Without warning or unnecessary movement, his stiff body seemed to be instantly infused with some absolute will. He took a single step and was already in front of his opponent. Su Chen's hand, gripping the hoe, had just tightened, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, but the next second his movements froze. Shen Wanqing's fair, slender hand, imbued with an incongruous spiritual power, seemingly casually slapped towards the male zombie's head. A muffled thud, followed by a teeth-grinding crack, and a sharp, chilling drumbeat exploded in the living room. The male, now without a massive body, lurched violently, then his head twisted back eerily, slumping limply against his back. He didn't even have time to let out a roar before collapsing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Killing a level 1 zombie grants 2.5 experience points. Your pet, Shen Wanqing, also gains 2.5 experience points. The green text popping up in the lower left corner announced the end of the battle. Su Chen looked down at the long-handled hoe in his hand, then at Shen Wanqing standing motionless beside the corpse, as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. I haven't even raised this hoe yet, and it's already over? This is the real value of 8 points of strength. Killing ordinary zombies is like swatting flies. He had just been thinking about whether he should go up and help, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. Shen Wanqing alone was a highly efficient light-duty squad. Beautiful. Su Chen whistled, showering the pet with praise, though he wasn't sure if the pet understood. The only downside was that he, as the owner, only received half the experience points after his pet killed a monster. Su Chen looked at the 2.5 experience bar and felt a little annoyed. Oh well, half is half, he thought, quickly adjusting his mindset. Safety first, efficiency second. With such a powerful fighter, his safety while looting was maximized. Slower leveling was better than losing his life. For the next while, Su Chen used this method to begin a thorough search of the entire village. Each house was first broken into by Shen Wanqing to investigate. Finding no threat, Su Chen would swagger in and take everything useful inside, bowls, pans, clothes, furniture, and appliances, and store them away. If threatened, Su Chen would follow her in with a hoe, and together they would clear out the zombies completely. This cooperative model was not only safe but also extremely efficient. The entire village seemed to have become a giant treasure trove for him to exploit. During this process, Su Chen discovered that the number of zombies in the village was much less than he had expected. After searching the entire village, he had only killed a dozen or so zombies. It seemed that the fire he had personally lit the previous night had been remarkably effective, directly exorcising most of the zombies in the village. As the search continued, Su Chen's storage space was quickly filled to the brim. He had no spare space. If there wasn't enough, he'd use the warehouse space expansion card and then scavenge for survival points. While these resources were precious, they were the foundation for his survival in this apocalypse, especially large furniture and appliances. If he didn't take them now, they might be hard to find later. When the last house was completely looted, Su Chen glanced at the time, exactly 7:10. He stood at the village entrance, looking at his overflowing. What surprised him most was finding 2 professional toolboxes filled with all sorts of tools, wrenches, pliers, screwdrivers, you name it. These items are invaluable in the apocalypse. The only pity is that after searching the entire village, not a single car or even a usable motorcycle could be found. Transportation remains the biggest problem. However, it wasn't a complete loss. In a collapsed shack, he found a dilapidated bicycle and a seemingly new tricycle. He decided to keep the bicycle and sell it. It was too heavy to carry even one person. With a thought, Su Chen noticed the new tricycle appearing out of thin air in front of him. The red body and spacious cargo bed made it perfect for the journey. It was time to go. Su Chen glanced at his bracelet and saw the day's travel reminder. Survival Day 2. Time: 7 a.m. Weather: sunny temperature, 15 to 29 degrees Celsius. Surrounding environment: abandoned village. Reading distance: 2,200 meters. Reading speed: 1 meter per second. Beginner level. Su Chen, seeing the imminent danger, felt a strong sense of pressure. If he didn't leave soon, he would really be caught. He turned to Shen Wanqing beside him and gave the order to get in the car. He pointed to the back of the tricycle. Shen Wanqing, receiving the instruction, stepped to the tricycle. He lifted one leg, attempting to climb onto the half-meter-high cargo bed. However, his stiff body couldn't make such a wide-open movement. He tried, but his long leg got stuck halfway up, leaving him in a comical, thorny, isolated position, completely motionless. Su Chen waited for a while, seeing him still in the same state, and several black lines appeared on his forehead. Fine, I'll do it. He sighed helplessly and walked forward, looking at the tall, slender beauty in front of him, whose curves were barely noticeable even in loose sportswear. Su Chen felt. He couldn't just let him run behind the car. Given his circumstances, he'd probably fall behind after a short distance. He had no choice but to carry him. Su Chen took a deep breath, as if giving himself a mental pep talk. He circled around to Shen Wanqing's side, wrapping his arms around his waist and knees, and with a sudden effort, tried to lift him in a standard princess carry. The moment he touched him, his movements paused slightly. The sensation was peculiar. Through the thin fabric of the tracksuit, he could clearly feel the texture of his body. It wasn't the warm, soft skin of a living person, but a cool, firm, and surprisingly elastic sensation, like touching a piece of fine, chilled jade, delicate and smooth, yet carrying an inexplicable chill. Her body was very light. Lifting her was effortless for Su Chen. But the feeling was incredibly strange. He was holding a stunningly beautiful woman in his arms, yet her icy body temperature and stiff form constantly reminded him that this beautiful woman had long since lost her vibrant soul. He stopped thinking and carefully placed it on the cart, making sure it didn't move. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling his cheeks burning. He quickly gave the order. Shen Wanqing was placed in the back of the cart and sat obediently in the corner with her hands on her knees, like a quiet, lifeless doll. Su Chen shook his head, throwing away those messy thoughts, and climbed onto the tricycle. He gave it a sharp tug, the chain clanging crisply as the wheels slowly turned. This tricycle was much easier to ride than the previous one. It was almost silent and required significantly less effort. Su Chen rode away from the village that had brought him so much joy. The morning breeze carried a slight chill, calming his feverish mind. He glanced back at Shen Wanqing, who sat quietly in the back of the vehicle. The morning light shone on her. If one didn't know her true identity, anyone would mistake her for a stunningly beautiful woman hitchhiking. Su Chen's mood inexplicably improved. He checked his wristband. With 2,790 survival points, earned from selling water last night and today's zombie killing and well selling, minus the costs of expanding the warehouse 6 times and buying meat, Su Chen still had this much left. The shop also met the upgrade requirements. He opened the upper city window. Current rank: 2. Upgrade experience: 5.620%. Upgrade requirement: spend 500 survival points in the shop. The shop has met the upgrade requirements. Upgrade? He selected without hesitation. As a soft white light flashed across the shop icon on the bracelet interface before returning to normal. The shop level had been upgraded to level 3, unlocking new items. Su Chen immediately opened the upgraded shop interface and refreshed the screen. The item list was significantly richer. He immediately looked at the food category. Ham sausage, priced at 5 survival points. The note read, a perfect blend of starch and technology, allowing you to recall the taste of the past in the apocalypse. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. It was timely, convenient, and quick to use, and it also provided salt, much better than eating dry bread. The price of 5 survival points per tool was really a rip-off, so he didn't rush to buy it. Instead, he continued looking at the tools category. There were a few new items. Wooden tools, 10 survival points, tiger coins, 10 survival points, and adjustable wrenches, 15 survival points. These were all highly practical tools. Su Chen nodded in approval as he looked at them. Although the village had been ransacked and 2 toolboxes had been looted, who would complain about having too many tools? He'd write it down for later if needed. His gaze finally settled on the newly unlocked category. Weapons. Finally, they were here. He clicked on it with a hint of excitement. Items. Daggers. Price. 50 survival points. Notes. Sharp, sturdy, suitable for close quarters combat, the last line of defense. The woodworking item costs 40 survival points. Note. It's made of a composite of various woods, combining toughness and strength. Effective range. 50 meters. The iron paper arrows come in a bundle of 10, costing 10 survival points. Note. The finely crafted iron paper arrowheads can easily pierce flesh. Looking at these 3 items, Su Chen's heart beat faster. A dagger is an essential self-defense weapon. Bow and arrows. Su Chen stroked his chin. Back in college, he'd played archery with a club for a while, though he'd neglected it since. He still remembered the basic posture and techniques. His archery skills were just so. He could hit targets within 10 inches of the bow, but not much further. He was purely a recreational player. But things were different now. In this perilous world, ranged attacks meant safety. Who would want to engage monsters or enemies in hand-to-hand combat? His strength and physique were far superior to before. Drawing this bow shouldn't be a problem. As for accuracy, he could improve with practice. Su Chen no longer had any desire to purchase. He successfully purchased a military dagger, costing 50 survival points, and a carpenter's sword, costing 40 survival points. He also successfully purchased 20 iron arrows, costing 20 survival points. 20 arrows should be enough for a while. A sleekly designed carpenter's sword, 20 neatly tailed iron arrows, and a dagger with a black scabbard appeared in the warehouse space. Su Chen felt much more at ease. Having weapons gave him the real confidence to stand firm in this apocalyptic world. He continued riding his tricycle along the road for an hour, then stopped by the roadside and plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. "I'm exhausted," he exclaimed. He took a bottle of water from the storage room, unscrewed the cap, and gulped down most of it. "It's all right that I'm riding a tricycle alone, but now I'm carrying Shen Wanqing, who weighs about 100 pounds, in the back. My physical exertion is increasing." He tore open a bag of bread, chewing as he looked at Shen Wanqing, who was sitting quietly in the back of the tricycle. He was still in the same pose, hands on his knees, wearing sunglasses and a mask, looking like an emotionless model. Su Chen's gaze involuntarily fell on his long, straight legs encased in sweatpants. A thought suddenly popped into her head. It's a shame those long legs aren't on a tricycle. Once the thought arose, it couldn't be suppressed. Yes, he has endless stamina and never tires. Isn't that the perfect driving force? He only burns a few pounds every 100 kilometers. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have him as the driver while I sit in the back? Su Chen thought it was more and more feasible. He stuffed the rest of the bread into his mouth in a few bites, finished the water in the bottle, and put the empty bottle back in the warehouse. He stood up, clapped his hands, walked to the side of the truck bed, and lifted Shen Wanqing out of the truck bed. She was still cold to the touch, but Su Chen was already somewhat used to it. He helped Shen Wanqing to the seat of the tricycle. He told him to get ready, then grabbed his foot and placed it on the pedals. Holding the handlebars and keeping the direction steady, Su Chen gave the instructions, pushing down with all his might, like a driving instructor guiding his child. Shen Wanqing received the instructions, his stiff body beginning to react. His foot slowly, with a mechanical feel, pressed down, and the wheels moved. Su Chen was overjoyed, but the next second, due to a lack of coordination, his other foot couldn't keep up with the pedal, and he slipped, causing the entire vehicle to lurch violently. Shen Wanqing, who was sitting on it, also fell towards the ground. Damn it! Su Chen reacted quickly, rushing forward and catching her in his arms before she fell to the ground. She held onto the bike, looking at Shen Wanqing's still stiff limbs, and sighed helplessly. Oh well, it seems I was overthinking it. Although she could understand simple instructions, complex movements requiring physical coordination were still too difficult for her. Fine, I'll do it myself. Resignedly, she lifted Shen Wanqing back into the back of the bike, climbed on top, and continued to creak and groan as the driver. After riding for another 10 minutes or so, her wristband suddenly vibrated slightly, and a line of small text popped up in the lower left corner. A message appeared indicating that the user had traveled a total of 100 kilometers. A wooden treasure chest had spawned by the roadside. Su Chen's spirits lifted, and he looked up at the roadside. Sure enough, not far ahead, under a withered tree, lay an ordinary wooden chest, its edges slightly worn and seemingly unremarkable. He immediately stopped the vehicle, cautiously scanning the surrounding wilderness to confirm there were no potential dangers before carefully carrying his long-handled hoe and approaching. He first poked the box with a hoe, but there was no response. Relieved, he used the hoe to pry open the lid. Su Chen peered inside and was horrified. Inside the box lay only a few items. A brand new metal lighter, 3 bottles of mineral water, an unopened pack of napkins, and 4 steaming pork buns wrapped in oil paper. Su Chen fell silent. He had pedaled hard for 100 kilometers, his legs were practically sparking, and all he got was some food and drink? How afraid was this system of him starving to death on the road? Couldn't they have given him something more substantial? A gun, even a pistol would have been fine. He cursed inwardly, reaching for a meat bun. It was warm and soft to the touch, and a rich aroma of meat and dough wafted into his nostrils. Damn it! Su Chen cursed under his breath, but couldn't resist taking a big bite. The soft outer skin and plump, savory filling burst with flavorful juice in his mouth. It was so delicious. This tasted even better than the best steamed buns he used to buy at the breakfast shop downstairs before the apocalypse. He finished one in a few bites, then, still wanting more, he licked his lips and picked up a second one. This thing was a double treat, both spiritual and material. In this world where even a bowl of clean hot water was a luxury, being able to eat a steaming hot meat bun brought him immense happiness. He ate while putting the rest of the food into the warehouse. After finishing 2 buns, his stomach felt full and his whole body felt warm and comfortable, dispelling much of the fatigue from the past few days. Satisfied, he paused, feeling full of energy again. He hopped on his tricycle and set off on his journey once more. The highway seemed endless, and the scenery on both sides was so monotonous it made him drowsy. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Su Chen's forehead. He glanced back. Shen Wanqing remained quietly seated in the truck bed, wearing sunglasses and a mask, his posture upright like an emotionless sculpture. The wind blew his ponytail, drawing a refreshing arc in the air. Su Chen felt incredibly unbalanced, those long legs, that inexhaustible stamina, it was practically a natural power source. He could drive at 100 kilometers per hour. Su Chen's heart tightened suddenly, and he stopped abruptly from getting into the car. Upon encountering a wild animal, he immediately slowed down and cautiously scanned the wilderness and woods on both sides of the road. All was quiet except for the sound of the wind. Just as he was wondering what was going on, 2 figures suddenly emerged from behind a large tree at the corner of the road ahead. They weren't wild animals, but other survivors. The 2 figures, one tall and one thin, were both dressed in dirty clothes, looking disheveled and worn. They had clearly noticed Su Chen riding the tricycle. They paused for a moment, then their faces lit up with joy, waving and running towards him. Hey bro, can you help me out? We haven't had any water all day. Su Chen frowned, not stopping but speeding up and increasing the distance between himself and the 2 men. Sorry, I don't have any extra water either, he replied coldly from afar. He knew he couldn't be too careful and didn't want to interact with any strangers. However, seeing him about to leave, the 2 men exchanged a glance and then ran straight to the middle of the road, spreading their arms to block his path. Their gazes bypassed Su Chen and fixed intently on Shen Wanqing, the tall, slender woman wearing sunglasses, in the back of the truck. Their eyes were filled with undisguised greed and desire. Hey bro, don't be so heartless. The tall man chuckled darkly, rubbing his hands together. His eyes brazenly scanned Shen Wanqing. You're out here escaping the poison gas with your sister? How dangerous. Why don't you come with us, brothers? It'd be good to have someone to look after you. Su Chen cursed inwardly. Damn it. I was originally planning to avoid it, but it seems there's no way to escape now. Since you're asking for death, don't blame me. Su Chen didn't trust his mediocre swordsmanship and didn't want to risk injury by engaging in hand-to-hand combat with 2 grown men. It seemed his newly conceived plan would soon need to be put to use. Thinking of this, Su Chen's face instantly contorted with panic and fear, his hands gripping the handlebars trembling slightly. What do you 2 want? Don't come any closer. I'm warning you. Seeing Su Chen's cowardly demeanor, the 2 men immediately relaxed, their smiles becoming even more arrogant and unrestrained. Ha ha ha. What are you doing, kid? Leave the cow and all your supplies in your truck, and we might consider sparing your life. The tall man, Ning, chuckled and pulled a delicate, grimy kitchen knife from his waist, pointing it at Su Chen. The 2 men laughed as they approached him. Su Chen's fear intensified. He jumped out of the truck and frantically rushed to the side of the truck bed, grabbing Shen Wanqing and pulling her down onto the ground. He then pulled down her mask and, as if terrified, scrambled backward, distancing himself from Shen Wanqing. Don't hurt me. You can have everything. You can have everything. The 2 men were initially stunned when they saw Su Chen actually abandon such a stunning beauty and run away, then burst into even more contemptuous laughter. Ah! What a brain fart! He'd even throw away a woman to save his own life. This chick's hot. Bro, who's first, you or me? They chuckled, oblivious to everyone else. Their lewd gazes seemed to ignite the motionless Shen Wanqing. They walked towards her, their smiles utterly lascivious. Little beauty, don't be afraid, brother will take good care of you. Just as the tall man's filthy hand was about to touch Shen Wanqing's shoulder, Shen Wanqing, who had been trembling like a puppet, suddenly moved without warning. With a strange, almost superhuman gait, she lunged forward, her face suddenly close to the tall man's, and she opened her mouth to bite down hard on his neck. The tall man's smile froze, his pupils reflecting Shen Wanqing's face that had suddenly approached and the fleeting glimpse of her white canine teeth. With a muffled thud as flesh was torn apart, Shen Wanqing bit down precisely on the carotid artery at the top of his neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The tall man couldn't even scream, his body convulsed violently as he collapsed to the ground. The thin man on the other side was terrified by this sudden, bloody scene. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, sobbing. A dark stain quickly spread across his face. Oh my God! He screamed, frantically moving backward, his face contorted with extreme terror. Just then, Su Chen retrieved a wooden frame from the warehouse, drew the bowstring, and released the iron sword with a whooshing sound, aiming precisely at the skinny man who had fallen to the ground. The skinny man let out a scream as an arrow pierced deep into his abdomen. The arrow missed. Su Chen cursed under his breath, but his hands didn't stop moving. He quickly knocked a second arrow. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. Please spare my life. The skinny man cried, clutching his bleeding stomach. Su Chen's eyes remained unmoved. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. He released the bowstring, and the second arrow whistled through the air. This time, it struck the man squarely in the thigh. May you die a horrible death. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, the beast began to curse hysterically. The answer was that the first target had been dealt with. As Shen Wanqing lunged at her, in the woman's desperate and terrified gaze, Shen Wanqing's fair hand transformed into the deadliest claw, mercilessly slicing across her throat. The cursing abruptly stopped. Killed a level 1 survivor. Your pet Shen Wanqing. Experience gained. Time bonus. Looking at the message that popped up in the lower left corner, Su Chen slowly lowered the bow in his hand. The fight ended cleanly and efficiently, without the expected thrill or life-or-death struggle. From the moment he jumped out of the car to the two robbers' brutal attacks, the entire process took less than a minute. This was the overwhelming power of absolute strength. Even as Shen Wanqing tried to continue tearing at the corpse, Su Chen stood there, looking at the two bodies lying in pools of blood not far away. His throat felt dry. He used to be a web novel author. His characters are ruthless and decisive, often leaving millions of corpses and rivers of blood. He has described death countless times, using ornate or simple language to construct those bloody scenes. But when all of this actually happened before his eyes, he found that words were so pale and powerless, lacking both thrilling special effects and epic background music. Only two slowly cooling corpses and the pungent, nauseating smell of blood filled his stomach. His heart pounded in his chest, not out of fear, but a complex mix of tension, lingering dread, and a morbid excitement. This was the apocalypse. Death was inevitable. There was no logic, no law, no morality. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the unease in his heart, forcing himself to adapt. He knew that if he didn't act today, or hesitated even slightly, he might very well be the one lying here. Thinking this, Su Chen's gaze returned to calm. He walked to the two corpses and began looting the spoils. He didn't even bother to glance at the delicate, grimy kitchen knife, kicking it aside. His gaze fell on the survival bracelets on the two men's wrists. They were two black, the most basic type of survival bracelets, still stained with blood. Su Chen reached out and tried to unlock one of them. The instant his fingers touched the bracelet, a green notification popped up in the lower left corner of his own bracelet. Unclaimed survival bracelet detected. Should I fuse it? Su Chen paused for a moment, realizing the bracelet could be fused. He instinctively wanted to open the other party's storage space to see what was inside, but the thought brought up his own storage interface. It seemed the owner's bracelet couldn't be directly accessed. He silently chanted in his mind, fusing. Fusion successful. Your storage space has increased by 1 cubic meter. You have gained 25 survival points. Items in the bracelet have been automatically transferred to your inventory. Holy crap! Su Chen's eyes widened instantly. Not only did his inventory space increase, but he also directly gained the opponent's survival points. Suppressing his elation, he fused the other bracelet as well. Fusion successful! Your inventory space has increased by 1 cubic meter. The fusion was successful. You gained 35 survival points. The items in the bracelet have been automatically transferred to your inventory. With this one operation, his inventory space increased by 2 cubic meters, bringing the total space to 13 cubic meters. His survival points also increased by 60, bringing his current survival points to 2,700. This was a huge profit. Su Chen was in high spirits and immediately opened his inventory to check his loot. He saw 2 distinct little corners in the spacious inventory, filled with miscellaneous items, presumably transferred from those 2 bracelets. He eagerly began to check. In the first corner, there were only 2 unopened bags of bread, half a bottle of mineral water, a lighter, and a few dirty changes of clothes. Su Chen's face fell. He looked at the second corner, where the situation was slightly better. Besides a few packs of biscuits and a bottle of water, there was a machete and a dilapidated bicycle. Su Chen's lips twitched. Damn it, those 2 penniless bastards. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. After all that, this is all they have? It's not even a fraction of what I earn in a day. And they dare to try and rob people with this little bit of stuff? Who gave them the courage? He shook his head disdainfully. That bicycle is at least somewhat useful, at least I can sell it for some money. Oh well, even a mosquito bite is still meat. He pulled himself out of his thoughts and turned to look at Shen Wanqing, who stood motionless to the side like a statue. At this moment, his already pale, upturned face was stained with large patches of dark red blood, and the corners of his mouth were a bloody mess. 2 sharp canine teeth were faintly visible in the dim light, adding to his sinister and grotesque appearance. The black tracksuit he had just changed into also had many bloodstains on the chest. Su Chen frowned as he looked at him. Next time, you're not allowed to bite with your teeth, understand? He muttered to himself, giving Shen Wanqing clear instructions in his mind. Use your hands and claws first when attacking. Do not use your teeth to tear things apart. It's filthy. It's such a hassle to wash him off, and how can he use this image to set up a sting operation in the future? People will avoid him from 800 miles away just by looking at his face. Shen Wanqing's body trembled slightly, as if she had received an instruction, but she still stood there expressionless. Su Chen sighed and took out a clean towel and a basin of water from the warehouse. He walked to Shen Wanqing, soaked the towel in water, and then carefully wiped the blood off his face. The towel was still that familiar, jade-like coolness. Su Chen's movements were very gentle. He wiped away the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth little by little, and then carefully wiped clean his 2 fair hands. After doing all this, he took out a new mask and a spare pair of sunglasses from the warehouse. The previous pair had been broken when the tall man knocked him down during the fight, leaving his leg completely broken. He put the mask and sunglasses back on Shen Wanqing, concealing her inhuman features. After tidying her up, the cool and athletic beauty was back. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction before lifting her back onto the back of the tricycle. As for the 2 corpses, he didn't deal with them anyway, the poison would soon spread and completely engulf everything. He climbed onto the tricycle and took one last look at the bloody battlefield. With a powerful push, he continued riding along the road, the wind whistling past his ears, seemingly dispelling the stench of blood. Su Chen's initial excitement gradually subsided. In this chaotic world, what's more terrifying than zombies and wild beasts is always the human heart. To survive, one must be more ruthless than anyone else. As he rode, pondering the road ahead, he checked his bracelet. His pet's name was Shen Wanqing, its species was mutated zombie, its level was 100 million, 60%, its constitution was 10 and its strength was 8. Speed 2. Endurance is nearly limitless, unaffected by fatigue, pain, lack of oxygen, or blood loss unless completely destroyed. Perception 10. Mental 0. Reason 0. Energy is nearly limitless. Timekeeping 75 100 Timekeeping below 50 will cause hunger, below 20 will affect various attributes. Hydration 168% Hydration below 50 will cause thirst, below 20 will affect various attributes. Good condition abilities, sense of smell, basic information. This is a newly contracted special mutated zombie. It will not infect its master. It is currently in good condition and all abilities are normal. Friendly reminder: your pet will increase its strength after leveling up in battle. It just killed 2 survivors. He actually gained 20 experience points, which was much more than the experience gained from killing ordinary zombies. Adding that to the experience he gained while clearing zombies in the village, his level up experience was already more than halfway complete. It seemed he still needed to improve his pet's strength as soon as possible. Its early stage effect was too great. After riding for over an hour, sweat had soaked Su Chen's back. He felt his thigh muscles silently protesting. Each ascent of the tower felt like a severe test of willpower. Riding the tricycle empty was alright, but with Shen Wanqing on it, it was practically a mobile gym. Just as he was about to rest, a familiar thought suddenly rang in his mind. The sight of nearby food and flesh made Su Chen's heart sink. His movement to get into the car halted instantly. Again, his first thought was that he'd encountered another unsuspecting survivor. After all, he'd just dealt with two. He immediately slowed down, his wary eyes quickly scanning the wasteland on both sides of the road. The surroundings were quiet. Apart from the rustling of the wind through the weeds, there was no other sound. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he caught a glimpse of a dark shadow about 100 meters to his left in the wasteland. The shadow was bowing its head, nudging something. Su Chen squinted, took a closer look, and his heart skipped a beat. It was a wild boar. Not particularly large, but still weighing around 150 to 60 pounds, its thick, coarse black fur was diligently rooting around in the parched earth with its long snout, seemingly searching for plant roots. At least it's not human, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, then his eyes blazed with intense light. This wasn't a wild boar, it was clearly a moving mountain of meat. This is walking protein. If he could get his hands on all this meat, not only could he feed Shen Wanqing for several meals, but he could also keep the rest for himself or sell it on the trading post for survival points. Most importantly, it would save him money. Right now, feeding Shen Wanqing relies entirely on buying meat from the trading post, and the survival points he spends are bleeding him dry. If he could achieve meat freedom, he would save a huge amount of money. It's him. Su Chen, in a moment of weakness, slowly stopped the tricycle by the roadside and nimbly flipped off. He walked to the side of the truck bed and instructed Shen Wanqing to be quiet. Then, as before, he reached out and lifted him out of the truck bed. The touch was still cold and firm, but Su Chen was already used to it and even thought the feel was quite nice. He instructed Shen Wanqing to stand aside and wait for orders, while he took out a carpenter's tool and an iron arrow from the storage space. He crouched low, trying to move as quietly as possible, using the scattered bushes and slopes on the wasteland as cover, and slowly made his way towards the wild boar. The wind blew from the direction of the boar, carrying his scent behind him. Good news. 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. When the distance closed to about 50 meters, Su Chen stopped. This distance was the carpenter's effective range. Any closer and he feared being discovered. He crouched behind a half-person high earthen mound, peeking out half his head, taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart. He slowly narked an iron sword, raised the bow, and the bowstring was drawn back little by little. Through the bow, he aligned his gaze with the tip of the sword, aiming at the boar's plump and lean body. He released his grip. The bowstring gave a dull thud, and the iron sword, transforming into a black shadow, spun out with a whooshing sound. However, the trajectory of the arrow was slightly lower than he expected. With a soft thud, the arrow missed the boar and instead embedded itself in the soil half a meter in front of him. The material at the tip of the sword trembled incessantly. It had missed its mark. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The wild boar, intently rooting in the ground, was startled by the sudden noise. It jerked its head up, its small, gleaming eyes instantly locking onto the human whose head was half exposed behind the embankment. Discovered, the boar let out an angry roar, its robust limbs tensing as it gripped the ground. Its long tusks gleamed coldly in the sunlight. He was about to charge. Su Chen had no time to feel regret. His body reacted faster than his brain could process. He stood up from behind the embankment, drew a second sword from his scabbard with lightning speed, narked the bow, and aimed. The entire movement was fluid and incredibly fast. Just as the wild boar lowered its head to charge, the second sword flew from the bowstring. This time, Su Chen learned from his mistake and raised his aim slightly. The arrow struck the boar squarely in the broad shoulder blade. The boar let out a piercing scream, its charge suddenly intensifying. However, this sword clearly hadn't hit a vital spot. The intense pain only fueled its ferocity. It shook its head, ignoring the arrow embedded in its shoulder, its eyes bloodshot, and charged forward like a runaway mini-tank, charging madly towards Su Chen. Holy crap! Su Chen thought, not expecting this beast to be so fierce. Without thinking, he immediately put the carpenter's tools back into the warehouse and simultaneously gave the attack command to Shen Wanqing in the distance. Attack! After doing all this, seeing that the wild boar was almost upon him and the stench of the wind hitting him, Su Chen suddenly lunged to the side with a perfect lazy roll. Although his posture was extremely awkward, and he was covered in dust and grass, he managed to narrowly avoid the wild boar's deadly charge. The boar missed its target and charged forward several meters before finally stopping. Just then, Su Chen scrambled to his feet, not even having time to brush the dirt off himself, and pulled out his most reliable tool from the warehouse, a long-handled farm hoe. Gripping the rough wooden handle tightly with both hands, he used all his strength to shovel the boar, which had just turned around. The sharp blade cleaved deep into the boar's back, drawing a spray of blood. The wild boar cried out in pain again, frantically twisting its body, trying to shake off the blade on its back. But just then, another black figure appeared silently beside the boar like a ghost. It was Shen Wanqing. Her movements were somewhat stiff. Facing the frenzied boar, she simply raised her hand. Her fair, seemingly harmless hand carried a spiritual power that could tear through the air, mercilessly grabbing at the boar's hind leg. A sickeningly sharp crack echoed as the wild boar's thick hind leg was snapped in two. The boar let out a desperate cry, its massive body crashing to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Chen pulled out his hoe and delivered another powerful blow to the boar's head. Bang! A sound like a watermelon shattering rang out, red and white pieces scattered on the ground. The once arrogant wild boar twitched violently a few times before going completely still. Killing the wild boar earns you a stunning dance bonus. Your pet Shen Wanqing also earns a stunning dance bonus. The green text popping up in the lower left corner announced the complete end of this brief but thrilling battle. Su Chen, wielding his hoe, his chest heaving, gasped for breath. He looked down at his hoe, stained with blood and brain matter, then at Shen Wanqing, standing motionless beside the boar's carcass. A bitter smile appeared on his face. That was a decent teamwork. The process was just too thrilling. He calmed his breathing, walked to the wild boar carcass, took out the newly bought military dagger from the warehouse, and prepared to process the spoils. Looking at the huge dead boar in front of him, Su Chen couldn't help but complain again. Hey, this is supposed to be survival mode, how come I have to dissect a monster myself? According to the normal game settings, shouldn't I just touch it and the corpse disappears, and a bunch of cut-up pieces of meat automatically appear in the warehouse? This is too unintelligent. Despite his complaints, his hands moved quickly, skinning, bleeding, and gutting the boar. Thanks to the miscellaneous information he had gathered during his time as an author, he was quite familiar with these procedures. His dagger was very sharp, cutting through flesh effortlessly. Soon, he had processed the entire wild boar, obtaining 90 jin of wild boar meat. Looking at the large pile of fresh pork in his warehouse, Su Chen felt a great sense of accomplishment. As for the offal, pig's head, pig's trotters, and the like, he found them troublesome to process, so he simply packed them all up and listed them on the trading house at an extremely low price. Fresh wild boar, crushed, large bag, priced at 5 survival points. He was too lazy to deal with it, so he figured it was first come, first served. He believed there would definitely be some thrifty survivors willing to pay. After finishing all this, Su Chen wiped the sweat from his face, looked up at the sky, and saw that the sun was already high overhead, scorching the earth. Although the highest temperature today was only 22 degrees Celsius, being outside like this for so long still felt a bit hot. He glanced at the time on his bracelet. It was almost noon. He needed to find a place to rest and get something to eat, and also to feed his hero. He quickly spotted several large, leafy trees by the roadside not far ahead, with a nice patch of shade beneath them. Su Chen rode his tricycle to the trees. Perfect! He first took out the stainless steel basin from the warehouse, then took out several pieces of marbled wild boar meat, cut them into appropriately sized chunks with a dagger, and put them in the basin. He carried the basin to Shen Wanqing and opened his mouth. He picked up a piece of meat and held it to his mouth. Shen Wanqing immediately bit into it, mechanically chewing and swallowing. Su Chen fed him piece by piece until he finished all the meat in the bowl. He opened the pet interface and glanced at the levels. Satiety 195%, hydration 186%. Looking at these two values, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. After eating so much meat, his satiety was finally almost full. This should last him for a long time. His water level also rose from 68 to 86. Eating raw meat can replenish water. Su Chen stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Could the main source of water be drinking blood? Next time, he'd have to try some animal blood. After feeding Shen Wanqing, Su Chen ate his own food. He leaned against the rough tree trunk and let out a long sigh. He took out 4 pork buns from the treasure chest he had opened earlier from the warehouse. He ate 2, and there were 2 left. The steamed bun was still warm in his hand, as if it had just been taken out of the steamer. This was illogical, but he was too lazy to think about the reason. The apocalypse had come. What was impossible? He opened the oil paper wrapping, and a rich aroma of meat mixed with the fragrance of flour wafted out, making his mouth water. He opened his mouth and took a big, satisfying bite. Su Chen squinted his eyes contentedly. In this damned apocalypse, being able to eat a hot meal was like a heavenly treat. He chewed slowly, glancing up at Shen Wanqing beside him. He sat quietly in the shade of the tree, his hands obediently resting on his knees, his posture upright like a lifeless, exquisite sculpture. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on him. His black tracksuit and sunglasses that covered most of his face made him look more like a glamorous model relaxing outdoors than a killing machine who had just attacked a wild boar with his bare hands, a stunningly beautiful female zombie, or a young man leisurely eating a meat bun. Current area number 10,000. The information, representing 936 out of 1,000 people, was scrolling upwards at an incredibly fast pace, so dense it was dizzying. Su Chen slowed down the refresh rate and carefully read through each message one by one from top to bottom. Is anyone there? Help! I'm trapped on the second floor by a group of zombies in a village near the mountains. Someone, please help me. I've given them all my belongings. Upstairs, stop yelling. Who's going to rescue me? Figure it out yourself. I'm fucking thirsty. Anyone have water? I'll trade my fire axe for a real fire axe skin. It's so useful against zombies. And the items in the trading post are way too expensive. A bottle of mineral water costs for survival points. Why don't they just rob people? Those profiteers are all rip-offs. All I need is a bite to eat. The treasure chests that spawn 100 kilometers away give me a bunch of junk. The only useful thing is a few bottles of water. You're not alone. I also opened a bunch of useless stuff. You opened a TV from a treasure chest? You should thank the apocalypse. What use is that to me? I can't even eat it. Any sisters want to team up? I'm a girl from a county who can't take it anymore. Men, please don't bother me. Disgusting beauty, don't be so harsh. There are good men too. Look at me. Disgusting. Without a man, could you survive a single day outside? You ungrateful wretch, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? Starve to death, you idiot. Upstairs, watch your mouth. The girl is scared, so what? This world is inherently unfair to women. But let's all be peaceful and make money together. Get lost, you men, not a single one of you is any good. I saw it with my own eyes. A sister, not wanting to die, was selling homemade wooden hair for survival. Bulk orders were discounted. Just search on the trading platform. Su Chen scrolled through the chat history expressionlessly, his mind racing, analyzing the messages. Some were desperate pleas for help, some were desperately thirsty, some were seeking refuge, some were trying to make a fortune, and some, like the two he'd encountered before, had completely abandoned their humanity and become beasts. Most people were still struggling to survive on the bare minimum, worrying about a bite of food and a bottle of water. Only a few had adapted to the rhythm of the apocalypse and begun to actively hunt wild animals and even their own kind. Su Chen remained vigilant. The real test would begin once 7 days had passed. He turned off the chat channel, finished his last sip of water, and prepared to leave. But when he looked up, he noticed that a large patch of dark, heavy fog had gathered on the western horizon and was slowly moving in his direction. Judging from the weather forecast, it was probably going to rain. Su Chen frowned. Driving in the rain wasn't a pleasant experience. Lin Qingnuo and Tang Ji, not to mention the heat loss and the risk of illness, even though the transmigration benefits had everyone in good health, he didn't want to try it. After all, there was no medicine available yet, and the consequences of getting sick would be unimaginable. No, I have to do something. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately sprang into action. He rummaged through the warehouse and pulled out a large roll of thick protective tarpaulin he had previously scavenged in the village, along with a bundle of sturdy nylon rope. He also found some relatively straight and tough tree branches nearby, trimmed off the excess branches with a dagger, and pressed them to the appropriate length. With everything ready, Su Chen looked at the tricycle in front of him, his mind racing as he conceived the structure of a simple shelter. Back when he was an author, in order to write survival stories well, he had consulted countless resources on wilderness survival and watched hundreds of videos on building shelters and making tools. As for his practical skills, Su Chen looked at the branches and tarpaulin in his hands, feeling a little unsure. Give it a try, he thought, it's better than Lin Yu's work. He took a deep breath and began. First, he used nylon rope to firmly secure the 4 thickest branches to the 4 corners of the tricycle's cargo bed for support. Then, he used a Y-shaped branch to secure it to the center of the handlebars. This process was more difficult than he had imagined. To ensure stability, he wrapped the rope around and around, until his palms were red from the effort. He glanced at Shen Wanqing beside him and couldn't help but mutter again, "Hey, with all that strength, what else can you do besides fight? Come help me hold up this pillar, that would be fine." Shen Wanqing naturally didn't respond, remaining in that position like an emotionless bystander. Su Chen shook his head and continued working diligently. After securing the pillar, he used several thinner branches to cross and tie them together at the top, forming a neck-shaped frame. The final step was to cover it with a tarpaulin. He unfolded the huge canopy, cut it to the appropriate size with scissors, covered the frame, and then carefully tied it to the vehicle frame with rope through the metal holes along the edge of the canopy. After a flurry of work, Su Chen was covered in sweat. He stepped back, put his hands on his hips, and looked at his masterpiece with a satisfied smile. A simple canopy, though a bit crooked, but looking fairly sturdy, appeared on the tricycle. The canopy stretched from the front to the rear of the vehicle, completely covering the body and cargo bed, making it look like a homemade RV. Now it can withstand rain, and even hail for a while. I'm a genius! Su Chen couldn't help but mentally applaud himself, feeling incredibly proud. He wiped his sweat and glanced at his wristband interface. Today's travel alert. Survival Day 2. Time: 12 p.m. Weather: cloudy turning to moderate rain. Temperature: 15°C to 29°C. Surrounding environment: wasteland. The distance to the solo vehicle was 44.2 kilometers, and its speed was 1 meter per second. As a novice, seeing that distance of 44.2 kilometers, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. His morning of frantic running had finally left the solo vehicle far behind, and he was temporarily safe. However, the tricycle was not a long-term solution. It was too physically demanding. In the afternoon, he could only run another 40 or 50 kilometers at most. The enemy will catch up again early tomorrow morning, so we must find a usable car as soon as possible. Su Chen reaffirmed his goal. He put the remaining supplies and tools back into the warehouse, then walked to Shen Wanqing and, as before, bent down and picked her up. Her hand still felt that familiar coolness and firmness. Su Chen was already somewhat used to this feeling. He skillfully placed Shen Wanqing in the truck bed covered by the tarpaulin, letting him sit comfortably against Xiao Luo. Sit tight, let's go. He gave the order, then climbed into the driver's seat. A rear-view canopy overhead blocked out the sunlight, providing shade. Within easy reach was the sturdy car body and frame. An unprecedented sense of security welled up within him. Just as he pressed the foot pedal, ready to depart, large raindrops suddenly began to fall from the sky, pounding heavily on the overhead awning with a loud crackling sound. The wind picked up, whipping up dust and bits of grass that howled across the wasteland. In the blink of an eye, the sky and earth were shrouded in a grey curtain of rain. Su Chen looked out through the gaps in the awning at the torrential rain, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. Luckily, he had the name of the immortal sword. He pushed off onto the tricycle, the chain making a light, clattering sound as it sped into the rain. Raindrops pattered against the roof, the sound dense and crisp, not at all noisy, but rather like a soothing white noise lullaby. Riding the tricycle, Su Chen felt as if he were piloting a small boat through a storm. Outside, the wind and rain raged, but he remained safely in his cabin. It was a strange feeling. He glanced back. Shen Wanqing sat quietly in the back of the truck. Rainwater streamed down the edge of the tarpaulin, forming curtains of water, but it didn't wet her at all. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, feeling more relaxed than ever before. He even had the leisure to open the trading post while riding his bike. The wild boar he had previously listed had already been smashed and sold. He casually hung up the old bicycle he had seized from the robbers, along with the mountain bike he had found earlier. This price isn't expensive. For those unlucky survivors who couldn't find transportation, a bicycle was a lifesaver. Having done all that, he turned off the wristband and focused on riding. The road was washed clean by the rain, the weeds on both sides looked exceptionally crisp, and the air was so fresh that one couldn't help but want to take a few more breaths. If it weren't for the poisonous creature chasing him from behind, it would truly feel like a leisurely ride in the rain. Su Chen rode at a moderate speed, maintaining a pace that conserved his energy. He felt he could ride another 100 kilometers. At this moment, a line of green text popped up in the lower left corner. Your item, the dilapidated bicycle, has been sold, gaining you 30 survival points. Your item, the mountain bike, has been sold, gaining you 80 survival points. Sure enough, bicycles were still in high demand. It seemed that there were far more people lacking transportation than he had imagined. He glanced at his survival point balance, which had now reached 2,815 points. And so he rode in the rain for about 2.5 hours. The rain gradually subsided. The dense pattering on the overhead canopy slowly turned into a sparse dripping sound, finally falling completely silent. A ray of sunlight slanted in through the gaps in the canopy, landing warmly on Su Chen's hands gripping the handlebars. Just then, a delicate, mottled blue road sign caught his eye. White Horse Formation, 10 kilometers. Su Chen paused in his ascent of the bicycle. A moment of alertness washed over him, the brief moment of peace replaced by vigilance. A town meant dense buildings, abundant supplies, food, medicine, tools, even the car he'd always dreamed of, but also greater dangers. Without hesitation, he pedaled hard again, the tricycle chain clanging crisply, and sped off in the direction indicated by the road sign. After another half hour, a dense cluster of buildings finally appeared at the end of the road. Upon arriving at Baima town, Su Chen parked the car by the roadside and walked to a small earthen mound to carefully observe the town in the distance. It was a typical small town layout, with several main roads running east to west, lined with dense shops and residential buildings. Numerous highways converged into the town from all directions. It seemed this town would likely attract many survivors. Dozens of figures were scattered along the main roads, their movement slow and stiff, probably ordinary zombies. Su Chen's gaze was quickly drawn to several cars parked by the roadside. A white sedan crashed into a shop's roller shutter door, its front end severely deformed. Not far away were a red, slightly worn-out pickup truck and a van overturned on its side. He patiently observed for a few minutes, but for the time being, he didn't see any signs of other survivors. The faint, meaningless howls of zombies could be heard in the wind. Apart from that, the entire town was deathly silent. Su Chen glanced at the time on his wristband. 3 p.m. With 5 hours until the zombie outbreak at 8 p.m., he had plenty of time. His plan was simple. Find a drivable car before dark, then find a sturdy building as shelter for the night. The car was of utmost importance. Relying on this tricycle, he knew he'd eventually be caught by the poisonous creatures and die from exhaustion. Having made up his mind, Su Chen walked down the embankment and returned to the tricycle. He carried Shen Wanqing down. Then, with a thought, she stored the tricycle in her storage space and left. Su Chen patted Shen Wanqing's shoulder, signaling her to follow. Instead of taking the main road, she led Shen Wanqing down a small path on the edge of town. The path was lined with low, dilapidated houses, most of the gates of which were open, overgrown with weeds. Just around a corner, a zombie dressed in a blue palace dress stood with its back to them, swaying aimlessly. Su Chen immediately stopped, took out a carpenter's tool and an iron sword from the storage space, took a deep breath, slowly drew back the bowstring, and aimed at the zombie's back. The arrow pierced the air with a soft thud, successfully striking its target and embedding itself in the zombie's back and throat. The zombie roared, suddenly turning around and lunging at Su Chen with bared teeth and claws. The arrow missed its mark again. Su Chen cursed under his breath, but his face remained calm. He quickly retreated, simultaneously issuing a mental command to Shen Wanqing beside him. Shen Wanqing moved, walking towards the zombie. The zombie ignored her, its own kind, and continued chasing after her. As it passed her, Shen Wanqing's fair hand swiftly struck its neck with lightning speed. A crisp, cracking sound rang out, and the zombie's head snapped backward at an unsettling angle. The whistling stopped abruptly, and it collapsed limply to the ground. Killed a level 1 zombie. Gain 2.5 experience points. Your pet Shen Wanqing gained 2.5 experience points. Su Chen looked at the fallen zombie, then at the bow in his hand, and shook his head helplessly. It seemed his swordsmanship still needed improvement. He stepped forward, pulled the arrow from the zombie's back, wiped the blood off with a cloth, and remounted it on the woodworking frame. And so, he and his pet began clearing the town. Su Chen used this place as an excellent training ground. Whenever he encountered a lone zombie, he would use his bow and arrow to rescue it. That's the zombie that attacked Shen Wanqing. The two, one human and one pet, were working together with increasing efficiency, clearing away the lost creatures with remarkable speed. They quickly advanced to the white sedan. Su Chen took a closer look and immediately shook his head. The front half of the car was almost completely embedded in the shop. The front was dented, the windshield shattered into a mesh, and the doors were severely deformed. In short, it was just a piece of scrap metal. He abandoned the car and, with Shen Wanqing, continued towards the location of the small truck. The small truck was parked on the side of the road. Although the body was somewhat old, covered in dust and scratches, the overall structure was still intact, and the tires were still slightly inflated. Su Chen was delighted and quickly walked over. He pressed his eyelids against the driver's side window and peered inside. The driver's side was empty. There was no car key in the keyhole under the steering wheel, not the one he was expecting. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be this easy, Su Chen cursed under his breath. He circled the truck and tried to open all the doors. They were all locked. What to do? Break the window. He looked at the car window from this future era. Breaking it shouldn't be too difficult. The difficult part was starting the car. He'd seen plenty of movies where the protagonist would pull 2 wires and start the car with a single pull, but he had absolutely no confidence in doing it himself. Never mind, he'd just smash it open first. He was about to grab a hoe from the warehouse and start breaking the window when a familiar feeling suddenly and clearly emanated from Shen Wanqing beside him into his mind. Nearby food and flesh. Su Chen, who was about to smash the window, suddenly stopped. Someone was coming. He immediately crouched down, using the truck as cover, and warily scanned his surroundings. The streets were empty except for a few zombie corpses they had just dealt with. There was no other living creature in sight. It was Shen Wanqing's perception range that was relatively far. Su Chen's mind raced, and he dared not be careless in the slightest. He decisively abandoned the idea of immediately attacking the truck and quickly searched for a hiding place nearby. Soon, he spotted a 3-story building diagonally opposite the truck. The door of the building was open, and a sign for XX Hotel was hanging on the door. As soon as Su Chen gave the order in his mind, Shen Wanqing immediately stepped into the dimly lit hotel lobby. A thought of threat flashed through her mind, and Su Chen, gripping his hoe, followed closely behind. Just as they entered, they saw a female zombie in a hotel receptionist uniform staggering to her feet from behind the counter. Before she could even scream, Shen Wanqing pounced. Another crisp snapping sound followed, the battle over. Su Chen closed the hotel's wooden door and then used a sofa to barricade it from the inside. After doing all this, she looked behind her at Shen Wanqing, who was calmly going upstairs to clear the zombies. She gave the order, and Shen Wanqing immediately turned around and walked stiffly but quickly towards the stairs with her long legs. Su Chen followed behind, carrying a hoe. As soon as they reached the second floor, a stench hit them. 2 zombies in pajamas in the corridor trembled at the sound and staggered over. Shen Wanqing's figure flashed by. Click. 2 familiar crisp clicks rang out, and the battle ended in 2 seconds. Clean, efficient, and decisive. Level 1 zombie kill. Plus 2.5 experience. Your pet Shen Wanqing. Plus 2.5 experience. Su Chen was very satisfied with the performance of this fully automatic monster machine. Where can you find such a good employee? He commanded Shen Wanqing to search room by room. No threat, no threat, threat. Once a threat alert is received, Shen Wanqing will be the first to break down the door, while Su Chen will follow closely behind, ready to finish off any remaining zombies. A total of 7 zombies were cleared from the 3-story building, including the attic and basement. Su Chen's experience didn't increase much, but Shen Wanqing's pet's experience bar moved forward a little. Name. Shen Wanqing level. 182.5 100 very good, 1 step closer to leveling up. After confirming that there were no more threats in the building, Su Chen found a room facing the street and carefully parted a corner of the curtain to look outside. The view was excellent, allowing him to see the small truck and the surrounding streets. He held his breath and waited patiently. Soon, 3 figures appeared from the other end of the street. 2 men and a woman walked cautiously, each carrying a weapon, constantly scanning their surroundings. They quickly noticed the still fresh zombie corpses on the ground. The tall, burly man in the lead crouched down to examine the wounds on the corpses, then exchanged a glance with his companion, their faces showing a grave expression. They knew there were other survivors nearby. The 3 men slowed their pace, becoming more vigilant. When they saw the intact small truck, their eyes lit up simultaneously. They rushed to the truck, their faces filled with barely concealed excitement. However, when they discovered there were no keys inside, one of the tall, thin men immediately began cursing. Damn it, he took the keys. Enough with the nonsense. The burly leader stopped him, then pulled a hammer from his storage compartment. Without a word, he smashed it down hard on the driver's side window. Clang! The sound of smashing windows was particularly jarring on the quiet street. The car window was flung open from a 3rd-floor window. Su Chen's brows furrowed tightly. Damn it, they got there first. The loud noise startled the zombies in nearby buildings. 2 zombies roared as they emerged from a shop next door. The 2 men, however, were prepared and reacted swiftly. The tall man threw his hammer to the ground, pulled a machete from his spatial storage, and charged at one of the zombies. Another tall, thin man was also wielding a steel pipe, fighting the remaining zombie. Their movements were practiced and their teamwork was quite good, clearly not their first time fighting zombies. Before long, they easily dealt with both zombies. Hurry up! The tall, strong man urged. The tall, thin man immediately climbed into the driver's seat of the small truck and began fiddling under the steering wheel. Su Chen's heart sank. Seeing the man's practice movements, it was clear he intended to forcibly start the car using a jump starter. If they drove it away, he would be at a loss. Should he fight back? Su Chen's mind raced. There were 3 of them, and they all seemed quite capable. He only had himself and Shen Wanqing. A direct confrontation was unlikely to succeed. Just as he hesitated, the tall, thin man's furious curses suddenly came from the truck's cab. Damn it, this piece of junk's battery's dead, it won't start. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was first stunned, then almost burst out laughing. He watched as the three men surrounded the truck, cursing and swearing for a while, before finally kicking the tire in frustration and leaving the third-floor window dejectedly. Su Chen watched them walk away until their figures disappeared around the street corner before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't go downstairs immediately. Who knew if those three were playing a trick, deliberately leaving to observe from the shadows, hoping to pull off a mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole maneuver. In this post-apocalyptic world, one had to be careful. Su Chen was very patient. He stood quietly behind the curtains like an experienced hunter observing his hunting ground. Time passed by, and apart from the sound of the wind and the occasional plastic bag drifting by, there was no other movement on the street. After a few minutes, Su Chen finally confirmed that the group had really left. He had just led Shen Wanqing out of the hotel's back door, not returning the way they came, but instead exploring in a different direction. It was getting late, and he hoped to find suitable shelter quickly. He walked behind Shen Wanqing, bow in one hand and sword at his side, his left front threatening her. Just as Shen Wanqing's thoughts echoed in his mind, Su Chen paused, immediately dodging into a recessed doorway. A zombie dressed as a delivery man emerged from behind a trash can. Half its face had been eaten away, making it look exceptionally grotesque. Without hesitation, Su Chen drew his bow and aimed. This time, he didn't aim for the back of the head, but the arrow flew swiftly, the iron sword striking the zombie precisely in the chest. The immense force propelled him backward. The zombie, wincing in pain, immediately locked onto Su Chen's position, roaring as it charged towards him. Shen Wanqing also rushed towards the zombie. As it passed him, he simply raised his hand and snapped. The familiar sound of drums signaled the end of the battle. Su Chen stepped forward, skillfully pulled out an arrow, and wiped it clean. He continued leading Shen Wanqing towards the edge of the town. His goal was clear: to find a detached building with a courtyard wall. Such a house offered ample buffer space, making it the best choice for a temporary shelter. Along the way, they cleared out 7 or 8 more lone zombies. Su Chen's swordsmanship improved rapidly in actual combat. Although he still couldn't achieve high-difficulty maneuvers like headshots, hitting the torso within 50 meters was no problem. Half an hour later, Su Chen's vision suddenly opened up. He walked out of the narrow alley and came to a relatively sparse residential area. This should be the town's affluent area, with rows of 2- and 3-story villas with independent yards scattered in an orderly manner. Most of the villas' gates were tightly closed, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Su Chen's gaze quickly settled on a villa at the very edge. This villa was in an excellent location, backed by a small grove of trees, with only one path leading to it. The courtyard wall was a sturdy brick and stone structure, inlaid with anti-theft iron spikes and winglets. The gate was currently open. Su Chen was delighted, but didn't approach immediately. He led Shen Wanqing around the villa's perimeter, carefully observing the walls. They were all intact. He then used his senses to sense the surroundings. Su Chen gave Shen Wanqing a command, and she stepped to the iron gate, trying her best. After a moment, a clear thought. No threat inside the courtyard, only 5 threats inside the building. Go in and clean it up. Su Chen's command was given in his mind. Shen Wanqing received the command and strode into the open iron gate with her long legs. Su Chen followed closely behind, switching his carpenter's tool for a long-handled hoe and lowering his body slightly, ready to lift it up and exert force at any moment. The villa's courtyard was large, the lawn was overgrown with weeds, and there was a small fountain, but it was now dry. Shen Wanqing pushed open the slightly ajar villa door, and a strong stench of decay mixed with the smell of blood immediately assaulted her senses. Su Chen frowned instinctively. He looked inside and saw a scene of utter chaos. An overturned sofa, a broken glass coffee table, and books and miscellaneous items scattered all over the floor. A slightly overweight middle-aged male zombie in a suit was standing with his back to the door, swaying back and forth, emitting meaningless growls. Hearing the noise at the door, he slowly turned around. His face was covered in bluish-black lividity, and his skin was greasy, as if coated with a layer of. The eyeball had completely detached from its socket, becoming cloudy and clinging to his cheek only by a sliver of bloody, mangled nerve. It swayed with his stiff movements, as if it might fall off at any moment. A system notification appeared in the lower left corner of his vision, indicating a decrease in sanity. A strong feeling of nausea surged up Su Chen's throat, almost making him vomit on the spot. Damn it! Su Chen gritted his teeth and swallowed the bitter liquid that welled up in his mouth. Even in death, he was dying in such a disgusting way. He noticed Su Chen and immediately roared as he walked over with stiff steps, completely ignoring Shen Wanqing. Just as he brushed past her, Shen Wanqing acted without warning, striking the zombie's neck with her palm without any extra movement. A crisp, resounding crack echoed in the messy living room. The middle-aged zombie's forward momentum abruptly stopped, its head folding eerily against its shoulder. His massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The murky eyeball hanging from his cheek finally detached completely at that moment, rolling down like a dangling glass marble with a clatter to Su Chen's feet. Reason was simple. Su Chen's eyelids twitched violently, and his stomach churned again. He forced himself to hold it in before he could even catch his breath. The kitchen door next door was pushed open, and two figures staggered out. A female zombie in an apron and a robust young man. Their gazes were also fixed on Su Chen. Two zombies roared and moved stiffly from the left and right, flanking him. Su Chen gripped the hoe tightly, his muscles tensing instantly, ready to fight. Shen Wanqing had already won. Crack! Crack! Two more crisp sounds rang out, and the battle quickly ended. Killing a level 1 zombie grants 2.5 experience points. Su Chen slowly lowered the hoe he had raised halfway. He looked at Shen Wanqing, who stood unmoved amidst the three corpses. Was his pet a little too fierce? It seemed like he, as the owner, was only good for shouting 666. But Su Chenqing cleared his throat, masking his embarrassment, straightened his back, and regained his masterly authority. Well done! The order to continue cleaning was given, and Shen Wanqing immediately turned and headed towards the second-floor staircase. Su Chen didn't follow too closely. He stood at the top of the stairs, listening warily to the sounds upstairs. Soon, a loud crash came from upstairs as a door was kicked open, followed by two short, familiar clicks. A moment later, Shen Wanqing reappeared at the top of the stairs, quietly watching him. The threat has been eliminated. Okay, I'll give you extra food later, Su Chen said to Shen Wanqing, not caring whether she understood or not. The moment he finished speaking, a line of green text popped up in the lower left corner, prompting that his pet Shen Wanqing had reached its full experience point and could be leveled up. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately opened the pet interface on his bracelet. Name: Shen Wanqing. Level: 100 million experience bar. 100% full. After clearing so many zombies in the town and the 7 in this villa, he finally had enough experience to level up. Without hesitation, Su Chen selected level up. Leveling up your pet Shen Wanqing. Upgrade successful. Your pet level has increased to level 2. Your pet has gained 1 free attribute point. Just like the character, pets only gain 1 free attribute point after leveling up. He immediately opened Shen Wanqing's detailed attribute panel, his eyes quickly scanning through constitution, strength, speed, and perception. Only these 4 attributes had a small plus sign next to them, while spirit and reason did not have plus signs and could not be used for any actions. Su Chen's gaze quickly swept over the 4 options. 10 points in constitution was already quite high. Adding more wouldn't be very meaningful. 8 points in strength was enough to completely overwhelm ordinary zombies, enough to slap one down for now. 10 points in perception was also very high. It was precisely because of this that he was able to avoid many dangers in advance. Eliminating these 3 options was obvious. Speed. Su Chen's gaze finally settled on the value of only 2. This was his only weakness. If he could increase his speed, Shen Wanqing's combat power would definitely experience a qualitative leap. A terrifying, tireless, and incredibly perceptive killing machine, as fast as a ghost. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. He decided on speed. Without hesitation, Su Chen added his precious point of free attribute to speed. Name: Shen Wanqing. Species mutation loss level: 24% constitution, 10% strength, 8%. Speed 3. Endurance is almost limitless, unaffected by fatigue, pain, lack of oxygen, or blood loss unless completely destroyed. Perception 10. Mental 0. Reason 0. Energy is almost limitless. Timekeeping 1.72%. Moisture 1.66%. Good condition. Abilities: olfactory perception, basic information. This is a newly contracted, special mutated zombie. It won't infect its master. It's currently in good condition with all abilities normal. Friendly reminder: your pet has just leveled up. It seems to have undergone a subtle change. The experience points needed to level up to level 3 have jumped from 100 to 400, the same as its own leveling experience. It seems leveling up again won't be so easy in the future. His gaze was quickly drawn to the last friendly reminder. A subtle change appeared. Su Chen frowned and looked up at Shen Wanqing, who seemed to be standing not far away. It was still that unbelievably beautiful face, with skin as pale as snow, still that fiery, alluring figure. Even the black sportswear couldn't conceal those breathtaking curves, still those empty, large eyes. His figure hadn't changed at all. Su Chen circled him twice, even tentatively reaching out to pinch it. It was cool to the touch, smooth and bouncy, exactly the same feel as before. What could have changed? He pondered for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Forget it, Su Chen shook his head, temporarily putting the question out of his mind. Whatever the change, as long as he became stronger, that was a good thing. He pulled himself together and got down to business. First, he went out into the yard and slammed the heavy iron gate shut, then bolted it from the inside. He went back inside and locked the villa's main door tightly. Next came the time to loot the spoils. He didn't rush to search the chests and cabinets, but first thoroughly checked the rooms on the first floor. When he pushed open an inconspicuous door next to the hall, the scene before him made him gasp. Behind the door was a spacious garage, and in the very center of the garage sat a large, sleek black vehicle. Judging by its imposing front and massive body, it was clearly a luxury minivan. Holy crap! Su Chen couldn't help but swear. His eyes widened in disbelief. Compared to this car, the old, dilapidated truck was nothing but junk. With this, what did he have to fear from poisonous creatures? He could leave them far behind with a single press of the accelerator. He rushed over, his hand stroking the cool, smooth body of the truck. His body trembled slightly with excitement. Then he reached out and pulled on the door. Locked up, Su Chen's mood was not affected at all. On the contrary, he became even more excited. Locked up, good. Locked up meant that no one had touched the car key since the apocalypse. He immediately realized the key point. He turned and rushed back to the living room, his gaze falling on the middle-aged male zombie in a suit, his body gruesomely deceased. He was most likely the owner of this villa. Su Chen, suppressing his nausea, crouched down and began searching the corpse. He quickly found a hard object in the man's trouser pocket. Pulling it out, he saw it was a car key and a villa key. Holding the keys, he rushed back to the garage without looking back. He pressed the unlock button on the key, and the black van immediately flashed its lights twice, emitting a crisp unlocking sound. Su Chen opened the driver's side door, and a scent of genuine leather and a faint perfume wafted out. He eagerly sat down, the soft seat enveloping his entire body. This was a world apart from his hard, rickety tricycle. Su Chen opened the car door, and a unique smell of genuine leather and new interior wafted out. He eagerly sat in the driver's seat. The soft leather seat enveloped his entire body, bringing unparalleled comfort and a sense of security. Looking at the technologically advanced center console and dashboard, he felt as if he had returned to the civilized world. With excitement, he pressed the start button. The indicator light on the dashboard flashed faintly, followed by a weak clicking sound from inside the car, then complete silence. Su Chen's elation froze instantly. He tried a few more times, refusing to believe it, but the same despairing clicking sound came through. The battery was dead. The worst-case scenario had struck again. Damn it! Su Chen slammed his fist on the steering wheel with a dull thud. Despite his anger, the problem still needed to be solved. He wasn't the type to complain and blame others when faced with difficulties. He quickly calmed down and began to think of a solution. If the battery was dead, he'd replace it and see if he could find a repair shop. Even if he couldn't find one, there were so many abandoned cars in the town he was sure he could find a matching battery that still had power. It was a bit of a hassle, but better than no hope at all. Having made up his mind, Su Chen immediately took action. He opened the hood and found the car battery. A label clearly indicated the battery's model and specifications. Su Chen wrote this information down in a small notebook. After doing that, he went to the car, squatted down, and carefully examined the sidewalls of the tires, noting down the tire model as well. If there's a car repair shop, then he'll go on a big shopping spree. Spare tires, engine oil, a jack, tire repair tools. Even though he doesn't know how to fix cars, it's always good to be prepared. As for the supplies in this villa, he can slowly scavenge them when he gets back tonight. The most urgent thing is to get this car completely sorted out. Having made up his mind, Su Chen didn't delay any longer. He took Shen Wanqing back to the yard, and with a bang, he locked the heavy iron gate. After doing all this, he led Shen Wanqing to choose a direction and began exploring. As dusk approached, he had to hurry along the empty streets. Su Chen quickly noticed the change in Shen Wanqing beside him. Her movements seemed slightly different from before. They were no longer the purely puppet-like stiffness. When she took a step, there was a subtle coordination between her waist and legs. Although she still exuded a cold aura that seemed to have no one around her, there was now a hint of. The sense of life was palpable. He could even start jogging. The speed at 3 o'clock was indeed different. Su Chen was secretly delighted this attribute point had been allocated too directly. A wandering zombie spotted them and hissed as it approached. Su Chen didn't stop. He didn't even pick up his weapon, simply issuing a simple command in his mind. Shen Wanqing, who was beside him, instantly rushed forward. A crisp, cracking sound rang out, and the zombie collapsed to the ground with a thud. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Su Chen walked past him without even lifting his eyelids. He was used to it. With such a fully automatic monster hunting machine by his side, he now felt like a tourist on a post-apocalyptic tour, safe and worry-free. Thus, the man and his pet advanced forward with extremely high efficiency, clearing out 7 or 8 more lone zombies along the way. Su Chen's experience points didn't increase much. This allowed him to thoroughly understand Shen Wanqing's strength after her upgrade. The slight increase in speed had indeed caused a qualitative change. After walking for about 10 minutes, Su Chen stopped. His gaze fell on the sign of a mobile building not far ahead. Although the sign was covered in dust, the large red characters on it were still clearly visible. Brothers Auto Repair Shop found it. Su Chen was overjoyed and quickened his pace. The repair shop's roller shutter door was tightly closed, covered in dust and dried, dark, blank paper. Su Chen stopped, not daring to pry it open. He glanced at Shen Wanqing beside him and gave her a mental command to sense the situation inside. Shen Wanqing received the command and strode to the closed roller shutter door. A moment later, a clear thought entered Su Chen's mind. Safety. Su Chen's tense nerves instantly relaxed. Safety was paramount. Without hesitation, he retrieved a crowbar from the warehouse. He forcefully inserted the flat end of the crowbar into the gap below the roller shutter door, then took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his arm and forcefully prying upwards. A sharp, metallic scraping sound abruptly rang out in the deathly silence of the street, carrying far and wide. Su Chen's heart leaped into his throat. He surveyed his surroundings, and seeing nothing amiss, he relaxed. Then, with lightning speed, he pried open the roller shutter door, creating a gap large enough for one person to squeeze through, and immediately slipped inside, simultaneously glancing at Shen Wanqing. After entering the repair shop, Su Chen immediately lowered the roller shutter door slowly. With a soft clang, the outside light was completely cut off, plunging the entire space into darkness. Su Chen leaned against the cold roller shutter door, quietly listening to the sounds outside. Only when he was sure that the piercing noise hadn't attracted any uninvited guests did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. He took out a candle, lit it, and by its light, Su Chen looked around. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. This place was practically a post-apocalyptic treasure trove. The shelves against the wall were neatly arranged with various types of engine oil, brake fluid, and coolant, all covered with a thin layer of dust, but clearly brand new. On the other side, several huge metal racks were filled with various. He excitedly took out his notebook containing model numbers and carefully checked them. Su Chen was overjoyed that everything matched perfectly, a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. Looking at the room full of car supplies and accessories, he thought, why choose? I want it all. He was especially excited about the tires and various oils, all consumables, the more the merrier. He rubbed his hands together and began a frenzied shopping spree. He walked to the shelf, waved his hand, and a row of engine oils vanished instantly, stored in his warehouse space. Warehouse space is insufficient. Su Chen cursed under his breath, but felt no remorse. He directly opened the online store. Expanding storage space consumes 100 survival points, increasing it by 1 cubic meter. Su Chen continued, draining the brake fluid and removing the air filter. Storage space insufficient. Expanding storage space consumes 100 survival points, increasing it by 1 cubic meter. Thus, the entire repair shop echoed with Su Chen's excited self-talk and the system's cold notification sound. These tools are good, I'll take them all. Tires are good stuff. For aren't enough, I'll take 8. I'll also take 2 jacks, maybe I'll need them later. Storage space insufficient. Expand, expand, expand to your heart's content today. Su Chen was blinded by greed. His survival points had become a constantly fluctuating number in his eyes. He expanded his warehouse space 7 times, spending a full 700 survival points before finally emptying the entire Brothers Auto Repair Shop. Looking at his warehouse, now expanded to 18 cubic meters, piled high with tires, batteries, various oils, and auto parts, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and security welled up within him. After this bloody turn of events, he wiped the sweat from his brow and leaned against an empty shelf, ready to catch his breath and admire the view. Just then, the nearby food and flesh became an alarm for Shen Wanqing. Su Chen's smile froze. Someone had arrived, and based on previous experience, the other party wasn't far away. He immediately decided to leave the repair shop. Su Chen didn't go through the roller shutter door, but instead, he took Shen Wanqing and quietly slipped out through a small back door of the repair shop. Outside was a narrow alley filled with discarded tires and garbage. He didn't rush out immediately, but instead, he carefully peeked out halfway along the wall, quickly scanning the alleyway. The street outside was empty. A gust of wind blew, causing a newspaper to roll on the deserted street. No one was around. Su Chen frowned slightly, but his vigilance remained unwavering. Shen Wanqing's senses had never failed him. Instead of returning the way they came, he led Shen Wanqing into another route. Having just returned fully loaded from the auto repair shop, he had to be extremely careful. He'd rather spend more time and take a few detours than risk a mishap at this crucial moment. The two of them walked one after the other through the maze-like alleys, clearing some zombies along the way. Just as he turned a corner, his steps suddenly halted. A few dozen meters ahead, a door to a house was pushed open, and a figure stepped out. It was a middle-aged man of medium build, who appeared to be around 40 or 50 years old. He was wearing a grey jacket and carrying a fire axe, the blade still stained with dark dirt. Almost simultaneously with the man's appearance, Su Chen was also exposed to his line of sight. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. The middle-aged man's gaze instantly sharpened like a knife, his knuckles gripping the fire axe turning white, his entire body tense, ready to strike at any moment. Su Chen's heart was in his throat. He subconsciously planned how he would retaliate if the other man rushed at him. The two stood silently facing each other, dozens of meters apart. Neither spoke first, neither moved first, both assessing the threat of the other. This survivor didn't seem to be skilled. It would be impossible for him to survive alone in this environment without several zombie lives on his hands. Time passed second by second. Finally, the middle-aged man broke the silence first. He merely nodded lightly in Su Chen's direction without speaking, then turned and walked away in the opposite direction, axe in hand. His steps were steady, and he didn't look back, but Su Chen could sense that the man's attention was still largely focused on him. Su Chen didn't move. He stood there watching the man's back recede into the distance until it disappeared at the end of the street. Only then did Su Chen slowly breathe a sigh of relief. He knew very well that if he had shown even the slightest hostility or made any threatening move, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. Fortunately, both sides had exercised restraint. Although he was certain he would win in a fight, he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble at this moment. Without pausing, Su Chen immediately turned and led Shen Wanqing into another alley. He deliberately circled around the area, constantly looking back and even pausing at corners to make sure no one was following him. Only after confirming that no one was tailing him did he quicken his pace towards the villa. By the time he stood again in front of the familiar villa's gate, it was completely dark. He took out his key, opened the gate, and quickly slipped inside with Shen Wanqing. He then immediately locked the heavy iron gate from the inside. He walked into the garage and lit a candle. The dim candlelight flickered in the garage, casting long shadows of himself and the black minivan. He took out a brand new battery and tools from the storage room. Su Chen wasn't a professional gas mechanic. He had done a lot of research before for his writing, but it was all theoretical. He clumsily studied the battery terminals for a long time, switching between the wrench and screwdriver, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Damn it, why is this thing so tight? He cursed under his breath, adding 3 more bars of pressure to his grip. With a soft click, he finally pried open the old battery's clips. He breathed a sigh of relief and carefully removed the heavy old battery, then replaced it with the brand new one, connecting the positive and negative terminals. After doing all this, he felt his back was soaked with sweat. He wiped the sweat, sat in the driver's seat, took a deep breath, and pressed the one-button start. The indicator lights on the dashboard instantly lit up, followed by a short but powerful hiss, then a deep, powerful roar of the engine suddenly exploded throughout the garage. The sound was full of power, like a heavy. Su Chen was delighted with his success, but he immediately turned off the car to prevent the engine noise from attracting attention. After calming himself, he found a car air pump in a storage cabinet in the garage. He plugged it in and inflated all 4 tires. Having done this, he blew out the candles, plunging the entire garage into darkness. He didn't want to risk it if the candlelight shone through the cracks in the villa's windows and was seen by someone with ulterior motives. It would be another problem. Using the faint moonlight filtering in from the windows, he began a thorough search of the entire villa. There were quite a few good things inside. In the kitchen, he found several vacuum-packed bags of rice and flour, as well as over a dozen canned goods of various flavors, beef, luncheon meat, fermented black beans, crucian carp, and more. The biggest surprise was in a storage room on the 2nd floor, where he found a fully stocked first aid kit. Opening it, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Inside were not only common cold medicine, painkillers, and bandages, but also several bottles of medical alcohol, a large quantity of sterile gauze and bandages, and 2 boxes of ampicillin antibiotics. In the apocalypse, this stuff was even more valuable than gold. Without antibiotics, one could only wait to die from an injury or infection. Su Chen ruthlessly collected all the useful items into the warehouse. After looting, he glanced at the time on his bracelet. 7:50 p.m. In 10 minutes, the zombies would enter their berserk state. Standing in the center of the living room, feeling his hunger, he was about to take some food from the warehouse to treat himself when a strong wave of hunger washed over him. He had been busy all day without a drop of water. It was time to reward himself. Just as he was about to take out food and water from the warehouse and enjoy a moment of peace, a familiar thought suddenly rang in his mind. The food and flesh nearby belonged to Shen Wanqing. Su Chen's expression froze, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, can't I just have a peaceful meal and a good night's sleep? He suppressed his irritation and immediately went on high alert. She tried to pinpoint the direction of the food and flesh, attempting to obtain more precise information, but her mind remained silent, offering no response. It seemed that Shen Wanqing, in her current state, couldn't comprehend such complex commands. She could only sense the threat but couldn't describe its exact location. Su Chen frowned, her gaze falling on Shen Wanqing standing silently beside her. She remained expressionless, like a beautiful sculpture, as if the alarm had nothing to do with her. How could she determine the direction? She couldn't possibly inspect every single window, could she? That would be too passive. Su Chen's mind raced. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. I've got it. He issued a simple and direct command in his mind. Go to the food. The moment the command was given, Shen Wanqing's previously motionless body reacted. She slowly turned around, facing the wall to the left of the villa's main entrance, and then strode forward, her long legs moving steadily towards the left side of the villa. I'm such a genius. Su Chen couldn't help but give himself a mental thumbs up. He immediately gave Shen Wanqing the command to stay put, then turned and ran up to the second floor, then followed the stairs all the way to the rooftop on the third floor. The villa's rooftop was an open-air balcony surrounded by a waist-high railing. Instead of standing up, he silently crawled to the ground behind the railing, only peeking out half his head. His gaze warily fell on the road to the left of the villa's entrance. Night deepened, and the surroundings were deathly silent. Time ticked by, and Su Chen lay prone on the cold cement ground, barely daring to breathe. Sure enough, not long after, two blinding beams of light pierced the darkness in the distance. A car was driving towards them. It was a very new van. The van slowly stopped on the road not far ahead. The door opened, and two people got out. By the moonlight, Su Chen could make out their figures. One tall and one thin man, the same group he had seen near the small truck that afternoon. A woman followed behind them. They stopped and walked to the iron gate of the villa where Su Chen was. They reached out and pushed the heavy iron gate, but it didn't budge, making a soft sound. Damn, this lock. The tall, thin man muttered a curse under his breath. The burly leader, however, remained silent, glancing warily at the quiet villa before decisively waving his hand and leading the two men towards the neighboring villa belonging to the factory. Su Chen continued to observe the two men as they entered the house next door. They stood still and walked to the iron gate of the villa where Su Chen was. They reached out and pushed the heavy iron gate, but it didn't budge, emitting only a soft creak. Damn it, the door's locked, the tall man muttered under his breath. The burly leader didn't speak, but glanced warily at the quiet villa before decisively waving his hand and leading the two men towards the villa next door, belonging to a large factory. Su Chen continued to observe the two men as they entered the house next door. They hadn't been inside for long. Suddenly, the roars of zombies and a brief but intense fight erupted from the villa next door, but the sounds came and went quickly, lasting no more than 10 seconds, and everything returned to normal. Su Chen's pupils contracted slightly. There were at least 1 or 2 zombies in the villa next door, yet they were dealt with in such a short time. These guys were indeed difficult to deal with. Soon, the two men came out of a neighboring yard. They returned to the van, carefully drove it into the neighboring yard, and then turned off the engine. It seemed they planned to stay there tonight. In the dead of night, their voices could carry far. Su Chen, lying on the rooftop, heard their conversation clearly. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Today was truly a day of terrible luck. There are several hundred survival points. Even the tall, thin man chimed in, that kid never imagined he'd fall for such a pretty girl, ha ha. Those few hundred survival points really helped us a lot. Hearing this, Su Chen, lying on the rooftop, felt a chill run down his spine. This van was something they had stolen by murdering someone. They used a woman as bait to lure a young man driving by, then the two men pounced on him and killed him. Such ruthless methods. This isn't just simple post-apocalyptic survival, it's naked plunder and slaughter. Tomorrow we'll thoroughly search this area. This looks like a wealthy neighborhood. There must be plenty of lucrative opportunities. The tall, strong man began to devise a plan. Ideally, we'd find 1 or 2 lone, fat sheep to rob. That's much faster than painstakingly killing zombies for survival points. That's right, raiding is still the fastest way. Survival points have everything. Su Chen listened quietly, his eyes gradually turning cold. Those guys next door are ruthless and inhuman. It seems he'll have to find a way to take them out tonight. After all, he still has a lot of time to gather resources in the town tomorrow. It would be troublesome if he encountered them on the road. It's better to strike first at the wall. Su Chen decided to replenish his energy first. He was hungry after a busy afternoon. Instead of cooking instant noodles, he took out the last meat bun from his spatial storage. He stuffed the steamed bun into his mouth in a few bites, then bought a bread roll from the mall and wolfed it down with bottled water. The cold bread wasn't exactly delicious, but as the food went down, a warm feeling returned to his body, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. He leaned against the wall, quietly digesting his food, while also considering his next move. The 3 people next door, 2 men and 1 woman, were led by a man called Zhong Ji. Judging from his build and strength that afternoon, he was definitely not weak. The other tall, thin man wasn't exactly innocent either. As for the woman named Xiao Wei, those who can cooperate with them in faking murder are definitely not pushovers. A direct confrontation would be the worst possible strategy. As he thought this, he prepared to go downstairs to cut some meat to feed Chen Wanqing. Just then, a faint, suppressed female moan suddenly drifted from the direction of the next room, penetrating the walls and the darkness. Su Chen paused in his ascent. He listened intently. The sound was intermittent, carrying a strange tone that was exceptionally clear in the quiet night. Then, a man's heavy breathing and obscene language followed. Su Chen's face darkened. What the hell? You're still in the mood for this? You're so energetic. Why weren't you this energetic when you were killing zombies during the day? And you're yelling so loudly, as if you're afraid the nearby zombies won't hear you, right? He was speechless. Were these guys truly fearless, or did they think they had too much life? He climbed back onto the roof and looked towards the neighboring villa. A room on the 2nd floor of the villa next door was dimly lit by candlelight. The curtains weren't drawn, and shadows were moving inside. Accompanied by increasingly unrestrained shouts and men's laughter, it was practically a live broadcast of the apocalypse. Su Chen frowned and opened the chat channel for meeting other survivors. He wanted to check on their situation and also learn more about the zombies and monsters that night. The information in the channel was refreshing at an extremely fast pace. Clearly, tonight was going to be a sleepless night for many. Damn it, can someone tell me what's going on? As soon as it got dark, the zombies outside were running faster than dogs, like they'd been injected with adrenaline. I saw a guy get chased and his gut spilled all over the floor. You only just found out about this upstairs? Zombies go into berserk mode after 8 p.m. I'm so scared. My friend and I are hiding in a clothing store on the 2nd floor. The door's been banged on so loudly we've blocked it with things. I don't know if we can hold out until dawn. Anyone want to team up? I can't hold on much longer. Location: Baima Town Central Hospital. I have medicine. Don't be stupid, who dares to rescue you now? Pray for yourself. Once it gets dark outside, those things go crazy. Hey, you at the Central Hospital, are you trying to fish? Who knows if you're in cahoots, deliberately tricking someone into going there to kill them? You just want to trade medicine for life. Throw the medicine out the window first, let's confirm before we talk. The chat instantly went off topic, filled with malicious speculation about the person pleading for help at the hospital. Trust is the cheapest and most luxurious thing, in my mind. Just then, a strange message popped up. You guys have zombies there? I've never encountered any. Is it as exciting as in the movies? The message was followed by a curious emoji. The entire regional channel went eerily silent for 2 seconds after the message was posted, then exploded instantly. Exciting! I'm in Qingshui town. You fucking come over here now. I'll give you a good thrill. What the hell? Where did this chosen one come from? Did he not encounter any monsters after transmigrating here? Looking at the messages in the channel, Su Chen's mood grew increasingly heavy. It seemed there were more survivors in Baima Town than he had imagined. It seems that tomorrow's looting operation will not only require guarding against zombies. What's that sound? The man called Brother Chong seemed to have heard the noise too, and paused for a moment. Whatever, he thought, probably just a few clueless zombies attracted here. The iron gate's closed, they can't get in. We'll just keep going. The tall man's voice carried a hint of disdain and panting. Su Chen, watching from the rooftop, was dumbfounded. You guys really know how to push yourselves to the limit? The banging on the door attracted more zombies. 1, 2, 3, before long, more than a dozen frenzied zombies had gathered outside the neighbor's gate. They tirelessly rammed the iron door with their bodies, some even starting to pile up on top of each other. Su Chen was utterly speechless. How thirsty were they? Are we really that focused? Hasn't anyone noticed the increase in zombies outside? The number of zombies attracted by the noise from all directions is still growing. In just a few minutes, a huge, dark mass has gathered outside the gate of the neighboring villa. A rough estimate suggests at least 50 or 60 of them. They're huddled together, constantly banging on the iron gate. All sorts of noises combine to form a terrifying sonic wave in the silent night. Meanwhile, the girl on the second floor next door, with her incredibly penetrating voice, continued her cacophony, even subtly overpowering the zombies' roars and becoming the most magnificent main note in this apocalyptic symphony. Su Chen, lying on the rooftop watching this truly spectacular sight, couldn't help but twitch his lips. "You guys really know how to have fun," he exclaimed in genuine awe. To be broadcasting live in front of dozens of frenzied zombies, this was playing poker with one's life on the line. He even considered applauding them. Just then, a new change occurred in the horde of zombies outside the courtyard wall. Due to limited space, the zombies behind kept pushing forward, while those in front were pinned against the iron gate and wall. Gradually, several zombies were lifted up by their brethren behind them, landing on the shoulders of the zombies below. They began to climb upwards, using both hands and feet. One by one, like a group of prisoners scrambling to escape, one zombie had already clung to the top of the more than 2-meter-high courtyard wall. His turbid eyes were fixed on the window on the second floor of the villa, and he let out an excited roar. His other hand suddenly reached up and grabbed John Yang. Then, his stiff body wobbled and flipped over the courtyard wall, falling heavily into the yard. With a muffled thud, he struggled to his feet and, without hesitation, strode straight toward the tightly closed security door of the villa. At that moment, a sharp, high-pitched female voice erupted from the neighboring villa. The voice was shrill and drawn out, as if it had used up all her strength, as if even her soul was about to be screamed out. Then it stopped abruptly, and the world became quiet. It seemed the exercise had temporarily ended. Su Chen thought to himself, his face full of black lines. Bang bang bang, the zombie that had climbed into the yard had already reached the security door and was frantically pounding on the heavy metal door with its body and hands. The pounding finally alerted the people on the second floor of the villa that something was wrong. "What's that downstairs?" It was the voice of the tall, thin man, tinged with suspicion. "Something's gotten into the yard." The voice of the burly man followed, filled with alertness. Then came a flurry of footsteps. The villa door was suddenly pulled open from the inside, and the two men, not even having time to put on their pants, rushed down, naked from the waist down. The tall, burly man in the lead carried a machete with a fierce look in his eyes. The other, tall, thin man gripped a steel pipe. A zombie at the door roared and lunged at them, ready to die. The burly man cursed, refusing to back down, and instead thrust his machete forward, a cold light flashing as it slashed down hard on the zombie's head. The sound was like a watermelon being split open. The zombie's head instantly cracked open, red and white blood splattering everywhere. Its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, and it collapsed limply to the ground. Having dealt with this zombie, the two men didn't let their guard down. The tall, muscular man quickly walked to the door and shone his flashlight towards the courtyard gate. The moment the blinding beam pierced the darkness and illuminated the scene outside the gate, both men's breath caught in their throats. Within the flashlight's beam were countless zombies, their faces rotting and twisted, their eyes glowing eerily in the darkness, their cries of madness echoing through the air. The scene was like hell descending. The tall man, wielding the beast, only managed to utter one word before his face turned deathly pale. "Close the door. Block it with something." The burly man reacted swiftly. He pulled the tall man back into the house, then slammed the heavy security door shut with a bang and quickly locked it. More and more zombies pounded against the once sturdy iron door, which groaned under the strain. With a piercing metallic clang, the lock was smashed open, the iron gate collapsed with a deafening crash, and the corpses piled up at the entrance, like a flood bursting its banks, surged into the yard. Their target was singular. That villa. "Quickly, drag the sofa over. And the tables and cabinets, move them all over here." From inside came the panicked roars of the two men and the deafening noise of furniture being dragged around. Clearly, they were frantically building their final line of defense. Dozens of frenzied zombies slammed into the villa's security door, causing it to tremble violently. Dust even fell rapidly from the junction of the door frame and the wall, but the door withstood the first wave of impact. The back of the door was clearly held firmly by heavy furniture. The zombies didn't give up tireless and painless, they relentlessly pounded the door with their rotting bodies. On the rooftop, Su Chen lay on the cold ground, his brow furrowed. The security door next door was surprisingly well made. Furthermore, with furniture blocking the door, dozens of frenzied zombies couldn't break through for the time being. But this wasn't a good thing. Once dawn broke and the zombies retreated, those 3 scumbags next door would survive, and he would have 3 more ill-intentioned neighbors. But if the zombies managed to get in, Su Chen glanced at the dark horde of at least 60 or 70 zombies. After they finished their buffet inside, would they turn around and make his place their next target? The defenses of his villa weren't necessarily much stronger than the neighbors. Even with Shen Menyin present, dealing with so many berserk zombies wouldn't be easy. Using fire, he had plenty of gasoline in his warehouse. 1 fire would do the trick. Do not put yourself in danger. He had to find a way to both eliminate the 3 scumbags next door and minimize the threat of these zombies. Su Chen's mind raced, and a plan slowly took shape. Since you all like excitement so much, I'll give you an even tougher ride. He had no more leeway and quietly retreated from the rooftop. Then, he tiptoed down to the first floor and, using his mind, gave the command to Shen Wanqing, who was standing still in the living room. Follow me. The 2 of them, 1 human and 1 pet, silently entered the kitchen. There was a small door in the kitchen of the villa that led out. Su Chen didn't open the door immediately but instead lay down on the iron gate in the kitchen. The back was empty, with no zombies in sight. The banging on the door and the roars outside had attracted all the zombies to the front of the villa. After confirming it was safe, Su Chen slowly and carefully unlocked the door. He opened it a crack, gave Shen Wanqing new instructions, and went out to wait. Shen Wanqing's figure flashed and slipped out through the crack, disappearing into the night. Su Chen immediately closed and locked the door. Still not entirely at ease, he released several oil drums from the warehouse and braced them against the door. Only after doing all this did he run back to the 3rd floor rooftop. He once again crouched behind the railing, peering over the wall. The situation next door remained unchanged. The zombies were still futilely ramming against the sturdy security door. The door shook violently, and the heavy dust from the frame fell rapidly, but it wouldn't collapse. The people inside seemed to have regained a sense of security because of the door's sturdiness. The cursing and the woman's weeping had subsided considerably. A cold smile curled at the corner of Su Chen's lips. He concentrated his mind and gave Shen Wanqing, who was already lurking in the night, a clear and deadly order. To break down the door next door. The instant the order was given, a black shadow darted out from the shadows between the 2 villas. It was too fast. Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply. This was the first time he had seen Shen Wanqing unleash her full speed at night since her upgrade. Her base speed of 3 points doubled to 6 points under the knight's berserk state. This speed was comparable to her own. Even more terrifying was her near-infinite stamina. Under the cover of darkness, Shen Wanqing nimbly bypassed the clutter in the yard and silently ran behind the dark mass of lions. Without pausing, he charged straight in. Several zombies on the perimeter seemed to sense something and turned their heads sluggishly, but they had no time to react. Thump, 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 dull impacts rang out one after another. The zombies blocking his path were sent flying by an irresistible force. In his berserk state at night, his already high strength of 8 points doubled to 16 points, an overwhelming force. The lion pride was instantly torn open, and Shen Wanqing, undeterred, pushed her way from the back to the front in just 2 or 3 seconds. The security door of the neighboring villa, blocked by furniture, was still trembling violently. "Brother Chong, what do we do?" The woman named Xiaoya's voice was filled with uncontrollable fear and sobs. She was huddled in the corner, shivering, a bedsheet hastily wrapped around her. "Shut up and cry your mother's cry." The tall, thin man growled irritably, his palms sweating profusely as he gripped the steel pipe tightly. His eyes were fixed on the swaying door. "What are you afraid of?" he seemed to say. The burly leader, Brother Chong, though his face was also somewhat grim, remained relatively calm. He panted heavily and snapped his fingers menacingly. "This door is sturdy. There's so much stuff blocking the back they can't get in. Will be easier to deal with at dawn." His words seemed to offer the other 2 a sliver of comfort. The tall, thin man's breathing calmed slightly. Just when they thought things would be fine until dawn, they climbed. A dull thud, heavy to the extreme, came from outside the door without warning. This sound was completely different from the chaotic thrashing of the zombies earlier. It was a muffled explosion of power concentrated to its peak. The entire security door, frame and all, lurched inwards, the sofa and table against the door swaying back several centimeters with a sickening groan. What the hell was going on? The tall man was horrified, and Chong Ji also began to panic. Before they could react, a second impact followed, this time even more terrifying. The metal door dented inward at a visible angle, and the lock emitted a piercing metallic twisting sound. The third impact was inevitable. The incredibly sturdy security door they had placed their hopes on, along with the mountain of furniture behind it, exploded inward like a city gate struck head-on by a sledgehammer. The door lock snapped, the chain ripped apart, and the entire door spun out, smashing the sofa behind it into pieces. Wood chips and fabric flew everywhere, and a strong stench of decay and blood instantly filled the entire living room. A tall, slender figure appeared in the doorway. It was Shen Wanqing. She stood there silently, her pale face expressionless, her empty eyes sweeping over the three terrified people inside. The three were terrified by the sudden scene, their minds going completely blank. They even forgot to scream. Who was this woman? How did she get in? What about the zombies outside? Why weren't they biting her? Countless questions exploded in their minds, but there was no time for them to find the answers, because behind Shen Wanqing lay hell. Roar! The pent-up frustration finally found an outlet. Like a burst dam, dozens of ferocious zombies with glowing eyes roared and surged through the smashed door. The first few zombies, pushing and shoving, were even knocked to the ground by their own kind behind them. But they didn't care and crawled forward on all fours, while the zombies behind them simply trampled over them. The first to have her throat torn apart by fear was the woman named Xiaoya. The bedsheet wrapped around her had already slipped off in the shock, and now she was naked, huddled in the corner, watching the rotting faces surge in like a tide, letting out her last, piercing scream. The nearest zombie pounced on her, biting down on her pale neck. Ooh! The woman's scream abruptly ceased, replaced by a gurgling, gasping sound as her throat was torn. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and more zombies pounced, completely engulfing her petite body. Only the chilling sound of flesh being ripped apart could be heard. Xiaoya, the tall, thin man, screamed in terror, but it was too late to save her, as two zombies were already charging at her from either side. Get the hell out of here! He brandished the steel pipe in his hand, his survival instinct unleashing all his strength. He slammed the pipe down hard on the head of a zombie on the left. Thud! The zombie's skull caved in. The movements were synchronized, but before the tall man could even pull the pipe out, the zombie on the right had already opened its blood-red maw and bit down hard on his arm. A sharp pain shot through my body in my hand. The tall, thin man let out a pig-like scream. He tried to pull his hand back, but the zombie's teeth were like iron clamps, firmly embedded in his flesh. More zombies surrounded him, some shook his legs, some hugged his waist, and some even pounced on him, gnawing at his face. Brother Chong, save me! Chong Ji's cries for help quickly turned into muffled screams choked with blood and foam, and finally disappeared completely. The whole process took only a dozen seconds. In the living room, only the tall, burly man with the beard, Chong Ji, remained. He watched as his two companions were torn apart alive before his eyes. For the first time, genuine fear appeared on his fierce face, but he did not break down. This man, who had survived the apocalypse by killing and gaining power, was far more cunning and ruthless than any ordinary person. He roared like a beast, his eyes bloodshot. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, wielding his machete with ferocious speed, and met the fist head-on. He pounced, cleaving the head of a zombie in two with a sickle. He kicked away another zombie that lunged at him. Faced with the endless zombie horde, his bravery seemed so pale and powerless. Another zombie pounced from behind, biting his shoulder. Chong Ji roared in pain and swung his knife, severing most of the zombie's neck. But the intense pain and blood loss caused a momentary lapse in his movements. This instantaneous opening became the final straw. 4 or 5 zombies seized the opportunity, pounced from all sides, grabbed him tightly, and slammed him to the ground. Chong Ji let out a final, unwilling roar. The sounds of flesh tearing, bone shattering, and the nauseating smacking of chewing would become a cruel apocalyptic symphony. It was all over. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, his eyes cold. From the moment they decided to use women as bait to kill and rob, their fate was already sealed. He had merely sent them on their way ahead of time. Su Chen concentrated his mind and issued a new command to Shen Wanqing, who was standing at the door. Eliminate the threat. With the command given, Shen Wanqing, radiating an icy aura, moved. He strode into that hellish place with his long, straight legs. The battle began. Soon, system notifications kept popping up in the lower left corner. Kill a level 1 zombie and gain 2.5 experience points. Your pet, Shen Wanqing, gains 2.5 experience points. Killing a level 1 zombie grants 2.5 experience points. Your pet, Shen Wanqing, also gains 2.5 experience points. The message started flooding the screen. Lines of green text scrolled upwards like a waterfall, captivating Su Chen. This wasn't just experience points, it was clearly a ladder to power. The villa next door had become Shen Wanqing's slaughterhouse. In her berserk state at night, his strength and speed reached a terrifying level. Ordinary level 1 zombies were as fragile as paper in his presence. He didn't even need to make any extra movements, he simply moved through the horde of zombies. Every raised hand, every slash, was accompanied by a crisp crack and a falling corpse. Highly efficient, deadly, and elegant. After just a few minutes, the notifications that flooded the screen finally stopped, and the whole world seemed to fall silent. A clear thought rang in Su Chen's mind. Threat cleared. Su Chen let out a long breath. Just as he was about to get up, a line of different golden characters suddenly popped up in the lower left corner. Your experience points are full, you can level up now. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately opened the character interface on his bracelet. His name was Su Chen, his level was 24%, and his experience bar was full. The scattered zombies he had cleared in the town earlier, plus the massive amount of experience from the 60 or 70 zombies he had encountered tonight, had finally given him enough experience to reach the 400 points needed to level up. Without hesitation, he focused his mind on the golden level up button. Leveling up is now in progress. Upgrade successful. Your level has increased to level 3. You have gained 1 free attribute point. He immediately looked at his attribute panel, his gaze falling on that precious free attribute point. Should he add strength, constitution, or speed? Several options flashed through Su Chen's mind in an instant. Strength was only 4 points, which was indeed a weakness, but the problem was that his main attacker was Shen Wanqing. In her berserk state at night, her terrifying strength of 16 points was something he couldn't catch up to by adding a few attribute points. With her humanoid Gundam-like presence, his strength weakness could be temporarily ignored. Physical constitution affects life and defense, which is fundamental to survival. However, Su Chen's gaze ultimately fell on the speed category. A speed of 6 points is already outstanding among ordinary people, but in a world where running from poison gas is common and monsters can hunt at any time, it's far from enough. He doesn't need to confront monsters head-on, he only needs to ensure that he can outrun monsters and other survivors in any emergency. As long as he runs fast enough, danger can't catch him. As for his uncle, he can leave him to Shen Wanqing. It's decided, it's you. Speed. Su Chen made up his mind and focused his precious attribute point on speed. A wonderful feeling instantly spread throughout his body. It was as if some invisible shackle had been removed from his body. A sense of lightness came from his limbs and even his breathing became much smoother. He even had the illusion that if he wanted to, he could jump a long distance with a light leap. Very good, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He opened the attribute panel and checked Su Chen's normal human status. Healthy, a cartoon human figure, all green, adult, with an average of 5 in each attribute. He could increase these stats by leveling up. Level 38% Constitution 5 affects health, defense, and recovery speed. Strength 4 affects carrying capacity and attack power. Speed 7 affects movement and attack speed. Endurance 5 affects physical stamina and endurance. Perception 6 affects learning perception and production ability. Spirit 8 affects sanity resistance and sanity recovery. Speed sanity 100 sanity below 50 will cause madness, below 30 will cause hallucinations, below 10 will decrease experience, 58 100 experience below 50 will decrease fatigue, below 10 will decrease fainting, timekeeping 92 to 100 timekeeping below 50 will affect hunger, below 20 will affect various attributes, hydration 196 energy below 50 will affect thirst, below 20 will affect various attributes. Checking the attribute panel, there's no water attribute. Did you notice this page has a particularly high word count? Su Chen closed the attribute panel and went downstairs. He walked to the kitchen and, facing the tightly closed back door, mentally issued an order to Shen Wanqing. A moment later, a very faint, almost negligible scraping sound came from outside the back door. Su Chen didn't open the door immediately. He walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. Shen Wanqing stood quietly outside, blending into the shadows of the villa. Large patches of dark red blood stained his body, and his black tracksuit was almost completely dyed a different color. A few strands of wet hair clung to his pale, bloodless face, making him look like a vengeful goddess who had just crawled out of a pool of blood. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and slowly unlocked the door. Shen Wanqing walked in, bringing with her a strong, nauseating stench of blood. Su Chen was already mentally prepared for this. He calmly locked the door again, then took several heavy oil drums from the warehouse and firmly propped them against the door before finally feeling relieved. He led Shen Wanqing to the living room, frowning slightly at her blood-stained appearance. I'll change later, he thought, let's eat first. He doesn't mind. He opened his pet interface and checked his status. 1% up. Fortunately, the temperature hadn't dropped much since noon. Su Chen took out a large piece of still-warm wild boar meat from the warehouse, cut off a piece with his military dagger, and handed it to Shen Wanqing to eat. Without hesitation, Shen Wanqing lowered his head, opened his mouth, and precisely bit into the piece of meat with his 2 sharp canine teeth, beginning to chew mechanically. Su Chen fed him piece by piece until the gem level wasn't full, then he stopped. Having fed this top contributor, the next step was to reinforce his temporary shelter. He walked to the sofa in the living room, reached out and gently touched the sofa, and a thought struck him. The sofa was stored away in the warehouse space in the next second. He walked to the villa gate and moved it again. With a muffled bang, the sofa appeared out of thin air, blocking the gate perfectly. He did the same thing, moving the coffee table, TV cabinet, and even the stone and wood dining table from the living room to the warehouse in the same way, creating a solid furniture defense line behind the gate. Finally, he took out several tin cans filled with gasoline from the warehouse and placed them heavily at the back. Looking at this seemingly impenetrable defense line, Su Chen felt a great sense of security. He dusted off his hands and led Shen Wanqing to the master bedroom on the second floor. This bedroom was the largest and even had an ensuite bathroom for personal use. He placed several gasoline cans behind the door to block the view before plopping down on the bed, finally able to rest properly. Leaning against the headboard, he looked at Shen Wanqing, who stood quietly in the corner of the room covered in blood, and frowned again. Seeing her covered in blood was really unsettling, and it wouldn't be good to pretend to be a survivor during the day. "Let's wash up." "Come with me," Su Chen said, getting out of bed. Shen Wanqing followed her into the master bedroom's ensuite bathroom. The bathroom was luxuriously decorated, featuring a huge jacuzzi, a separate shower stall, and a smart mirror on the wall, unfortunately, now just for show. Su Chen turned on the gold-plated faucet, but only a hollow hair came out, not a drop of water came out. The world's water supply system had clearly been paralyzed long ago. There was water in the warehouse, but it was for drinking. Using it for bathing was too extravagant. He directly opened the trading system, entered water in the filter, and instantly rows of items popped up. The items listed were 20 L of murky lake water, 1 survival point, 500 milliliters of well water, 4 survival points, and 500 milliliters of spring water, 3 survival points. He quickly scanned the list and found what he wanted. 20 L of clean river water, 1 survival point. The seller commented that it was freshly drawn from the river, filtered to remove mud and sand, and needed to be boiled. The river water was good. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This was practically tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, he placed an order for 3. Transaction successful. Your purchase of 20LX3 clean river water has been stored in the warehouse. Survival points -3. With a thought, 3 large plastic buckets filled with water appeared on the bathroom floor. The water problem was solved. Su Chen looked at Shen Wanqing and finally made up his mind. He reached out his fingertips and touched the zipper of the black sports jacket she was wearing. The zipper was covered in sticky, dried blood and felt cold and hard to the touch. Su Chen's expression changed, and he zipped the jacket all the way up. He took off his coat and threw it on the ground, revealing a white t-shirt underneath, also stained red with blood. Then the t-shirt. Once the blood-stained clothing was completely removed, his impossibly perfect body was exposed to the air without any cover. Under the moonlight, his pale skin seemed to glow, so delicate that not a single pore was visible. His breathtaking curves, slender waist, and long, shapely legs, everything was exactly the same as those meticulously retouched images of blood needles he had seen before his transmigration, even more realistic and impactful. Gulp. Su Chen heard himself swallow hard. The vivid, apocalyptic live stream next door, which he had just forcibly suppressed, was now uncontrollably churning in his mind again. A surge of lust, born from childhood, was rising straight to the top of his head. Damn it, this is too much. Su Chen wailed inwardly. Who can withstand this? As a healthy young man who had been single for 26 years, having to personally clean the body of such a stunningly beautiful creature was not just a test of manual dexterity, but a test of his mental fortitude. He closed his eyes, shook his head vigorously, and forced himself to calm down. Was this a zombie, a pet, or a tool? Su Chen silently repeated these words several times in his mind before barely managing to suppress the burning sensation. He tried his best not to look at places he shouldn't see and began to carefully wipe the body with a towel. After more than half an hour, this arduous cleaning project finally came to an end. Looking at the transformed Shen Wanqing, she nodded in satisfaction. There wasn't a trace of blood on her body anymore. She stood there perfectly, like a work of art carved from the finest white jade. She nodded in satisfaction, took a brand new women's tracksuit from the warehouse, dressed her, and then dried her hair with a towel. After doing all this, he was covered in sweat. He used the remaining bucket of water to wash himself, changed into clean clothes, and felt much refreshed. He returned to the master bedroom and collapsed onto the soft bed, letting out a comfortable sigh. After a busy day and several periods of intense mental stress, a wave of exhaustion washed over him as he relaxed. He yawned. But just as she was about to close her eyes and fall asleep, she couldn't fall asleep no matter what she did. Something felt off. Su Chen opened her eyes and turned her head, only to see Shen Wanqing standing quietly by the bed, motionless like a perfect sculpture. The room was dark, with only the cold moonlight streaming in from the window, outlining her slender figure. Her empty eyes were staring straight at her. Su Chen instantly woke up. This feeling was too strange. Anyone would have trouble sleeping if a living person, no, a living master, was staring at them like that. Although he knew the man was carrying out a protective order and wouldn't harm him, the feeling of being watched still made him very uncomfortable. Su Chen sat up, rubbing his swollen sun boots. Completely wide awake, he opened the chat interface on his bracelet and entered the regional channel. He wanted to see if there were any other survivors in White Horse Town besides himself and the 3 scumbags next door who had become a zombie buffet. The regional channel was deserted, far from the bustling atmosphere of the daytime. Most people were either asleep or trembling in the darkness and fear. Only a few scattered messages were slowly scrolling by. Was there anyone still alive? In the department store in the center of White Horse Town, my friend and I are trapped in the warehouse on the 3rd floor. Can anyone help us? We have lots of food. Someone quickly replied. Help us? How? It's teeming with rabid zombies outside. Going out now is suicide, bro. Good luck. There are definitely a ton of zombies there. Anyone who goes is an idiot. You should be thinking about how to survive until dawn. The person who sent the SOS message seemed a bit anxious. No, we can give you survival points and supplies. As long as someone comes, we can discuss anything. Hey, your supplies will be unclaimed after you die. We'll go get them ourselves tomorrow during the day, isn't that better? No risk involved. This cold, realistic statement silenced the person who had sent the SOS message. Su Chen looked at the chat history, feeling nothing. Such is human nature in the apocalypse. He continued scrolling down and found that besides the one calling for help in the department store, another survivor was speaking. I knew I shouldn't have gone to White Horse Town. There are an unusually large number of zombies here. It's terrifying at night. I was lucky to hide in a safe place. It seemed there were still a few survivors in White Horse Town, but judging from their condition, they could barely protect themselves and posed no threat to him. Su Chen closed the chat channel. He thought of the mountain bike and 2 pedicabs in his warehouse. There must still be many survivors running away from the poison gas on foot. In a time before cars were common, these things were definitely hard currency. In a few days, as the survivors gradually find drivable cars, these things will become worthless. We must get rid of them while they're still needed. He skillfully opened the trading post and listed all 3 items. Item: 9 City New Mountain Bike, price 100 survival points, seller's comment. A must-have for escaping the poison gas. With it, you can easily surpass 90% of the survivors. Environmentally friendly and good for your health, you deserve it. Item: human-powered tricycle, price 100 survival points, seller's comment. A team-oriented artifact. The cargo bed can carry 3 to 5 girls. Essential for picking up girls and hauling goods, pre-order now. Product: human-powered tricycle with homemade canopy. Price: 110 survival points. Note: deluxe top-of-the-line version with rain canopy for shelter from wind and rain. Buy the tricycle today, live in it tomorrow. The price isn't cheap, but it's not outrageous either. After all, until you find a car, this is the best tool for escaping the poison gas. After doing all this, Su Chen set a forced wake-up function on his bracelet, setting the time to 5 a.m. The zombies' berserk state would dissipate after 5 a.m., returning them to their sluggish daytime state. There was a nearly brand new minivan waiting for him in the neighboring yard, a prize to be won. Although he already had a commercial vehicle, who would complain about having more cars? Having a spare was always good. However, he needed to store the minivan in his warehouse. His current space was far from sufficient. His current warehouse was 18 cubic meters, and it was already almost full. The minivan alone would take up at least 15 cubic meters. It seemed he would have to expand his warehouse. At a rate of 1 cubic meter for every 100 survival points, this would be another considerable expense. But Su Chen felt this money was worthwhile. He knew he would need to expand his warehouse space sooner or later. After doing all this, Su Chen felt exhausted again. He yawned, turned off the bracelet, and prepared to sleep. But as he lay down and was about to close his eyes, tell him to stand in the corner. It seemed there was no difference. He was told to sit down. Su Chen imagined the scene. Shen Wanqing sitting on a chair by the bed, head tilted, looking at him expressionlessly. It seemed even more terrifying, like a scene from a horror movie. Su Chen irritably scratched his head. Damn it, why is raising a pet so complicated? He looked at Shen Wanqing's beautiful face, which appeared even paler in the moonlight. A bold and absurd thought uncontrollably welled up from the bottom of his heart. Why don't I make him lie down too? Once this thought appeared, he couldn't suppress it any longer. The passionate live stream of the 3 unlucky guys next door before their deaths, and the erotic scene of him personally washing Shen Wanqing's body, played back and forth in his mind. Su Chen felt his mouth dry and his heart skipped a beat. Calm down, he's a zombie, a tool. Su Chen silently recited the Ice Heart mantra several times in his mind before he could barely suppress the evil fire. Yes, that's it. Making him lie down was just so that he could get a good night's sleep. There was absolutely no other meaning. Having not mentally prepared himself properly, Su Chen sat up somewhat awkwardly. Looking at Shen Wanqing, he hesitantly gave her a command in his mind. Come lie down. The instant the command was given, Shen Wanqing, who was standing by the bed, moved. Without any hesitation or extra expression, she silently walked over and lay down neatly beside Su Chen. Her movements were clean and efficient. Su Chen froze. He could clearly smell the scent of shower gel emanating from her and even feel the mattress beside him sink slightly as he lay down. The two were less than 20 centimeters apart. With just a turn of his head, he could see Su Chen's flawless profile so close to his face. Su Chen's brain froze. He stared blankly at the ceiling, too afraid to move, even his breathing unconsciously becoming shallow. This is fucking even more exciting than when we were standing here. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The forced wake-up function on his bracelet vibrated violently precisely at 5 a.m. Su Chen opened his eyes almost instantly, his consciousness returning in a flash. Beside her lay a cool body, faintly scented with the fragrance of jade dew. Shen Wanqing lay there quietly, her posture exactly the same as the night before, unchanged, like a life-sized body placed on the bed. The faint light from Chen 11 shone through the gap in the curtains. Su Chen slowly sat up. She got out of bed, walked to the window, and pulled back a corner of the curtains to look outside. The sky was already faintly bright. The town was shrouded in silence. The clamor and bloodshed of last night seemed to have faded with the darkness. He opened his bracelet to check today's travel tips. Survival tip 3, time. 5:01 a.m., weather. Sunny, temperature. 12 to 25 degrees Celsius, surroundings. Abandoned town, distance. 31 kilometers, reading speed. 1 meter per second. The safe distance is still ample for beginners. He had plenty of time to gather supplies. His primary target today was the van next door. Without further delay, Su Chen gave the order to Shen Wanqing, who was still lying in bed. Get up and come with me. The two of them quickly left the bedroom and arrived at the villa next door. The air still reeked of a lingering stench of decay and blood. The yard was a mess. The smashed iron gate lay to one side. The ground was littered with dark red splattered volcanoes and bits of flesh. The white van, however, was parked unharmed in the center of the yard, splattered with blood, like a small white flower that had miraculously survived the slaughter. Su Chen didn't rush to park the van. He first walked around it, carefully inspecting it. The windows were intact, the tires were full, and there was no obvious damage. He opened the car door, got in, and inserted the key. With a slight vibration, the engine started smoothly, emitting a steady hum. The fuel gauge showed a little less than half a liter of fuel remaining. Perfect. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. This car was practically a freebie. He turned off the engine and got out. Next came the most crucial, and also the most painful, step. The van's volume was estimated to be at least 15 cubic meters, while his current warehouse space, even after several expansions, was only 18 cubic meters, crammed full of various supplies. There simply wasn't enough space left. It seemed he had no choice but to continue expanding. He opened the shop, looked at his remaining 2,845 survival points, and took a deep breath. Damn, money was flowing like water. He gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding, and directly purchased 15 warehouse space expansion cards from the shop. Transaction successful. With his survival points reduced by 1,500, his balance instantly shrank by more than half. Su Chen felt as if his heart, liver, spleen, and lungs were being drained. He forced himself not to look at his balance and used all 15 expansion cards. His warehouse space increased by 15 cubic meters, bringing his total space to 33 cubic meters. He walked to the van, placed his palm on the vehicle, and with a thought. The white van in front of him vanished into thin air with a slight spatial fluctuation and was successfully stored in the warehouse. Looking at the van that had appeared in the warehouse, Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Although it had cost a lot of money, the value of a working car in the apocalypse far exceeded 1,500 survival points. Just as he was about to turn off his bracelet, a line of green text popped up in the lower left corner of his vision, prompting him. Your spending in the store has met the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Su Chen felt a surge of joy, and the initial pain in his heart was quickly replaced by delight. The shop icon on the bracelet interface flashed white light, instantly upgrading the shop level to level 4 to unlock more new items. Su Chen's breathing quickened. He immediately clicked on the upgraded shop screen, refreshing the item list. The selection was vastly different from level 3. He immediately looked at the food category. Besides the bread, instant noodles, and sausages, 2 more items suddenly appeared that made his mouth water. Vegetarian wontons, fresh meat dumplings, and lean meat soup, 8 survival points. Note: just add hot water and in 3 minutes you can taste the flavor of home. Vegetarian preserved egg and lean meat porridge, 8 survival points. Note: warms your stomach and warms your heart, it's hot food. Su Chen's eyes lit up. In the apocalypse, being able to eat a steaming hot meal was pure bliss. He resisted the urge to immediately buy a long bowl and turned his attention to the tools category. The tools category has also seen a few more items, such as a hand drill and a money tamper. They're inexpensive, but he doesn't need them right now, so he skipped them and clicked on the weapons category he was most looking forward to. Previously, the only weapons listed were military daggers and woodworking tools, but now 2 better melee weapons have appeared. A fire axe priced at 60 survival points. The notes state that this is a powerful demolition tool, highly effective against stubborn individuals. The product is a machete priced at 50 survival points. The notes also mention its simplicity, efficiency, and ease of use, making it a must-have for hardcore gamers and gangsters. Looking at the image of the gleaming, metallic fire axe, Su Chen felt a surge of security. His hoe, which he had used for 2 days, could finally retire honorably. Without hesitation, he spent 60 survival points to buy a fire axe. A flash of light, and a heavy, menacingly red fire axe appeared in his hand. Its heavy body and non-slip rubber grip gave it a cold, metallic feel, and a sense of power welled up from his palm. A good thing. Su Chen swung it a couple of times with satisfaction, making it look powerful and efficient. With this thing, he felt much more confident facing zombies. He put the fire station into his warehouse, feeling quite pleased with himself. The shop had leveled up to level 4, unlocking real weapons, and his strength had increased significantly. Looking across the entire survival world, there were probably few people who had leveled up faster than him. With a hint of curiosity, he opened the trading post, wanting to see what level of weapons other survivors were using. He typed weapon into the search bar. The next item list he presented almost made him burst out laughing. Item: sharp fruit knife, heirloom, price 20 survival points. Seller's note: this knife is a family heirloom, as sharp as mud, capable of cutting hair in an instant. Today, I'm reluctantly parting with it, only selling it to someone destined to have it. Item: brick, blessed, price 5 survival points. Seller's comment: a battle brick blessed by a Shaolin monk. With this brick in hand, I rule the world. Product: a meter-long Luo Wengang brick, priced at 15 survival points. Seller's comment: who can be tougher than him? The best choice for fighting monsters. A motley collection of all sorts of monsters and demons. Su Chen was amazed. You guys really know how to play. He quickly flipped through a few pages and finally found some serious stuff. The item Firefighter's box is priced at 80% and costs 140 survival points. The seller commented, a good find from the Firefighter's box, no markup. The item Watermelon knife is priced at 110 survival points. The seller commented, it has a health bar. Those who know, know. Don't take those junk fruit knives and pens. These weapons are extremely rare and ridiculously expensive. A second-hand fire axe was being sold for 140 survival points, more than double the price of a brand new one in the shop. It was highway robbery. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. A bold idea sprouted in his mind. He seemed to have discovered a huge business opportunity. Others, lacking a stable supply, could only rely on luck to scavenge for weapons, treating them like treasures and charging exorbitant prices. But he was buying from the shop. His supply was unlimited. He could easily act as a middleman. A sly smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. He immediately opened the shop and bought a fire axe and a machete. Then he opened the auction house and listed both items. Brand new fire axe, price 70 survival points. Seller's message: Brand new fire axe, don't bring those second-hand trash pens, pre-order now, first come first served. Brand new machete, price 60 survival points, seller's message. Start with a knife, all equipment depends on drops, bro, wanna grab one? His pricing was incredibly reasonable, only 10 points higher than the original price in the store, just enough to make a profit. But compared to the unscrupulous merchants in the trading house, this price was practically dirt cheap. He wanted to make small profits but quick turnover to earn more survival points. Who knew how long it would be before others reached level 4 in the store, and then it wouldn't be so easy to sell. After finishing all this, Su Chen led Shen Wanqing back into the villa next door. As soon as they entered, a thick, pungent smell of blood mixed with the stench of decay hit them. The living room was like a living hell. A system notification flashed across the lower left corner of Li D3's vision, followed by a sudden, overwhelming nausea that surged through Su Shen's throat. Despite being mentally prepared, the scene, resembling a large-scale slaughterhouse, still slightly impacted his stats. He endured it. Everything was loot, everything was experience. Su Chen silently recited the command in his mind, his gaze searching through the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. He quickly spotted half a human arm beneath a pile of zombie corpses. The black survival bracelet on the wrist stood out conspicuously against the bloodstains. He found it, forcing himself to resist the urge to remove it. Unclaimed survival bracelet. Merging? He detected. Merging in progress. Merging successful. Your warehouse space has increased by 1 cubic meter. Fusion successful. You have gained 410 survival points. The items in the bracelet have been automatically transferred to your inventory. The first one gave you 410 points. Su Chen's spirits lifted, and the nausea he felt earlier was instantly relieved. He continued searching, and soon the second and third bracelets were found. Fusion successful. Your inventory space has increased by 1 cubic meter. Fusion successful. You have gained 250 survival points. Items in the bracelet have been automatically transferred to your storage space. Fusion successful. Your storage space has increased by 1 cubic meter. Fusion successful. You have gained 20 survival points. Items in the bracelet have been automatically transferred to your storage space. After the 3 fusions, Su Chen's face was beaming with joy. His storage space directly increased by 3 cubic meters, bringing his total space to 36 cubic meters, and his survival points skyrocketed by 680 points. He immediately opened the warehouse to inventory the items from this stand-up pouch. The system had thoughtfully divided the items in the 3 bracelets into 3 small areas. The first corner contained Zhongji's legacy, with a maximum of 4 cans of food, 3 bottles of mineral water, a first aid kit, and some daily necessities. What surprised Su Chen the most was that there were even several kilograms of fresh rabbit meat wrapped in plastic bags in the corner. Wow, these guys can hunt. Su Chen was a little surprised. The fact that they managed to hunt rabbits during the beginner phase meant they were somewhat skilled. It was a pity they weren't very bright. The second corner was much more shabby. Besides some basic food and water, there was only a hammer and some odds and ends. The third corner was even poorer, with only some women's clothes and half a bag of potato chips. Su Chen curled her lip. It seemed that the woman named Xiaoya was just a pure appendage in this team, without even her own supplies. She shook her head and gathered the odds and ends aside. The extra 3 cubic meters of space was just enough to store the supplies she had plundered from the town today. Without lingering, she quickly left the villa with Shen Wanqing and returned to their temporary base. Su Chen went straight to the garage. It was time to go out and find supplies. She spent some time removing the garage door before getting into the car. Su Chen helped Shen Wanqing, who was in the passenger seat, fasten her seatbelt, and the engine hummed. The black van slowly drove out of the garage and onto the deserted street. Su Chen gripped the steering wheel and drove steadily. This was the first time he had seriously driven on the road since he transmigrated, and the feeling was quite strange. He subconsciously glanced at the passenger seat, where Shen Wanqing sat quietly, wearing a clean black tracksuit and a mask and sunglasses that concealed all the features of a superhuman. If one ignored her excessively pale skin and motionless posture, she looked like a cool, aloof girl going for a drive with her boyfriend. Unfortunately, this girl couldn't speak, couldn't laugh, and wasn't even alive. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, silently criticizing how other people's apocalyptic starts were either supernatural abilities or an overpowered system, or at least a massive space. But she started with a stunningly beautiful zombie as her pet. However, to be fair, this pet is really quite useful. It can fight and endure, never gets tired, and doesn't need a salary, just provide food. It's practically the perfect employee of the new century. Let's see if there are any supermarkets, hospitals, or police stations, Su Chen thought to himself, setting his sights on these places. Suddenly, 2 lines of green text popped up in the lower left corner of his vision. Your item, a brand new machete, has been successfully sold. You have gained 60 survival points. Your new fire station item has been successfully sold. You have gained 70 survival points. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. He turned the steering wheel, and the minivan smoothly parked on the side of the road. He couldn't wait to open the trading interface. Sure enough, the 2 items he had listed had disappeared. 1 in and 1 out, a net profit of 20 points. Although it wasn't much, it felt amazing. Taking off like a tiger, Su Chen was in a great mood and couldn't help but give himself a mental thumbs up. He finally understood why so many people like to be middlemen and make a profit. The feeling of making money effortlessly with just a few clicks was even more satisfying than personally slaying stone zombies. He relisted 5 more, then continued driving. The black minivan's engine hummed low as it slowly made its way through the deathly quiet streets. Soon, the sound had a lurking effect, attracting slow, unsteady figures from behind the windows of shops and residential buildings on both sides. They wore clothes of various colors, pajamas, palace attire, school uniforms, but without exception, they were all covered in stains and dark bloodstains. Their movements were stiff and slow, gradually gathering towards the source of the sound. It seemed the daytime was indeed in elderly activity center mode. Su Chen gripped the steering wheel, watching the slowly approaching zombies outside the window. His face showed no tension. He even had the leisure to mentally remark that these zombies were a completely different species from the berserk zombies of last night, who seemed to have been injected with adrenaline and could sprint at 100-meter speed. He didn't even need to deliberately accelerate. A slight turn of the steering wheel was enough to easily weave through their encirclement of Western-style books. The car drove smoothly, Su Chen's gaze quickly sweeping over the buildings on both sides of the street, supermarkets, pharmacies, hardware stores, all potential targets. Just then, a blue and white building appeared at the edge of his vision. A faded sign on the top of the building still stood solemnly in the morning light. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly at the White Horse Town police station. Compared to supermarkets and hospitals, this was the place he most wanted to be. He slowly parked his car on the street opposite the police station, turned off the engine, and sharply focused his gaze on the building. The police station's glass door was mostly shattered, revealing a dark opening. Through that opening, he could see it was crammed with people, not people, but zombies, densely packed, layer upon layer. The zombies swayed unconsciously inside. Just looking at them was enough to make one's scalp crawl. A rough count showed at least 50 or 60. Su Chen frowned slightly. With so many zombies, if any survivors were trapped inside, their chances of survival were slim. He glanced at Shen Wanqing in the passenger seat and mentally instructed her to sense if there was any food inside. A moment later, a clear thought echoed in his mind. No food, no flesh. Su Chen's last worry vanished. No survivors? That made things easier. These were a walking, experienced group. He could take them all. Su Chen got out of the car, walked to the passenger seat, unbuckled Shen Wanqing's seatbelt, and gave her new instructions. Upon receiving the order to eliminate the threat, Shen Wanqing rushed straight towards the police station entrance without hesitation. Her movements were light and swift, landing silently, a stark contrast to the staggering, stiff-jointed zombies. The throng of zombies in the lobby, startled by this sudden intrusion, turned around. Shen Wanqing's figure was reflected in their rotting, twisted faces and murky eyes. They just stared blankly at the incomprehensible growls emanating from his throat. To their long-degenerated senses, the aura emanating from Shen Wanqing was the same deathly aura they shared, no different from their own. Although somewhat wary, they didn't bother with her as long as she didn't try to steal their time. Su Chen, sitting in the car, watched this bizarre scene, marveling inwardly. This was practically a travel monster. Being a zombie was indeed a convenient passport in certain situations. Just then, Shen Wanqing moved. He walked towards the nearest zombie, a creature with half its face rotting, revealing stark white bone. He seemed still a little bewildered as to why this fellow zombie was so close. The next second, Shen Wanqing slapped the zombie's nape. A crisp crack, like snapping a dry twig, rang out. The zombie's head drooped at an eerie angle, its body swayed twice, and it collapsed limply to the ground. The entire process was clean and efficient, without a single unnecessary movement. Only after the corpse fell to the ground did the surrounding zombies seem to be attracted by the commotion and turn their heads to look. Shen Wanqing had already moved on to her next target. Su Chen sat in the car, and a line of green text popped up on the lower left corner on time. Killed a level 1 zombie, gained experience plus 2.5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gained experience plus 2.5. The battle began. This could no longer be called a battle, it was a one-sided, highly efficient massacre. Shen Wanqing was like an elegant and ruthless Grim Reaper, moving through the horde of zombies. Every raised hand, every swing of the arm, was accompanied by a crisp cracking sound of bones breaking and a zombie falling. Su Chen leaned back in the driver's seat, looking at the system notifications with an air of chivalry. Killed a level 1 zombie, gained 2.5 experience points. Your pet, Shen Wanqing, gained 2.5 experience points. Green notifications flooded the lower left corner of his vision like a waterfall. Su Chen was overjoyed, his smile almost reaching his ears. My darling, slow down. My eyes can barely keep up with your experience gain. While others were still battling wits and strength against the zombies, he had already achieved experience freedom. In less than 10 minutes, the barrage of notifications finally stopped. A clear thought echoed in Su Chen's mind. Threat cleared. Well done. Su Chen didn't hold back his praise. He pushed open the car door and strode towards the police station. As soon as he stepped through the gate, a thick, almost suffocating stench of blood mixed with the putrid odor hit him. Li Ji2, damn it, the system mechanism has been triggered again. Su Chen was speechless. He felt himself beginning to adapt to the scene. The ground was littered with zombie corpses, each in a different pose, their deaths gruesome. The entire hall resembled a slaughterhouse just after a wild party. Shen Wanqing stood quietly in the center of this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, completely out of place with the surrounding hellish scene. Su Chen's gaze began to carefully search through the pile of corpses. He quickly spotted 2 legs, not belonging to zombies, beneath a pile of twisted corpses. The legs, clad in mud-covered jeans, found him and, with some effort, pulled aside the zombie bodies covering them, revealing 2 human corpses underneath. These were 2 men, seemingly survivors who had traveled together. Their deaths were gruesome. 2 black survival bracelets on their wrists stood out starkly against the bloodstains. Su Chen, suppressing his discomfort, reached out and removed the 2 bracelets. Unclaimed survival bracelets detected. Merging? Merging in progress. Merging successful. Your inventory space increased by 1 cubic meter. Merging successful. You gained 370 survival points. Items in the bracelets have been automatically transferred to your inventory space. Without pausing, it immediately merged the second bracelet. Merging successful. Your inventory space increased by 1 cubic meter. Merging successful. You have gained 290 survival points. The items in the bracelet have been automatically transferred to your warehouse space. After the 2 fusions, the warehouse space has increased by 2 cubic meters, bringing the total space to 38 cubic meters. The survival points have also skyrocketed by 420. The disgust on Su Chen's face vanished, replaced by pure joy. He immediately opened the warehouse and tapped on this time's spoils. The items in the 2 bracelets had been thoughtfully divided into 2 small corners by the system. In the first corner were 2 unopened bottles of mineral water, several packs of biscuits, a change of clothes, and some miscellaneous daily necessities, as well as a brand new mountain bike. The second corner contained similar items. Food, water, clothing, and another ordinary bicycle. However, what surprised Su Chen most was a tightly wrapped item in a plastic bag in the second corner. He quickly took it out, opened the bag, and inside were over 30 kilograms of cut wolf meat. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. The fact that these 2 unlucky guys could hunt wolves during their beginner phase meant they were quite skilled in life, but unfortunately, they were unlucky. They probably came to the police station looking for a gun but got surrounded by zombies. Su Chen shook his head, silently taking a 0.1 second pause for them, then accepted the supplies with a clear conscience. He searched through their belongings but found no trace of any firearms. He went inside to investigate. Su Chen didn't give up and gave instructions to Shen Wanqing beside him. The place he needed to find was the police station's armory. Although this world had become apocalyptic, the basic architectural layout was still there. A place like a police station would definitely have a storage room for firearms and ammunition. He led Shen Wanqing through the hall full of corpses and into the police station. Inside was a corridor lined with offices, interrogation rooms, and archives. Most of the doors were open, and the rooms themselves were in disarray, with overturned desks, chairs, and scattered documents. Dry bloodstains splattered on the walls. Su Chen meticulously searched each room, hoping to find some useful clues. He even checked the desk drawers, opening them one by one. The results were disappointing. Besides some useless documents and office supplies, he didn't find a single bullet. Just as he was about to lose patience, at the end of the corridor, a unique door. In his line of sight came a heavy, grey metal security door. There were no windows, no peephole, only a cold electronic combination lock and keyhole. On the wall beside the door hung a faded sign with two large, striking red characters. Armory found. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, his breathing quickened. He strode forward, reached out, and pushed the metal door forcefully. The door wouldn't budge, as heavy as a wall. Undeterred, Su Chen retrieved a newly acquired fire axe from the warehouse. Its brand new blade flashed coldly in the dim corridor. He took 2 steps back, took a deep breath, swung his arm in a wide arc, and slammed it down with all his might. The deafening clang of metal echoed through the enclosed corridor, making his eardrums ring and sparks fly. Su Chen felt a tremendous force of recoil from the metal door, his hand going numb, and his fire suit almost flew off his fingers. He looked closely and saw that the seemingly indestructible metal door only had a faint white mark on it. Damn, it's so hard. Su Chen shook his numb hand and couldn't help but curse. The door's defenses were ridiculously strong. Forcibly breaking in was clearly out of the question. His only hope lay in that inconspicuous keyhole. Screw him. Su Chen's gaze slowly shifted to the hall behind him, littered with corpses. Based on his years of experience watching movies and playing games, such crucial items were most likely on some specific NPC, not a specific zombie. Damn it, he had to go back and loot the corpses. With a look of disgust, he put the fire axe back in the warehouse, pinched his nose, and walked back into this hellish place. The thick stench of blood and decay enveloped him again, making his stomach churn once more. He felt his sanity was rapidly slipping away, but no system notification appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. It seemed this stuff was like an antibiotic. After being exposed to it so many times, his body had developed a resistance. Su Chen suppressed his nausea and began searching through the pile of corpses. His target was clear. The zombies wearing police uniforms. He kicked aside a zombie blocking his way, his eyes carefully searching through the pile of corpses. He quickly found a zombie in a dark blue police uniform in the corner. The epaulets on its shoulders were still intact, suggesting it had been a minor officer in life. Save you, brother! Su Chen held his breath, crouched down, and began rummaging through the already cold and stiff corpse. The uniform pockets were bulging. He reached in and touched something cold, slippery, and strangely sticky, almost making him vomit his dinner from the night before. He forced himself to hold it in and pulled out a flattened pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and a wallet soaked in blood. Su Chen disdainfully tossed the things aside and continued groping. Finally, his eyes lit up when his fingers touched a cold, hard object. He pulled hard, and a keychain with 7 or 8 keys was pulled out of his pocket, making a crisp jingling sound. He had found it. Su Chen was overjoyed, but he didn't stop there. Adhering to the principle of not missing a single one, he found a set of keys on each of the other 2 zombies wearing police uniforms. There were 3 sets of keys in total, varying in size and shape, totaling more than 20. That should be enough now, Su Chen thought. Holding the 3 heavy sets of keys, he felt like a landlord who had just collected rent, and his confidence increased considerably. Without lingering, he quickly returned to the metal door of the armory with the keys. He picked up the first set of keys, took a deep breath, and began his unlocking attempt. The first key was too big, the second was too small and loose. The third was the wrong shape. He tried 7 or 8 keys in a row, but none fit the tiny keyhole. Su Chen's forehead began to sweat, and his initial anticipation turned into frustration. Damn it, is there no way? He threw down the first set of keys and picked up the second set. This time, when he tried the third key, a miracle happened. It was an ordinary-looking silver key, not too big or too small, just right to fit into the keyhole. A soft click followed. If it went in smoothly, there was hope. Su Chen's spirits lifted, and his heart began to pound uncontrollably. He felt like he was opening a priceless blind box. He gripped the key, held his breath, and carefully turned it. A slight, teeth-grinding metallic scraping sound rang out. Immediately following, a crisp, pleasant click, like heavenly music, echoed in the silent corridor. Su Chen's eyes widened instantly, a surge of immense joy coursing through his body like an electric current. He yanked back, and the incredibly heavy metal door swung open with a resounding thud. A unique smell, a mixture of metallic fumes and machine oil, wafted out from behind the door, the smell of weapons. Su Chen trembled with excitement. He rushed inside, taking 3 steps at a time. The armory wasn't large, only a dozen square meters. Inside, several metal weapon racks and ammunition boxes were neatly arranged. Su Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to the items hanging on the weapon rack. Even his breath felt hot. There were rows of neatly hung black pistols, and on a nearby shelf were riot shields, bulletproof vests, tactical helmets, and long batons, a dazzling array of items. Holy crap! Holy crap, this is amazing! Su Chen felt his adrenaline surging. He excitedly rushed to the weapon rack, reached out and picked up a pistol hanging on the outermost shelf. The cold metallic feel, the heavy weight, and the gleaming, deathly sheen of the gun gave him an immense sense of security. Item: 920 pistol type. Weapon notes: a reliable G-type pistol with an effective range of 50 meters. Remember, this is not a toy. Think twice before opening the box. Good stuff is good stuff. Su Chen grinned like a 200-pound child. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and began a frenzied shopping spree, acquiring 4x920 pistols, 400 by 9mm bullets, 6x riot shields, 6x bulletproof vests and cold weather inserts, 6x tactical helmets, and 10x police batons. In just a few minutes, he entered the entire armory. Looking at the corner of the warehouse now piled high with weapons, Su Chen's sense of security surged. With this equipment, he wouldn't hesitate to confront not only ordinary zombies but even packs of wild beasts. This trip to the police station was definitely worth it. Satisfied, he closed the warehouse door, exited the armory, and casually slammed the heavy metal door shut behind him. Back in the car, Su Chen's mind raced, and a black 920 pistol appeared out of thin air in his hand. This thing was the true romance of men in the apocalypse, cold and heavy, unlike any realistic toys he had ever played with before. The faint smell of gunpowder on the gun constantly reminded him that this was a weapon capable of easily taking lives. He took out a box of yellow 9mm bullets and began to recall the instructional videos he had watched online. He picked up the magazine and awkwardly pressed down on a bullet. The magazine spring was much stiffer than he'd expected, and the bullet casing was slippery. He almost didn't finish the first one. This is completely different from how you reload a magazine in a game by pressing 2 buttons. Su Chen couldn't help but complain, but he became even more careful. It took him a lot of effort to barely manage to load all 15 bullets into the magazine. With a soft click, he pushed the magazine into the grip, then pulled the slide to chamber the first round. A full 15-round magazine was quickly loaded. He pushed the magazine back into the grip with another soft click, and it was perfectly sealed. He then pulled the slide to chamber the next round. The entire movement was fluid and slightly exaggerated, but he had finally completed it. Holding the gun with both hands, he aimed at a tree outside the car window, attempting to aim in a pose reminiscent of a movie. 3.1 line. He squinted one eye. The crosshair notch indicated the target. This thing. The recoil was strong, the sound was weak, and the effective range was 50 meters. What could he possibly hit? A series of questions popped into his mind. Forget it, Su Chen finally lowered the gun, ejected the first bullet from the bullet gun, and then switched off the safety. Without any training, firing recklessly in an unknown city might cause countless troubles. Until he was absolutely certain, he'd stick with his favorite axe for now and practice more in the wild later. He loaded the remaining guns with ammunition and stored them in the warehouse for easier use later. He started the car and drove away from the police station, continuing along the highway. The car drove through the empty streets, passing several small neighborhood supermarkets, all of which had their glass doors smashed, and the shelves inside were overturned and in complete disarray. Clearly, they had been looted more than once. Were they all locusts? Having looted so thoroughly, Su Chen curled his lip and continued driving. Just then, a thought echoed in his mind. It was Shen Wanqing's food and flesh. His thoughts were intermittent, but the instinctive desire was incredibly clear. Su Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately slowed down. His eye scanned his surroundings warily, and his gaze was soon drawn to a huge building in the distance. It was a large chain supermarket, 3 stories high, with a massive sign that, though covered in dust, was still conspicuous. In the plaza in front of the supermarket lay a dozen or so zombie corpses, their deaths varied, clearly indicating that a battle had taken place. There were survivors, and they had already cleared the surrounding zombies. Su Chen parked his car in an inconspicuous parking space on the street corner and turned off the engine. He didn't get out of the car immediately, but instead gave the instruction to Shen Wanqing beside him to sense what was inside. Shen Wanqing's empty eyes turned towards the supermarket. A few seconds later, a new thought came. Food, flesh and blood. 2 people? Su Chen's eyes narrowed. These 2 people should be the ones who cleared out the group of zombies outside. They are probably inside now enjoying the fruits of their victory, frantically scavenging supplies. Whether they are enemies or enemies is still hard to say. He had to prepare for the worst. Su Chen stroked his chin, and a plan quickly took shape in his mind. Wanqing got out of the car, and he led Shen Wanqing out of the car, hiding near the supermarket side gate and walking straight in. Shen Wanqing didn't respond, but Su Chen could sense that his command had been perfectly received. She strode confidently toward the supermarket in trance, her long legs adding to her radiant complexion and tall figure. From behind, she appeared to be an ordinary young woman. Su Chen, meanwhile, retrieved a fire suit from the warehouse and followed leisurely, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters. She wanted to see. Who were these two survivors? The supermarket doors were wide open and Shen Wanqing walked in without any hindrance. Su Chen followed closely behind, slipping inside. A strong stench of rot and dust hit him, making him frown. The supermarket was a mess, with crushed product packaging and glassware underfoot. Most of the shelves were empty, with only some daily necessities scattered on the floor. It seemed that more than one group of people had visited this place. Shen Wanqing followed the instructions and walked further in. Just as he was about to reach the food section, he heard two men's vulgar laughter coming from deep within the shelves. "Hey buddy, look at that beauty! Holy crap, those long legs, that tiny waist. TSK, even in the apocalypse, there are still such stunning women." The voices were incredibly close, clearly indicating they had spotted Shen Wanqing. Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and he quickly dodged behind a row of shelves, only peeking out half his head to coldly observe. Soon, two men emerged from behind, one with blonde hair and the other bald, both wearing malicious smiles. Their gazes swept over Shen Wanqing with unbridled blatant disregard. They were unarmed. The beauty was all alone. Yellow Hair whistled and spoke first. "It's too dangerous to be alone in such a dangerous place. Should we all protect you?" Su Chen mentally ordered Shen Wanqing to turn back. Upon receiving the order, Shen Wanqing immediately turned around and walked towards Su Chen expressionlessly. "Hey, don't go!" Baldy panicked upon seeing this and quickly caught up with Yellow Hair, still swearing. "Beautiful lady, want to be friends? We two brothers are very strong. We guarantee you'll be well fed. Yes, follow us and you'll live a life of luxury." Looking at those two disgusting faces, Su Chen felt relieved. "Great, since you're so eager to die, don't blame me." He commanded Shen Wanqing to quicken her pace and run towards the shelf where he was lying in ambush. Seeing Shen Wanqing running frantically, the two became even more excited and chased after her, howling. Just as they were about to cross the shelf where Su Chen was, Su Chen gave the order to stop. Shen Wanqing, who was running, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Hee, you're not running anymore, little beauty? You can't run anymore, can you?" The blonde guy and the bald man grinned and surrounded her, excitedly rubbing their hands together and reaching out their claws towards Shen Wanqing. "Now's the time to attack." Su Chen decisively issued the command. Upon receiving the order, Shen Wanqing faced the onrushing blonde guy, her exquisite face remaining expressionless. She simply raised her hand, swift as lightning. In the blonde guy's astonished gaze, her fair palm, accompanied by a whooshing sound, precisely struck his neck. A sharp, teeth-grinding cracking sound rang out, and the blonde-haired man's head tilted to the side at an extremely bizarre angle. The smile on his face froze instantly, and his body went limp as he collapsed to the ground. Killing a level 1 survivor, your pet god Wanqing has received an amazing bonus. His bald companion was completely dumbfounded. The silver smile on his face froze, and his eyes widened as if he were his own age, staring intently at the blonde-haired man lying on the ground. Then he looked at the expressionless woman in front of him. What happened? He slapped old Wang to death with one blow. A chill ran down his spine. This wasn't some delicate beauty, she was clearly a female demon. The bald man let out a terrified scream and turned to run. But the moment he turned, a dark figure had already silently appeared behind him. "Run! Where to run?" The cold voice, like the low patter of death, rang in his ears. The bald man froze, and before he could turn around, he felt a chill on his back. Thud! The sharp blade of the fire station's axe instantly pierced his flesh and embedded itself deeply. A sharp pain shot through him, and the bald man screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Blood instantly stained the ground red. He wasn't dead yet. He struggled to turn around and saw a handsome face covered in blood. "Big brother, spare me. I was wrong. I'll give you everything." The bald man lay on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, begging for mercy. Su Chen ignored his pleas and instead gave Shen Wanqing the final order. Kill him. He had no experience doing it himself, and in the bald man's terrified and desperate gaze, Shen Wanqing slowly walked up to him and then raised her hand. With a muffled thud, the world fell silent. You have killed a level 1 survivor. Your pet, Shen Wanqing, has gained experience. Su Chen walked to the two corpses, skillfully removed their survival bracelets and selected merge. Fusion successful. Your warehouse space has increased by 1 cubic meter. Fusion successful. You have gained 210 survival points. Items in the bracelet have been automatically transferred to your storage space. Merging successful. Your storage space has increased by 1 cubic meter. Merging successful. You have gained 470 survival points. Items in the bracelet have been automatically transferred to your storage space. Another 680 survival points have been credited, and your storage space has reached 40 cubic meters. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. These two guys are really hard-working porters. They actually found quite a few useful supplies. He counted the loot. Besides the essentials like compressed biscuits, canned goods, and bottled water, there were even a few packs of spicy strips and 2 cans of cola. Su Chen, who clearly knew how to enjoy life, accepted all the spoils without hesitation, feeling quite pleased. Those two scumbags, though deserving of their deaths, had at least made a tiny contribution to the resource recycling of the apocalypse. Su Chen continued walking, carrying the fire extinguisher and leading Shen Wanqing towards the supermarket's food section. However, the shelves were even sparsely furnished, devoid of rice, flour, or even a single packet of instant noodle seasoning. The shelves were empty, and the floor was littered with torn packaging bags, as if locusts had swept through. Damn, are these people counting hamsters? They left nothing behind. Su Chen persisted, then circled the fresh produce and snack sections. The result was equally disappointing. The store had long since run out of stock, and a nauseating, rotten smell permeated the air. Some unsold meat had already grown green mold. The snack shelves were left with only scattered, poorly packaged candies sticking to the floor. He even found a box of abandoned cilantro-filled potato chips in a corner. Su Chen thought, fine, even dogs wouldn't eat this stuff. It seems my plan to replenish my food supplies here is completely ruined. This kind of large supermarket is too obvious. It's bound to have been thoroughly visited by waves of survivors long ago. Finding even a scrap would be lucky. Just as he was about to give up and leave, his gaze inadvertently fell on the sign for the second floor. Clothing, shoes, home goods, and daily necessities. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, survivors definitely won't prioritize these things in the early stages. After all, under the pressure of survival, who has the mind to care about what clothes to wear or what brand of toothpaste to use? But for him, these things are precious resources. He led Shen Wanqing straight to the second floor. The situation on the second floor was about what he expected. Compared to the mess on the first floor, this place was practically like before the apocalypse, just covered in some dust. In the clothing section, rows of brand new clothes hung on the shelves, and the tags were still on. The shoe section was neatly arranged with all kinds of shoes. The home furnishing section had piles of blankets, pillows, and sheets, and the toiletries section was overflowing with toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, shower gel, and shampoo. I'm rich. This is really taking off, he thought. He wasn't lacking in food, but he needed to maintain his quality of life. Su Chen first rushed to the men's clothing section, picking out some well-fitting sportswear and casual clothes, even grabbing a lot of underwear and socks. Then he went to the women's clothing section. Looking at the colorful array of women's clothing in front of him, Su Chen's expression became somewhat subtle. He turned his head and glanced at the motionless Shen Wanqing beside him. Let's get him some too, he can change later. First, he grabbed some sportswear similar to the style Shen Wanqing was wearing. These are basic, practical, durable, and convenient for fighting. Then his hand started to wander. This white dress is nice, quite fresh. Wait, it's inconvenient to wear for fighting. Grab these denim shorts, are they too short? Oh well, they should be cool for summer. Grab this too, what's this? Oh, yoga pants. They're stretchy and easy to move in, I have to take them. I need to take these too, lingerie. Su Chen looked at the lace, openwork, and various colors of women's lingerie on the shelves and felt his cheeks burning. As a healthy young man who had been single for 26 years, he had never studied these things so closely in his life. Who could resist this? He even put on a protective case. He put them all in the warehouse. After doing all this, he felt like he had fought a tough battle, and his whole body was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Su Chen then rushed to the shoe section and put all the shoes that fit him in the warehouse. He started putting the rest of the items on the trading platform for sale. Brand new brand name sneakers. Priced at 8 survival points. Seller's comment. Running without shoes is a waste of time. Stop wearing your old slippers and put these on, you'll be the next Usain Bolt. Sizes available, limited quantity, first come first served. Item. High-top canvas shoes, couple style. Priced at 7 survival points. Seller's comment. Even in the apocalypse, romance is needed. Wear couple shoes with your loved one and be the brightest star in the world. Sizes available. He listed 50 or 60 orders at once and put the rest in the warehouse to sell slowly. Finally, Su Chen ran to the home goods section. Brand new quilts, soft pillows, and skin-friendly 4-piece bedding sets. His eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, half of a shelf instantly disappeared. A system notification popped up in the lower left corner. The warehouse space was full. Although his warehouse already had 40 cubic meters, there was simply too much stuff inside. Su Chen gritted his teeth and bought 10 more warehouse space expansion cards. The transaction was successful, and his survival points decreased by 1,000. He used all 10 expansion cards, adding 10 cubic meters to his warehouse space, bringing the total space to 50 cubic meters. At this moment, a system notification popped up, asking if he had met the upgrade requirements based on his spending in the mall. Su Chen directly selected yes and upgraded immediately. The shop icon on the bracelet interface flashed white light, upgrading the shop level to level 5 to unlock more new products. Upgrade experience 985-4000. Su Chen immediately clicked on the upgraded shop screen, refreshing the product list. The selection was dazzling and much richer than at level 4. He immediately looked at the food category. Vegetarian spicy and sour vermicelli, same packaging, best-selling, 12 survival points. Note: one bite is addictive. In the apocalypse, what could be more appetizing than this? Vegetarian hot dry noodles are a must-have. With 12 survival points added, whose DNA is being manipulated? The sheer amount of sesame paste and carbohydrates, the joy of it all is so simple. Looking at these familiar vegetarian products, Su Chen felt his saliva production increase even further. In the apocalypse, being able to eat a hot, heavily seasoned meal was simply heavenly. He forcibly suppressed the urge to immediately soak a tub of it. Now was not the time to indulge. There would be plenty of time after he had scavenged this town. He turned his attention to tools. Multifunctional engineer, priced at 50 survival points, notes. Wax saw, Carl money cutting hammer if you can think of it, it can do it, crowbar, priced at 30 survival points, notes. Physics, holy sword, opening doors, internal energy. There's nothing a crowbar can't solve. If there is, then get another one. Su Chen stroked his chin. Both were good. However, he didn't need it for the time being, so he rubbed his hands together and clicked on the weapon category he was most looking forward to. When the new product list popped up, his breath caught in his throat for a moment. Product: spear, price 90 survival points, note. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Want to emulate Zhao Zilong of Changshan, charging in and out 7 times? Start by owning a spear. Product: saber, price 90 survival points, note. Straight blade, armor-piercing weapon. This is the ultimate romance for a man. Looking at the image of that sleek saber radiating a chilling light, Su Chen felt his DNA had been altered. The fire department's influence was more about simple, brutal brute force, while the Tang Dao, a type of halberd, was cool, practical and stylish, the kind of weapon a man should use. Without hesitation, he spent 90 survival points to buy a Tang Dao. The transaction was successful, reducing his survival points by 90. A flash of light, and a nearly meter-long, jet-black Tang Dao with a handle appeared in his hand. Su Chen gripped the handle and slowly drew it, letting out a soft hiss. The slender blade reflected a cold, icy gleam in the dim supermarket light. The blade was sleek and straight, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. He tried swinging it, and the blade sliced through the air with a crisp, clear sound. It was much lighter and more agile than a heavy fire axe. A good thing. Su Chen stroked the cold blade with delight. His sense of security soared once more. With this thing, slaying zombies wouldn't be a matter of physical strength, but a matter of skill. Satisfied, he put the candy knife away. His shrewd nature resurfaced, and he immediately opened the shop, buying another candy knife and a Vajra spear. Then, he skillfully opened the trading post and put them up for sale. Brand new sugar knife, priced at 100 survival points. Seller's comment: brand new, a must-have for showing off in the apocalypse. With it, you'll be walking testosterone. Brand new long spear, priced at 100 survival points. Seller's comment: still struggling with melee combat? An inch longer, an inch stronger. Zombies will die before they can even touch you. His pricing is still very reasonable, only adding 10 points to each item. While others haven't leveled up their shop yet, every little bit helps. This is called cashing out on information asymmetry. After doing all this, he sorted out the clothes, shoes, and bedding he had looted from the second floor and listed them on the trading platform. Su Chen kept some for himself and put the rest on the shelves. Although the unit price of these items was not high, they had a large capacity and were essential for everyone. Even small amounts added up to a considerable income. Warehouse space was limited, so it was necessary to keep them circulating at all times and not let them be used up temporarily. He wandered around the third floor and finally found something useful. A telescope in the toy section. Su Chen found over a dozen items, but nothing else. He left the large supermarket with Shen Wanqing and returned to his car. He glanced at his bracelet. Today's travel alert, survival tip 3, time. 9:30 a.m. Weather. Sunny, temperature. 12 to 25 degrees Celsius, surroundings. Abandoned town, reading distance. 13.8 kilometers, reading speed at a speed of 1 meter per second during the novice period, that's 3.6 kilometers per hour. 13.8 kilometers per hour means it has less than 4 hours of safe time left. Considering possible accidents on the road, it can only stay here for a maximum of 3 hours. Time is starting to become urgent, it must hurry. Su Chen started the car, and the black van merged back into the desolate street. He gripped the steering wheel, his sharp eyes scanning the buildings on both sides of the road. The target was clear. Whitehorse Town Central Hospital. In the post-apocalyptic world, hospitals, police stations, and large supermarkets are all top-tier resource points. Medicines, medical devices, and disinfectants, these things might seem insignificant under normal circumstances, but in a post-apocalyptic world where human life is as fragile as paper, any one of them could potentially save a life in a critical moment. Of course, risks and rewards go hand in hand, and such places are inevitably hotspots teeming with zombies. Su Chen was already mentally prepared for this. After driving for a while, a huge white building complex appeared at the edge of his field of vision. The large red characters for Baima Town Central Hospital on the rooftop, though slightly dappled in the sunlight, remained striking. Su Chen slowed down and stopped a few hundred meters away at a street corner. He picked up a pair of binoculars he'd just picked up from the supermarket and carefully observed the hospital. One glance was enough for him to gasp in horror. Damn it, he thought, this is a zombie apocalypse. The plaza in front of the hospital and the outpatient hall visible through the glass doors are teeming with human heads, not zombie heads. Hundreds of zombies wandered aimlessly like a swarm of headless flies. The crowded scene was enough to kill any person with trypophobia on the spot. Su Chen suddenly remembered the SOS message he saw on the regional channel last night. A poor guy said he was trapped in a hospital with the door blocked by zombies. Now it seemed that guy was probably dead, not even a bone fragment could be found. He put down his binoculars, turned his head to look at Shen Wanqing in the passenger seat, and mentally instructed her to sense if there was any food or flesh inside. Shen Wanqing's empty eyes silently stared in the direction of the hospital for a few seconds. Without food or flesh, there were no survivors, so he could go on a killing spree without restraint, treating this place like his own personal experience dungeon. As for that guy who served the ball to save the message, brother, be careful in your next life and don't go to such dangerous places. Su Chen silently grieved for him for 0.3 seconds, and then began to plan the operation. Instead of driving directly there, he turned into a secluded back alley and carefully concealed the car in the shadow of a building. Only after doing this did he get out of the car with Shen Wanqing. Alone and silent, they made their way towards the hospital's main entrance. Standing outside the hospital gate, looking at the dense, dark mass of people inside, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This number was several times greater than what he'd seen at the police station. He glanced at the motionless Shen Wanqing beside him, and a slight smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. My darling, time for work. Go in and eliminate all the threats inside, Su Chen gave the concise and clear order. A clear, almost beast-like growl escaped Shen Wanqing's throat, as if in response. The next second, he stopped and rushed into the hospital. His intrusion was like a pebble thrown into a crowded fish pond. Countless pairs of murky eyes turned towards him in unison in the lobby. However, before they could react aggressively, a one-sided, highly efficient massacre had already begun. Su Chen didn't follow them inside. He simply leaned against a pillar outside the door, cautiously observing his surroundings to prevent other survivors from approaching. He watched with interest as the scene in his lower left corner of his vision went completely mad. The remaining text appears to be a series of random characters and symbols, possibly a corrupted file or a corrupted file. A direct translation isn't meaningful as it's not part of the main text. Killing a level 1 zombie grants 2.5 experience points. Your pet, Shen Wanqing, also gains 2.5 experience points. Green system notifications flooded the screen like a burst dam, making it feel like playing an idle game where you don't have to do anything but watch your experience bar climb. A truly lucky player. This was so satisfying. Su Chen was overjoyed. This was much more efficient than him hacking and slashing for ages. The hospital lobby was filled with screams and the sound of bones cracking, but he couldn't hear them. He could only see his experience bar steadily rising at a visible rate. These weren't zombies, they were walking experience packs. Time passed second by second. Su Chen leaned against a pillar, even having the leisure to grab a bottle of cola from the storeroom. With a pop, he opened the tab, squatted down, and took a huge gulp. The icy, bubbly liquid slid down his throat, pure bliss. While others were still battling wits and courage against zombies, risking their lives for survival, he was in complete control, sipping his cola and watching his employees go wild. The difference was astounding. After about 10 minutes, the waterfall of green notifications finally thinned out and stopped completely. The hospital lobby returned to a deathly silence. A clear thought echoed in Su Chen's mind. Threat cleared. The handsome Su Chen crushed the cola can in his hand and casually tossed it into the nearby trash can. Carrying his newly bought candy knife, he nonchalantly walked into the hospital. The moment he stepped through the gate, a stench of blood and decay, 10 times stronger than in the police station, assaulted his senses, almost sending him to his death on the spot. Alyosha had been mentally prepared, but the scene before him still shocked him deeply. The entire outpatient hall had been transformed into a sea of blood. The ground was littered with layers upon layers of zombie corpses. A rough count revealed at least 100. Various twisted fragments of branches and walls, mixed with thick, dark red blood, transformed the once smooth marble floor into a nauseating swamp. In the center of this hellish scene, Shen Wanqing stood silently, a stark and eerie contrast to the surrounding bloody and terrifying environment. Seeing this scene, Su Chen had only one thought in his mind. Thank goodness this was his pet. He opened his character interface. Level 38%, 500%, not bad, not bad. He'd killed so many, and he was one step closer to level 4. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. The experience needed to level up was increasing, and this wave of experience was already a significant gain. He then curiously opened the pet interface to check Shen Wanqing's status. When he saw her experience bar, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Name Shen Wanqing's level is 24,375%, only 25 experience points away from level 3. This means she only needs to kill 10 more ordinary zombies to level up. Su Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. This was absolutely fantastic news for him. His strongest trump card was this beautiful, emotionless, but absolutely loyal female zombie. Every time she leveled up, his safety would increase significantly. Shen Wanqing, at level 2, could already slaughter hundreds of ordinary zombies like mowing grass. How strong would she be at level 3? Su Chen couldn't even imagine. She forcibly suppressed her excitement. Now wasn't the time to be happy. Scavenging supplies was the priority. The most important thing in the hospital was the pharmacy. Su Chen quickly walked towards the hospital layout map in the center of the hall. She dared not wander around aimlessly in this place. Soon, she found the pharmacy on the map. It was on the left side of the first floor hall, just a short walk down a corridor. Su Chen changed direction, gripping the tang sword in one hand and covering his nose with the other, carefully making his way towards the target location on the sticky carpet. The corridor was also filled with corpses, mostly Shen Wanqing's handiwork. Soon, a window with a pharmacy sign appeared before him. The security glass of the window had been smashed, and the small door next to it was open. Su Chen peeked inside, and it was the same scene of corpses strewn everywhere and blood flowing like a river. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. However, when his gaze swept over the scene inside the pharmacy, the expression on his face instantly froze. The rows of huge metal shelves in the empty pharmacy were completely bare. Not only were there no medicines for urban or rural areas, but not even a single bottle of common cold medicine. The shelves were so clean you could run a mouse on them. Damn it! Su Chen couldn't help but curse, his blood pressure skyrocketing. Who the hell did this? They looted so thoroughly. Are you a locust? They ate everything up, leaving not a single drop for their brothers. He was so angry he spun around twice, still unwilling to give up, and went to the shelves to check each item one by one. He even lay on the floor to see if there was anything he had missed in a corner or dropped on the ground. But he found nothing, except for corpses and bloodstains scattered everywhere. The place was cleaner than his face. All his hard work had been for nothing. Su Chen felt incredibly frustrated. He had gone to so much trouble to have his pet kill so many things, only to get nothing in return. Just as he was about to leave in anger, his peripheral vision caught sight of an inconspicuous door at the very back of the pharmacy. It looked like a storage door and should have been closed. But now the door was covered with grotesque scratches and dents from impacts. The lock had been violently damaged, and the entire door was dented and barely hanging on the frame. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately became alert, gripping his dagger tightly. He carefully pushed open the broken door, revealing a small storage room inside, where 7 or 8 zombie corpses lay. The already small space was crammed full. Su Chen's gaze quickly swept across the pile of corpses, and soon his eyes were drawn to a metallic reflection on the ground that didn't belong to a zombie. It was a machete, and next to it lay a black survival bracelet stained with dark red blood. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stepped forward, suppressing his nausea, and picked up the bracelet from the pile of corpses. Detecting an unclaimed survival bracelet, should he fuse it? Without hesitation, Su Chen selected confirm. The next second, a series of green system prompts appeared like fireworks in his mind. Fusion successful. Your warehouse space increased by 8 cubic meters. Fusion successful. You gained 1,200 survival points. Items in the bracelet have been automatically transferred to your warehouse space. Holy crap! The moment Su Chen saw the notification, his eyes widened and his breath caught in his throat. 8 cubic meters of space and 1,200 survival points. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. This was a hidden gem. He'd never encountered anything like this before when fusing so many bracelets. This huge surprise instantly dispelled all his previous frustration and resentment. He quickly opened the warehouse interface to check his loot. When Su Chen saw the newly designated area in the warehouse, thoughtfully partitioned by the system, he completely understood. That corner was piled high with all sorts of boxes and bottles. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, painkillers, gauze, bandages, talismans, alcohol, a dazzling array of medicines, everything imaginable. Besides, there were also some compressed biscuits and bottled water, a small amount of daily necessities. So this unlucky guy was the one who emptied the pharmacy shelves outside. He was practically a doomsday hamster. Su Chen's mind instantly pieced together what had happened. This survivor is most likely the guy who was crying for help on the regional channel last night. He probably took advantage of his weakened state during the day to risk entering the hospital, ransacking the entire pharmacy, and then hiding in this storage room. He planned to leave at dawn, but unfortunately, he hadn't anticipated that the zombies would become so ferocious at night. In the end, the door, which he considered safe enough, was still breached by the rampaging horde. He died before he even used up all his survival points. Su Chen shook his head, feeling no sympathy whatsoever, but rather a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Brother, your move was textbook perfect. I've done all the work for someone else. He happily put the machete on the ground into his inventory, then opened the auction house and listed it. Used machete, 90% new, 40 survival points. Seller's message. Machete in its original position, used on zombies, price not good, take it or leave it. Even a mosquito bite is still meat, can't waste it. After dealing with all this, Su Chen walked out of the pharmacy, satisfied. He didn't rush to leave the hospital, he continued exploring. He gave instructions to Shen Wanqing beside him to begin exploring the other floors of the hospital. Such a large place surely held other useful items. He led Shen Wanqing along the emergency exits, searching floor by floor, inpatient wards, operating rooms, laboratories. He practically turned the entire hospital upside down. After a thorough search, aside from finding some brand new alcohol swabs, gauze, syringes, and other basic medical supplies in some department lockers, he found nothing of note. However, Su Chen wasn't disappointed. He'd already made a fortune from the pharmacy alone. One shouldn't be too greedy. He checked his character interface. It was a little past 11 a.m. Su Chen prepared to leave the town. He'd already gained enough from this town. He only needed 7 kilometers to refresh the second-mile treasure chest. He decided to leave some time in case anything unexpected happened. Just then, a familiar feeling suddenly flashed through his mind. Food, flesh and blood, Shen Wanqing's senses, other survivors. Su Chen stopped abruptly, his eyes immediately becoming wary. He cautiously approached the first-floor lobby, hiding behind a pillar and cautiously peeking out. He saw a burly man lurking suspiciously outside the hospital entrance, carrying a gleaming machete. His gaze swept across the sea of blood in the outpatient hall, his face filled with shock and fear. Clearly, the scene, resembling a massacre, had stunned him, making him hesitant to enter. Su Chen frowned slightly. It seemed there were more survivors in the White Horse formation than he had imagined. He didn't go out immediately, but instead slowly retrieved the carpenter's pistol from the warehouse. Although its power was somewhat diminished now, it was still somewhat effective as a deterrent. He didn't want to expose himself, and besides, he had never fired a gun before. He preferred to use familiar tactics first. After making preparations, he emerged from behind a pillar and, with Shen Wanqing, slowly walked towards the main gate. The distinct sound of footsteps in the empty hall instantly startled the man at the door. He turned around abruptly, and when he saw Su Chen and Shen Wanqing behind him, his expression first showed surprise, then turned extremely vigilant, his grip on the machete tightening even more. Su Chen stopped a dozen meters away from the man, not approaching further. He implicitly believed that a safe distance was the first principle of interpersonal communication. He looked at the man expressionlessly, saying nothing, only gesturing with his eyes for him to move aside. The man, however, did not move. His gaze swept back and forth between Su Chen and Shen Wanqing, lingering particularly on Shen Wanqing's stunning face and fiery figure for several seconds. A hint of amazement and greed flashed in his eyes. "Brothers, you killed all the zombies inside," the man tentatively spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Su Chen didn't answer his nonsense, and the man didn't seem embarrassed, continuing on his own. "Brother, this hospital must have a lot of medicine, right? We're all survivors struggling to survive in this apocalypse. Everyone should have some. How about you share some with me?" His tone was matter-of-fact, as if it were Su Chen's duty to give him something. Su Chen almost laughed out of anger at this. "Good heavens, my brother has been working so hard, fighting tooth and nail, and you've been watching from the sidelines for ages. Now you're trying to get a piece of the pie? Whether you found my face or not is none of your business." Su Chen's voice turned cold. "Hey brother, you can't say that." The man seemed oblivious to the impatience in Su Chen's tone and instead took a step forward. "This hospital isn't yours. Everything inside is unclaimed. Whoever gets it can keep it. You don't need that much by yourself. Share some with me. Consider it making friends so we can look out for each other in the future." Su Chen was utterly speechless. Was this guy out of his mind? Making friends? Were we that close? This was typical moral blackmail. Before the apocalypse, this kind of person was the kind of person who would say, "You're so rich, why don't you donate? You're so powerful, why don't you help my overgrown baby?" He couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on him. "Get out of the way." Su Chen's voice already carried a hint of murderous intent. The man's smile froze, seemingly not expecting Su Chen to be so disrespectful. His eyes darted around, and he began his performance. "Brother, you can't be so selfish. We're all compatriots. Now, men are in charge, we should unite and help each other to survive. You're taking all the medicine for yourself, what are others supposed to do? You're undermining the unity among us human survivors." He launched into a long, impassioned, and righteous speech, delivering a set of ground principles. Su Chen's head ached from listening. He didn't even bother to retort. With a dull thud as the bowstring was pulled taut, Su Chen immediately drew his bow and aimed it at the man's head. Seeing Su Chen's posture ready to fight at the slightest provocation, the man instantly shut his mouth, his initial arrogance turning to fear and apprehension. He retreated a few meters, ultimately reluctantly stepping aside to clear the path to the gate. Su Chen coldly snorted, put away his woodworking, and cautiously led Shen Wanqing out of the hospital. He didn't want any unnecessary trouble. The warehouse was crammed with supplies, his lifeline for survival. Before these supplies can be effectively converted into combat power, any unnecessary fighting is a risk. Who knows what trump cards this seemingly unremarkable survivor might have up his sleeve? It's better to avoid trouble. However, he hadn't gone far when he caught a glimpse of the man out of the corner of his eye, who was following him at a discreet distance. Su Chen paused, his eyes instantly turning cold. "Damn it, you're asking for it. You think I'm some kind of saint? There's a path to heaven, but you refuse. There's no gate to hell, but you insist on barging in. Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish." Su Chen's killing intent was resolute. He transmitted his thought directly to Shen Wanqing beside him through the contract. "Go over and kill him." Shen Wanqing, who had been quietly following behind, paused upon receiving the command, then turned and walked motionless towards the man who had followed her. The man was taken aback at first. Seeing that the incredibly beautiful woman had broken away from the group and was walking towards him, he was overjoyed. This was real charm. This beauty must have been attracted to his handsome and strong appearance, captivated by his domineering aura, and no longer wanted to follow that pretty boy. He instantly forgot the fear he had felt from being pointed at by Su Chen earlier, and a self-satisfied smile appeared on his face. He even smugly adjusted his collar, preparing for a proper, in-depth conversation with this beautiful woman who had thrown herself at him. She's figured it out. Following me is far more promising than following that pretty boy, I guarantee it. Before she could finish speaking, Shen Wanqing, who was already standing in front of her, appeared expressionless on her stunningly beautiful face. She simply raised her hand, her slender, seemingly weak hand moving with lightning speed, whistling through the air, and precisely struck her head, much to the man's astonishment and the sight of her silver shoes. A sharp, teeth-grinding drumbeat echoed clearly through the densely packed street. The man's head tilted to the side at an extremely bizarre angle, the smile on his face instantly freezing. His body slumped down like a mollusk with its bones removed. Killed level 1 survivor. Your pet, Shen Wanqing, gained experience and enhanced vision. A line of green text popped up precisely in the lower left corner. Su Chen walked expressionlessly to the still warm body, not even bothering to complain. He skillfully removed the survival bracelet from the other's wrist and selected fuse. Fusion successful. Your inventory is empty. The fusion was successful. You gained 560 survival points. The items in the bracelet have been automatically transferred to your warehouse space, which now has 61 cubic meters. You've also gained a considerable amount of survival points. Su Chen glanced at the machete that had fallen to the ground, picked it up, and immediately listed it on the auction house. Item. Used machete, brand new. Price. 40 survival points. Seller's message. Cheap clearance sale. After doing all this, he didn't linger and quickly led Shen Wanqing to the back alley where he hid his car. The black minivan started and slowly drove out of the alley, merging onto the highway leading out of town. Su Chen gripped the steering wheel, feeling quite pleased. This trip to White Horse Town had been a complete turnaround. Not only had he amassed a massive amount of medicine and supplies, but he had also multiplied his warehouse space and survival points several times over. Items listed on the trading post continued to sell, and notifications of successful sales popped up in the lower left corner of his vision. Just as the car was about to leave the town and enter the highway connecting to the outside world, Su Chen's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a dozen or so figures wandering aimlessly near an abandoned bus stop, zombies. He slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a smooth stop. Shen Wanqing was just 10 zombies away from leveling up. This was perfect. The sooner she leveled up, the sooner she'd become stronger. He got out of the car, opened the passenger door, and mentally issued the command to clear them all out. Shen Wanqing received the command, her long, straight legs stepping out of the car without hesitation, charging towards the group of zombies. Su Chen watched as the green notification in the lower left corner of his vision frantically refreshed the screen until the last zombie fell. Killing a level 1 zombie grants plus 2.5 experience. Your pet, Shen Wanqing, gains plus 2.5 experience. The notification then read: Your pet, Shen Wanqing, has reached its experience limit and can level up. Su Chen was overjoyed and gave the order to return to Shen Wanqing, who had already cleaned up the battlefield and was standing quietly among the pile of corpses. After Shen Wanqing got into the car, Su Chen closed the passenger door and then got in himself. Su Chen rubbed his hands together, excitedly opening the pet interface. Upgrading your pet, Shen Wanqing. Upgrade successful. Your pet level has increased to level 3. 38% your pet has gained 1 free attribute point. Friendly reminder. Your pet has just leveled up. There seems to be a subtle change. The experience required to level up to level 4 has doubled to 800 points. Su Chen didn't hesitate and immediately added that free attribute point to speed. His speed attribute now has 4 points, reaching the level of a normal adult male. Very good. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Shen Wanqing's current strength is terrifying, her perception is sharp, and she's tireless. Her only weakness has been overcome. His gaze finally fell on that friendly reminder. The subtle change. Su Chen frowned and turned to look at Shen Wanqing beside her. She was still as quiet as ever, wearing a black tracksuit and sunglasses. Her stunningly beautiful face was expressionless. Sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating her pale skin and making her look less like a living person and more like a perfect work of art. Su Chen carefully examined the light for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. She decided to stop thinking about it. Su Chen shook his head. He restarted the car and stepped on the gas, officially driving away from Bima Station. The scenery on both sides of the road was somewhat monotonous, consisting only of weeds and Gobi Desert. A few minutes later, his bracelet suddenly vibrated slightly, and a line of small text popped up in the lower left corner, indicating that he had traveled a total of 100 kilometers and a bronze treasure chest had spawned by the roadside. About 100 meters to his right, he saw a chest shimmering with a bronze light on the wasteland. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This box looked like it could hold good stuff. He didn't slow down, stopping abruptly about 70 to 80 meters from the treasure chest. Caution was paramount for survival. He picked up his binoculars and carefully examined the bronze treasure chest. It sat quietly on the ground, but beside it lay a beast significantly larger than an ordinary wolf. Its fur was a strange grayish-black, its muscles bulging with explosive power, and its eerie green eyes warily scanned its surroundings. Given its size, Su Chen lowered his binoculars and opened the box. Name. Level 1 Mutant Wolf Weakness. Abdomen, Head Information. This wolf, mutated after being infected by a virus, is more ferocious, cunning, and extremely fast than a normal wolf. It is one of the enemies that novice survivors least want to encounter. Su Chen looked at the information on the map and pondered how to deal with it. He could simply step on the gas and run the wolf over, simple, brutal, and risk-free. But the thought only flashed through his mind before he dismissed it. He would have to face the battle alone sooner or later, so he might as well practice now. He could also try out his newly bought sugar knife and, incidentally, the handgun he had never used before. Getting out of the car, ready to get to work, Su Chen took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and got out. He took out the handgun he had gotten from the police station from the warehouse. The cold touch made him feel refreshed. Shen Wanqing also got out of the car and stood quietly beside him. Su Chen crouched down, lowered his body, and carefully crept towards the direction of the mutated wolf. 50 meters, 40 meters. When the distance closed to about 30 meters, he stopped. This distance was already within the effective range of a pistol. He crouched behind a rock, gripped the gun with both hands, and tried to aim the sights at the mutated wolf in the distance, just like in the movies. To be honest, he was very nervous. He didn't know how much recoil this thing had, or what it was like. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, breaking the silence of the wilderness. However, the bullet hit the ground a few meters in front of the mutated wolf, raising a small cloud of dust and scattering debris. The gunshot and the dust cloud instantly startled the mutated wolf. It leaped to its feet, its eerie green eyes locking onto Su Chen's location. Without hesitation, it charged towards Su Chen with all its might. Holy crap! Su Chen was shocked. This speed was too fast. He didn't have time to think. The moment the order to stop him was given, Shen Wanqing moved. She took the initiative and rushed towards the mutated wolf. Su Chen suppressed his shock, quickly adjusted his breathing, and raised his gun to aim again. This time, he had experience and predicted the mutated wolf's charge route. Bang! The second shot rang out, and a burst of blood exploded from the mutated wolf's abdomen as it charged at high speed. Oh! He let out a shrill scream, his charging speed suddenly slowing down. In that instant, Shen Wanqing's figure appeared like a ghost beside him. Facing the mutated wolf, which was becoming increasingly frenzied after being wounded, he simply raised his hand. 5 sharp claws flashed in the air, and with a snap, the mutated wolf's neck was severed by his claws. Its massive body tumbled several meters away due to inertia before crashing heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming completely still. Killing a level 1 mutant wolf grants experience bonus. Your pet, Shen Wanqing, also gains experience bonus. Battle ends. Su Chen slowly lowers his pistol, which is still emitting blue smoke, and lets out a long breath. His palms are already sweaty. It was too exciting. He walks to the mutated wolf's corpse, looking at the 5 deep, bone-revealing claw marks on its neck. He then looks at Shen Wanqing, who stands to the side, untouched by worldly dust, and a bitter smile appears on his face. The teamwork was all right, but his own marksmanship was truly appalling. It seems he'll have to find something to practice more on in the future. He puts away his pistol and walks quickly to the bronze treasure chest. After rubbing his hands together, Su Chen opened the package and found 10 bottles of mineral water, 10 compressed biscuits, 30 liters of gasoline, and 1 medical hemostatic spray. Looking at the extra items in the warehouse, Su Chen's face fell. That's all? I took my pants off and this is what you show me. A bronze treasure chest and all I got was this junk? Not even a single blue item. This is just too brutal. He couldn't help but start ranting. Although gasoline and hemostatic spray were extremely valuable strategic resources at this stage, not getting anything special made him feel like he'd lost a fortune. Despite his complaints, he still quickly walked over, pulled out his dagger, and began to deal with the mutated wolf's carcass. Having obtained 80 jin of mutated wolf meat and a PXE mutated wolf, Su Chen collected all the spoils and returned to the car with Shen Wanqing. He added the 30 liters of gasoline to the minivan's fuel tank, which was now almost full. The black minivan continued driving on the empty highway. The scenery on both sides of the road was outrageously monotonous, consisting only of weeds and Gobi Desert. Looking at it for too long could even make one wonder if they were going in circles. But Su Chen didn't find it boring at all. Ding! Your item, brand new brand name sneakers, has been sold. You have gained 8 survival points. Ding! Your item, a used machete in 90% condition, has been sold. You have gained 40 survival points. Ding! Your item, vegetarian spicy and sour vermicelli, has been sold. You have gained 14 survival points. Your item, the spear, has been sold, granting you 100 survival points. The green notifications that popped up intermittently in the lower left corner of his vision filled him with the joy of a bountiful harvest. While driving, he skillfully operated his wristband interface, buying items in bulk from the shop and then reselling them on the auction house, adding a 10% survival point markup to each item. This was called information asymmetry monetization. He wanted to seize the opportunity while most people's shop levels were still low, to fully capitalize on this version's bonus. Besides buying and selling, he kept some of the daily necessities he'd scavenged from the supermarket, such as bedding and toiletries, for his own use. The rest were also categorized and listed. Although the individual prices of these items were not high, the sheer volume added up to a considerable income. He was now like a mobile general store owner, the kind who monopolized the market. After a while, he closed the trading post with satisfaction and opened the chat channel for area number 10,000. The current area had 10,000 people, 8.69 per thousand. Looking at that number, Su Chen's eyelids twitched. It had decreased again. Last night, when he checked, the number was still above 900. Overnight, many more people had disappeared from this world forever. He scrolled down the chat history. The channel was still lively. Brothers, I finally got a bicycle. My butt's practically spinning, but it's better than running on foot, ha ha. Don't laugh, upstairs. I rode it for ages and my thighs are about to cramp. It feels even worse than walking. Any pros who can drive? I can do anything, I can shout 666, and I can drive, ha ha. My car's been parked on the side of the road for ages and it's completely out of gas. Anyone have gas? I'll buy it for 40 survival points a litre. 40 points for a doctor? Why don't you just rob me? I just saw someone selling 80 points for a doctor on the auction house and it got snapped up instantly. Damn, 80 points. These profiteers are so greedy. Su Chen subconsciously thought of the dozen or so barrels of gasoline and diesel in the warehouse as he read these chat messages, and his mood was unusually good. He continued reading, and soon some less harmonious content began to catch his eye. Damn. Brothers, watch out. I almost got robbed by 3 guys just now. They came up on a 3-wheeled motorcycle and demanded all my stuff. Seriously? They started robbing people on the 3rd day? It's true. A 4-man gang has appeared here too, specifically blocking the roads and robbing people. Yesterday, someone who was alone got his leg broken and all his stuff stolen. And it's not just stealing things. Another friend who went there said there's a gang there that's even more ruthless than this one. The men kill women and steal bracelets, and the women are kidnapped and taken away like a train. This news caused an uproar throughout the channel. Holy crap. Leaving the province. Is this even human? It's only been 3 days. Is the bottom line of humanity really this low? I thought we could at least survive a beginner's game. This is terrifying. We should unite and fight against these scumbags. Everyone should unite and make them dare not be so arrogant. The channel is filled with indignation. Many people are cursing with righteous indignation, and some are loudly calling for unity. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he watched these comments, though his eyes grew colder. Unity was still too naive. The most terrifying thing in the apocalypse was never the zombies or monsters, but the human heart. He had anticipated all of this, but he hadn't expected this day to come so soon. It seemed he would have to be even more cautious in the future. He silently set a new rule for himself. From now on, whenever he encounters survivors, especially in groups, he must immediately assume they are the enemy and strike first. Attacking later will only lead to disaster. He turned his head and glanced at Shen Wanqing, who was sitting quietly in the passenger seat. Sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating her flawless profile. Her skin was pale with a hint of yellow. He was his greatest trump card, the source of his confidence to roam freely in this apocalypse. Those small groups of 3 or 4 people were probably no different from paper in front of him. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt much more at ease. He turned off the chat channel and refocused his attention on the road ahead. The black van drove for another half hour on the desolate Gobi Desert Highway. Su Chen glanced at the rearview mirror. The back was empty. The small town he had ransacked had long since disappeared below the horizon. The surrounding area was an endless wasteland, with a wide field of vision that could not hide people or danger. He muttered to himself as he slowly pulled the car over to the side of the road. He hadn't eaten anything properly since morning, wanting more time to plunder the town. He hadn't felt it while he was on edge in White Horse Town, but now that he was relaxed, hunger surged up. He opened the car door and took out the gas stove and gas cylinder he'd scavenged from the storage space. Then he took out a stainless steel kettle, filled it with mineral water, lit it, and started boiling water. Hiss! Blue flames licked at the lake bed, making a pleasant sound. While waiting for the water to boil, Su Chen wasn't idle. He took out wild boar meat from the warehouse, cut off several large pieces, and handed them to Shen Wanqing in the passenger seat. "Eat up and replenish your energy," he said. Shen Wanqing didn't make a sound, but simply lowered her head, opened her mouth, and took a bite of the wild boar meat, chewing expressionlessly. After feeding his capable assistant, Su Chen would occasionally stand up, raise his binoculars, and vigilantly observe the way they had come. Caution is the best policy. There are many survivors in White Horse Town. Who knows if any of them might have followed the same path as him? Although he wasn't afraid, it was better to avoid trouble. Soon, the kettle emitted a whistling sound, and white steam rose from the spout. The water was boiling. Su Chen's spirits lifted, feeling his inner foodie burning brightly. He deftly retrieved 2 essential items from the warehouse: a bucket of vegetarian wontons and a bucket of preserved egg and lean pork congee. He tore open the packaging, poured in the boiling water, and then closed the lid. A long-lost aroma of cooked food instantly filled the air. Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling every pore on his body open up. The smell was intoxicating. He didn't waste the extra hot water. He poured it all into a large thermos he found at the supermarket and then put it back in the warehouse. Hot water was a precious resource, even in the face of neglect. The 3-minute wait felt like an eternity. When he impatiently lifted the lid of the instant noodles, the aroma of meat, broth, and sesame oil hit him squarely in the face. He picked up a small spoon, carefully blew on it, and then took a sip of the hot soup. Wow! A warm current slid down his esophagus into his stomach, instantly dispelling the chill and fatigue in his body. Su Chen felt so comfortable he almost fell asleep. This was the life he wanted. He no longer restrained himself, picking up a plump wonton and stuffing it into his mouth. It was so hot he grimaced, but he couldn't bear to spit it out. The meat filling was delicious, and the broth was rich. This simple vegetarian dish was more delicious than a Michelin 3-star restaurant at this moment. He devoured the entire bucket of wontons in a whirlwind. Then he opened the bucket of preserved egg and lean pork congee. The fragrant and sticky rice porridge, mixed with the unique flavor of preserved egg and the salty aroma of lean pork, was the purest taste of carbohydrates in every bite. Soon, even the last centimeter of the bottom of the bucket was scraped clean. Su Chen sighed with satisfaction and leaned against the car door, feeling like he had reached the pinnacle of life. He opened his character interface. His health had recovered to 95%, and Shen Wanqing's health had also recovered to 100% after eating the wild boar meat. Excellent, everyone was at full strength. He put the gas stove back into the warehouse, cleaning it up along with the trash without leaving a trace. After doing all this, he sat back in the driver's seat, started the car, and continued on his way. Full and satisfied, Su Chen felt full of energy. Even his driving spirit had improved considerably. The black van drove smoothly along the highway. The scenery on both sides remained the same monotonous wasteland, but Su Chen's mood was completely different from before. However, after driving for about 10 minutes, the road conditions changed. A paved road extended from the wasteland on the right and merged with the main road beneath his feet. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly, and he subconsciously slowed down. Another road merged in. What did this mean? It meant that survivors from other areas might have eventually joined his race against the poison gas from another route. Su Chen's eyes sharpened instantly, and his grip on the steering wheel tightened involuntarily. The roads were merging more frequently than Su Chen had expected. Over the next 10 minutes, 3 or 4 more asphalt roads stretched out from the wasteland on both sides, like streams that eventually converged. The weakness of each road made Su Chen's heart tighten a little more. This meant that what followed? His mind involuntarily drifted back to the messages he'd seen in the chat channel: robbery, murder, and other acts more monstrous than monsters. Su Chen's eyes were cold as his fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel. The minivan's interior was comfortable and its performance excellent. If he got into a conflict, whether it was a collision or a fight, and damaged the car, he'd be heartbroken. He'd have to find another vehicle. Having made up his mind, Su Chen slowly pulled the minivan over to the side of a straight road with good visibility. Then, he and Shen Wanqing got out of the car, looked around to make sure it was safe, and with a single thought, a white minivan appeared out of thin air, his spoils from the villa in White Horse Town. He then placed his hand on the hood of the minivan, and with a thought, the black minivan was stored in his storage space. Su Chen led Shen Wanqing into the minivan, fastened his seatbelt, and then activated the key. Whoosh, whoosh. The engine emitted a much rougher rumble than the van's, and the body vibrated noticeably. It was like upgrading from a slingshot to a cannon. No, it was more like upgrading a cannon to a slingshot. Su Chen curled his lip and scoffed. The driving experience was like heaven and earth compared to the previous van. But he didn't care. In his eyes, this van was just a consumable item. He wouldn't be heartbroken if it got damaged or scratched. If he encountered any fools blocking his car on the road later, he would definitely give them a big surprise. Su Chen shifted gears, stepped on the gas, and the van roared and wobbled as it rejoined the highway. The rest of the journey was unexpectedly peaceful. Su Chen drove this beat-up van for more than 3 hours on the desolate highway without seeing a single ghost. During that time, he did encounter 2 treasure chest spawns, meaning he had traveled more than 200 kilometers. Unfortunately, it was just 2 ordinary wooden treasure chests that spawned alone by the roadside. His luck wasn't great either. The contents were meager, just a few bottles of mineral water and some compressed biscuits. The only consolation was that one of the chests contained 5 liters of gasoline. Better than nothing, right? Su Chen filled the car with gas. Looking at the exorbitantly priced gasoline in the trading market, his mood improved considerably. Even a small amount is still something, especially since this stuff was now readily available. He checked his bracelet's interface to see his current status. Day 3 of survival. Time: 4:30 p.m. Weather: sunny. Temperature: 22 degrees Celsius. Surrounding environment: wasteland. Reading distance: 231.4 kilometers. Reading speed: 1 meter per second. 230 plus kilometers is a safe distance for a beginner. Looking at this number, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Driving is fast. This efficiency is many times higher than before. He closed the interface and continued to concentrate on driving. After a few more minutes, just as he was feeling a little drowsy, a cold thought suddenly rang in his mind. Food, flesh and blood were the source of Shen Wanqing's sudden awakening. Su Chen was instantly wide awake and fully alert. He immediately slammed on the brakes, slowly pulling the van to the side of the road. He picked up his binoculars and looked towards the highway ahead. Through the binoculars, he vaguely saw several small black dots. He adjusted the focus and observed them carefully. 2 tricycles were slowly driving along the road, swaying back and forth. It looked like there were 4 or 5 people on board, but they were too far away to see clearly. Finally, they were here. Su Chen lowered his binoculars, his eyes sharpening. He didn't immediately drive after them, but instead checked his briefcase to make sure the bullets were loaded. Only after doing all this did he restart the car and follow at a leisurely pace. The distance between them was constantly closing: 500 meters, 400 meters. The distinctive roar of the van's engine had clearly alerted the people ahead, and the 2 tricycles stopped almost simultaneously. 4 men jumped out of the car, each with a thick belt and carrying weapons: a machete, a fire extinguisher, and a long, thick steel pipe. They stood in a row in the middle of the road, clearly intending to stop cars. Seeing this, Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Sure enough, he'd run into them. As he drew closer, he finally saw the scene on the tricycles. In the back of one of them, a woman, her mouth bound with rope and gagged, her clothes disheveled and hair messy, was looking at him in terror. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes turned completely cold. Without the slightest hesitation, his expression remained unchanged, but his foot on the accelerator slammed down. The van's engine roared under strain, and the car surged forward, crashing violently into the 4 men blocking the road. The 4 men in the middle of the road clearly hadn't expected this scenario. In their minds, shouldn't the other party slow down, stop, roll down their window, and start a friendly exchange? Shouldn't they first test their mettle, exchange a few pleasantries, and then decide whether to fight or make friends? Why would a madman just step on the gas without a word and crash right into them? This isn't playing by the rules. Holy shit! What is he trying to do? Get out of the way! Amidst shouts of shock and anger, the arrogance on the faces of the 4 men instantly turned to terror. But it was too late. The van was going too fast, leaving them less than a second to react. The burly man in the middle, still carrying the fire truck, even looked somewhat bewildered. The next second, he was struck squarely by the front of the speeding van. Bang! With a dull thud, the burly man was sent flying like a bowling alleyway, his body contorted in a bizarre pose. A plume of blood shot from his mouth, tracing a tragic arc through the air. He was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. He twitched twice before falling still. The other 3 reacted faster, scrambling to their feet, managing to scramble away from the van at the last possible moment. Damn it, you fucking asking for it. Kill him to avenge third brother. The lingering fear of surviving the ordeal was quickly replaced by boundless rage. A bald, burly man leaped to his feet, pointing at the slowly stopping van in the distance and cursing. Su Chen completely ignored the shouts outside. He steadily stopped the car, glanced at the slightly dented front, and didn't even flinch. He wasn't concerned about wasting resources. Su Chen observed the movements of the thugs through the rearview mirror. The van stopped more than 100 meters away from the two tricycles, a safe distance that allowed for both offense and defense. The three surviving men were standing in the middle of the road, cursing loudly in his direction. Their words were incessant, but their actions betrayed their true intentions. None dared to pursue them. Clearly, the reckless, erratic acceleration had left them with considerable psychological trauma. Afraid I'll crash into them again? Su Chen's lips curled into a cold, confused smile. Of course he wanted to crash into them again to solve the problem once and for all, but he also knew very well that these guys were now on guard. If he turned around and rammed them, they would immediately scatter like startled rabbits and disappear into the wasteland on either side of the road. The wasteland was full of rocks of all sizes, and the terrain was full of potholes. He dared not drive his little van into it. He was definitely going to kill them, not because he had a saintly heart to rescue that poor woman who was tied up. Su Chen wasn't that noble. The main reason was to purify this damn post-apocalyptic survival environment. And incidentally, I'll turn these scumbag supplies into my own. I'm such a righteous and kind person. He quickly devised a plan to deal with them. He pushed open the car door, got out, and then went around to the passenger side to open the door, directing Shen Wanqing to get out as well. Su Chen deliberately didn't carry any weapons, leaving his hands empty. Then, he put on a panicked and bewildered expression and led Shen Wanqing towards the group of people, walking briskly and sternly. The bald guy got out of the car. Damn, he had a woman with him. That woman was gorgeous. The three remaining men in the middle of the road also saw Su Chen and Shen Wanqing. When they saw Shen Wanqing's stunning face and devilish figure, their eyes widened. They temporarily forgot the fear and anger of their companion being hit and killed. He walked over without a weapon in his hand. The bald man frowned, somewhat confused. What did this kid want? The three exchanged glances. Although they were suspicious, they cautiously gripped their weapons and stood still. Just then, they saw the young man approaching, his face filled with panic and fear. He kept shouting incoherently, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Su Chen's voice trembled noticeably, as if he was about to cry. "I thought I was so nervous. I mistook the brake for the accelerator. I just learned to drive." This remark completely stunned the three men who were about to confront him. Mistaking the brake for the accelerator, bro, isn't that a bit too classic? The three men exchanged glances, their anger gradually replaced by a strange look of disbelief, as if they were looking at an idiot. Su Chen walked to the body of the unfortunate man who had been hit, looking at the mangled mess of flesh, and his performance became even more dramatic. He knelt down with a thud, covered his head with his hands, and began to wail and scream. "Someone's dead. I hit someone. How could I have hit someone? I didn't mean to. It's all over. It's all over." His heart-wrenching cries were so intense, even the Oscars would have to hand him an award overnight. Seeing Su Chen's cowardly state, the three bald men's initial wariness vanished instantly. Turns out, he was just a rookie who'd never seen blood. The bald man felt reassured, his fierce expression returning. He took a few steps forward, machete in hand, and menacingly threatened, "Kid, you fucking ran over and killed our third brother. What are you going to do about it? If you don't give us an explanation today, I'll chop you to pieces." Su Chen, a zombie, shuddered at his words, seemingly genuinely afraid, and stammered. "How am I supposed to compensate them?" "Compensation?" Seeing his expression, the bald man grew even bolder. His two companions also joined in, and the three of them formed a triangular formation, subtly surrounding Su Chen and Shen Wanqing. "You fucking killed our brother." The bald giant chuckled. His gaze swept past Su Chen's shoulder, landing on the white van not far away and Shen Wanqing standing beside it. His eyes gleamed with undisguised greed and lust. "It's simple. Leave the van and this girl behind, and then you get out of here." Su Chenwen's face subtly revealed a hint of struggle and reluctance. He glanced at Shen Wanqing, then at the van, and finally gritted his teeth, pleading in a desperate tone, "Brother, I still need to drive the van to escape the poison gas. Can you just leave this woman behind? She hasn't been with me for long, we're not really close." Upon hearing this, the three men were stunned for a moment, then burst into unrestrained, maniacal laughter. "What the hell did I just hear? This kid's willing to give up women for a piece of junk? That's hilarious. He's got a screw loose. Look at that arrogant kid standing there like an idiot, he probably never imagined he'd ended up with this kind of freak." They were laughing so hard they were doubled over, their eyes filled with contempt and mockery as they looked at Su Chen. In their eyes, Su Chen had completely become a pushover they could easily manipulate. Su Chen continued his act, retreating in fear as if terrified by their laughter. "Hit me, woman. Please let me go. Let me drive away. I'll give you the food too, he said, taking a few packets of biscuits from the warehouse and tossing them on the ground with trembling hands. The three men were completely relieved. One of them, a man with a thick, grimy face, even felt his machete was in the way and put it back in the warehouse, rubbing his hands together and walking towards Shen Wanqing with a grin. Hee, beautiful, don't be afraid. Follow me, and you'll live a life of luxury, much better than following that good-for-nothing, she said, opening her arms to give Shen Wanqing a warm hug. Now. The moment Su Chen lowered his head, his gaze shifted from timid and fearful to icy and chilling. He issued an order to attack. Almost simultaneously, her body, which had been retreating with her head in her hands, suddenly stopped, a black pistol appearing in her hand. Meanwhile, facing the oncoming attack, Shen Wanqing, whose jawline had always been as sharp as a sculpture, finally moved. His movements were incredibly fast. Just as Lo Seihu's lecherous, grinning face was about to press against his slender, seemingly harmless hand, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, arrived first. A soft slap, like striking a ripe watermelon, followed. The smile on Lo Seihu's face froze instantly. Before he could even utter a scream, his head slumped down in a bizarre posture, collapsing limply to the ground. With a bang, snowflakes exploded on them one after another, and the two men screamed as they fell to the ground. They had been shot in the body, legs, and arms, and blood gushed out. Although they weren't dead, they were completely incapacitated. My leg. Please don't kill me. My brother. Grandpa. I was wrong. Spare me. The intense pain and fear of death instantly shattered their mental defenses. Lying in pools of blood, their teeth spilling out, they began to beg for mercy. Su Chen stared at them expressionlessly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He walked up to the bald, burly man, looking down at him. Then, he gave the order to Shen Wanqing beside him. Kill him. The bald, burly man watched helplessly as the beautiful woman who had just been drooling over him walked up to him and slowly raised her hand, stained with his companion's brains. The desperate scream was abruptly stopped by a dull thud of a skull cracking. Killed a level 1 survivor. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience. A system notification popped up in the lower left corner. Su Chen didn't even look at it, his gaze fell on the last surviving robber. Big brother, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please let me go. He cried out with all his might, begging for mercy. I'll give you everything. My star, all my supplies, I'll give you. The man was so terrified he wet himself, a foul stench emanating from his crotch, his whole body trembling like a leaf. I still prefer your defiant self, Su Chen said with a hint of disdain. He had a question lingering in his mind ever since he saw these people. He was driving a van, surely going at 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. How could these guys on a beat-up tricycle get ahead of him? It didn't make sense. I'll ask you, you answer. If you answer to my satisfaction, I won't kill you. Su Chen's voice was flat, revealing no emotion. Ask me anything, he said. I'll tell you everything. The man, grasping at a straw, shouted incoherently, how did you get ahead of me? Su Chen directly asked the core question. The man was clearly stunned, seemingly not expecting this ruthless man to ask such a completely unrelated question. He thought the other party would ask how many people they had robbed or killed, or what supplies they had, etc. Can't you understand human language? Su Chen's tone turned cold. No, I understand. The man shuddered and quickly replied, we didn't run ahead of you. We've been running on this road the whole time. It was you. It was you who caught up from behind. Su Chen frowned. Nonsense. I drove all the way from White Horse Town without seeing a soul on the road. What kind of place is White Horse Town? The man looked bewildered. We came from the black market camp. It's been all morning. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, as if he had grasped something crucial. How far are you from the lone creature behind you? 12 kilometers, only 12 kilometers left. The man, his face contorted in despair, practically blurted out, 12 kilometers. Su Chen's pupils constricted slightly. He instinctively opened his bracelet. The daily travel information clearly showed the distance to the reading material. 235 kilometers. One was over 230 kilometers, the other only 12 kilometers. The difference was too great. You can even see the reading material? Su Chen pressed, yes. The man nodded, his eyes filled with confusion. He didn't understand why Su Chen would ask such a common-sense question. He subconsciously turned around, pointing to the empty road behind him, his voice trembling. Isn't that it? A vast, grey expanse connecting the sky and the earth, chasing after us all along. Following his gaze, Su Chen saw a completely blank horizon except for the blue sky and barren wasteland. So that's how it is, Su Chen instantly understood. He had suspected something before, and now it was completely confirmed. Although everyone was running from the poison gas in this damned world, the distance to the poison gas was calculated independently for each person. No wonder he always encountered different survivors despite his decent speed. He decided to stop dwelling on this strange situation. With 10 billion people worldwide teleported to this godforsaken place, what wouldn't happen? Thinking of this, Su Chen looked at the trembling robber on the ground and gave him a kind smile. Thank you for your answer. I'm satisfied. You're welcome. Brother, are you done asking? Then, may I? The man, seeing Su Chen smile, felt relieved and tentatively asked, thinking he had survived. However, Su Chen directly gave the order to Shen Wanqing beside him. Kill him. The man, seeing Shen Wanqing walking towards him, screamed in terror. No. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me if I answered the question? You broke your promise. He screamed hoarsely, his body twisting wildly on the ground, trying to crawl away, but his broken leg made all his struggles futile. Su Chen didn't even bother to look at him again, turning around to collect the spoils. Did he need to keep his word against this kind of scum? What a joke! Keeping him around would only be a disaster. Behind him came a dull thud, like a watermelon being smashed, followed by a system notification. Level 1 survivor killed. Your pet, Shen Wanqing, has gained experience. The world was quiet. Su Chen skillfully removed one of their survival bracelets from their wrists and selected merge. Merge successful. Your warehouse space increases by 2 cubic meters. Merge successful. You gain a bonus of 180. Merge successful. Your warehouse space increases by 1 cubic meter. Merge successful. You gain a bonus of 135. The 4 people contributed a total of 5 cubic meters of warehouse space and 580 points, increasing his warehouse space to 66 cubic meters. Inside, there were also some miscellaneous living supplies. 2 machetes, an axe, a steel pipe, and a few dirty clothes. That's all? These penniless bastards. Su Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. This amount of starred items and supplies was an insult to their high-risk profession as thugs, so unprofessional. After doing all this, Su Chen's gaze fell on the woman bound in the back of a tricycle not far away. She had witnessed the entire incident. From Su Chen's car accident to his Oscar-worthy performance and then his ruthless, cold-blooded slaughter, her body trembled like autumn leaves. When she saw Su Chen walking towards her, the fear in her eyes reached its peak, and she let out a muffled cry, desperately shaking her head. Su Chen walked to the tricycle and looked down at her. The woman was about 30 years old, her face covered in tears and dust, her eyes filled with pleading and despair. Su Chen removed the broken bag from the woman's mouth. No, please don't hurt me. I'll do anything. I can be your woman. Please, don't kill me. The woman cried out incoherently. Su Chen looked at her plain, even somewhat ugly face and curled his lip. You've got a beautiful woman. The woman's cries choked, and she stared blankly at Su Chen, not reacting for a moment. How far are you from the ultimate goal? Su Chen asked. The woman hesitated for a few seconds before stammering an answer. 23 kilometers to go, Su Chen nodded. Everyone's distance is different. Do you want to live or die? He asked again. I want to live, the woman replied. Hearing this, she seemed to have grasped a lifeline and nodded hurriedly, her tears flowing even more fiercely. All right, Su Chen said, taking out a machete he had just seized from the robber's corpse from the warehouse. Under the woman's terrified gaze, he shoved the hilt of the machete into her hands, which were bound behind her back, and cut them open himself. Su Chen didn't want to take any risks. What if he kindly helped untie the ropes, only to have the other person pull out a watermelon knife from the storage space and stab him in the back? Who could he complain to then? But killing her directly felt a bit too much for him. After all, he was a good-natured young man raised in peacetime. He could kill scum without any psychological burden, but what about an ordinary survivor who seemed like no threat? He still maintained a sliver of decency. This tricycle is yours. Su Chen pointed to the tricycle beneath the woman. Trying to live on, he said. Then, he walked to another tricycle, waved his hand, and stored it in his storage space. Even a small mosquito is still meat, why not take it? Then, without looking back, he led the obediently standing Shen Wanqing towards his van. He didn't care whether the woman could cut the rope herself, he had done his best. He had done everything he could, whether he survived was up to fate. Back in the driver's seat of the van, Su Chen started the car and continued driving. The farce behind him, along with the corpses, was quickly left in the rearview mirror, becoming a tiny, insignificant dot. He was in a good mood. This trip had not only yielded supplies but also validated his hypothesis about the mechanism of poisoning, a significant discovery. After driving a few kilometers, Su Chen stopped the car in the middle of the highway. He didn't want to drive this beat-up van anymore. The vibrations were so severe they could shake his back out, and the noise was considerable, a world of difference compared to a minivan. After confirming the surroundings were safe, he took Shen Wanqing out of the car, put the van back in the storage room, and then took out his beloved minivan. He sat back in the soft, comfortable driver's seat, gripped the excellent steering wheel, and let out a comfortable sigh. This was what a car should be like. He started the car. The smooth, quiet engine sound pleased him, and they continued driving deeper into the wilderness. For the next hour or so the roadside was barren wasteland, not a single blade of grass in sight. Just as Su Chen was about to doze off, a treasure chest finally spawned by the roadside. After driving another 100 kilometers, he stopped the car and excitedly ran over. It was another wooden treasure chest. Well, something is better than nothing, Su Chen comforted himself. He reached out and opened it, finding 2 bottles of mineral water, 3 compressed biscuits, and 1 ordinary dagger. Looking at these meager loot, Su Chen's face darkened. What was the difference between this dagger and the wooden stick he picked up on the roadside during his beginner days? It was all trash. I'm speechless. Can't you give me something better? Even a flying ball has human rights. He was speechless. He put the item back in his warehouse and continued on his way. After driving for another half hour, he hadn't seen a single town, not even a gas station or village. Su Chen felt like he was playing an endless road simulator. Bored, he opened the trading post again. The fire hydrants and machetes he had recently listed were all sold out. He had made a few hundred more. You are prompted to upgrade if your spending in the store meets the upgrade requirements. Yes. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Here it comes. Another upgrade. His frustration vanished, replaced by anticipation. While gripping the steering wheel, he didn't hesitate to select yes on the screen in front of him. As the shop icon on the bracelet interface flashed a dazzling white light, raising the shop level to 6 to unlock more new items. Having reached level 75,000 to 8,000 experience points, Su Chen immediately opened the brand new shop interface. The product list refreshed quickly, becoming significantly richer than before. He suppressed his excitement and immediately looked at the food category. When the new products appeared, his mouth almost watered. Self-heating hot pot, spicy butter, tomato, and mushroom soup. Note: the first hot pot in the apocalypse starts here. There's nothing a hot pot can't solve. If one can't, then 2 will do. Self-heating rice, shredded pork with garlic sauce, braised beef, kung pao chicken. Note: a lazy person's dream come true. Get steaming hot rice and vegetables in 5 minutes. Holy crap, self-heating hot pot. Su Chen's eyes widened. In this apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy a steaming, spicy, and fragrant hot pot is an unimaginable heavenly privilege. Although 25 yuan a serving isn't cheap, equivalent to a whole day's minimum living allowance for an ordinary survivor, Su Chen knew very well that this stuff would sell out quickly. There were always some wealthy tycoons or ordinary people who couldn't resist the craving, willing to pay for this taste of happiness. He was rolling in money. He had to make a fortune. Su Chen could almost see countless things flying towards him, his mouth practically splitting with a grin. He decided to put this thing on the shelf soon, adding 5 points per minute, not much, just a low profit, high volume strategy. He forcibly shifted his gaze from the hot pot to the tools category. The tools section wasn't anything special, just a flashlight and some different types of screwdrivers. The prices weren't high, but they weren't useful to him right now. He skipped them, rubbing his hands together, and clicked on the weapon category he was most looking forward to. Hunting crossbow. Notes: hardwood body, gold string construction, precision, effective range 50 meters. A silent hunting weapon. The Beast Rack 20-star level ranged weapon, a crossbow many times superior to the woodworking crossbow, instantly ignited golden light in Su Chen's eyes. He had long since despised the woodworking crossbow. Its accuracy was poor, its power weak, and its draw difficult. But this hunting crossbow was different. Its 50-meter effective range was undoubtedly a formidable weapon in the current meta. The key is that this thing is silent and stealthy, making it an excellent weapon for surprise attacks. Without hesitation, Su Chen spent 150 to buy a hunting crossbow and a pack of crossbow swords. A flash of light, and a strikingly designed black hunting crossbow exuding a dangerous aura appeared on the passenger seat. He picked it up. Its heavy, cold metallic feel and smooth wooden body made him love it. This thing is much better than a fire poker. He nodded in satisfaction and put the hunting crossbow and crossbow swords into storage. This was his new trump card. He didn't plan to list this level of ranged weapon on the trading market right now. Letting it circulate would only increase his chances of encountering danger. Although the trading market was open to all survivors, who could guarantee that no one in his area would buy it? He'd consider selling it once most people reached level 5 in the shop. Then, Su Chen opened the trading market and listed a batch each of self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice with similar flavors. Only after doing all this did he close the interface, satisfied, and focus back on driving. Time passed and the sky gradually darkened. When Su Chen checked the time again, it was already past 7 p.m. He drove another 100 kilometers, and another wooden treasure chest spawned by the roadside. Su Chen was numb with frustration. He stopped the car, cursing under his breath, and walked over as if completing a mission. He opened the treasure chest and obtained 3 loaves of bread, 1 towel, and 1 toothbrush. Looking at these items, Su Chen didn't even have the energy to curse anymore. The system didn't even provide a bottle of water or gasoline. It really didn't cater to him at all. I know I'm not being arrogant, there's no need to keep reminding me like this. He returned to the car speechlessly. It was completely dark, and they hadn't seen a single village to settle down in along the way. It seemed he was destined to spend the night in the car. He checked his bracelet to see the final data for the day. Day 3 of survival. Time: 19:05. Weather: cloudy turning to heavy rain. Temperature: 12 C to 25 C. Surrounding environment: wasteland. Reading distance: 430.6 kilometers. Reading speed: 1 meter per second. Beginner period: a safe distance of over 430 kilometers is ample. As long as the reading speed doesn't change too much later, it can even lie flat and get through the entire beginner period. However, lying flat is impossible. At this moment, a rumbling thunder came from afar, and dark clouds quickly covered the entire sky. The wind picked up, whipping up dust that howled across the wasteland. Su Chen looked at the suddenly changing sky outside the car window, his brows furrowing slightly. Thank goodness he had a car. He wouldn't be like those unlucky souls stranded in the wilderness. His only worry was safety. This minivan, though comfortable, was ultimately a civilian vehicle, its sheet metal as thin as paper. If he encountered any mutated beast, it could probably shatter the glass with a single claw. Su Chen rubbed his chin, his mind starting to race with strange, uncontrollable thoughts. Once he gets the materials, he'll definitely have to reinforce this vehicle. It's a pity he doesn't know how to weld. Otherwise, he could weld a ring of steel plates around the outside of the body, add corner protectors and spikes, making it look like one of those doomsday vehicles from the movies. Then he realized that if he wanted ultimate safety, replacing the vehicle was the best solution. He'd seen those doomsday movies where the main character's convoys always had 1 or 2 super RVs converted from heavy trucks, with thick armor plates on the outside, bulletproof windows, and even barbed wire protection around the windows. There were also computer cases and turrets mounted on the roof. Driving that thing on the road gives you an absolute sense of security. It's practically a mobile steel fortress. Su Chen was itching to own one, but he knew that one person couldn't handle such a behemoth alone. You'd need at least a small team. However, finding suitable teammates was too difficult. Trust was the cheapest thing in the apocalypse. Who knew if the teammates you found would stab you in your sleep just to steal your signal and supplies? Forget it, thinking about that was too far off. He shook his head, banishing these unrealistic thoughts, and continued driving, planning to stop and rest when he got really tired. Wow! A torrential downpour began, large raindrops pounding against the car roof and windows, instantly forming a curtain of rain that blurred the entire world. Su Chen turned on the windshield wipers, slowing the car considerably. The car was quiet, with only the dense sound of raindrops hitting the car body and the steady hum of the engine. This feeling of isolation brought him a rare sense of peace. Since he had nothing better to do, he opened the regional chat to see if any other unlucky souls were trapped in the wilderness like him. The current number in the region was 10,000, with 852 out of 1,000 people dead. Looking at that number, Su Chen frowned. It had decreased by a dozen or so. From yesterday to today, the number hadn't stopped dropping. It was only the 3rd day, and the newbie protection period wasn't even over yet, and so many people had already died. Survival is tough. Wait, something's not right. Su Chen suddenly realized something, and his expression turned a bit strange. He seemed to have killed quite a few bad guys today. 3 in the town this morning, 4 on the road this afternoon. That makes 7 in total. So, roughly half of the dozen or so people who died today were his key contribution. Goodness, isn't my efficiency in purifying the survival environment a bit too high? He touched his nose somewhat awkwardly, but there was nothing he could do. They walked right into the line of fire. If he didn't deal with them, they would go and harm others, or even harm him in return. So this wave is considered righteous and meritorious. Yes, that's right. Su Chen scrolled down the chat history with a clear conscience. There were quite a few people chatting in the channel at this point. Damn, this fish is huge. Luckily, I found an abandoned gas station this afternoon, otherwise I'd be soaking in my car tonight. Brothers, I think I've discovered something amazing, an abandoned town. There wasn't a single house inside, not even a zombie or monster. I'm spending the night here, it feels super safe. Hey bro, are you sure it's safe? It sounds kind of creepy. A town without a single monster? That's not scientific. What's not scientific? Maybe I'm just lucky. But this town is a bit strange. About half of the northern part is covered in some kind of giant vine, a dark purple color that looks really disgusting. The survivor who was spending the night in the town sent another message. As soon as this message came out, the channel exploded. Holy crap, giant Fujiman. Run. Haven't you seen the stone flower? Maybe it's alive. The zombies and monsters in town were probably eaten by it. Yeah, this plot. I'm telling you, Fujiman is definitely suspicious. You can still run now. Don't wait until midnight when Fujiman has entangled the houses, then you won't be able to escape. The thought was chilling. This was far more terrifying than a town overrun with zombies. Everyone in the chat was urging the survivor to leave, but he seemed unconcerned and even sent a smug emoji. What's there to be afraid of? I'm far from that vine-covered area. I found a house in the south of town. Everything's normal here. You can only be envious. I can sleep in a bed tonight, ha ha. After that, the person disappeared. Su Chen stared thoughtfully at the chat history. A monster-free town covered in vines. This did sound rather eerie. He silently noted the information and continued reading. Most people seem to have found places to spend the night, some in abandoned buildings, some in caves, and a few lucky ones said they had teamed up to occupy an abandoned service area and were currently having a bonfire party there. Of course, there were also a few unlucky ones like him, stuck on the road. Was anyone else still on the road? The rain was so heavy I could barely see the road. I dared not ride anymore and had to stop on the side of the road. I felt so panicked. Me too, with lightning and thunder outside. I had a feeling something was watching me from the bushes. Was I going to die here tonight? Hang in there, brothers. If we can get through tonight, we'll be heroes again tomorrow. Su Chen turned off the chat channel. The rain outside was getting heavier. He turned the wipers to the highest setting, but he could barely see the road ahead. He continued driving in the heavy rain for a long time. Su Chen felt a little dizzy. Suddenly, his bracelet vibrated slightly. A line of small text popped up in the lower left corner of his vision, indicating that he had traveled a total of 100 kilometers. A bronze treasure chest had spawned on the roadside. About 100 or 200 meters ahead on the right, an ancient bronze chest appeared out of nowhere in the wasteland. Finally, something different appeared. Su Chen's spirits lifted, and his drowsiness vanished almost entirely. He slowed down, intending to observe first. But just then, 3 mounds of earth suddenly rose from the ground around the treasure chest. The next second, 3 zombies covered in mud crawled out of the ground. They seemed to be attracted by the sound of the vehicle's engine. Their star-red eyes turned and locked onto Su Chen's van. The 3 zombies let out a hoarse roar and began to run towards the road with stiff but unusually swift steps. Their running posture was extremely strange, their limbs stiff. Holy crap! Su Chen was startled by the sudden scene. He instantly realized it was around 8 p.m. and the zombies were going berserk. Seeing the 3 zombies charging onto the road, less than 100 meters from the front of his car, only one thought flashed through Su Chen's mind. Damn it, don't damage my car. This is my beloved minivan, especially since it's brand new. Even a scratch would break my heart. In a split second. He could then get out of the car and unleash Shen Wanqing, his ultimate weapon, to end the battle. While reversing, he had a chance to glance at Shen Wanqing in the passenger seat. She sat quietly like a delicate doll. The lightning and thunder outside the window and the frantic chase in front of the car were irrelevant to her. Su Chen suddenly had a thought. If only he could open the car door himself, I wouldn't have to stop and open it for him. But in that instant, Shen Wanqing beside him suddenly moved. To Su Chen's astonishment, her fair and slender hand slowly rose, precisely grasped the car door handle, and then gently pulled. Click! The car door opened in response. The cold rain and Then Shen Wanqing was about to step out of the car. Thankfully she was secured by the seatbelt. Su Chen was completely stunned, his mind went blank, and he subconsciously blurted out, "Holy crap, don't open the door." The next second, with a loud bang, Shen Wanqing slammed the car door shut again. The whole car shook. Su Chen stared blankly at Shen Wanqing, who had returned to silence, then looked at the tightly closed door, speechless for a long time. What happened? What just happened? He understood my thoughts and could even execute relatively complex commands like opening and closing the door? The huge surprise of his pet evolving made him momentarily forget he was reversing. In those few seconds of dazedness, he suddenly saw the 3 zombies that had been relentlessly chasing him abruptly stop. Then, as if receiving some command, they turned around and ran back. What's going on? Why aren't they chasing anymore? Giving up halfway isn't a good habit. Su Chen stepped on the brakes, and the minivan came to a smooth stop in the rain. He watched as the 3 zombies ran back to the bronze treasure chest and then began to wander around the area like flies. A bold idea popped into his head. Could it be that the monsters in the game he used to play had a fixed range and aggro mechanism? Once the player pulled the monster out of this range, its aggro would be cleared, and it would automatically run back to its original position. Could the monsters guarding the treasure chests in this world also have this design? Su Chen felt. The fact that there was no reaction to the loss of distance clearly indicates that the situation is within a safe range. Su Chen reached out and helped him press the buckle, snapping the seatbelt open. Then he gave the order again to open the door and get out. This time, Shen Wanqing's movements were without hesitation. The next second, she cleanly opened the car door, strode out, and stood quietly in the pouring rain. Oh, the car door wasn't closed, and rain was pouring into the car. Su Chen looked at the open door, and the thought of closing it had just flashed through his mind. Bang! Shen Wanqing slammed the door shut with a thud, and the car shook violently again. Su Chen's eye twitched, and he looked helpless. All right, you're strong, so you get to decide. Just don't dismantle my precious car later. He looked at the stunningly beautiful figure standing silently in the rain outside the car. Rainwater slid down his pale cheeks, soaking his long black hair and clothes, which clung tightly to his body, accentuating his already fiery and alluring curves. If you ignored his empty, lifeless eyes, it was practically a painting of a beauty in the rain. Unfortunately, he wasn't a beauty, but a human weapon. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, his excitement unable to subside for a long time. Shen Wanqing's evolution this time was far too significant. The ability to autonomously execute commands like opening doors and getting out of the vehicle signifies his future combat capabilities. Sitting in the dry, comfortable car, Su Chen quietly watched everything through the windshield constantly wiped by the wipers. Her current mood was a bit like watching a blockbuster movie in a theater, no less exciting than that. After all, the female lead on screen wouldn't obey her commands. Soon, Shen Wanqing rushed into the area where the 3 zombies were active. Just as Su Chen had predicted, the 3 zombies, wandering aimlessly, showed no hostility towards their kind. They merely glanced at Shen Wanqing with their empty eyes and then continued to walk stiffly in circles. Shen Wanqing walked to a distance from. The zombie sluggishly turned its head, opened its foul-smelling mouth, and let out a hissing growl. The next second, a sharp, almost unbelievable crack echoed through the heavy rain, even drowning out the sound of the downpour. Shen Wanqing casually raised her hand and slapped the zombie. Its head spun 180 degrees at an extremely bizarre angle, the exposed bones in its neck making a teeth-grinding cracking sound. Its entire body didn't even have time to react before it fell straight backward, crashing heavily into the muddy water, splashing up a cloud of filth, one blow, dead. The other 2 zombies were clearly not intelligent enough to understand the fratricidal attack unfolding before them. They were simply drawn by the commotion and slowly turned around, staring blankly at Shen Wanqing. Without giving them any time to think, his figure flashed through the rain, instantly appearing beside the second zombie. It was the same simple, unadorned slap, smack. Another crisp sound rang out as the second zombie's head was smashed into half its head by the blow. Red and white fluids mixed with rainwater splattered out. His body swayed, and he followed in his companion's footsteps. Then, the last zombie was killed in the same way. Killing a level 1 zombie grants 2.5 experience points. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains 2.5 experience points. Killing a level 1 zombie grants 2.5 experience points. Killing a level 1 zombie grants 2.5 experience points. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains 2.5 experience points. 3 green system notifications popped up in the lower left corner of his vision. Su Chen was not surprised at all. He simply watched the heavy rain outside the car window. The battle ended more easily and smoothly than he had imagined. Shen Wanqing was becoming smarter and could fight more conveniently in many situations. Then he'd let Shen Wanqing, the mole who couldn't be identified as an enemy by the zombies, complete the entire harvesting process. He wouldn't even need to get out of the vehicle. It was safe, efficient, and risk-free. Wasn't this the legendary leveling up while sitting down? A bold and crazy idea sprouted in his mind. He would find a place with many zombies, such as an abandoned town or city, to grind experience. As long as he and Shen Wanqing leveled up, his survival ability in the apocalypse would greatly improve. Thinking of this, Su Chen's heart burned with excitement, and even the fatigue in his body dissipated considerably. He parked the car on the road next to the bronze treasure chest, then took out a black umbrella he had previously looted from the supermarket from his storage space. Click! He opened the door, got out of the car, opened the umbrella, and walked towards the bronze treasure chest. The cold raindrops pattered on the umbrella. It's not like this, can't we open something different? Everyone's numb. This is different from opening the wooden box before. Shen Wanqing walked to the car door, letting the cold rain wash over her. She got in and closed the door. The next second, under Su Chen's slightly expectant gaze, Shen Wanqing raised her hand, precisely opened the car door, bent down, and sat inside. The movements were fluid and smooth, making Su Chen's mood much better. So worry-free. This pet isn't a white sheep. Just as she was about to get in, Shen Wanqing pulled back her hand, and with a loud bang, the car door slammed shut, causing the entire car to shake violently. Su Chen! He twitched his eye and silently opened the driver's side door, getting in. Fine, you're strong enough to do whatever you want. If this door gets broken, I'll take it from your food. A blast of cold air hit him in the car. Shen Wanqing was soaked to the bone. His black tracksuit clung tightly to his body, water droplets dripping from his dark hair onto the seats and floor mats, quickly forming a small puddle. Su Chen frowned slightly at his drenched appearance. This wet look is uncomfortable, he thought. He took out a brand new, unopened bath towel from the storage room. I'll just wipe it off. What if the water purifier short circuits? Pa, she's not a robot. But zombies shouldn't catch colds or fevers, right? Su Chen handed her a towel to dry herself off. Shen Wanqing didn't react at all, just tilted her head and stared at her with empty eyes, making a meaningless whimper from her throat. Su Chen withdrew her hand, looking at Shen Wanqing, who was still damp but no longer dripping, and nodded in satisfaction. I won't change your clothes for now, she muttered to herself. Then Su Chen skillfully pulled over the seatbelt and fastened it for her. After doing all this, she restarted the car and continued driving. The car drove smoothly on the slippery road. Outside the car window, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a torrential downpour raged, but inside the car, all was peaceful. Su Chen's mood was better than ever. Shen Wanqing's recent evolution and the discovery of the treasure chest guardian monster mechanism instantly made his future plans much clearer. He needed to find a place with lots of zombies to grind like crazy. His own strength was the only constant truth. The only question was, where could he find so many zombies? The city was the ideal place, but also the riskiest. He needed to plan carefully. For now, he just needed to find a safe place to get through the night. Su Chen resolved to stop his wandering thoughts and focus on driving. Time ticked by, and the rain outside showed no signs of letting up. Su Chen was starting to feel drowsy. The monotonous scenery of the desert made his eyelids droop. Just as he was considering finding a secluded spot to stop and take a nap in the car, a clear thought suddenly entered his mind from Shen Wanqing beside him. Food and flesh nearby. Su Chen jolted awake. Were there other survivors, or other monsters? He immediately focused his attention and sharply scanned the area outside the car. Under the headlights, its outline distorted and swayed in the rain, making it difficult to see clearly. It wasn't rocks or weeds, but the windshield wipers diligently swaying left and right, clearing the blurry rain curtain with brief, distinct fan-shaped patterns. In those fleeting areas, Su Chen's eyes lit up. At the end of the road, on that wasteland swallowed by darkness and torrential rain, there seemed to be a dim, yellowish light. He slammed on the brakes, staring intently ahead. It wasn't an illusion, there really was light. In this desolate wilderness, in this pitch-black rainy night, there was light. Was it a village or a town? Su Chen didn't drive over rashly. Instead, he parked the car on the side of the road and turned off the engine. He took out his binoculars and looked towards the light. The distance was quite far, and the rain made visibility very poor. Su Chen managed to make out, however, a typical American roadside motel, a two-story, L-shaped building with a parking lot in front. The dim yellow light was coming from a window on the second floor of the motel. If there were any living people there, their expressions and emotions would be hardened, and the food and flesh would most likely be there. Su Chen put down the binoculars, his brow furrowed. This discovery didn't make him happy. Instead, it made him even more vigilant. In the apocalypse, humans were more terrifying than monsters, and he hadn't forgotten the thugs he'd personally sent away that afternoon. But Su Chen glanced at the pouring rain outside the car window and felt the lingering dampness in the car. The temptation to get a comfortable sleep in bed was too great. He decided to go check it out. If things went wrong, he could just drive away. No one could stop him. Restarting the car, Su Chen drove very slowly and cautiously toward the motel. As he got closer, the motel's full view became clearer. Scattered across the parking lot were piles of car wreckage, and several zombie corpses lay on the ground. The hotel walls were peeling and looked somewhat sticky. Everything seemed normal, like an ordinary abandoned hotel, except for the candlelit window on the second floor. Su Chen parked the car on the road next to the hotel, not immediately turning off the engine, ready to run at any moment. He turned his head to look at Shen Wanqing, who was sitting quietly beside him, and gave her a mental command. Wanqing, sense if there's any food in that building. Shen Wanqing's empty eye seemed to be fixed on the hotel. Soon, a thought was transmitted directly into Su Chen's mind. Food, too. Su Chen remained vigilant. Is there a threat inside? Like zombies or monsters? Shen Wanqing's response was somewhat hesitant, but the meaning was clear. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. A woman's voice cut through the pouring rain. It was loud and sharp. Hey, drivers down there, listen up. This is our territory. Get out of here. The clumsy lie about a dozen brothers almost made Su Chen burst out laughing. If Shen Wanqing hadn't scouted beforehand and known there were only 2 people upstairs, he almost would have believed this woman's nonsense. A dozen brothers? What a bunch of idiots. Why don't you just say you have a supersized face? Su Chen had no interest in arguing with her. He turned off the engine, removed the key, helped Shen Wanqing unfasten her seatbelt, and got out of the car. As he pushed open the door, a gust of cold wind mixed with the smell of dirt rushed in. Shen Wanqing also pushed open the door and got out of the car. Her movements were swift and efficient. Su Chen nodded secretly, thinking that this pet was becoming more and more worry-free. He waved and put his beloved minivan into the storage space. All right, Xiaoli, stop shouting. Then the girl called out to Su Chen downstairs, friend, you can stay here, but you have to pay the room fee. Su Chen paused, looked up, and his face was full of surprise. He wondered if he had misheard. They were ignoring him, and someone was actually collecting rent here. What kind of advanced capitalist spirit was this? Sister, are you kidding me? This is a rundown hotel in the middle of nowhere, not yours. Why should I pay the room fee? Su Chen was amused, his tone full of theatrics. We got here first, this is our territory. The woman named Xiaoli couldn't help but interject again, her voice sharp. We cleared out all the zombies around here. We put in the work, so what's wrong with charging you a little for the room? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Well, you guys really worked hard. Should I award you a top 10 touching figures of the apocalypse or trophy? Hey, Xiao Li, the woman snapped, then continued to Su Chen, friend, we don't want trouble, and neither do you. There are a lot of people here. If you don't want things to get too ugly, pay 50 survival points and you can stay here tonight. We'll keep to ourselves. What if you don't pay? Su Chen asked with a smile. If I don't pay? The woman's voice turned cold. If you don't teach me, I'll wake everyone up. I can't guarantee what will happen then. Su Chen is familiar with this routine. The woman upstairs seemed enraged by Su Chen's persistent attitude. Don't regret it, I'm taking people down to find you right now. Su Chen stopped again. He slowly turned around, raised his head, and his dark eye seemed to flash with a cold light in the rainy night. His voice clearly pierced through the rain and reached the ears of the 2 women on the second floor. Even though I didn't come up directly to cause you trouble, you're already lucky. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over the 2 women on the second floor. A deathly silence fell behind the window. The previously arrogant shout stopped abruptly. Su Chen could clearly feel. The 2 began to panic and fear. Was that right? You have to reason with smart people, but with fools you have to use your fists. Although he didn't use his fists, the effect was the same. Su Chen ignored them and, with Shen Wanqing, began searching the guest room area on the first floor. Most of the room doors were open. The rooms were either ransacked or covered in a thick layer of ash, emitting a musty smell. He quickly found a relatively clean room. The door was closed, but he pushed it open easily. The lock was obviously broken. The room wasn't large, with a bed, a bedside table, and a small in-suite bathroom. Although the furnishings were simple, at least it provided shelter from the wind and rain. Su Chen led Shen Wanqing inside, then closed the door behind him. He took some heavy objects from the storeroom and used them to barricade the door. Next, he took out a candle and lit it. The dim candlelight flickered in the small room, dispelling some of the chill and darkness. Listening to the pattering rain outside the window, Su Chen felt as if he had returned to a rainy night during a power outage in college, playing cards by candlelight with his roommate. Unfortunately, he didn't have a roommate now, only a quiet female zombie. He then turned his ear to listen carefully to the sounds outside. There were no footsteps or noises from the second floor. Aside from the patter of rain outside the window and the occasional rumble of thunder in the sky, the world was eerily quiet. It seemed those two women were truly intimidated by her. Su Chen then turned on the lights in this temporary shelter. The air in the room was somewhat damp, but not too cold. She walked to the bedside and reached out to touch the sheets, finding them icy and damp. This was definitely not something she could sleep on right away. With a thought, she retrieved a brand new 4-piece bedding set, along with a soft quilt and pillows that she had previously scavenged at the supermarket from the storeroom. She quickly tore off all the old bedding and threw it aside, then replaced it with the brand new. Soon a fluffy and warm-looking bed appeared before us. After making the bed, the tripe, bubbling in the broth and exuding a deadly allure, was so tempting that Su Chen picked up a piece that had soaked up all the broth and popped it into his mouth. A burst of flavor exploded on his taste buds, spicy, numbing, and savory, a wave of heat flowing from his throat all the way to his stomach, dispelling the chill and fatigue from his body. He ate until he was sweating profusely, occasionally gulping down a mouthful of cola. He felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. What doomsday, what poisons, what losses could compare to the joy brought by a hot pot at this moment? He devoured the hot pot and instant noodles in a whirlwind. Su Chen, satisfied, typed a message. Leaning against the headboard, he disappeared while habitually opening the regional chat channel. The current region had 10,000 users, 848 out of 1,000, a few more people were missing. Su Chen looked at the number without any emotion. He had contributed 7 KPIs today, the rest had probably died in accidents or at the hands of other survivors. He scrolled down, the channel was bustling. As soon as he entered, he saw a message accusing his family. Who understands this? Today, some ordinary guy from the lower class drove around in front of our hotel in a beat-up car, ignoring our room fee and acting all high and mighty. It was infuriating. Immediately, a lot of replies appeared below. Holy crap, there are people like this? Ignoring us and still trying to freeload. Sister, don't be afraid, give me your address, I'm coming right over to back you up. This kind of person deserves to be exposed. Sister, you did the right thing. Room fee? He ignored us? Does he own the hotel? That's laughable. He's staying here on his own merit, why should he pay you? And what do you mean, upstairs? That hotel was ours first, and we were the ones who cleared out the zombies. What's wrong with charging him a little room fee? It's perfectly reasonable, okay? You can go apply and see if the Road Survival World will give you a property ownership certificate. Su Chen laughed when he saw this. Isn't this the two ladies upstairs? They actually came to the regional channel to talk about him. He continued reading and the thread quickly went off topic. Hey beautiful, don't bother with those kinds of people. Where are you? I have some wild rabbit meat that I just caught. I'll bring some over to help you recover. Sister, are there 2 of you? Do you need a teammate? I have 6 stamina points. I can fight and tank. You can definitely rely on me. These days, women are so easy to please. Just shout a few words and someone will rush to offer help. We men have to shoulder our own burdens. Thanks, brother, but no need, it's safe here. Hehe, watching this familiar online banter and off-topic rhythm. Su Chen felt a surge of warmth. Human nature is indeed the same everywhere. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to reply to the chat channel, which was all under real names. As a celebrity who had been on the world's official announcement twice, revealing his location would only bring him endless trouble. Damn it, fame is a curse. He closed the chat channel, then took out a large piece of wild boar meat that he had previously cut up from the warehouse, chopped it into small pieces with a dagger, put it in a clean lunchbox, and handed it to Shen Wanqing. Shen Wanqing tilted her head, seemingly trying to discern whether this was an instruction. He then lowered his head and began to nibble at the raw meat in the lunchbox. His sharp canine teeth occasionally made a soft clicking sound as they hit the plastic container. Having fed his pet, Su Chen then tackled the next problem. Both he and Shen Wanqing's clothes were still wet. He quickly retrieved a brand new tracksuit he'd bought at the supermarket from the warehouse and changed into it, looking completely refreshed. His gaze then fell on Shen Wanqing. The wet black tracksuit clung to her shapely body, outlining breathtaking curves. Su Chen was already somewhat used to it. He picked out a dry tracksuit similar in style to his from the warehouse, along with a brand new set of women's underwear. Su Chen reached out and helped him take off his soaking wet tracksuit. His hands moved quickly, and in no time, he had wrapped up all the wet clothes. His pale, delicate skin was exposed to the air, and in the flickering candlelight, it seemed to glow with a faint moonlight. He didn't dare look any longer and quickly grabbed the prepared dry clothes to help him put them on. It took a lot of effort to get him dressed. He let out a long sigh of relief, feeling completely exhausted. After doing all this, Su Chen opened the trading post. The weapons he had previously listed, such as fire brigades and machetes, were all sold out. He skillfully acquired them from the store, added 10 survival points, and relisted them. As a qualified guide, what he wanted to do was monopolize the market, crush all competitors with price advantages, and make everyone able to use high-quality, low-priced weapons. This is truly a great deed, Su Chen thought with a clear conscience. He glanced at the door, which was firmly blocked by the objects, and then at the window with the curtains drawn. He still felt a little uneasy after all. There were 2 women upstairs. He turned to Shen Wanqing beside him and decided to test it again. Su Chen concentrated, constructing a clear mental image. If those 2 women upstairs get close to this room, wake me up. After issuing the command, he quietly sensed the feedback from Shen Wanqing. This time, it wasn't the incomprehensible confusion and bewilderment of before. A clear, almost telepathic message was directly transmitted back to his mind, becoming a sense of security in Su Chen's heart. Now he possessed a 24/7, absolutely loyal surveillance system, instantly maximizing his sense of security. He completely relaxed and then set the forced wake-up time on his survival bracelet to 6 a.m. After finishing all this, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He lay down on the soft, warm bed, pulled up the covers, and fell asleep almost instantly. Su Chen slept exceptionally soundly all night. With Shen Wanqing, his absolutely loyal surveillance system, he slept soundly without a single dream. Until exactly 6 o'clock in the morning, the survival bracelet on his wrist emitted a slight, rhythmic vibration. Su Chen opened his eyes almost instantly, without the slightest confusion of just waking up, and immediately went back to sleep. He sat up and glanced at Shen Wanqing beside him. Shen Wanqing remained in the same position as last night, sitting quietly on the edge of the bed like a delicate yet cold sculpture. Her empty eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the direction of the door. Good, the alert order was executed perfectly. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, got out of bed, walked to the window, and pulled back a corner of the curtains. The rain had stopped, and the sky was a clear, azure blue. He quickly washed up, then opened the online store. Breakfast should be light. The vegetarian wontons with fresh meat were a popular choice, and Su Chen bought a bucket of them. He used the boiling water from yesterday to make the wontons, and soon a delicious aroma filled the room. A few minutes later, a steaming bowl of thin-skinned, large-bellied wontons was ready. Su Chen blew on one, carefully shook it, and put it in his mouth. The tender meat filling, mixed with the chewy texture, burst in his mouth, and the warm broth slid down his throat comfortably. After finishing this pleasant breakfast, Su Chen felt every cell in his body awakened. He put the heavy objects blocking the door back into the warehouse one by one, and then opened the door. As he opened the door, a cool, slightly damp air, carrying the scent of post-rain earth, rushed out. It was already broad daylight. The rain had stopped, and the ground was a mess. Just as he opened the door, footsteps echoed from the stairs on the 2nd floor of the hotel. Su Chen looked up and met the eyes of 2 women. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The 2 women paused noticeably when they saw Su Chen standing in the doorway, their faces immediately filled with wariness and suspicion, their eyes revealing undisguised contempt and disgust. Su Chen ignored them and sized up the 2 women. Both looked to be under 30. One was plain-looking and had an average figure, the kind you'd easily lose in a crowd. The other was somewhat attractive, but the sharp, mean look in her eyes ruined her overall beauty. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, preparing to call Shen Wanqing out and leave. He felt it was bad luck to share a roof with such people. However, just because he didn't want trouble didn't mean others felt the same way. Seeing that Su Chen completely ignored them, the ordinary-looking woman seemed to feel her dignity had been challenged. She curled her lip and muttered sarcastically, "I hope you never find a girlfriend, you headless guy." Her voice was just loud enough for Su Chen to hear clearly. The woman next to her, who seemed a little embarrassed, immediately covered her mouth and pretended to agree, saying, "Xiao Li, don't say that. Maybe she has some unspeakable difficulties." The 2 women exchanged a glance and burst into laughter, their laughter filled with self-satisfied superiority. Su Chen stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned his head and looked at the 2 women who were still snickering. There was no anger in his eyes, only a speechless disbelief as if they were looking at an idiot. "Sisters, you're ignoring us already?" Still playing your usual feminist tricks and fangirl tactics? Have your brains been eaten away? With eeks like that, you wouldn't even survive a TV drama. If you actually encountered those rabid thugs from yesterday afternoon, you'd probably be dragged away and put on a train. And yet you're still here swindling and provoking people. Do you really think the whole world has to cater to you? Su Chen mentally ranted, not even bothering to say another word to them. The most effective way to deal with idiots is always to win them over with manners. He remained expressionless as a thought crossed his mind. The next second, a strikingly designed, jet-black hunting crossbow, radiating a dangerous aura, appeared out of thin air in her hand. The air instantly fell silent. The smiles on the two women's faces on the stairs froze, their pupils contracting sharply as they stared intently at the obviously lethal weapon in Su Chen's hand. A primal fear turned their faces deathly pale. "What do you think you're doing?" The woman named Xiaoli shouted, her voice trembling, but she still managed to muster her strength. "I'm warning you, don't mess around. We sisters aren't to be trifled with." As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and suddenly pointed to the several rotting and stinking zombie corpses in the parking lot, raising his voice, "See those zombies? We killed them yesterday afternoon. If you dare to lay a hand on them, we killed them during the day yesterday afternoon." Su Chen had been wondering how these two stupid women could have taken down so many zombies. Now he understood everything. The daytime zombies in the novice stage were slow-moving, had low aggression, and were practically sitting ducks. No wonder these two seemingly dim-witted women had survived and even boasted about their achievement of clearing out a few elderly, scattered zombies. It was laughable. Su Chen didn't even bother to say anything, simply raising his hunting crossbow and aiming it at them. The two women, terrified by the dark muzzle pointed at them, clung to each other and screamed. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. He pulled the trigger. With a dull thud, a sharp crossbow bolt shot out, whistling through the air. He didn't aim at the two women, but grazed their bodies and slammed into the wooden handrail of the nearby stairs. With a muffled thud, the crossbow bolt almost completely embedded itself in the wood, leaving only the fletching still buzzing and vibrating violently. Su Chen hadn't intended to fire any killing arrows so early in the morning. She just wanted to teach them a lesson. This arrow was enough to shatter all their psychological defenses. The two women, completely broken by the imminent threat of death, collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way, letting out even more piercing screams. Su Chen's brow furrowed deeply, a surge of strength rising within her. In a cold, piercing voice, she roared, "Shut up. One more scream and the next arrow will be on you." The shriek, like a duck being choked, abruptly stopped. The two women collapsed to the ground, their hands tightly covering their mouths, their bodies trembling like leaves, tears and snot streaming down their faces. They stared at Su Chen in utter terror, not daring to utter a single sound. The world was finally quiet. Su Chen, seeing their terrified state, ignored them. With a thought, she called out Shen Wanqing's name. The next second, a stunningly beautiful figure slowly emerged from the doorway behind her. Shen Wanqing stood there quietly, her face obscured by sunglasses and a mask, but her fiery, alluring figure, though encased in a black tracksuit, still outlined breathtaking curves. She stood there silently, like a meticulously sculpted work of art descended to earth. The two women on the stairs, who had just been trembling on the floor, stared wide-eyed at Shen Wanqing, their eyes widening in shock, extreme resentment, and venom. A complex mix of emotions welled up in their eyes. They couldn't understand why this rude, violent man could have such a stunningly beautiful woman by his side. Was there no justice in the world? An intense fire almost burst from their eyes, wanting to incinerate Su Chen. But the near-fatal arrow that had grazed them had firmly suppressed their impulses. They dared not speak out, only biting their lips and glaring at Su Chen. Su Chen, with a calm expression, walked towards the road outside the hotel. Reaching the roadside, he waved his arm, and a black minivan appeared out of thin air. Su Chen opened the driver's side door and got in first. Shen Wanqing opened the passenger side door, got in, and slammed the door shut. The car shook again, a familiar jolt Su Chen was used to. He started the engine, a deep roar, and sped away. Only when the taillights of the van completely disappeared at the end of the road did the two women on the stairs seem to have all their strength drained away. They helped each other to their shaky feet. "Xiaoli, that person's gone. He's gone. I was so scared. I thought he was really going to kill us," the woman named Xiaoli said, patting her chest with lingering fear. "That woman next to her is so pretty." "Humph, what good is being pretty? She's still a blind, shameless woman. Following that kind of man will only lead to disaster." Xiao Li's tone was filled with undisguised sourness. "Let's stop. We need to leave quickly. We can't stay here. Let's go. We can reach the treasure chest today." This time I'm going to fire a shot. Next time we meet, let's see if he dares to be so arrogant. The minivan sped along the flat highway. Su Chen drove while opening his bracelet interface. The feeling of becoming rich overnight was always so intoxicating. As a monopolistic tycoon in the weapons trading area, he could now earn a massive amount of survival points every day just from the price difference of reselling weapons. Mall Level 6, Upgrade Experience 7268,000, Survival Points 28,050. Looking at this number, the corners of Su Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. More than 28,000 points. This huge sum of money would drive any survivor crazy at this stage. His experience points in the shop were almost maxed out. He was less than 800 experience points away from reaching level 7, far ahead of everyone else. The feeling of leaving everyone else behind was simply amazing. He skillfully bought a batch of melee weapons and food from the shop, then slightly increased the price and relisted them on the auction house. After finishing all this, he clicked on today's travel tips. Today's travel tips. Survival Day 4, time. 6:20 a.m., weather. Sunny, temperature. 10 to 21 degrees Celsius, surrounding environment. Wasteland, distance to obstacle. 553.4 kilometers, obstacle speed. 1 meter per second. The obstacle speed during the beginner period remained unchanged at a constant 1 meter per second. The safe distance of over 500 kilometers per hour was ample. It seemed the beginner period benefits were quite substantial. Su Chen was in a good mood. He closed the interface and focused on driving, according to the odometer reading. The next treasure chest spawn point isn't far off. Hopefully, today will be a lucky day, not another wooden chest. At least give me a bronze chest to console my repeatedly wounded heart. He muttered to himself, slowing down the car. A dozen minutes later, when he saw the familiar, unassuming wooden treasure chest by the roadside, he fell silent. Su Chen's face darkened. I do need to know, but you don't need to remind me every single day at the same time. This system is afraid I'll forget my identity. He grumbled as he stopped the car, and with Shen Wanqing, they walked over without any expectation, as if completing a task, and opened the treasure chest. I've received 4 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of mineral water. Thank you so much. Su Chen muttered helplessly. They won't even give me gas. They really don't spoil me at all. He put the items in the warehouse, returned to his car, and continued driving. Not long after he started driving, a lone blue road sign appeared ahead. Su Chen slowed down and squinted. The large white characters on the sign were clearly visible. Shihai City, 26 kilometers away. Su Chen's spirits instantly lifted, even the frustration of encountering the wooden treasure chest early in the morning vanished. Finally, this desolate wasteland was no longer his problem. A city meant abundant resources, countless opportunities, and of course, more dangers. But Su Chen wasn't deterred. He now possessed a massive amount of survival points, a vehicle, a pet, and weapons. He was just looking for a place to put his skills to use. Shihai City was perfect for grinding experience. He was already planning his next move. The police station. What weapons were most reliable in the apocalypse? Of course, it's guns. Although he already has quite a few guns, who would have too many? Besides, the number of zombies in the city is definitely not small. It's perfect for him to take Shen Wanqing, the zombie mole, and harvest some experience to level up. As long as his and Shen Wanqing's levels are high enough, he will have more self-protection capabilities in this apocalypse. Thinking of this, Su Chen's heart burned with excitement, and even his foot on the gas pedal seemed to have more strength. Anyway, he was just idling around, so he opened the regional chat channel again to see if there was any information about Shihai City. As soon as he entered, he saw several accusations that flooded the screen. Does anyone know about this? We encountered a shabby guy at a motel who drove a beat-up minivan and acted all high and mighty. When we kindly reminded him to pay the room fee, he actually threatened us with a weapon. Sisters, we absolutely must stay away from guys like him in the future. And he was with a woman too. Sister, if he threatens you, blink twice and we'll find a way to get you out. Don't be fooled by his sweet talk. Recognize his true colors and run. Su Chen nearly crushed the steering wheel when he saw these 2 messages. Good heavens, is this some kind of pretext to accuse someone first? And now they're playing the victim, this female victim drama? He suppressed his urge to complain and continued reading. Sure enough, the comment section immediately erupted with a flurry of female survivors, all indignantly condemning the man's misdeeds and recounting the various injustices they'd encountered in the apocalypse. Sisters, they thought, this kind of man deserves to die. What kind of skill is it to bully women in the apocalypse? Yes, I also encountered a guy yesterday. I offered him a bottle of water in exchange for a cup of instant noodles, but he refused and even cursed at me. I was so angry. Men are all the same, everyone should be careful in the future. Of course, some male patrons couldn't stand it and directly stepped in to collect their money. Hey ladies upstairs, are you still asleep? What right do you have to charge someone for their room? They're all ignoring the fact that the hotel is owned by your family. Besides, the other guy has a car and beautiful women, he's obviously a big shot. What do you guys have? A keyboard? Laughable. You trade a bottle of water for a cup of instant noodles? Do you even know how many survival points an instant noodle costs? Or you might as well starve to death. They're all ignoring you, yet they're still fighting. Use your energy to find some food instead of starving to death. Just as a male-female verbal battle was about to escalate, a male survivor posted an extremely arrogant message. Stop arguing. What's the point? You few chattering women upstairs, you better pray you don't run into me on the street, or I guarantee I'll show you what true, unadulterated fun is. Hey, who are you? Watch your mouth. You're disgusting, you're obviously no good. Everyone, come and judge for yourselves, is there no law anymore? Hey, there aren't many people in this area, we'll run into you sooner or later. I hope you're still this tough then. I just love dealing with people like you who have a temper. The moment this blatantly threatening message was sent, the entire chat channel fell silent. The several female survivors who had been so enthusiastic and powerful just moments before instantly went quiet, afraid to utter another word. Only one stubborn survivor weakly replied, "You wait, I'll remember your ID," before disappearing as well. Su Chen watched this dramatic scene, shook his head speechlessly, and closed the chat channel. What a bunch of firecrackers. The van traveled smoothly for over 20 kilometers on the highway, the journey passing in the blink of an eye. When the end of the road finally appeared, no longer a monotonous wasteland, but the outline of city skyscrapers, Su Chen's spirits were jolted. He had arrived in Shihai City, and he subconsciously slowed down. The closer they got to the city, the more shocking the scene became. Abandoned vehicles lay haphazardly across the road, forming twisted roadblocks. The ground was covered with all sorts of garbage and unknown scum, and a faint stench of decay began to permeate the air. More importantly, there were swaying figures everywhere between the buildings on the zombie-infested streets. There were more of them than he had seen before. So this is the kind of atmosphere a big city should have? Su Chen smacked his lips. Instead of feeling fear, he felt a strange excitement. These weren't man-eating monsters, they were walking experience packs. However, he didn't stop immediately to start driving. His primary task was to find the city's police station. The minivan cautiously weaved through the abandoned traffic, its sides occasionally scraping against obstacles or zombies, making a sickening sound. Su Chen's eye twitched, he felt a pang of heartache. This was his new car, and it was scratched like that. Damn it, once I get the materials, I'm going to weld a layer of armor onto this car. Anyone who dares to scratch my car again will be killed instantly. He cursed as he intently observed the situation on both sides of the road. The zombie density in this city was indeed very high, but fortunately, there didn't seem to be any strange mutants. At least, all he had seen along the way were slow-moving ordinary zombies, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He drove around the city streets like a first-time tourist. He didn't have a navigation map and had to rely on his senses to find his way. This process lasted for nearly half an hour. Just as he rounded a street corner, a particularly magnificent building finally came into view. The Jingwei logo on the building, though somewhat faded, was still clearly visible. He had found the Shihai City police station. Su Chen slowly parked the car across the street, not immediately turning off the engine. He squinted, carefully examining the police station before him. The police station was very large. The main building was 6 or 7 stories high, and in front was a spacious parking lot filled with various police cars, though most of them were badly damaged. Several vehicles were reduced to charred skeletons after the fire. Dozens of zombies dressed in police uniforms or civilian clothes wandered aimlessly in the parking lot. The main building's huge glass doors were shattered, and in the dark lobby, more swaying figures could be vaguely seen. The buzzing engine of the minivan was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the silence. The zombies that had been wandering in the surrounding buildings and streets all turned their heads as if they had received some kind of command, their empty eyes fixed on Su Chen's car. The next second, they took stiff steps from all sides. The low, guttural growls coalesced, sending chills down one's spine. Good thing, Su Chen smiled, turning his head to look at Shen Wanqing, who sat quietly in the passenger seat. He issued a concise and clear instruction in his mind. Go to work. Wanqing, get out of the car, close the door, and get rid of these nuisances outside. Shen Wanqing's body moved slightly the next second. She deftly pushed open the car door, strode out, and bang! He slammed the car door shut with such force that the entire car shook. Su Chen was already used to Shen Wanqing's presence. It didn't attract the attention of the zombies outside. Their target was clear. Su Chen inside the car, this tempting, fleshy-smelling food. Su Chen leaned back in the driver's seat, even having the leisure to grab a bottle of mineral water from the storage compartment. He unscrewed the cap, looked out the window at the distorted faces, squatted down, and took a large gulp. Outside the car, a highly efficient massacre had already begun. Shen Wanqing, like a top assassin infiltrating the enemy ranks, walked up to the nearest zombie, casually raised his hand, and slapped it across the face. With a crisp crack, the zombie's head was sent flying, rolling far away like a tattered ball. The headless corpse swayed and collapsed limply. The entire process went unnoticed by any of the zombies. Shen Wanqing moved through the group of zombies as if they were nothing. Each time she raised her hand, a crisp sound of bones cracking accompanied the fall of a zombie. Su Chen, sitting in the car, watched with interest as the green system notifications in the lower left corner of his vision went completely overboard. Kill a level 1 zombie and gain 2.5 experience points. You don't have to do anything, just sit still and your experience points will skyrocket. It's safe, efficient, and risk-free, perfect. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. After only 3 or 4 minutes, the sounds outside the car gradually faded away until they completely disappeared. The dozens of zombies that had surrounded the car had all turned into corpses scattered on the ground. Having eliminated all external threats, Su Chen finally opened the car door and got out. He casually put the van back into its storage space, then took out the sharp sugar knife and held it in his hand. A strong smell of blood and decay hit him, but he was already used to it. He glanced at Shen Wanqing standing among the corpses, then issued a new order in his mind. Well done. Now go in and eliminate all the threats in that cave dwelling as well. Shen Wanqing's body paused slightly, as if receiving the order. The next second, without any hesitation, he turned and rushed into the dark doorway of the police station. Su Chen, carrying his tang sword, followed leisurely behind. They reached the entrance of the police station building, where he stopped. Leaning against a pillar by the door, he cautiously observed his surroundings to prevent any escapees from getting through, while continuing to admire the experience bar in his lower left corner. Killed a level 1 zombie, gained 2.5 experience points. Your pet Shen Wanqing gained 2.5 experience points. Killing a level 1 zombie grants 2.5 experience points. Your pet Shen Wanqing also gains 2.5 experience points. Killing a level 2 zombie grants 5 experience points. Your pet Shen Wanqing also gains 5 experience points. Killing a level 1 zombie grants 2.5 experience points. Your pet Shen Wanqing also gains 2.5 experience points. Oh, there's even a level 2 zombie. Su Chen has one eyebrow, but he doesn't care too much. For Shen Wanqing now, let alone a level 2 zombie, even a level 3 ordinary zombie probably couldn't withstand one slap from him. If there is, then he'll slap her again. The screams and the sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the building. Listening to the commotion, Su Chen could even imagine Shen Wanqing wreaking havoc inside. Time ticked by, and after about 10 minutes, the waterfall of green notifications finally thinned out and stopped completely. The building returned to a deathly silence. A clear thought echoed in Su Chen's mind. Threat eliminated. Immediately afterward, Shen Wanqing's figure emerged from the dark lobby and stood motionless before her once more. Pretty. Su Chen praised him with satisfaction, though he knew the man wouldn't understand. Carrying his tang sword, he casually walked into the police station lobby. The moment he stepped inside, the intense stench of blood and decay assaulted his senses, almost killing him instantly. The entire lobby had become a living hell. The floor was littered with layers upon layers of zombie corpses, some in police uniforms and others in plainclothes, roughly over 200 in total. Twisted limbs and broken pieces, mixed with dark red and black viscous blood, had turned the once pristine marble floor into a nauseating swamp. With each step, his feet made a soft, squelching sound as he walked through the sticky mud. Su Chen suppressed Wei Li's turbulent urge to attack, mentally calculating his gains. He had been so focused on checking the experience bar that he hadn't had time to examine the exact increase. On a whim, he opened his character interface. When he saw the number in the level section, he froze. Level 381,075%. Holy crap. Su Chen couldn't help but rub his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. The experience bar was full? No, it wasn't just full, it was overflowing. He remembered clearly that after killing a wave of enemies at the hospital, his experience points were based on his level, and the experience gained on the road was limited. This meant that Shen Wanqing's recent rampage had given him over 500 experience points. Sai Su Chen gasped in astonishment. This efficiency was simply outrageous. He had been so caught up in the excitement of leveling up that he hadn't even noticed the system notification. Suppressing his elation, Su Chen decisively issued the command in his mind. Upgrade successful. Current level. LV4. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Experience points. 275-1600. Without hesitation, he immediately added that precious free attribute point to his speed. With a speed of 7 greater than 8, running fast is always the first priority for survival in the final moments. Whether chasing enemies or being chased by monsters, speed is the key to life or death. The moment the attribute points were allocated, Su Chen felt as if some invisible shackle had been removed from his legs, and his whole body became much lighter, as if he could fly away with the slightest effort. Unable to suppress his inner impulse, he found a relatively clean open space, then slightly bent his knees and suddenly exerted force. His figure instantly transformed into a blur, rushing to the other end of the hall in the blink of an eye. The whole process was so fast that he himself couldn't even react. Damn! Su Chen steadied himself and looked at the spot where he had just been standing, his eyes filled with shock. This speed was too fast. He felt that if he were to participate in the Olympic 100-meter race now, Bolt and world records would have to step aside. He was even confident that he could run it in under 9 seconds, not 8 seconds. This completely exceeded the physiological limits of human beings. Su Chen clenched his fist, feeling the lightness in his body and a sense of security filling him. He then opened the pet interface to check Shen Wanqing's status. Name. Shen Wanqing level. 38% 600%. Not bad, not bad. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Shen Wanqing's level had also increased to level 3, and her experience bar was more than halfway there. She was only 200 experience points away from reaching level 4. That meant killing another 80 ordinary zombies. In the previous desolate wilderness, this number might have taken him several days of hard work to find. But here, Su Chen looked around the police station lobby and then at the zombies still wandering the streets. In this desolate city, zombies were the least of his worries. He could already imagine himself roaming this huge city with Shen Wanqing, his experience points skyrocketing. This wasn't post-apocalyptic survival, it was practically a private server set up just for him. He closed the interface to calm his excitement from the upgrade. Su Chen's gaze returned to the hellish place before him. He had already gained experience, now it was time to loot the spoils. He couldn't leave empty-handed since he was already here. Police stations were among the best places in the apocalypse. He forced himself to stay and walked to the service desk in the center of the lobby. Sure enough, behind it, a clear floor plan hung on the wall. Equipped with crab egg pants, Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly as he headed to the first floor. He'd found it, this was his ultimate goal. Instead of rushing to find the stairs, he first searched the lobby. These zombies in police uniforms were all armed in life. Shen Wanqing's attack methods were simple and brutal, and most of the corpses were still relatively intact. He walked to a police zombie lying on the ground, turned it over, and sure enough, saw a familiar holster on its waist. Without any hesitation, Su Chen reached out and pulled the pistol and holster off together, also taking 2 spare bullets with him. A great start. I got a Type 92 pistol and 30 rounds of 5.8mm ammunition. Su Chen chuckled contentedly, tossing the weapon into his storage space. This thing isn't as powerful as the bigger ones I've gotten before, but it's small and portable. It might come in handy in a critical moment. Like a diligent scavenger, he began looting the corpses in the lobby. These police zombies were practically mobile armories. Not bad, another one. He acquired a 920 pistol XE 5.8mm ammo X15, a bit poor, only 1 magazine, a revolver XE .38 caliber ammo X6, and even a retro revolver. After a thorough search, he managed to collect 7 or 8 different pistols and over 100 rounds of ammo. Although they were all rare finds, who wouldn't love freebies? After looting the hall, Su Chen clarified his direction and led Shen Wanqing towards the stairs leading to the basement. The stairwell, too, reeked of corpses. The stench of blood and decay was amplified, making the hostages feel nauseous. Su Chen held his breath and cautiously descended to the basement. The basement was dimly lit, with only the green emergency exit sign casting a faint glow. A strange smell of engine oil and dust filled the air. He turned on the flashlight on his wristband, and a beam of light instantly pierced the darkness. A long corridor stretched ahead, lined with tightly closed doors. At the end of the corridor, a heavy metal door stood open, bearing the large character's equipment and ammunition depot. A sudden urge surged through Su Chen's heart as he strode over to the doorway. Several police zombie corpses lay there, their deaths gruesome, clearly indicating a fierce battle had taken place there as well. He gripped his cleaver tightly and cautiously peered into the room. But when he saw what was inside, his wariness instantly vanished, replaced by a frenzied aura. His trousers weren't completely empty. Rows of sturdy metal gun racks, though some were empty, were mostly still adorned with various types of long and short firearms. In the corner, neatly arranged ammunition boxes were stacked. In a crate on the other side hung a full set of protective gear, including bulletproof vests, stab-proof vests, helmets, and riot shields. Scattered on the ground were numerous guns and spent cartridges mixed with dried blood, silently recounting the brutal battle that had taken place here. Su Chen could barely picture the scene. The apocalypse had arrived, and a zombie outbreak had occurred inside the police station. The surviving officers had desperately rushed here, trying to pick up weapons and fight back, but before they could even arm themselves properly, they were wiped out by their colleagues, whose numbers far exceeded their expectations. "Brothers, your efforts haven't been in vain," Su Chen said solemnly and with a heavy heart. "Now, I will inherit these treasures. I will live well." After saying that, he couldn't hold back any longer, and his lips curled up into a wild smile. He then charged in and began a frenzied sweep. The 95 was an automatic rifle, good stuff, he bought it. The 88 was a sniper rifle. Holy crap, this guy's awesome. He's got ammunition guns that make zombies look like they're his own children. He has to take them all, bulletproof vests, helmets, riot shields, you name it. He can't leave a single one behind. Wherever Su Chen went, gun racks and shells instantly became empty. He didn't even leave the scattered bullets behind, sticking to the principle that even a mosquito bite's a bite is still meat. He shoved them all into the warehouse. A few minutes later, the entire armory was scavenged clean, practically licked clean by a dog. Su Chen looked at his warehouse space, overflowing with weapons and equipment, and nodded in satisfaction. After looting the armory, he didn't rush to leave. Since he was already there, he decided to search the entire first annex. He and Shen Wanqing began checking each room, mostly storage rooms and archives, which contained nothing but moldy documents and dust. Just as he was about to lose patience, he discovered a huge roller shutter door at the other end of the corridor, with the words "indoor parking" written on it. Next to the roller shutter door, there was a small door that was open. Su Chen's heart stirred, and he walked over. Peeking through the crack in the door, he saw a huge underground parking garage with several police cars parked inside. However, most of them were ordinary patrol cars, either wrecked or burned to a shell. Su Chen's gaze swept around the garage, and soon his eyes were drawn to a car in the corner. It was a behemoth, all black, with sharp edges, full of metallic texture and violent aesthetics. It had a huge bumper, reinforced bulletproof glass, and searchlights and an infrared camera system mounted on the roof. Isn't this the saber-tooth armored vehicle that special police units only have? Su Chen's breathing instantly became rapid. While commercial vehicles are useful, they are essentially civilian vehicles with virtually zero defensive capabilities. But this thing before him was a genuine armored vehicle, a mobile steel fortress. Driving this thing on the road, he dared to ram not only ordinary zombies but even mutants. Excitedly, he rushed forward and yanked open the driver's side door. The car door clicked open, surprisingly unlocked. Overjoyed, Su Chen quickly climbed inside. The interior was spacious, fully equipped with various high-tech features. Even more surprising, the car key was already in the ignition. He excitedly sat in the driver's seat and turned the key. However, the expected engine roar didn't sound. The dashboard was completely black, and the car remained unresponsive. Su Chen couldn't help but curse, "It's dead again." But he wasn't the rookie he used to be. He skillfully opened the hood, found the car battery, carefully examined the model and specifications, and then opened his storage space, starting to rummage through the pile of batteries he'd looted from the repair shop. He found. A few minutes later, Su Chen's eyes lit up. He had actually found a brand new battery that matched the model perfectly. He immediately took out a full set of tools from the warehouse and began to replace it. With the experience of replacing the battery in the commercial vehicle last time, he was very skilled this time. The disassembly, wiring, and installation process was smooth and efficient. In less than 10 minutes, a brand new battery was firmly installed in its place. Su Chen patted the dust off his hands and eagerly jumped back into the driver's seat. He took a deep breath and turned the key again. This time, the dashboard lit up instantly, the car body shuddered slightly, and its slender, steely engine emitted a deep, powerful roar. Hearing this pleasing engine sound, Su Chen was so excited he almost jumped for joy. He opened the trading post to check the current market prices of vehicles, only to find that there were very few drivable cars listed, and those that were listed were ridiculously expensive. On the other hand, there was a wide variety of car parts available at relatively low prices. It seemed that knowing how to repair cars was a miracle in this apocalypse. Su Chen was a little annoyed that he hadn't unlocked that skill. Otherwise, he could make a fortune just by reselling parts to assemble cars. He checked the prices of those old, beat-up cars and then listed the van in the warehouse for a relatively fair price. The van was in 90% new condition, fully functional, with minor scratches, and included half a bottle of sesame oil. The price was 2,000 survival points. This price was absolutely a bargain for survivors desperately needing a means of transportation. Satisfied, he jumped out of the car and walked to the imposing saber-tooth armored vehicle, reaching out to gently stroke its cold steel shell. From today onwards, you are my new writer. With a thought, he directly stored the behemoth into his storage space. With this fortress, the danger level of the entire Shihai city instantly dropped several levels in his eyes. It was no longer a dead city fraught with danger, but a huge beginner village full of experience and resources waiting for him to develop. Adhering to the principle of leaving no stone unturned after thorough inspection, Su Chen decided to search the entire police station building meticulously. He led Shen Wanqing up the first annex floor, exploring each office door as they went. Most rooms were empty, with only scattered files and thick dust telling tales of past chaos. All documents, no use for the interrogator. This chair looks pretty sturdy, I wonder if it can keep out zombies. A few broken beds in the rest room. Oh well. He walked along, looking and shaking his head. Just when he was about to lose patience and think that the building had been squeezed dry of its last bit of value, he spotted a place with a sign that read clothing room at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He pushed open the door, and a strong smell of disinfectant mixed with blood hit him. The clothes were small, but they were fully equipped. There were 2 hospital beds, a desk, and several locked glass cabinets and medicine cabinets. 2 zombies in white coats lay on the ground, their heads smashed, clearly Shen Wanqing's handiwork. Su Chen rushed to the cabinet. He didn't have the key and, too lazy to look, simply grabbed a crowbar from the storage room and, with a few crude movements, the cabinet door opened. When he saw what was inside, Su Chen's breath caught in his throat. The cabinet was overflowing with emergency medical kits, each about the size of a palm, vacuum-packed in plastic bags. The red and white packaging, adorned with a large cross, gleamed brighter than gold in his eyes. I've got it! I've got it! Su Chen rubbed his hands excitedly and quickly began counting. 1, 2, 3. He looked like a wealthy landlord guarding a gold mine, his smile never fading. Finally, after counting, there were a total of 86 emergency medical kits. Inside were bandages, gauze, disinfectant wipes, blood transfusion powder, antibiotic ointment, everything imaginable. In the apocalypse, these were practically a second life. A single medical kit could save a survivor's life in a critical moment. If these were listed on the auction house, they could sell for tens or even hundreds of survival points each. They were incredibly valuable, and people would definitely force them to buy them. Su Chen ruthlessly swept away all the medical kits and stuffed them into the warehouse. After looting the clothes, his excitement grew again. He found a room on the 4th floor with no sign, but the door was locked. The door was a heavy iron door, which looked unusual, and there must be something good inside. Su Chen's treasure hunting radar buzzed. He took out his crowbar again and used all his strength to break the lock. With a crisp crack, the lock was successfully broken. He pushed open the heavy iron door, and the aroma of food mixed with the smell of dust immediately rushed out. It was the warehouse. Su Chen turned on the flashlight on his wristband and went into the police station's logistics warehouse. He was completely stunned. The warehouse shelves were neatly arranged with box after box of military rations, those dark green compressed biscuits and self-heating individual combat rations. The variety was complete and the quantity was enormous. Holy crap! Su Chen couldn't help but curse. The happiness was too sudden, leaving him a little overwhelmed. He rushed in, looking at the well-packaged military rations, his mouth almost watering. This stuff was high in calories, filling, and had a long shelf life. It was practically the ultimate food in the apocalypse. He resumed his frenzied shopping spree, hauling boxes of rations into his warehouse like an assembly line, a full 300 individual rations. Satisfied, Su Chen clapped his hands. 2 hours later, standing before the broken gate of the police station, basking in the warm sunlight, his mood was at its peak. He glanced back at the building he had looted, now spotless, then at the chaotic street and the corpses of zombies scattered outside. An unprecedented surge of pride welled up within him. This was truly a great harvest wouldn't even begin to describe it. This is like bringing a money printing press home. A thought crossed his mind, and he began to inventory the weapons and equipment in his warehouse. When that long, dazzling list appeared in his mind, he almost couldn't help but burst out laughing like a pig. The 92mm pistols numbered 60, the police-issue bolt-action rifles 10, the 79mm submachine guns 15, the 95mm assault rifles 10, and the 88mm sniper rifles 5. A total of 18,000 rounds of various types of ammunition, 10 night vision devices, 10 sets of chemical protective suits, 30 bulletproof vests, 30 tactical helmets, 30 blast shields, 20 emergency medical kits, 80 emergency medical kits, and 300 military rations. Sai was already mentally prepared. Even after counting the enormous amount of supplies, Su Chen couldn't help but gasp. This was an instant takeoff. Su Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement. He planned his next move. First the hospital, then the supermarket, thoroughly looting both places. Then he could relax and take Shen Wanqing on a stunning tour of this huge city. Having made up his mind, Su Chen didn't linger. He led Shen Wanqing away from the police station, which he had completely drained of its value, and arrived at the empty parking lot. With a thought, a gleaming black saber-tooth armored vehicle, exuding a violent aesthetic, appeared out of thin air before them. He got in, closed the door, and pulled open the heavy inner door leading to the vault. Su Chen climbed in first, followed closely by Shen Wanqing, who opened the passenger door, sat down, and closed it behind her. Su Chen patted the steering wheel with satisfaction. Indeed, it was sturdy enough for an armored vehicle. With the doors closed, all the outside noise seemed to be shut out. The bulletproof glass and steel plates of later generations brought an unprecedented sense of security. He turned the key, and the heart of the red-hot steel behemoth awakened once more, emitting a deep and powerful roar. Su Chen shifted into gear, stepped on the gas, and slammed on the accelerator, bursting out of the armored vehicle like a beast unleashed from its cage. Driving this fortress through the ruins of the city felt completely different from driving a minivan before. The heavy body provided unparalleled stability. Even when running over the wreckage of abandoned cars on the roadside, there was only a slight bump. The wheels didn't even make a sound when they ran over zombies, only a dull thud from the tires, similar to a tomato. TSK, is this what you call a doomsday vehicle? Su Chen rested one hand on the steering wheel, the other hand taking a sip of water. The sense of security was overwhelming. With the doors closed and the windows locked, the menacing zombies outside were no different from monkeys in a zoo behind glass, nothing more than ornamental, posing no threat whatsoever. He even had a fleeting illusion that, given enough, he could drive this car recklessly through the wilderness until the end of time. Just as Su Chen was enjoying this rare moment of comfort, a clear thought suddenly resonated in his mind. Food, flesh and blood are divine. Wan Qing's message was still somewhat vague, but Su Chen instantly understood what she meant. There were living people nearby. The ease on Su Chen's face vanished instantly, his eyes sharpening. He subconsciously slowed down, put the bottled water back in the storage compartment, and gripped the steering wheel tightly once more. In the absence of the living, humans are more dangerous than monsters. Who knows what kind of demons and monsters he might encounter? As he drove, he carefully observed his surroundings. A few minutes later, as he rounded a street corner, a cluster of white buildings came into view. Su Chen, driving the Swordpool Tiger armored vehicle, a vehicle brimming with violent aesthetics, steadily parked it on the side of the road opposite the Shihai Central Hospital. The engine was still running, its deep, powerful roar particularly jarring in the deathly quiet neighborhood. There were 4 people in the parking lot in front of the hospital. 4 men were clearing zombies from the parking lot. Judging from their seamless teamwork and the weapons they carried, they were clearly an experienced survivor squad. Many zombie corpses lay on the ground. They had obviously heard the commotion and almost immediately turned to look. When their gazes fell on Su Chen's all-black armored vehicle, which resembled a steel behemoth. A fleeting glint of barely concealed greed and shock flashed in everyone's eyes, but they quickly hid it, replacing it with wariness. Su Chen sat in the driver's seat, watching them expressionlessly through the bulletproof glass at the rear. He didn't move or get out of the car. He wanted to see what these guys were up to. After a brief commotion, the 4-man squad quickly exchanged glances, swiftly dispatched several nearby zombies, and then surprisingly retreated towards the outside of the parking lot. One of them, a bald, burly man who seemed to be the leader, even raised his hands towards Su Chen to indicate that he meant no harm. Then, he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Hey bro, don't be nervous, we mean no harm. Your car's got some power. Are you alone? How about we team up and clear out this hospital? There's bound to be a lot of good stuff inside." His voice sounded great, and he had a warm smile on his face. Su Chen looked at him and sneered inwardly. "You 4 are all well-equipped, but you seem to be quite capable in combat. Clearing the hospital's debris shouldn't be a problem. If other survivors come by, shouldn't the normal reaction be to keep your distance or chase them away to prevent them from stealing your supplies? Instead, you're so enthusiastically inviting me in. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Are you looking for cannon fodder to scout ahead, or do you have your eye on my vehicle? Su Chen knew perfectly well what was going on, but his face remained impassive. Was he afraid? Of course not. The fire axes and machetes these few people carried couldn't even scratch the paint off his armored vehicle. As long as he kept his distance, these people posed no threat to him. However, he was curious to see what tricks they were up to. So, he pretended to be both happy and hesitant, opened the car window, leaned out and replied, "Team up." Great! But I need to think about it. After saying that, he opened the car door and got out with Shen Wanqing. Then, in front of the 4 men, he waved his arm, and the massive saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle vanished into thin air. The smiles on the faces of the 4 men froze instantly. Their eyes widened, fixed on the spot where the armored vehicle had been, then instinctively glanced at the survival bracelet on Su Chen's wrist. This time, the greed in their eyes was impossible to conceal. A warehouse space large enough to hold such a vehicle, this young man's survival bracelet space was definitely not small. Then their gaze fell on Shen Wanqing behind Su Chen, a woman wearing sunglasses and a mask but with an incredibly hot figure. A glint of silver flashed in several men's eyes, though they quickly concealed it, but Su Chen still caught their lewd looks clearly. Su Chen sneered inwardly. Good heavens, not only do you want to steal my car, but you also want to mess with my people. Are you afraid you'll live too long? However, his expression remained even more cheerful and innocent. He seemed completely oblivious to the other party's malice, taking a few steps towards them and enthusiastically asking, "Brothers, if we team up, how will we divide the loot?" Seeing Su Chen's cooperative attitude, the 4 men's smiles became even more genuine. The bald, burly man leading the group walked enthusiastically towards Su Chen, waving his hand and speaking with great magnanimity. Sure, young man. Since you're so generous, we can't be stingy with what's in our group of 5. They said this while warmly approaching, seemingly wanting to put their arms around each other and become sworn brothers. Su Chen's face subtly revealed a hint of wariness and defensiveness. He took a step back and raised his hand to stop them. Wait, brother, we've only just met. It's better to keep a little distance. I'm a cautious person, but inside I was frantically complaining, damn, so eager to make a move? Don't you even have a script? Be more professional. Seeing this, the group immediately stopped. The bald, muscular man glanced at Su Chen, then at the stunningly beautiful woman standing motionless behind him. He mentally calculated. This kid can drive an armored vehicle around all by himself, with such a girl by his side he must be quite capable. What if he has some powerful trick up his sleeve and injures them? That would be a huge loss. Anyway, as long as we get him into the hospital, there will be plenty of opportunities to make our move. Thinking this, the bald, muscular man's smile became even more amiable. Yes, little brother, you're right. I was being presumptuous. We should be a little more cautious in this apocalypse. He patted his forehead dramatically and continued, little brother, how about this? We can take 2/3 of the hospital supplies, and the remaining third is all yours. How about that? I'm pretty generous, aren't I? He looked at Su Chen with an expression of I'm thinking of you. Seeing a hint of surprise on Su Chen's face, he immediately pressed his advantage. Little brother, don't underestimate. There are a lot of zombies outside the hospital, but they're mostly ordinary ones and not much of a threat. We've been clearing them out for ages, so it's definitely safer inside. Think about it, this is a city center hospital. They have so many medicines and medical equipment inside, just a little bit of that would be enough for us for a long time. He was already hatching a plan, waiting for the idiot to go in and lead the charge against the zombies. Once the zombies were exhausted or both sides were worn out, they'd attack from behind. Then the trucks, supplies, and women would all be theirs, or perfect. Hearing his words, Su Chen's expression changed from surprise to ecstatic joy. He slapped his thigh excitedly and said, Great brother, you're such a generous person. It's settled then, so what are we waiting for? Let's get started quickly, otherwise it'll be hard to divide the spoils if others see us later. The 4 men were overjoyed to see Su Chen agree so easily. He was truly a greenhorn who had never been beaten up in the streets. Young man, you're so straightforward, let's go. The bald, burly man laughed, fearing Su Chen might change his mind. He immediately turned and walked towards the hospital entrance with his 3 henchmen, completely exposing their backs to Su Chen. Su Chen watched their retreating figures, his smile instantly turning cold and sinister. A thought flashed through his mind, and the next second, a jet black Type 95 automatic rifle, radiating a chilling aura, appeared in his hand. He raised the muzzle, aimed it at the backs of the 4 men, and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The dull, rapid gunshots instantly ripped through the deathly silence of the street. Fire spurted from the muzzles, scalding shells clattering to the ground. The 4 men at the front jolted violently, puffs of gunfire exploding on their backs. Their smiles froze, their eyes filled with disbelief, horror, and excruciating pain. Then, like felled logs, they collapsed to the ground one after another. My leg! My leg is broken! A series of agonizing cries and pleas for mercy erupted. The bald, burly man leading the group struggled to turn around, glaring at Su Chen with a look of utter disbelief. He roared, You promised. Why are you like this? Su Chen stared at them expressionlessly, not even bothering to utter a word. He strode over, his rifle still pointed at them. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll give you everything. Please? Bang! Su Chen fired a precise shot, blowing his head off. Red and white blood splattered all over the ground. The remaining 3 men, terrified by the sight, scrambled to escape. Bang! 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 Su Chen's expression changed. He calmly fired in short bursts. Soon, the parking lot returned to silence, leaving only 4 slightly twitching corpses and a strong stench of blood. Su Chen walked to the corpses, looking at these men who had just tried to scheme against him, his heart unmoved. He skillfully reached out and merged their survival bracelets one by one. Successful fusion granted him 450 survival points and 6 cubic meters of warehouse space. Successful fusion grants 280 survival points and 3 cubic meters of warehouse space. Successful fusion also grants 310 survival points and 3 cubic meters of warehouse space. Successful fusion further grants 260 survival points and 3 cubic meters of warehouse space. In total, this yields 1300 survival points and a direct increase of 15 cubic meters in warehouse space. Su Chen was in a good mood. He checked the supplies for the group again. Wow, they had a lot of stuff. Food, water, and all kinds of daily necessities were crammed in. There were at least 9 melee weapons, such as firefighters' machetes. In the corner, there was also a rather comical-looking 3-wheeled motorcycle and 2 bicycles. Wow, they're all-rounders on land, sea, and air. No, land-based. Su Chen couldn't help but mutter. After finishing all this, he looked up at the dark hospital building. He turned to Shen Wanqing, who was saluting beside him, and gave her the order to go inside and clean everything out. Shen Wanqing let out a low growl, and the next second his fiery figure froze as he rushed into the hospital. His intrusion caused no ripples. The zombies wandering in the lobby showed no hostility towards him, one of their own. They continued to trudge aimlessly with stiff steps, like wooden stakes waiting to be harvested. Su Chen did not follow him in. He simply found a clean step and sat down, leaning casually against a pillar outside the door. He vigilantly observed his surroundings, wary of other survivors approaching and trying to take advantage of the situation. Meanwhile, he watched with interest as the area in his lower left corner of his vision transformed into a green waterfall. Killing a level 1 zombie grants plus 2.5 experience points. Killing a level 1 zombie grants plus 2.5 experience points. Killing a level 1 zombie grants plus 2.5 experience points. Killing a level 1 zombie grants 2.5 experience points. Your pet, Shen Wanqing, gains 2.5 experience points. Green system notifications flooded the screen like a bursting dam, creating a blur of images. The feeling was simply amazing. AFK grinding was the most deadly. Su Chen was overjoyed. Taking advantage of the break, he took out a piece of bread and slowly began to eat. The cracking sounds of bones breaking echoed throughout the hospital lobby, but he couldn't hear them. He could only see his own experience bar and Shen Wanqing's experience bar steadily increasing at an alarming rate. Time ticked by, and this one-sided massacre lasted for almost an hour before the waterfall of green notifications finally thinned out and stopped completely. The hospital lobby returned to a deathly silence. A clear thought echoed in Su Chen's mind. Threat cleared. Immediately afterward, Shen Wanqing's figure emerged from the dark entrance hall and stood quietly before him once more. Su Chen stood up. He had already noticed that Shen Wanqing's experience bar was already full shortly after the battle began. He opened the pet interface. Name. Shen Wanqing level. 38% 1800. Holy crap, 8% 1800. This experience bar wasn't just full, it was overflowing. That last wave killed at least 400 zombies. Leveling up. Su Chen suppressed his joy and selected level up. Leveling up your pet. Shen Wanqing leveling up successful. Your pet has leveled up to level 4, 416%. Your pet has gained 1 free attribute point. Friendly reminder. Your pet has just leveled up and seems to have undergone a subtle change. It has continued to allocate that free attribute point to speed, resulting in a speed of 45. Very good, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He casually walked into the hospital, carrying the candy knife. The entire outpatient hall had been completely transformed into a scene of carnage, a veritable hellscape. The corpses of zombies lay scattered haphazardly, layer upon layer, countless in number. Various twisted branches and broken walls, mixed with thick, dark red and black blood, had turned the gleaming marble floor into a nauseating swamp. Su Chen was already somewhat used to it. He strode towards the hospital floor plan in the center of the hall and quickly located the pharmacy. This pharmacy was several times larger than the one he had seen in Bima Town, almost occupying the entire side of the first floor. Su Chen changed direction, covering his nose with one hand and gripping his dagger with the other, carefully making his way towards his target location on the sticky carpet. When he pushed open the double glass door with the sign Central Pharmacy hanging inside, he was completely stunned. Rows upon rows of massive metal shelves were neatly arranged, filled with fragrant medicines. Cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, painkillers, a dazzling array of options. On the other side, glass counters held mountains of alcohol, bandages, gauze, and various surgical supplies. The entire pharmacy was spotless, as if the apocalypse had never happened, except for a few zombie corpses lying on the floor. Damn it! Su Chen immediately started moving boxes of medicine into his storage space like an assembly line. However, he soon discovered an awkward problem. He didn't have enough space. Having previously merged with the bracelets of those for unlucky guys, his storage space had reached 81 cubic meters. But the quantity of medicine in this pharmacy was simply too enormous. A happy dilemma. Su Chen looked at the remaining half of the medicine on the shelf, feeling incredibly conflicted. Giving up was impossible. These are all life-saving currencies in the apocalypse. Without hesitation, he opened the shop interface on his bracelet. Item: Warehouse Space Expansion Card. Price: 100 survival points. Note: permanently increases warehouse space by 1 cubic meter after use. Su Chen, now wealthy and powerful, didn't even blink and bought 19 cards. The bracelet slightly trembled as it consumed 1900 survival points, causing the 1900 points to evaporate instantly. A few days ago, this huge sum of money would have made him lose his appetite for days, but now he only felt a sense of emptiness. The life of the rich is so simple, unpretentious, and boring. Just then, a new system notification popped up. Your cumulative spending in the mall has reached the target. The mall level can be upgraded. Do you want to upgrade now? Oh, the mall can be upgraded too. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart. The previous shop upgrade had given him the deadly power of the hunting crossbow. He wondered what goodies this upgrade would unlock. However, he only glanced at it and ignored it. Upgrading wasn't urgent. Looting the hospital was the priority. With his warehouse space expanded to a full 100 cubic meters, Su Chen's confidence instantly surged. He no longer had any reservations and immediately activated his Japanese invaders mode. Boxes of pills were rapidly moved into the warehouse space like an assembly line, filled with cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, gastrointestinal medicine, alcohol, gauze, and bandages. Anything he found useful, he took without hesitation. After looting the central pharmacy, he rushed to other departments, including the laboratory, where he found various reagents, precision instruments in the operating room, and even unopened nutrient solutions in some high-end wards. Adhering to the principle of a thief never leaves empty-handed, Su Chen meticulously searched the entire hospital building from the first floor to the top, a search that lasted for over 2 hours. When Su Chen, satisfied, tossed the last box of clothes and gloves into the warehouse, the entire hospital had been ransacked, practically cleaned by a dog. He even had an urge to pry down the LCD TVs on the walls, but those things were useless now. Done! Su Chen clapped his hands, ready to leave this place he had squeezed dry of its last bit of value. Just then, a familiar thought suddenly echoed in his mind. Food, flesh, and blood are gods. Wanqing and Su Chen instantly understood what he meant. There were living people nearby. He didn't rush out immediately, but instead walked to the window and carefully lifted a corner of the blinds to observe outside. In the parking lot in front of the hospital gate, a man and a woman, both around 30 years old, had appeared. The man was wearing a jacket and holding a machete, while the woman was wearing sportswear and holding a crowbar. They were looking at the zombie remains scattered on the ground, seemingly hesitating whether to come in. Judging from their cautious, tentative movements, they were clearly not tough characters. Su Chen made this judgment, but he remained vigilant. There were plenty of cunning individuals in the apocalypse who could outmaneuver even the most formidable opponents. He led Shen Wanqing directly out of the hospital's main entrance. He had absolutely no interest in these ordinary survivors. He neither wanted to interact with them nor team up with them. His goal was clear. Loot the city of all valuable resources, then take Shen Wanqing to level up and smoothly pass the beginner phase. Su Chen and Shen Wanqing's sudden appearance startled the man and woman in the parking lot. They both took several steps back almost simultaneously, gripping their weapons tighter and looking at them warily. The woman seemed to want to say something, her lips moved, but the man beside her grabbed her and shook her head vigorously. Su Chen's gaze swept over the two of them and then left. He completely ignored the two of them, and with Shen Wanqing still, walked across the parking lot towards the other side of the road. Only after Su Chen's figure disappeared around the street corner did the man and woman seem to snap out of their daze and let out a long sigh of relief. The man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glanced back in the direction Su Chen had left with lingering fear, and then lowered his voice. The woman's face was a little pale, but she still muttered softly, I just wanted to ask if there were any supplies left inside. Supplies? We're about to lose our lives, and you still want supplies? The man was furious, his voice rising several decibels. Use your brain. They can walk out of there so easily, which means all the zombies inside have been cleared out, and they've definitely taken the supplies. Going up and asking them is just humiliating yourself. What if you anger them and they both get killed? I'm warning you, Chen Lan, don't cause me any trouble. If you keep acting like this, I'm leaving you to your own devices. Upon hearing this, the woman named Chen Lan's aggrieved and fearful expression instantly gave way to anger. She abruptly raised her head and glared at the man, demanding, leave me alone. Li Wei, you're telling me you're leaving now? You didn't say that last night when you were holding me in the tent. How come you're trying to turn your back on me now that you've slept with me? Are you going to dump me? The woman glared angrily at the man. Li Wei's face instantly turned pale, his expression shifting between ashen and panicked. He quickly softened his tone and reached out to grab the woman's hand. Baby, I didn't mean that. I was just confused by your anger. How could I be that kind of person? I'm just worried about your safety, it's for our own good. He began to comfort her in a humble voice. Su Chen drove, a half-eaten piece of bread he had just taken from the warehouse dangling from his mouth, slowly chewing. The heavy doors and bulletproof glass of the saber-tooth armored vehicle isolated all the noise and danger from the outside world. Inside the vehicle, only the deep, steady roar of the engine could be heard. The sound of him chewing his food made it feel like he was playing an extremely realistic post-apocalyptic survival game, and he was the pay-to-win player with top-tier cheat codes. Outside the window were dilapidated streets, abandoned vehicles, and aimlessly wandering zombies. He drove leisurely for about 4 or 5 minutes when suddenly, without warning, a thought popped into his mind. Food, flesh and blood, a ton of it. Su Chen's chewing motion abruptly stopped. He glanced at Shen Wanqing, who was sitting quietly in a passenger seat, somewhat surprised. He actually used the word mass to describe it. The messages Shen Wanqing had previously conveyed were very simple and vague, mostly consisting of vague terms like food, flesh, and threats. This was because her intelligence had increased after the upgrade. If that was the case, it would be an absolute boon for him. A killing machine that only executes orders is certainly useful, but an intelligent henchman capable of simple thinking and judgment is undoubtedly far more valuable. However, now is not the time to study this. Which direction? Su Chen asked in his mind. Shen Wanqing slightly turned her head, her Russian eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, looking towards an intersection to the right. Su Chen immediately turned the steering wheel, and the heavy armored vehicle turned into that street. After driving a mile or two, they turned at an intersection. The scene before him excited Su Chen. It was a huge chain supermarket. Just by looking at the storefront, you could tell that the supplies inside were definitely plentiful. But at this moment, the entire supermarket entrance and the huge square in front of it. They were completely submerged by the dense, dark tide. The sheer number of them, stretching as far as the eye could see, was conservatively estimated to be at least 1,000, more than he had seen in the police station and hospital combined. In the center of that chilling tide, a black SUV was surrounded and unable to move, nestled deep within layers of people. The SUV's engine roared furiously, its wheels spinning wildly but unable to move forward, only kicking up plumes of black smoke. Countless zombies, like sharks smelling blood, frantically pounded on the windows, tearing at the metal body with their teeth, producing a sickening crunch. The SUV's roaring engine was like a beacon in the darkness. Still attracting more zombies from afar, Su Chen parked his car at least 300 meters away, next to an abandoned office building. He took out his binoculars to observe the situation. The black SUV was completely engulfed by endless zombies. The roof, hood, trunk, everywhere there was room to stand, was piled high with twisted figures. Su Chen smacked his lips, one hand resting on the steering wheel, silently enduring 0.1 seconds of silence for the unfortunate soul inside. Goodbye, brother. In your next life, remember not to drive so loudly. The off-road vehicle's engine still roared defiantly, its wheels spinning wildly in place, kicking up plumes of acrid black smoke, yet it couldn't budge the stone wall enveloping it an inch. Then, a car window shattered, like the first domino toppling, a gap appeared, and countless rotting, blood-soaked arms instantly reached in through the opening, frantically clawing and scratching. Soon, the second and third windows on all sides shattered under the intense pounding. Zombies, like sharks smelling blood, scrambled to climb inside through the broken windows. The SUV's struggle came to an abrupt halt. The engine's hum stopped. Su Chen could imagine the despair and fear the survivors inside must have felt in their final moments. He withdrew his gaze expressionlessly. The scene, though shocking, no longer stirred much emotion in him. He simply added another rule to his safety code. Never be surrounded by the Lost Dynasty. Su Chen glanced at Shen Wanqing in the passenger seat, issued a command in his mind, and sensed again. A moment later, a clear thought entered his mind once more. Food, flesh, and blood. Su Chen's brows furrowed instantly. Everyone in the car was dead. Where did all those living people from Shen Wan's emotional path come from? His gaze slowly swept over the buildings surrounding the supermarket, office buildings, residential buildings, shops along the street. These places now looked like a deathly still expanse. The dark windows seemed like countless prying eyes. Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He understood. They were all playing the fool, hiding in the shadows, waiting to see what happened. He could practically picture the survivors' inner thoughts. Everyone was eyeing the supermarket, this huge piece of meat, but no one dared to touch it. The thousands of zombies at the entrance were an insurmountable obstacle. The people in that SUV earlier were either reckless fools or thought they could run over the zombies and try to rush in for a gamble, only to become the scapegoat, their lives serving as a stark warning to everyone. All the survivors hiding in the shadows are probably waiting for the next brave or foolish one to clear the dampness at the entrance, so they can swarm in and seize the spoils of victory, a classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Su Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. With his and Shen Wanqing's strength, they could indeed clear out the thousands of zombies at the entrance in time. But then what? After he had painstakingly fought off the monsters and was exhausted, he would look up and find himself surrounded by a group of survivors. Just thinking about that scene made his scalp tingle. Dream on. Su Chen, never do anything as foolish as playing the fool to get ahead of others. Su Chen stroked his chin, quickly forming a plan in his mind. Without making a sound, he reversed the Genkai Tiger armored vehicle and quietly withdrew from the street, then turned into a relatively quiet side street. This place was about 400 or 500 meters away from the supermarket, just enough to get out of the sight of those thugs. He parked the car in front of a 5-story apartment building. The building looked unremarkable, not as conspicuous as an office building. The location was excellent, providing both concealment and a clear view of the situation in the supermarket. It was practically a godsend. After getting out of the car at the 6th base and clearing the area, Su Chen gave the order to Shen Wanqing in the passenger seat. Shen Wanqing opened the car door and got out. A few moments later, a few muffled drumbeats sounded around them, quickly subsiding. Only then did Su Chen turn off the engine, push open the heavy car door, and jump out. He didn't rush into the building but first walked around the apartment building, carefully surveying the surrounding environment. Very well, there's only one entrance, making it difficult to attack. After confirming it was safe, he walked to the apartment building's entrance. Shen Wanqing was already standing beside him. They went inside and started cleaning from the first floor. Su Chen gave a new order and Shen Wanqing rushed into the dark stairwell. Su Chen didn't dawdle. He took out the familiar sugar knife from the storage room, held it in his hand, and then followed her in unhurriedly. Although they had Shen Wanqing, a bug-level fighter, they still couldn't be too cautious. What if there was some mutant or an even more cunning survivor hiding upstairs who got caught in a trap? The stairwell was filled with a strong musty and dusty smell. Shen Wanqing was extremely efficient, and Su Chen, following behind, basically played the role of a war correspondent, only able to hear the crisp clicking sounds coming from upstairs. Aside from the occasional amazing +2.5 notification popping up in the lower left corner of his vision, he didn't need to do anything. The entire cleaning process of 5 floors and 10 households took less than 10 minutes. When Shen Wanqing returned to him, the apartment building had become an absolutely safe fortress. Su Chen used some old sofas, cabinets, and other miscellaneous items to completely block the unit door from the inside. After doing all this, he clapped his hands with satisfaction. He led Shen Wanqing to the 5th floor and randomly pushed open a door. It was a 1-bedroom apartment, decorated very warmly, but unfortunately, it was now covered in dust. Su Chen walked to the window and carefully pulled back a corner of the curtain. The view from this angle was excellent. He could clearly see the huge supermarket surrounded by the Lost Dynasty in the distance, and he could also get a general idea of the situation of the surrounding buildings. No one was hiding behind a window, and no movement was escaping his eyes. Excellent, a superb observation deck, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He decided to rest here tonight and see which of those old sixes would finally lose their patience. It was still early, it was only a little past 5 p.m. Su Chen walked to the sofa in the living room and plopped down on it. The soft sofa kicked up a cloud of dust with his movement. He leaned back on the sofa, letting out a long sigh of relief. After a long day of work, he could finally rest. Since he had nothing else to do, he suddenly remembered the system notification he'd received at the hospital. The shop could be upgraded. A surge of anticipation rose within him. Each previous shop upgrade had brought him immense joy. He wondered what new tricks the system would have up its sleeve this time. Suppressing his excitement, he opened his bracelet interface, his gaze falling on the familiar shop icon. With a thought, he selected Upgrade. But a flash of white light appeared on the shop icon on the bracelet interface, followed by a new system notification that the shop level had been upgraded to LV7 to unlock more new items. The next level required a purchase of 6,416,000. At level 7, Su Chen's eye twitched involuntarily as he looked at the number 16,000. Good heavens, the upgrade threshold has increased exponentially. From a few hundred to a few thousand, it's now skyrocketed to 16,000. And after that, it'll probably be hundreds of thousands, even millions. This system is clearly frantically hinting to him, young man, if you want to get stronger, then go spend money. Despite his complaints, his hands didn't slow down at all. With a mix of excitement and urgency, he eagerly opened the new shop interface. The layout was still the same, simple and clear. He immediately clicked on the food category. The sight of the dazzling array of products refreshed his mind, and besides the vegetarian items he'd seen before, several new items caught his eye. Item for 25G canned yellow peach, price 15 survival points, note. A taste of childhood, chilled for double the happiness, it can even cure your cold. Item 20 self-heating braised pork rice, price 20 survival points, note. The perfectly marbled braised pork, paired with a rich and fragrant broth, is a solace to the soul with every sip. Product. Original milk tea, cup. Price. Price not specified. Food survival points. Not specified. Notes. In the apocalypse, what could be more comforting than a sweet cup of milk tea? A calorie bomb. A source of happiness. Oh my God. Su Chen looked at the picture of the canned yellow peaches. The translucent flesh soaked in sugar water seemed to waft through the screen, releasing a sweet aroma that filled his mouth. He clicked on the tools category. There weren't many new items, mostly just odds and ends. Multifunctional Swiss Army knife, priced at 40 survival points. Note. 18 class features, but seemingly not proficient in any one. Waterproof high-intensity flashlight, priced at 30 survival points. Note. The light can dispel darkness but not fear. Su Chen curled his lip. He already had these things, and they were all scavenged from the real world. There was no need to waste money on them. He rubbed his hands together, and with a last glimmer of hope, he clicked on the final weapon category. The screen refreshed, and a new item appeared at the top of the list. Item. Composite material, price. 200 survival points, notes. A crystallization of modern technology, effortless, precise, and extremely powerful. It's time to show the real technology. The item, a high-speed arrow, is priced at 25 survival points. It's designed for use with a compound bow, offering stable flight and strong penetration. Looking at the modern, industrial-style compound bow, Su Chen's expression was somewhat indifferent. A few days ago, he would probably have jumped for joy at this, but now his warehouse was filled with a bunch of genuine rifles, pistols, and ammunition, plus plenty of bullets. He was trying to avoid firing anything now to prevent unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, he would have started live-action CS long ago. As for that hunting crossbow, it was just used to disguise his strength. 200 survival points for compound attack. Goodbye. Su Chen closed the store listlessly. Overall, apart from those few mouth-watering foods, this level 7 store provided almost no improvement to his strength. However, being able to eat a good meal was still a kind of improvement. Time to eat. Su Chen directly bought self-heating braised pork rice and a can of yellow peaches from the store. He skillfully tore open the packaging, put the heating pack into the outer box, and added water. A sizzling sound of white steam rose instantly, accompanied by the aroma of food being heated. Su Chen took a deep breath. That's the taste. A few minutes later, he couldn't wait to open the core. The plump rice was topped with a thick layer of braised pork, glistening with a rich sauce, perfectly marbled with fat and lean meat. It was also accompanied by half a braised egg and a few slices of refreshing pickled cabbage. The aroma was irresistible, hitting him right in the head. Su Chen picked up the accompanying plastic spoon, scooped out a large spoonful, and stuffed it into his mouth. The soft, sticky rice, combined with the savory, tender braised pork sauce, created a burst of flavor in his mouth. Su Chen mumbled a praise, feeling as if every pore on his body had opened up. He devoured the entire box of braised pork rice in no time, not even leaving a single drop of broth. A warm feeling rose from his stomach and quickly spread throughout his body. Feeling comfortable, he let out a satisfied sigh, then snapped open the can of yellow peaches. He scooped up a piece of golden, translucent fruit with a spoon and put it in his mouth. The cool, sweet, and smooth taste instantly awakened his childhood memories. In the apocalypse, this thing was an absolute luxury. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Chen felt alive again. He glanced at Shen Wanqing, who stood quietly beside him like a lifelong companion. "You're here," he said. He took out several pounds of previously butchered wild boar meat from the warehouse. The meat was still fresh, with traces of blood. Su Chen then took out a clean stainless steel basin and a sharp dagger. After cutting the wild boar meat into thumb-sized pieces and tossing them into a bowl, he finally looked up at Shen Wanqing beside him. Su Chen gently reached out and removed her sunglasses and mask, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. Sigh, Su Chen sighed inwardly, what a pity. Such a handsome face, but not so bright. He picked up the stainless steel bowl, pinched a bloody piece of meat between his fingers, and brought it to Shen Wanqing's lips. Shen Wanqing obediently opened her mouth. Instead of tearing at it like a wild beast, she moved very gently, using her sharp canine teeth to precisely snatch the pieces of meat from Su Chen's fingertips, and then chewed them in small bites. If others saw this, they might think she was performing some kind of cult sacrifice. He fed her piece after piece, and Shen Wanqing ate quietly. The sight of the man and the corpse in this dusty, post-apocalyptic apartment was both eerie and harmonious. The few pounds of wild boar meat were quickly gone. After finishing her meal, Shen Wanqing licked her lips with her pink tongue, swirling a trace of blood into her mouth. Su Chen looked at her empty fur and felt this pet was becoming increasingly easy to manage. He helped Shen Wanqing put her mask and sunglasses back on, concealing her troublesome face. Only after doing all this did Su Chen lean back on the sofa and open the regional channel. He wanted to see how many people had arrived in Shihai City. The moment I logged in, messages started flooding in like a screen-filling frenzy. It was so lively, it didn't seem like they were ignoring their family. Who would understand? I almost got surrounded by zombies at the entrance of Shihai City. My legs went weak with fear. There are just too many zombies in Shihai City. I'm hiding in an apartment building downstairs. I'm too scared to go out at all. Anyone want to team up? I'm 1.8 meters tall and have maxed out vitality gear. Looking for a reliable team to loot together. What's the use of maxed out vitality gear upstairs? Can you even fight hundreds of zombies? Don't be ridiculous. Su Chen was amused. These guys have pretty good attitudes. He continued scrolling down, and soon a message caught his attention. You see that big supermarket to the south? There are at least 1,000 zombies at the entrance. It's terrifying. Just now, some stubborn kid tried to drive in an SUV, but the window was smashed and he was eaten. It's awful. Is this for real? Who would dare take anything from that supermarket? Let me tell you something even more shocking. Right before that SUV was dismembered, I saw a black armored vehicle drive by, just like in the movies, completely armored and incredibly imposing. As soon as this news broke, the entire channel exploded. Armored vehicle. Holy crap, is that true? Bro, you didn't see that wrong, did you? I can vouch for it. I saw that car too. It was practically a mobile fortress, so safe. The driver was definitely a top-tier expert. I'm so envious. I'm still fighting wits with zombies for some food, and they're driving an armored vehicle. Boss, please take me. Where did you see this? Please reply. I can do everything, even warm your bed. Upstairs, have some shame. Looking at the chat channel filled with exclamations and envy, Su Chen didn't feel much. He turned off the noisy channel, walked to the window, and raised his binoculars again. Over at the supermarket, a quiet SUV, overrun by zombies, stood like a lonely black reef in the center of the wet nest. The thugs lurking in the surrounding buildings remained as still as mountains, none showing any sign of making the first move. Everyone was waiting for a hero, even more reckless and foolish than the SUV driver, to appear and wear down the crowd at the entrance. HMPH, you think you can get away with that? Su Chen put down his binoculars and sneered. He sat back down on the sofa, already planning his next move. Daytime was definitely out of the question. The target would be too obvious. Therefore, they could only act at night. Nighttime was a nightmare of double the danger for other survivors. The berserk zombies would be much more aggressive and faster. For ordinary people, encountering them would be certain death, but for him, it was a huge advantage because he had Shen Wanqing. When the zombie went berserk, Shen Wanqing would also go berserk. A mutated zombie that was already ridiculously strong would have its combat power skyrocket under the night's added boost. Su Chengwang felt excited just thinking about it. Nighttime was Shen Wanqing's home ground, and it was also his home ground. At that time, he only needed to hide in the shadows and direct Shen Wanqing, the big flag bearer, to unleash her full power in the Lion Tide. As for those who wanted to follow behind, the simple sixth brother. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. Night was the best camouflage and the best time to kill. Anyone who dared to extend their claws, he would have Shen Wanqing chop off their claws. This plan was working. Su Chen was in a good mood. He opened the auction house and checked the items he had listed. Good heavens, almost everything was sold. The brand new firefighter's armor was sold, the brand new machete was sold, even the instant wontons were sold out. Seeing his survival points balance had increased dramatically, Su Chen was in high spirits. He then bought another batch of firefighters' armor, machetes, and other weapons, as well as various foods, skillfully raised the prices, and relisted them on the auction house. After doing all this, he finally turned off the bracelet, satisfied, and lazily sprawled on the sofa, quietly waiting for nightfall. Time passed second by second, and the sky gradually darkened. As the last rays of sunset were swallowed by the horizon, the entire city was plunged into pitch-black darkness. It was past 7 p.m., just as Su Chen was preparing to set off to carry out his plan to raid the supermarket at night. A sudden, loud roar of a car engine came from downstairs, the sound gradually increasing in distance before finally stopping in front of his apartment building. Su Chen immediately became alert. He jumped up from the sofa and silently went to the window, carefully pulling back a corner of the curtains. A dilapidated white van was parked downstairs, its headlights still on, two beams of light piercing the darkness and illuminating a small patch of open space in front of the building. The car door was roughly pulled open. "Damn it, get out of here!" A rude, uncouth man's cursing voice broke the silence of the night. Immediately following were the suppressed sobs and pleas of women. Su Chen frowned. 4 men emerged from the vehicle, each burly and thuggish, carrying weapons like firefighter uniforms and machetes. Behind them, 2 women were roughly dragged from the car, their hands tied behind their backs with rope, their mouths gagged, only able to emit muffled smoke. Again, thugs. Su Chen's gaze was cold. He was used to such scenes. In the apocalypse, the evil of humanity was amplified infinitely. Such rioters, murderers, and looters would only increase. He continued to observe, intending to see what these people were doing parking downstairs. When the car headlights swept across the 2 women's faces, a very strange expression appeared on Su Chen's face. These 2 women looked so familiar. He looked closer and almost burst out laughing. Weren't these the 2 bizarre sisters he'd met at the motel yesterday, the ones who accused him of being a slut and even went to the regional channel to falsely accuse him of a car accident? What a small world. Unexpectedly, they had survived and arrived in Shihai City, and even more unexpectedly, they would reappear before him in this way. Watching them being pushed and shoved by those thugs, their faces filled with fear and despair, Su Chen felt no sympathy whatsoever. Instead, he felt a sense of irony. Yesterday they were so arrogant, scavenging and provoking others, and today they were someone else's pawns. This sudden violence came incredibly fast. It seems I don't even need to lift a finger. A playful smile tugged at the corner of Su Chen's lips. Well, at least you finally met your match. The thug downstairs, a burly man with a face full of scars, seemed impatient amidst the cries of the 2 women. He walked to the dilapidated van, placed his hand on the body, and muttered a curse. The next second, to Su Chen's astonishment, the rather large white van vanished into thin air. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This guy's storage space is quite large. A van should take up at least a few meters of actual space. To be able to store this thing in a warehouse means this person has expanded their storage space many times. Just then, the thugs downstairs seemed to have noticed something amiss. A man with a buzz cut pointed his machete at the zombie corpses in the open space in front of the apartment building and lowered his voice. "Brother Biao, look, someone's kissed here." The burly man called Brother Biao nodded, his eyes becoming wary. His sharp gaze began to scan the surrounding buildings. This is a good spot, with a wide view, directly facing the big supermarket to the south. Another tall, thin man spoke, his tone tinged with greed. If we can stand here, we can spot any movement from the supermarket immediately. Brother Biao clearly agreed. It was as if I had been chosen as a lucky place at first glance. Just because my building is a little higher and the view is a little better, it's like a godsend. The KPIs of this working class have been delivered right to my doorstep. Su Chen mentally ranted, but his expression grew increasingly cold. Since you've all come to be born into this world, don't blame me for being ruthless. And today's KPIs aren't even as high as yesterday's. Without further hesitation, Su Chen turned and left. He quickly went down to the second floor, where he found himself in a dark stairwell. He didn't turn on the lights, but simply stood quietly in the shadows of the stairs, blending into the darkness. Then, with a thought, he retrieved a jet black Type 95 automatic rifle from the warehouse and gripped it firmly in his hand. The cold metallic feel came from his palm. Su Chen pulled the safety, chambered around with a crisp click, and pointed the muzzle at the apartment door blocked by debris, waiting to fire a burst of scalding hot peanuts at anyone who came in. Bang! Bang! The sound of someone kicking the door came from outside. Damn it, this door is so sturdy, I don't believe a broken door can stop us brothers. With a loud crash, the unit door was smashed open a crack, and the sofa and cabinet behind the door were pushed back a bit, making a screeching sound. However, the sound of banging on the door stopped abruptly at that moment. The people outside stopped their actions. They could clearly see the messy pile of things behind the door through the crack, indicating that someone was inside and very wary. Damn, something's wrong. There's someone in this building, and they've made preparations. A man's deliberately lowered voice came from outside the door. Damn, what a waste of our weapons. Brother Biao cursed, his voice tinged with displeasure. Brother Biao, are you coming in or not? There are so many of us, what are we afraid of? Brother Biao seems to have calmed down, and he hissed, use your brain, you son of a bitch. They've blocked the door like this, they're obviously on guard. Maybe they've set an ambush inside, waiting for us to go in and get ourselves killed. It's not worth the risk for a dilapidated building. So what do we do? Let's go to the building next door. That building is 4 stories high too, we can still see the supermarket. Let's find a place to settle down first, then take those 2 girls over there. We'll have some fun tonight. Brother, you're brilliant. Immediately following, a series of chaotic footsteps sounded, accompanied by a woman's suppressed sobs as she walked towards the next apartment. Su Chen remained vigilant, standing quietly on the stairs, listening intently to the sounds outside. Even his breathing was barely audible. Any slight lapse in concentration could be fatal. Who knew if this was a trap, a feigned departure, but an ambush waiting for him to lower his guard before launching a surprise attack? Soon, a piercing zombie howl, a man's rough curses, and dull thuds echoed from the adjacent apartment building. Damn it, there was also. Quick! Take them down! Bang! Crack! Hearing the noise from next door, Su Chen was certain that the group had indeed gone next door. He slowly lowered his Type 95 rifle, but his tense nerves didn't relax at all. The feeling that his neighbors were a group of ruthless killers was anything but pleasant. Who knows if they'll sneak over in the middle of the night? Su Chen started a thorough cleaning of the apartment building. He removed the refrigerator, washing machine, and double bed from the first-floor apartment, and the stone and wood wardrobe and dining table from the second-floor apartment. Any furniture that looked big, heavy, and sturdy enough was ruthlessly stored away in his storage space. After finishing all this, he came to the stairwell leading from the first floor to the second floor. Standing on the stairs, a thought struck him. With a whoosh, all sorts of furniture and miscellaneous items he had just looted were dumped out of the warehouse like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Refrigerators, mattresses, wardrobes, chairs, these things instantly filled the entire staircase, blocking it from the corner on the first floor all the way to the second floor platform. It was so packed that not even a fly could get in. Looking at this Maginot line he had personally built, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. At least he felt a little safer. If the other side was determined to come, then that was another story. The commotion in the next building hadn't stopped. Those people were indeed quite capable. He fought his way from the first floor to the fourth, clearing out the zombies with considerable efficiency. The screams, the sounds of hitting, and the curses continued for about 10 minutes before finally subsiding completely. The soundproofing wasn't very good. Su Chen could clearly hear the conversations next door. He went to a room on the 4th floor, separated from the others by only a wall. Damn, I'm exhausted. The burly man called Brother Biao, breathing heavily, said in a deep voice, there aren't many zombies in this building, only 7 or 8. Brother Biao, what do we do now? We'll just wait here. One of his men asked, nonsense. Brother Biao's voice was laced with arrogance. Otherwise what? You lead the charge against those thousands of zombies at the supermarket entrance. Do you have the ability? Hee, I didn't. Then you better stay put and wait here for those clueless idiots to kill the zombies so we can go down and take them down. What's this called? This is called the Oriole, unaware of the Oriole behind. Brother Biao said smugly. Brother Biao is brilliant. Brother Biao is mighty. A chorus of praise erupted. Su Chen, despite his strong personality, kept scoffing. Huan, however, retorted, with your intelligence, you'd be a mantis trying to kill someone. Just as Su Chen was about to withdraw his attention and stop listening to these idiots bragging, the topic next door suddenly changed. Damn it, we've been busy for so long, we almost forgot we brought 2 women back. Brother Biao's voice suddenly turned sinister, accompanied by several malicious laughs, followed by the women's screams and struggles. Brother Biao, what are we going to do with these 2 girls? How to deal with it? Brother Biao sneered. I already said in the regional channel that if I ever run into those 2 bitches, I'll make them know what it means to be defucked. I'm a man of my word, I do what I say. Su Chen, on the other side of the wall, was stunned when he heard this. Regional channel, fucked instantly, he recalled the argument in the regional channel that morning and those 2 accusatory messages that twisted the truth. Holy crap. No way, this matches up. This Brother Biao is actually the one who boasted in the regional channel that he'd teach those 2 weird sisters a lesson. And those 2 unlucky girls just fell right into his hands. Su Chen was speechless for a moment. Brother Biao's laughter next door continued. Take the rags out of their mouths, I want to hear what my 2 darlings have to say. Big brother, we were wrong, we were really wrong, please let us go. The woman named Shelley's voice was filled with fear and sobs. Gone was her previous sharp and sarcastic demeanor. Let you go. Brother Biao seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Wait till you're done. Weren't you so capable when you were trash-talking on the regional channel? Didn't you say I was a lower man? Today I'll show you what a real lower man is. Big brother, we weren't talking about you. It was that guy at the hotel yesterday who wasn't responsible for preventing waste. He bullied us, so we. Another woman tried to argue, trying to shift the blame onto Su Chen. Shut up. Brother Biao rudely interrupted him. Don't give me that crap. I don't care who bullied you. All I know is that you 2 messed with me. Today, you're going to enjoy yourselves, enjoy the surprises I've prepared for you. Just then, a sharp tearing sound rang out in the quiet night. No, please. Please. The women's cries instantly turned shrill and filled with despair. However, this did not elicit sympathy. Instead, it aroused even more perverse desires in the thugs. Ha, scream. Scream louder. Brother Biao, this bull has a nice body. Damn, I've been holding back for days, today I can finally have a wedding. The men's filthy laughter and the women's desperate cries intertwined, like a symphony from hell, penetrating the walls and clearly reaching Su Chen's ears. Su Chen listened expressionlessly, his eyes devoid of any ripples. Pitiful? Perhaps. But isn't all of this their own doing? In the apocalypse, they can't control their mouths, spreading malicious rumors, extorting money, and provoking others. Do they really think the whole world has to tolerate them? Yesterday, I only gave them a warning with a crossbow bolt. Today, I'm facing this group of real thugs. He had just asked for help and received it. Soon, the cries from next door turned into uncontrollable, heart-wrenching screams. The sound was so shrill it seemed inhuman, filled with endless pain and humiliation. Su Chen silently stepped back from the wall, walked to the window, and drew back the curtains. Looking at the pitch-black night outside, the sounds from next door continued. He didn't even need to look to imagine the horrific scene. It was almost 8 o'clock when a subordinate's voice suddenly rang out, tinged with barely perceptible tension. Should we gag them? The noise is too loud. What if 8 o'clock is when the zombies start their rampage, their aggression and speed increasing dramatically? Clearly, this subordinate still retained a shred of rationality and caution. However, his warning was met with a disdainful laugh from Brother Biao. What are you afraid of? Brother Biao's voice was filled with arrogance and self-importance. We already blocked the entrance to the building downstairs with so much furniture, can those crazed zombies fly up to the 4th floor? Besides, don't you think that sound is more exciting? Ha, Big Brother's right, it's really exciting to hear. The other henchmen immediately echoed, their initial wariness instantly dispelled by desire. Su Chen, listening to the conversation next door, was speechless. Good heavens, each one of them knows how to have fun. They're all ignoring this, not thinking about how to survive, but instead researching these fancy tricks. Still exciting, there'll be more excitement later. He glanced at his bracelet. It was 7:50 p.m., only 10 minutes left until 8 p.m. He walked to the window, not turning on the light, but simply pulling the curtains open a crack, calmly observing the scene below. It was quiet, with only the whistling of the night wind. No zombies had been attracted yet. The daytime zombies' perception was still too weak. The commotion next door wasn't enough to attract the distant zombies. However, things were about to get closer. Su Chen's eyes held no anxiety, but rather a secret anticipation. Come on, the more the better. Ideally, a massive wave of looting would sweep away everyone next door, allowing him to peacefully loot the corpses and collect his spoils. Su Chen was particularly interested in a burly man named Zhu Biao. The fact that he could store a van in a warehouse meant his bracelet must contain many valuable items. Just as he was pondering this, another commotion erupted from the building next door. This time, it was a woman's terrified scream, distorted and shrill with fear. No. No. From behind. Please don't. A man's mocking laughter followed. It's fine if you don't come from behind, we can talk. Just send a message in the regional channel saying that our brother Biao had a blast and you were in heaven. Send it and I'll consider it. After a brief silence, Zhu Biao's rough breathing and arrogant laughter came through. Gangzi, you're really something else. After the laughter subsided, Zhu Biao's voice became very sharp. He cursed viciously. Did you hear me? Hurry up and send it. Both of you, send it to me. If anyone doesn't, I'll break their legs right now and throw them off this 4th floor. The threat of losing their lives, the blatant death threat, the psychological defenses of the two women next door completely crumbled at that moment. They pleaded, their voices trembling and choked with sobs, send it. I'll send it right away. Please, please, don't kill us. Su Chen, listening to all this, was filled with admiration. The apocalypse truly was a paradise for scum, always allowing them to find all sorts of unbelievable new ways to push the boundaries of suicidal behavior. Su Chen's mind raced, and he opened the regional channel on his bracelet. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, 2 of the latest messages appeared prominently at the top of the screen, glaringly obvious. War. I've been caught by Brother Zhu Biao. I'll never talk nonsense again. Brother Zhu Biao, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The comment section exploded instantly after the 2 messages, and Zhu Biao himself posted an extremely arrogant message. Zhu Biao, did you see this? Zhu Biao, keep my word. I said in the channel this morning that if I ran into these 2 bitches, I'd teach them a lesson. Now I've taught them a lesson they won't forget. They've admitted their mistake. Good, good, good. The entire regional channel erupted as if a bomb had been dropped on it. This is absolutely inhuman, utterly disgusting. Sisters, remember this ID. Zhu Biao. If you see him, scare him away. A group of survivors, both men and women, were indignantly cursing him. However, Zhu Biao seemed completely unfazed, as if his anger had been aroused, and continued to shout in the channel, Zhu Biao curses. Want to continue? Go ahead and grab your seats if you dare, especially those self-important bitches. Go ahead and grab your seats, I'm in the South District of Shihai City right now, you're welcome to come and play with me anytime. After this message was sent, the entire regional channel fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to speak anymore. Faced with absolute violence and blatant threats, any verbal justice seemed so pale and powerless. Su Chen coldly watched all this and turned off the channel. Just then, another terrified scream came from next door. You didn't keep your word. The sounds of men's maniacal laughter, women's heart-wrenching screams, and dull thuds mingled together, constantly echoing through the air. Su Chen listened expressionlessly, raising his wristband. It was 8 p.m. He went to the window again and looked downstairs. In the distance, on the dark street, streaks of black shadows were charging towards his area at a speed far exceeding that of daytime. They were no longer the staggering figures they had been during the day. Now they were true predators, their speed, strength, and aggression fully amplified at the moment night fell. He, the screams of zombies awakened echoed continuously from the surrounding buildings. The commotion coming from the neighboring building was like the brightest lighthouse in the night, attracting all the zombies within a radius of hundreds of meters. Bang! The fastest zombie rushed to the foot of the neighboring apartment building and slammed its rotting body against the blocked entrance. Bang! 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 Then a second, a third, and more zombies gathered downstairs like a pack of mad dogs smelling blood, relentlessly pounding on the fragile unit door. The door creaked under the weight of the impact, and the furniture used to block it was pushed backward with a screeching sound. It seemed Zhu Biao and his group had used quite a few things to block the door. The defenses were fairly solid and hadn't been broken down yet. But this was only the beginning. Zombies continued to roar and run from the surrounding streets, surging madly towards the building. The screams and laughter from the next building continued. They seemed completely oblivious to what was happening downstairs, still immersed in their perverse and sinful revelry. The laughter didn't lessen with time. Instead, it grew even more frenzied. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out, tinged with disappointment. "Brother Biao, that woman's passed out." "Damn it!" The burly man called Brother Biao cursed, giving him a good rest. "Killing her like that means there's no fun left. I wanted to play for a few more days." "Hey, Brother Biao is talking about Gangzi." Brother Biao suddenly shouted, "Stop being so idle. Go check the supermarket from the window." "Is anything all right?" Brother Biao replied. Gangzi responded with a series of giggling footsteps, as if he had reached the window. After a moment of silence, Gangzi's voice rang out again. "Nothing's happening over there. It's dark, and the zombies are all like mad dogs. No one would dare to go and die now." However, as soon as he finished speaking, his tone suddenly rose, filled with horror. "Damn it, Brother Biao, come quick! What's going on downstairs? What's happening downstairs?" Zhu Biao, who was writing a letter, was annoyed at being interrupted by his dramatic outburst. He cursed, "What's all the fuss about? Did the sky fall down? Or is there some blind fool interrupting me? I'm lecturing someone, Brother Biao, really? So many zombies have surrounded our building." Gangzi's voice was growing louder. Zhu Biao's cursing voice came from the window as he walked over. After a brief silence, Su Chen heard him chuckle dismissively. "What's there to be afraid of? So what if we're surrounded by a bunch of zombies?" Zhu Biao's voice was full of arrogance. "We blocked the downstairs apartments with furniture, didn't we? They can't grow wings and fly up here, can they? Once it's light, these things will go back to their slow, stupid selves. We can easily clean them up then. Come on, stop looking and get back to work." Zhu Biao's voice became veiled again. He seemed to have thought of something more interesting. He chuckled darkly, "Open the window and pull these two little girls to the window. Let those zombies downstairs see what's going on. Big brother, you're brilliant. Ha ha, this is exciting." Immediately afterward, another burst of even more unrestrained male laughter and a woman's heart-wrenching, inhuman laugh echoed from next door. Su Chen, standing on this side of the wall, listened to the conversation and commotion of those scumbags next door, feeling completely numb. What kind of time was this? Instead of thinking about how to deal with the dense swarms of zombies downstairs, they had the leisure to research new positions, and they even had the hell to leave the window open, as if afraid the surrounding zombies wouldn't hear the noise or see him. Was this their indifference? Su Chen felt this disregard was an eye-opener. He slowly straightened up from the wall. This farce should end. He turned to Shen Wanqing, who stood beside him as sculpted and serene as a statue, and mentally gave the order to walk downstairs. Su Chen, leading Shen Wanqing, quickly reached the second-floor stairwell without making a sound. He looked at the furniture piled up from downstairs to the second-floor platform, and a thought flashed through his mind. The next second, the mountain of refrigerators, wardrobes, mattresses, sofas, and various odds and ends vanished into thin air in an instant, all stored away in the warehouse space. The stairs leading to the unit door immediately became unobstructed. Just as he cleared away the obstacles, a series of rapid banging sounds came from the unit door on the first floor. Clearly, the zombies had sensed him at such close range. Su Chen gave Shen Wanqing, who was beside him, an order to go to the door. Shen Wanqing moved swiftly and silently behind the unit door. Su Chen then took out the furniture and other heavy items he had just stored and piled them on the stairs. Completely separating himself from Shen Wanqing, breaking down the door and killing them, Su Chen continued to command Shen Wanqing. Shen Wanqing let out an unintelligible growl. The next second, he moved his seemingly slender right leg, suddenly raising it and kicking it with terrifying force against the rickety apartment door. With a thud, the entire security door, frame and all, was torn off the wall by the immense force and flew outwards. The zombie frantically ramming against the door had no time to react before being swatted away like a fly by the flying iron door. The sound of bone shattering was clear and distinct. Shen Wanqing's figure shot out of the building entrance like a black lightning bolt. Immediately afterward, an experience notification popped up in the lower left corner of Su Chen's vision. Killed a level 1 zombie, gained 2.5 experience points. Your pet Shen Wanqing gained 2.5 experience points. Su Chen didn't linger downstairs. He quickly returned to his room on the 4th floor. He went to the window and looked down. There were about a dozen zombie corpses lying at the doorway, while Shen Wanqing stood motionless in the shadows at the apartment building entrance. He seemed to have merged with the darkness. If one didn't look closely, one would hardly notice him. All the zombies that Su Chen had attracted had been killed by him. The remaining zombies' attention remained focused on the apartment building next door, where screams were constantly coming from. Bang bang bang. The zombies relentlessly pounded on the door of the next building. Su Chen didn't let Shen Wanqing continue. He still had a use for these zombies. Suddenly, Su Chen's mischievous side kicked in, and he simply opened all the windows. A damp night breeze rushed in, and the sounds from the next building instantly became crystal clear, as if they were right next to his ears. Su Chen leaned out and looked into the equally wide-open window on the 4th floor next door. Good heavens! He couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap! In his mind. The two women's upper bodies were almost completely pushed out of the window. Their white, yellowish-white bodies swayed helplessly in the cold moonlight. They stared in terror at the dark mass of zombies frantically ramming the door below, letting out screams of pain and fear. Perhaps the sound of Su Chen opening the window was heard. The two women, on the verge of collapse, instinctively looked in Su Chen's direction. When they saw Su Chen's face clearly, their eyes widened instantly. Shock, humiliation, resentment, and a hint of unspeakable despair surged onto their faces. It was her. She was the man they had met at the motel yesterday. For a moment, they were filled with a mixture of emotions. The woman named Xiao Li immediately shouted, "Brother Biao!" There was someone next door. The movement behind him suddenly stopped, followed by Brother Biao's cursing voice. "Damn it, are you calling my soul?" The two women were roughly pulled back from the window. The next second, a burly man with a face full of scars and a bare chest poked his head out of the window. It was Zhu Biao, the strong man. He looked at Su Chen fiercely. "What are you looking at, kid? I'll gouge your eyes out." Su Chen said casually. "It's nothing, I just think you guys are pretty good at having fun." He pointed downstairs, "But I advise you to keep your voices down. Those zombies downstairs can't wait to come up and play with you." Zhu Biao obviously didn't expect Su Chen's reaction. He subconsciously glanced downstairs. The unit door was being banged on loudly, and the furniture behind the door was making a screeching sound, but it looked sturdy enough that it wouldn't be forced open anytime soon. Suddenly emboldened, she sneered arrogantly at Su Chen, "I don't need your reminders, you pretty boy. You should worry about yourself first." With that, she shrank back. The woman named Xiao Li cried and screamed, her voice hoarse and desperate. Another thug's voice rang out, full of dramatic flair. "Shout it louder. Let that kid next door hear it too. Let him see what I'm made of." Su Chen was speechless. These scumbags' thought processes were truly extraordinary. Even on the verge of death, they were still thinking about these trivial matters. "Fine, since you like playing games so much, I'll make it even more exciting." He turned his gaze downstairs and, through the mental link, gave Shen Wanqing, who was lurking in the shadows, a new instruction. "Go to the door next door and squeeze to the very front." Shen Wanqing squeezed directly into the crowded horde of corpses, pushing aside anything that blocked her way. Soon, she reached the apartment door and smashed it open. Su Chen directed Shen Wanqing to let out a low growl, then he slammed his shoulder into the nearly broken door. With a deafening crash, the poor door, along with all the furniture and clutter piled behind it, was forcefully forced open by an irresistible force, creating a passage. The defenses blocking the entrance completely collapsed. The zombies at the entrance roared excitedly and surged into the apartment building. Immediately following, a flurry of footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Soon after, the door of the apartment on the 4th floor next door was being pounded by zombies. What was happening? Zombies! Zombies were coming up. The men's laughter inside the room abruptly stopped, replaced by panicked screams. "What the hell are you panicking about?" Brother Biao's rough, furious roar drowned out all the noise. "Get everything out of the warehouse and use it to block the door. Hurry up!" The sound of heavy objects being taken from the warehouse and piled on the ground was followed by furniture slamming against the door and zombies pounding on it even more frantically. Hold on, all of you!" Brother Biao shouted hoarsely, giving orders. But just seconds later, another loud crash followed, the door was smashed open, and a woman screamed. The voice suddenly became incredibly shrill, filled with madness and fear. The sounds of gunfire, weapons clashing, blades slicing through flesh, and bones breaking were incessant. The resistance from the neighbors was unusually fierce. Su Chen leaned against the wall, his brows slightly furrowed. This group's fighting ability was much stronger than he had imagined. Facing such a large number of ferocious zombies, they actually managed to withstand the first wave of attack by relying on the obstacle at the door. Judging from the dull and powerful slashing sounds, they were clearly formidable characters. Su Cheng glanced downstairs. The street had become deserted. Apart from the corpses scattered on the ground, no new zombies were running over. Most of the zombies near this building had been attracted to the next door. He frowned slightly. Could these guys really use the terrain advantage to wear down these dozens of zombies? It seemed that there weren't enough zombies after all. Just as he was thinking this,